Family, 2,000 years of waiting is for this moment. The human-faced demon spider has turned into an ordinary person and is giving Tang San a beating. Just as I was enjoying the fight, the system notified me that players from around the world would descend on Dulawa continent and force me to protect Tang San. This plot twist is too exciting. What will happen next? Let me tell you, I waited a full 2,000 years for this day. At that moment, I leaped forward, riding on his face and smashing him down to the ground, delivering a flurry of punches. Why, you ask? Haha, I've been holding this in for 2,000 years. Hey, are you confused? Come, let me break this down for you from the beginning. In my previous life, I was an ordinary person. One day, while watching the Dolo anime, I was kissed by a spider. Goodness, when I closed my eyes and opened them again, I had become a human-faced demon spider. Can you believe it? And the system even spoiled the plot for me, saying I was the ultimate unlucky guy who would deliver soul rings and external soul bones to Tang San in the future. I exploded on the spot. Why should I? Family, who understands? I came to this broken place 2,000 years earlier than him. Why should I be his experience package? No way. I swore I wouldn't just steam buns for the sake of my pride. I had to beat him up before he became a big deal. So, for these 2,000 years, I signed in every day in the Stardow Forest, just like clocking in at work, no matter the weather. Finally, I accumulated enough to transform into a human form for 24 hours, and without saying a word, I headed straight to Holy Spirit Village. But no matter how fast I was still a step too late. His martial soul had already awakened. I happened to brush past him and that old village chief, Jack, at the entrance of the village. Let me tell you, that feeling was like a radar locking on my DNA was activated. It was him. In a fit of bloodlust, I shouted, Tang San, stop right there. That kid and the old man next to him were startled, looking at me with expressions of who are you? Tang San was quite polite, asking if I knew him. I thought to myself, I know you too well. You're about to get to know my fists. I ran over with a smile, caught him off guard, and took him down with a chokehold, followed by the scene you just witnessed, raining punches down on him. Let you absorb my soul ring. Let you take my soul bone. It'll beat you to death. That kid was stunned, trying to fight back, but found he couldn't move at all. Of course, my 2,000 years of cultivation wasn't for nothing. Old Jack panicked and tried to pull me away with a broken cane, but the cane just snapped at the first touch. I turned and glared at him, making him step back 3 paces. Are you kidding me? Is the ferocity of a human-faced demon spider fake? Just as I was having a great time, suddenly my brain went ding and I fell silent. Ding. Wish fulfilled. System upgrade starting. Ding. Global arrival countdown beginning. Players will arrive on Dolawa continent in approximately 20 hours. What the heck? What's going on? Global arrival? Now I didn't have the mood to beat him anymore. I got up, clapped my hands, and followed the bruised Tang San back to his home. His father, Tang Hao, was indeed missing. The plot had completely unraveled because of this butterfly effect caused by me. I wasted no time and laid everything out for him, revealing the truth about his reincarnation. That kid turned pale, and the killing intent in his eyes, I bet that if he could, he would have given me a Yamas notice on the spot. I crossed my legs, calmly telling him, put away your act, don't get excited. Tomorrow, billions of people will be crossing over, each with a script in hand, knowing your secrets better than anyone. Can you kill them all? I wanted to continue acting cool, but then the system gave me another shock. It forcibly bound me to a survival mission: protect Tang San. If he lives, I live. If he dies, I die. Family, who understands? Just a second ago, I was beating my nemesis, and the next second, I became his personal bodyguard, and it's a life-or-death situation. The reward was even more ridiculous, just a broken blue-silver grass martial soul. Unbelievable. The next day, the skies suddenly darkened, like a total eclipse. When the light returned, the entire world was different. A chat box popped up in front of me, like a barrage of comments. Dragon Overlord, roar. I'm here. Zimbation. Anyone in Holy Spirit Village. Let's team up to kill Tang San. Myoda. Coincidentally, I'm in Holy Spirit Village. Coordinates XXX, hurry. Wudawang. The one above is an idiot. Identification complete. Wow, billions of people, all here to hunt Tang San. I turned around and saw that kid had indeed disappeared. He must have run to the back mountain to practice his so-called purple extreme magic eyes. I suddenly realized, isn't this kid now Tang Sanzang? All the monsters in the world want to take a bite out of him. I quickly rushed to the small hill, and wow, the scene was chaotic. Layers of time travelers in strange outfits, each looking like creepy uncles trying to lure children. Little friend, come down. Uncle has candy for you. Yeah, we're all good people. I almost laughed out loud. Their acting was terrible. But then these people grew impatient and charged up the hill. That kid Tang San was no pushover standing at the top. He picked up some small stones and started throwing them down with incredible accuracy, like he had auto-aim, making the low-level players cry for their moms, with a few unlucky ones getting headshot and sent to the afterlife. Immediately after, he used a ghostly shadow to dash down the mountain, weaving through the crowd, grabbing me, who was still watching the show, and running away. Once we escaped the village, that kid finally believed me. We exchanged glances, and now we were truly in this together. I laid it all out. I won't hide it from you anymore in the human-faced demon spider destined to be sacrificed to you. Now that billions of people want to kill you to become a god, and your father has run away, you have no other choice but to trust me. The kid was silent for a long time. His worldview must have shattered pretty badly. Finally, he asked me, "So where do we go now?" "Where to?" "Back to my place." I threw an arm around his shoulder. "Let's go. It'll take you back to the Star Doe Forest. It's the safest place on the entire Dulua continent right now." We found a passing horse cart. I leaned back on the haystack, legs crossed, while monitoring the constantly updating regional channel, keeping tabs on these players and giving them a little Dulua shock. But before I could deliver that shock, we were the ones who got shocked. I tell you, this horse cart came to a sudden halt with a whoosh, nearly throwing me off the haystack. Just as I sat up and spat out the grass roots in my mouth, I saw 6 guys standing ahead. Goodness, their outfits, I would call it the Dulua Continent Limited Edition Spirit Youth. Clearly ancient-style clothes, yet they managed to give off a cyber vibe that felt completely out of place in this world. The leader, carrying a big sword, strutted over like a crab, telling the driver to scram. I couldn't help but laugh. Weren't they coming for us? I directly told Uncle Chui, "Uncle, you can go now. These guys are my fans here for autographs. We'll handle it ourselves." Once the driver's cart had gone far, I raised an eyebrow at the leader. "What's your name?" His name was Zhang Lang, the arrogant Zhang, the wild Lang. I nodded, my mind clear as day. "You're aiming for this main character next to me, right? So how did you find us?" "My disguise technique shouldn't be this easy to see through. It's like you had GPS guiding you." Zhang Lang, that brat, was still laughing at me with a face that seemed to say, "Guess if he'll tell you." I couldn't help but laugh. Was he trying to play games with me? Fine, let's stir up the heat. I barely finished my sentence when the phantom of my human-faced demon spider, Martial Soul, suddenly appeared. Let me tell you, it was like opening a domain. The toxic air instantly incapacitated them all, each one frozen like they were hit by a binding spell. I slipped right up to Zhang Lang, grinning like a villain. "Now, can we talk nicely?" This guy completely wilted and even dared to bargain with me, asking if I would let them go if he talked. I was so amused I could barely contain myself. "Buddy, right now you're the fish and the knife. Do you really think you have a right to negotiate with me? Are we acting in empresses in the palace here?" Seeing his hesitant expression, I stoked the fire. "Besides, we're all system users here. You want die. So what are you afraid of? Hurry up, don't waste my time." Only then did he give in, saying that someone in their team had gotten a prophecy skill, predicting that Tang San would definitely pass through here today. "Oh, prophecy?" I was immediately interested. "Whose skill is it? Hand it over for me to see." A long-haired kid next to Zhang Lang timidly raised his hand. I grinned, and without hesitation, my human-faced demon spider Martial Soul materialized, a flash of black light, then devour. Anyone who understands knows that feeling. It was like eating an experienced baby. With a snap, the person disappeared. My human-faced demon spider Martial Soul even grew 2 sizes larger. Zhang Lang and the others were so scared that their legs went weak, sitting on the ground, pointing at me, struggling to speak. 10,000-year soul ring. At that moment, I heard a ding in my head. The system prompt sound came. My DNA was activated. Ding. Devour evolution. First soul skill evolution successful. Obtained second soul skill. Precognition. I looked at the skill description. Consume half of my soul power to see 30 seconds into the future. I was blown away. Isn't this an official cheat? I immediately used precognition. In the next second, a scene flashed in my mind. Damn, this guy Zhang Lang actually had a backup plan, ready to take advantage. I wasn't paying attention, and suddenly a wave of attack took Tang San down in an instant. And then it dragged me along too. Wow, I almost got ambushed by him. My anger flared up instantly, and I filled my fist with soul power, swinging it back with a punch that directly smashed Zhang Lang's dog head. That's what you get for playing dirty. Go reflect by the spring water. Tang San was stunned by the side, probably shocked by my clean and swift technique. I patted his shoulder and gave him a live demonstration. The third rule of the Tang Sect's heavenly treasure record. Remember? You can't be soft on your enemies. Otherwise, you'll just bring trouble to yourself. If I hadn't caught a glimpse of the future, both of us would be done for right now. San es valovit. Probably still digesting my incredible soul skill. After dealing with these guys, we continued on our way. This kid Sanner started his endless questions again, chasing after me and asking why I knew the Tang Sect's rules. I was so annoyed that I directly told him. I already said it. I'm not from the same world as you. Just like those guys earlier, I'm also a traveler, got it? I tell you, my brain was just overheating like a CPU. Just think about it, billions of people, all parachuted down here. Master, Flander, BB Dong, the Shrek's 7 monsters. Aren't they just walking experience packs? Moving adventure NPCs in their eyes. How can this world be good? It's all about overdrawing in advance, and it's been messed up by these old tricks. The more I think about it, the more it feels wrong. I've signed in for 2,000 years and opened so many hacks. Wait, why does it feel like I'm the one behind the scenes? I was just feeling emo at that moment. Family. Am I going down the path of a villain? I shook my head to throw out those messy thoughts, pulled the still-dazed Tang San, and started to inspire him. All right, Sanner, don't think too far ahead. The most important thing is to survive first. This is a survival game, and we have to race against time. So, are you willing to challenge your limits and absorb a big soul ring for the first one? Tang San's eyes were filled with determination. Yes. I was just about to praise him for his courage, but suddenly it hit me. What if he fails and explodes? Wouldn't I be buried along with him? No way. That's too risky. I quickly changed my tone. What a load of crap. This matter needs to be considered carefully. We can't act impulsively. Tang San looked at me with a speechless expression and shot back. By the time you figure it out, the yellow flowers will have cooled. Me? Goodness. Now even the main character has learned to mock me. I fell silent for a while, opened my inventory, and rummaged through my mountain of stock, looking for the most suitable soul ring for his blue-silver emperor. On a moonless night with a strong wind, we sprinted all the way and finally approached Soto City. Just before dawn, Tang San, the king of the scroll, jumped up a tree to train again. I leaned against the tree, chewing on a blue-silver grass, sighing in my heart. In this day and age, everyone has a system who still trains hard. Everyone is just waiting for midnight to sign in and open blind boxes. While I was thinking about this, my ears perked up. Goodness, something is coming alive again. I closed my eyes and listened carefully. A kilometer away, at least several hundred people were approaching us in a standard tactical encirclement. I quickly checked the area channel, but there was no sound at all. What does this indicate? It indicates that this is a well-organized and disciplined professional team. I was feeling overwhelmed at that moment. I wondered which BKing had obtained some special enemy detection skill again. If this continued, I would really have to map out all these billions of people to complete the task. Forget it. I couldn't care less about that. Whether Tang San is alive or dead after the mission. Sigh, looking at that kid back on the tree, why do I feel a bit hesitant? Never mind. I'll deal with these people in front of me first. I directly activated my martial soul, and the venom of the human-faced demon spider mixed with the mist spread out, preparing to put them to sleep. But something was off. The footsteps were still approaching. My poison didn't work? Tang San on the tree reported to me. They are wearing strange masks that block the poison gas. As soon as I heard him describe the mask, I couldn't help but blurt out, "Damn, a gas mask? Or hundreds of them? Who is this guy? Is the sign-in reward opening an armory?" Tang San jumped down from the tree, full of combat enthusiasm. "Feng, I'll control them. You come and kill." All right, the protagonist just got a new skill. He has to be given a chance to show it off. No sooner had the words left my mouth than the enemy appeared. Let me tell you, the scene was overwhelming, all in camouflage, gas masks, each person wielding a large machete. So orderly it looked like they were going to participate in a military parade. The leader, seeing the deadly poison gauntlet forming on my fist, was taken aback. "You're also a player?" I laughed. "Player? That term is quite fitting. But if you treat this as a game, you're underestimating this world too much. We don't share the same path, so we don't conspire together. The other side won't waste words either. If we can't find common ground, there's nothing more to say." I replied, "Come on, let me see what good stuff you all have signed for." The next second I was stunned. Martial soul. Golden bell shield. I heard a buzzing sound, and hundreds of golden bell shadows lit up simultaneously, all identical. What's even more outrageous is that every bell was surrounded by purple 1,000-year soul rings. Tang San was also shocked. All are 1,000-year soul rings?" I twitched the corner of my mouth. It seems your control skills might not be that effective. Just as we were preparing to clash head-on, there was a loud bang, and a figure descended from the sky, directly landing between us and the enemy. As dust flew up, Tang San used his purple extreme magic eye to see clearly. It was a big sister holding an umbrella. When the smoke cleared, I focused my gaze and exclaimed, "Wow." A stunning beauty dressed in a blue and white porcelain qipao. Her looks, her figure, I tell you, I felt my heart skip a beat. It was like my waifu had come to life. Without saying a word, this beauty began her performance against the group of golden bell shields. Her umbrella was like a blade, her movements graceful and her strikes ruthless, piercing through the golden bell shields as easily as poking tofu. causing chaos and conveniently shattering their gas masks. While fighting, she even took the time to shout at me, "Protect Tang San, be careful of tricks." I was taken aback for a moment, thinking to myself that these people were not to be trifled with. But then I realized that while the beauty was indeed stunning, my life was more important. I didn't want to risk my life to be a hero and save the beauty. After all, a friend can die, but a Taoist priest should not. As it turned out, I didn't even have to take action. The enemies had already split their forces and were charging at us. Tang San finally couldn't hold back any longer and unleashed his first soul skill, Spiderweb Bind. Let me tell you, the effect was incredible. The blue-silver grass came alive, infused with poison and barbs, entangling anyone it touched. It was even more powerful than super glue. Those seemingly impressive golden shields shattered upon contact, and in an instant, a dozen enemies were taken down. I leaned back directly. "Fine, the protagonist's halo is impressive. I'll just quietly watch you show off." The beautiful woman glanced at Tang San's soul skill with disbelief. I smiled proudly at her, implying, "So, surprised are you?" At that moment, something went wrong on her side. A golden bell shield with a black 10,000-year soul ring blocked her. She let out a cold laugh. Her own 10,000-year soul ring lit up, transforming into a silver light, and with one piercing strike, she eliminated her opponent instantly. But when she turned back, her expression changed instantly, and she shouted at us, "Lure the tiger away from the mountain." Good grief, we had already been surrounded by 3 black bells, each sporting a 10,000-year soul ring. The beautiful woman's face showed despair, probably thinking we were doomed. "Heh, it's my turn to perform." I let out a low growl. Human-faced demon spider. A giant spider, martial spirit, instantly materialized, dark and shiny. I directly used its legs to skewer 2 of the big bells like lamb skewers, then opened my mouth wide and took a bite, devouring them. Crunchy, with a chicken flavor. Actually, I'd already seen with foresight that Sanner wouldn't die, but would shed a layer of skin. I'm the type who hates trouble the most, so I simply helped them achieve a physical transcendence in one go. The last enemy tried to escape, but was pierced through the heart by that beautiful woman from behind with her umbrella. After the battle ended, I was admiring my imposing martial spirit when the beautiful woman finished off the minions, turned around, and coldly said to me while protecting Tang San, "I don't trust you." I was furious at that moment. Wow, I worked so hard to save you all, and you suspect me instead? How can I put up with this? I pulled Tang San back and confronted her. "You don't trust me? I don't trust you either. Who knows if you're in cahoots with them, playing a trick on us?" As a result, that little traitor Sanner actually stood behind me and weakly said, "Brother Feng, I don't think she's a bad person." I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood at that moment. I worked so hard to educate you for half a day, and you just switched sides the moment you saw a pretty face? Does anyone understand? I'm not dealing with teammates here. I'm dealing with a beauty control traitor. I got really angry all of a sudden and said to him in a sarcastic tone, "Sanner, remember, bad people don't have words written on their faces. The more harmless they look, the darker their hearts are, you understand?" As a result, the woman next to us, Su Weier, immediately exploded like a mother hen protecting its chick. "I see you're the one who's not a good person, trying to deceive Tang San. Your methods are too low level." I grabbed Sanner and was about to leave, too lazy to waste words with her. As a result, she quickly grabbed Sanner's other hand, and we were in a tug-of-war here. She even pointed that broken umbrella at my nose. "You want to fight, huh? Come on. I told you." I was really angry at that time. My voice turned cold. I used to not hit women, but that doesn't mean I won't now. And guess what happened? Sanner shouted in the middle, making both of us let go. "Enough. Can you two argue somewhere else? Don't put me in the middle." "Fine. Good men don't fight with women." As soon as I turned my head, I heard that woman behind me sneering, "Good dogs don't block the way." "Me, you." She got even more fired up. "What do you mean by me? You're just a broken-faced demon spider. Obviously not a good thing." In our current state, we were basically engaged in a cyber battle of crickets, which was just unbearable to watch. In the end, it was Sanner who couldn't stand it anymore and silently stood by my side. The woman stomped her foot and angrily followed us. And so we made our way to Soto City. Let me tell you, it wasn't long after entering the city that trouble struck. In the middle of the road stood a big guy, as strong as a bear, all alone, with a large sword stuck in the ground. The aura he exuded was so intense that it felt like he should have had the words, "I am the boss," written on his forehead. As soon as I saw the situation, I knew it was coming for us. I lowered my voice and asked Sanner and Su Weier, "What should we do? It feels like a trap, just him alone." Sanner was also nervous. It must be coming for me. I rolled my eyes. Isn't that obvious? I turned to Su Weier and asked, "What do you think?" His confidence is a bit scary. As a result, this woman started to retort me again. Do you think everyone is like you, full of malice? That's the confidence of a strong person, you know? Someone like you, a little spider, just can't understand. I really can't believe it. It's already this time, and we're still fighting among ourselves. We were arguing back and forth. And San was almost in tears beside us. Can we at least unite against the outside? If that big brother doesn't play fair and sneaks an attack, we're done for. As soon as Su Wei'er heard this, she immediately glared at me. Not playing fair? Did you teach him that? You're really a bad egg. I whistled while looking at the sky, feeling guilty and not daring to look at her. Just then, the big guy like a wall, Meng Dun, finally spoke up. His voice as cold and hard as he was. Have you finished discussing? I quickly put on a serious face and said, Hey, big guy, you're a grown man bullying a weak woman and 2 little kids. It won't sound good if this gets out, right? He remained expressionless and replied, I don't care. Wow, a true steel straight man. I teased him. With this attitude, you won't be able to find a girlfriend. To my surprise, he actually thought about it seriously and said, Girlfriend? That's an unimportant thing. Enough talk, let's fight. Well, since we come this far, let's do it. I felt a surge of spirit power, and the phantom of a human-faced spider erupted behind me as the deadly poison gauntlets instantly materialized. Bring it on. The guy opposite me also moved, letting out a low roar as a fiery stone giant phantom rose from the ground. Martial soul, lava giant. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. This thing looked really tough to deal with. Without saying a word, I rushed forward in a swift step. Su Wei'er was quite reliable, grabbing hold of Sanner, but wanted to help. Don't go. You can't control him with your web. Protect yourself. I had just charged halfway when I saw the blazing fire on the fist of the shield, and a black soul ring rose up. Immediately after, a multitude of fireballs came crashing down on me like a meteor shower. At that time, I thought it was funny. A group attack skill used for one-on-one? Who do they look down on? I was dodging in a meteor shower like it was easy. But the next second, I felt something was off. Those fireballs were just a distraction. I suddenly accelerated, charging straight through the rain of fire, wanting to get up close and personal with him. But just as I reached him, what greeted me was not his fist, but a column of magma rushing towards me. With a loud bang, I was sent flying as if I had been hit by a train, with scalding magma clinging to my body. Su Wei'er quickly pulled Sanner away, and couldn't help but mock, daring to get so close without any vision. You're really asking for it. Sanner tried to use blue silver grass to pull me back, but as soon as the grass touched the magma, it sizzled and burned away. When the magma finally subsided, I could see clearly that the Hmong shield had 2 soul rings, one purple and one black. 1,000 years and 10,000 years. Does anyone understand? How can the first and second soul rings be paired like this? It's not scientific. Seeing us in shock, Hmong shield even took the time to explain. The strength of a soul master is not determined by the years, but by the combination. Bah, you have the upper hand with your high configuration. Su Wei'er revealed her 1,000 machine umbrella, and just as she was about to attack, I struggled to get up from the ground, feeling as if I had been roasted. Wait, I haven't lost yet. Su Wei'er turned to look at me. Her clothes burned off, covered in injuries, and she asked skeptically, Can you still go on? I straightened my face and said, Don't ask if a man can do it. That's an insult. She scoffed and called me a little brat, but still put down the umbrella. The guy across from me, Meng Dun, also urged me, just leave, you're not my opponent. Those words felt like a slap in the face. I couldn't help but laugh in anger. Ha, what a straightforward statement. Today, I'll show you just how hard it is to bully this little spider. As soon as I finished speaking, the venomous gauntlets on my body exploded with a bang, and purple liquid instantly spread throughout my body, forming a flowing, deadly armor. I shook my neck, and my expression changed. I was very angry, and the consequences would be severe. I charged forward again, and Meng Dun once again used the same old trick, meteor fire fist. But this time, those fireballs hit me like water droplets in a hot oil pan, fizzling out with a couple of pops, completely useless. Right after that, the magma impact came again. This time I didn't T-dodge. I crossed my arms and braced myself in front, stepping forward through the torrent of magma, causing the ground beneath me to crack. I roared. No one could stop me. Finally, a look of surprise appeared on Meng Dun's face. He probably didn't expect me to withstand it. Just then, a buzzing sound came from him, and the third spirit ring lit up. Purple. I was dumbfounded on the spot. Soul Master? Big brother. Did you upgrade on a rocket? It's only been a month. I hadn't had the chance to complain yet when I sensed something was off with the surrounding magma. The next second, boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted right beside me. The whole world engulfed in fire and deafening noise, and I was blown away, my consciousness fading. San Er and Sui Er probably thought I was done for. San Er's eyes were red, shouting that he wanted to take revenge for me. But how could that be? Did they think I would go down from such a scene? In the sea of flames, I staggered to my feet, with several gaping holes in my body that looked terrifying, yet I still managed to walk out. As Meng Dun turned his attention to San Er and Sui Er, he suddenly heard my voice. "What are you looking at?" He whipped around, and upon seeing my sorry state, was taken aback. "You're still alive?" After saying that, another fiery punch came crashing toward my nearly depleted health. Dead? I laughed. If it were that easy to die, I would have been gone thousands of years ago. Just as the fire punch was about to hit my face, San Er's purple extreme magic, I seemed to notice something, and he exclaimed, "Martial soul possession? That's right. I'm done hiding. Time to reveal my true self. Come forth, human-faced demon spider." A gigantic spider phantom emerged behind me, then instantly disintegrated, transforming into a fierce set of armor that covered my body. 8 sharp spider spears shot out from my back, half of my face covered by a skull mask, and my entire demeanor changed completely. Meng Dun was also shocked, but he reacted quickly, roaring, "Lava giant, possession." In an instant, he transformed into a stone giant over 2 meters tall, completely clad in indestructible rocky armor. Clang! Clang! We collided instantly, my 8 spider spears wildly stabbing into him. Sparks flying, but they couldn't pierce his turtle shell. His fists came crashing down one after another, all blocked by my spider spears. We fought fiercely, and it turned out to be a stalemate. At that moment, I noticed Meng Dun's gaze flickering. He was looking for Sui Er, an opportunity. I seized the fleeting moment when he was distracted, and 8 spider spears converged into one point, fiercely stabbing towards his heart. But his defense was truly outrageous. It was still blocked. Just when he thought he had defended against it and was preparing to counterattack, a ghostly figure appeared behind him. It was Sue Wire. She had somehow circled around to his back. First soul skill, piercing strike. The 1000-mechanism umbrella instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light, moving so fast that he couldn't react in time. With a soft thud, it pierced through his back, the tip of the umbrella emerging from his chest. Meng Dun's body stiffened. He looked down at the umbrella tip in his chest, then glanced at me, and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing helplessly to the ground. I lost. After saying that, he simply closed his eyes. I released the possession, walked over to him, and said to Sue Wire, "P.S. mine." Then my human-faced demon spider opened its bloody maw and directly devoured him. Goodness, just as I dealt with one here. The headquarters of the Sunfire Guild exploded on the other side. Let me tell you, I can already imagine what their guild channel is like. Definitely a bunch of people crying and wailing, saying things like the vice president has knelt down. How can they fight now? And what happened? The president, named Lai Yinhao, came out and shouted a couple of slogans, saying that losing a game is fine, but Tang San must die. Goodness. These people acted as if they were pumped up with adrenaline, suddenly feeling capable again. That president was even there getting emotional, saying that difficulties can't defeat him. Seriously, dude, your vice president was just eaten as a snack by me, and you're still being tough here. On the other side, the 3 of us were riding in a carriage and had just left Soto City not far when I was enjoying life with a blue silvergrass in my mouth. Suddenly, I checked my phone and was stunned. The World Channel and Regional Channel were filled with our real-time coordinates, like a live broadcast. The Sunfire Guild really knows how to wage an information war. Sue Wire, that woman, was teasing me next to me. "Oh, you're recovering pretty fast." I just lay back in the carriage and said, "Of course, you're not even concerned about me." She huffed, surprisingly not continuing to argue with me. "Hey, this woman is quite interesting." Tang San, who was driving next to me, was watching us and chuckling, probably imagining some romantic drama in his head. I couldn't be bothered with him and shouted at Sue Wire, "Hey, our route's been exposed. Should we change paths?" Guess what? She asked me to call her sister Wei. "Fine, sister, you have the final say." Only then did she leisurely say that changing routes now would be useless. Whatever we could think of, the other side could surely think of too, and they might have set up an ambush already. I thought about it and realized she was right. These players were as familiar with the plot as their own backyard, leaving us with no information advantage. Sue Wei suddenly changed the subject and asked how my injuries were. I couldn't help but laugh and said, Look, you still say you don't care about me. Who understands, just because I made a sarcastic remark?" This woman kicked me straight off the galloping carriage. I was stunned at that moment, rolling on the ground for several times, covered in dirt. Tang San in front even stupidly asked, "Where's brother phone?" Sue Wei, without missing a beat, said he had to relieve himself. I can't believe you. The prettier the woman, the better they are at lying. This silly boy Tang San has a lot to learn in the future. I just got up from the ground, and before I had a chance to catch up and curse, a chilling sense of danger suddenly washed over me from the direction of Soto City. Let me tell you, that feeling was like being stared at suddenly by the principal from the back door during school, absolutely terrifying. I licked my lips, and without saying a word, I activated my martial soul, the human-faced demon spider. First soul skill, precognition. Let me tell you, this skill is simply an official cheat. The scenes from the next 30 seconds start playing directly in my mind. In a vision, a burst of flame shoots in from the distance. All right, I understand. Second soul skill, explosive flame gun. A long spear engulfed in blazing flames instantly forms in my hand. Without even aiming, I throw it like a javelin toward an open space 2 kilometers away, and whoosh, it flies out. The spear pierces through the air, and the next second, it collides perfectly with a ghostly figure at the position I foresaw. With a loud bang, a mushroom cloud rises into the sky. The explosion catches the attention of Tang San and Su Wire. Amidst the fiery waves, a bird call that sounds like a cow suddenly emerges. And then a giant bird engulfed in flames soars into the sky. With a flap of its wings, it absorbs all the flames from my explosive flame gun. Wow, the scene is absolutely breathtaking. I know, the main character has arrived, Flame Tyrant. This Birdman's appearance disrupts my previous foresight, so I immediately activate again. A new future scene appears, and I see his next attack trajectory. Want to show off? No way. I raise my hand and unleash another explosive flame gun, directly anticipating his anticipation. That Flame Tyrant is also a crafty one. After being accurately hit twice in a row, he immediately reacts, realizing I can predict his movements. He stops playing games with me, flapping his wings as a rain of fire sweeps towards me like a Gatling gun. That is not just fire rain. It's practically a bullet barrage. I check my foresight, and this move is just an appetizer. The subsequent combo is the real killer move. Without a second thought, I activate my strongest form, Toxic Armament, and the man-faced demon spider possesses me. 8 spider spears instantly unfold, maximizing my defense. The fire rain crashes against me with a clanging sound, but I feel nothing. Then, the flames on the ground suddenly transform into pillars of fire, surrounding me in a cage. His second soul skill, Flame Prison. I never intended to break this cage, because I knew that his true killing move was coming. That firebird, no. It was a mutated vermilion bird, engulfed in golden-red flames, transforming into a streak of light, carrying an aura that made me feel death was approaching, charging directly towards me. Third soul skill, Vermilion Bird's Fiery Charge. My mind was about to explode, and I thought, what the heck, let's go for it. I figured, since I can swallow anything as a face-eating spider, why not? Eat it. Although I had never tried it before, what if I exploded? But then I thought, I'm about to die anyway, so who cares if I explode? I steeled my heart, opened my mouth, and prepared to welcome that earth-shattering blow. Just at that critical moment, a pleasant female voice rang in my ear. Your breath smells so good. I instinctively opened my eyes and saw Su Wire's pretty face just inches away. I didn't even realize when she appeared in front of me and hugged me. I panicked and asked, what are you doing here? Are you out of your mind? She opened that 1,000-mechanism umbrella, turned her back to the oncoming flaming phoenix, and retorted, shut up. I tell you, in less than a second, I watched as that vermilion bird was about to crash into us. Suddenly, with a whoosh, everything in front of me blurred, and we instantly disappeared from our spot. Reappearing on a carriage several kilometers away, where I had been standing, an explosion comparable to a nuclear blast occurred. Wow, this woman's umbrella is a space transporter. Back on the carriage, Su Wei looked at me with a smile. Don't you have anything to ask? I pouted and closed my eyes to rest. Ask. Would you even answer? The secrets this woman has exceed mine. After that battle, that guy, Lai Yin Hao, was stunned by Su Wei's teleportation and didn't dare to chase us. He just threw out a harsh remark and slipped away. But the trouble was just beginning. The 3 of us became the coveted target of all players in the game, with waves of people blocking our way, seemingly without care. All for my brother Tang San's bit of protagonist aura. These players really focus on emotional value. They can't fight, but excel at dying first. We kept stopping and starting like this, even exhausting the horse. In the end, we were surrounded by over 2,000 players. I was so angry I almost laughed. They really think highly of us, sending over 2,000 people to hunt down just the 3 of us. So Weidiman got him, saying these people were just waiting to pick up the scraps. Tang San looked pale at the sight of this situation. As soon as I saw the soul rings of these people, I was taken aback. Wow, yellow and purple, with only 1,000-year ring at most. Are they here to cosplay the best soul ring ratio theory? I felt relieved. I told Tang San to control the situation from the back while I went all out. After saying that, I charged forward, my spider demon martial spirit activated, and I swept my 8 spider spears, cutting through them like chopping vegetables, taking down one little kid with each punch. Just when I was getting into the groove and preparing to clear the field, I suddenly felt something was off. In the sky, thousands of flying swords buzzed and rose into the air, starting to circle above us, gathering and forming a massive pyramid sword formation. I quickly activated my foresight, and good heavens, I saw that those thousands of swords would ultimately combine into a sword as big as a mountain. And then with one strike, the 3 of us would be instantly vaporized, not even leaving a speck of dust. That scene was simply like the mercy of Buddha, a physical version of transcendence. I was drenched in cold sweat at that moment, shouting at Su Wire, "Sister Wei, hurry! Find those bastards hiding in the dark." At the same time, I conjured 2 explosive flame guns with both hands and threw them into the sky without hesitation, desperately trying to disrupt the gathering of those flying swords. Su Wire also realized the seriousness of the situation. She swung her 1,000 mechanisms umbrella, sending out 12 illusionary flower umbrellas in all directions. The next second, she disappeared entirely. Tang San was also very capable, acting without my command. The web of blue silvergrass was unleashed, directly restraining the incoming mob. One of us focused on offense while the other controlled the situation, working together seamlessly. As for Su Wire, she used those illusionary flower umbrellas as teleportation points, her figure constantly flashing at the edge of the battlefield. Each appearance was accompanied by a scream. She was like a top-notch assassin, precisely taking out the soul masters, controlling the flying swords hiding in the back, one by one. Before long, a large portion of the sword formation in the sky was missing, unable to take shape anymore. I breathed a sigh of relief, just about to suggest dealing with the remaining riffraff, but the sense of unease in my heart grew stronger. I made a quick decision and shouted to Tang San, "This place is not suitable for staying long. Let's retreat." While we were fighting fiercely, there was a short figure in the crowd, standing at less than 4 meters tall, named Lu Weiming. He was much smarter than those mindless chargers. He didn't participate in the siege at all. Instead, he analyzed our route and directly deduced our ultimate destination, the Stardow Forest. This guy took a shortcut, planning to intercept us at the endpoint. As a result, when he opened the world channel, he was dumbfounded. The players from the Spirit Hall were even more ruthless. They had directly sealed off all the entrances to the outer edge of the Stardow Forest, playing it tough and not allowing anyone in, clearly wanting to monopolize the fat piece of meat that was Tang San. Things were becoming increasingly complicated. Meanwhile, the 3 of us, after shaking off countless waves of pursuers, arrived at our destination, exhausted. Finally, the familiar damp air rushed towards us. Stardow Forest, I have returned. Let me tell you, that feeling was incredible. I felt like I was completely surrounded by negative oxygen ions. I couldn't help myself and opened my arms for a big hug, feeling like every pore was singing conquer. But then, Su Wire next to me rolled her eyes so hard it almost reached the back of her head, looking at me as if I was crazy, still mumbling that the pursuers were about to arrive. I thought to myself, "Sister, you can rest assured. The outskirts of this starry forest are currently the territory of the Spirit Hall. Those domineering presidents wouldn't let anyone just walk in." But she shot back at me, naive. I couldn't hold back my smile at that moment, and I asked her, "What do you mean?" She coldly replied, "The literal meaning. Does anyone understand this? How are we supposed to chat now?" The mistress was a peacemaker, quickly stepping in to mediate, saying that we are a team and need to unite, and finally added, "Great effort brings miracles." As soon as I heard it, I knew it was something I taught. Then, Su Wire's gaze, filled with death, swept over to me in an instant, as if her eyes were saying, "Is it you who taught these terrible jokes again? What can I do?" I can only shrug. The next moment, her 1,000 machine umbrella was directly pointed at my face. "Draw your sword." I am speechless. Does this girl really have a bad mood every month for 30-something days? I said, "Are you sick?" And she got even more excited, yelling, "Draw your sword." Fine, fine, draw it if you want. Who's afraid? Just when the atmosphere between us was about to drop to freezing point, suddenly, a round of applause echoed from the side. I turned around, and wow, a guy in Soul Hall armor was there, giving himself a dramatic background music. "Please welcome our main character to the stage." "Who are you, buddy? Did you walk into the wrong scene?" He even dramatically tossed his head, saying, "Let's warmly welcome your main character, Ling Huxiu." I exchanged a glance with Su Wire, and we both thought, "Idiot." Ling Huxiu completely missed our disdain and continued to say to herself, Your main character has already appeared. Put down Tang San. You could go get your box lunch now. Let me tell you, that Shinibu vibe was simply overwhelming, almost choking me. At that moment, I couldn't be bothered with him and directly turned to apologize to Su Weiwei. I said, Sister Wei, I was wrong. I was too naive. Su Weiwei probably didn't expect me to be so straightforward, and she was stunned for a moment before actually smiling and reaching out to pat my head, saying, knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them is what makes a good kid. Wow, that smile had quite an impact. As a result, Ling Huxiu saw that we were ignoring him and started performing again, walking towards Tang San while chanting, your death is justice. For the greater good, please die. Su Weiwei quickly stepped in front of Tang San and coldly asked him 3 questions. Justice? Greater good? What's wrong with you? Are you out of your mind? This guy was really out of his mind. Without even looking at Su Weiwei, he went straight for the attack. Su Weiwei reacted quickly, swinging her 1,000-machine umbrella to meet him head-on. I sensed something was off as soon as I saw the situation. With so many people from the Spirit Hall, letting just him in had to be suspicious. Sure enough, when Su Wei's attack hit him, it was like a scraping treatment. Completely useless. I quickly followed up with my second soul skill, the explosive flame gun, and guess what happened? He raised his left wrist, and with a clang he sent me flying, then threw a punch straight at my stomach. I was thinking about dodging, but it turned out he might have miscalculated his height. With a punch that landed with a thud, it hit me square in the face. I flew backward, and the mistress caught me, but slid quite a distance. I spat out a mouthful of blood and said, I was furious at that moment. You don't hit someone in the face, do you understand? This is definitely out of jealousy for my good looks. I summoned the faceless demon spider directly, armed with deadly poison, and possessed it. I had to take him down today. Su Wei'er also unleashed her ultimate move, with 12,000 machine umbrellas flying in the sky. As a result, that Ling Huxiu directly exploded his soul rings. Good heavens, 3 10,000-year soul rings in a row. What defensive prowess, offensive prowess, and speed prowess, they all have such cheesy names. But the effects are truly freakish, doubling attack, defense, and speed. With a bang, the combined attack from me and Su Wei'er completely missed. He was nowhere to be seen. The next second, I felt another pain in my face and was sent flying again. This guy was too fast and was specifically targeting me, claiming that the 8 spider spears were the source of sin and that the faceless demon spider should be exterminated. I was furious at the time. Who do you think you are? Full of righteousness and morality, judging me? Ever since you players arrived, you've turned this Dolua continent into a mess. You are the most guilty ones. I shouted directly at the system. Awaken, true form of the soul beast, human-faced demon spider. With a roar, my whole body began to swell and transform in the black light. I could feel Su Wei'er and Xiao San's shocked gazes, especially Su Wei'er, whose expression was so complicated, shock, disgust, and a bit disappointment. Who understands, family? 1 second I was still human, and the next I turned into a giant spider. Who can handle that? As a result, Ling Huxiu, watching me transform into a giant spider, was surprisingly unafraid and even said that the god would forgive my sins. I thought to myself, which god do you believe in that's so unserious? He directly revealed the 4th 10,000-year soul ring, shouting a soul skill name that almost made me throw my back out. 4th soul skill, Tihua Zhixiu. I almost lost my balance at that moment. Dude, are you here to fight or to shoot a hand sanitizer commercial? His 4th soul skill is even more insane. The damage value has doubled. Now all his attributes are doubled, and his combat power is off the charts. He dares to rush up and confront me head on. Bang, bang, bang. Wow. His set of fist techniques is like he's cheating. It's pushing my huge spider body back repeatedly. The authentic Shaolin fist technique under soul power enhancement delivers solid damage with every punch, completely overwhelming me. Finally, with a loud bang, a heavy punch sent me flying. My stomach was pierced, and blood was spilled all over the ground. I felt that it was all going to end. Ling Huxiu wiped his hands and turned to deal with Su Wei'er and the mistress. Just as his fist was about to hit Su Wei'er's face with a whoosh, a strand of spider silk directly stuck to his hand. That's right, I've stood up again. My body specializes in super rapid regeneration. Ling Huxiu was shocked, pulling at the spider silk in an attempt to drag me over, only to find that he couldn't move me at all. We were at a standoff like this, and he finally began to take me seriously. In the next second, the 5th soul ring on his body lit up, dark and purple. A unique talent, possession, ultimate skill, stunning the whole audience. Damn, all attributes doubled again. This guy is now a monster with quadruple attributes, his combat power nearly matching that of a soul sage. The battle erupted again, even fiercer this time. Every punch he threw had an explosive effect, causing sparks to fly. With a crack, one of my legs was directly broken by him. It was an overwhelming fight, and I felt like a punching bag. Just when I was about to collapse, I suddenly remembered. I hadn't checked in for my system rewards today. Goodness, electronic ibuprofen saved my life. I silently thought of checking in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, 250 soul years. Instantly absorbed. In that moment of inhaling and exhaling, I felt my strength soar, directly breaking through the threshold of 10,000 years of cultivation. That Guy Ling Hu Xiao had an incredibly sharp instinct. He sensed the danger instantly and turned to flee. I let out a cold laugh. Now you want to leave? Too late. With my 8 legs, I quickly blocked his path. He changed direction, but I swiftly extended a spider leg to intercept him again. Seeing he couldn't escape, this guy started to fight back, but he was clearly more cautious, probably betting that I didn't have any hidden skills from a 10,000-year soul beast. I decided to play along, dragging it out and deliberately showing a flaw to make him think he could take me down in one go. Sure enough, he took the bait, launching a more powerful 7-star fist that knocked me back again. Just when he thought victory was in his grasp, I laughed, my terrifying spider face grinning ominously. If you had escaped earlier, you might have had a chance. Unfortunately, you're gambling, and so am I. His heart sank, but he still tried to act tough. What are you pretending for? Show me what you've got. Phoenix. I'll satisfy you. Watch closely. Spider got possession. Ling Hu Xiao's face turned pale instantly. He knew he had messed up this time. Spider God possession was equivalent to the true form of a soul sage, providing comprehensive enhancement at the cost of burning my soul power every second. Su Wire and Shaoxin stood nearby, stunned. The next second, now fully enhanced, I swiped at Ling Hu Xiao with a claw, and with a loud bang, he was sent flying like a cannonball. I tell you, that scene was simply unbelievable. But this Ling Hu Xiao is also a werewolf. I shot a web at him, and it looked like I had stuck his left hand. Guess what? I was shocked. Without saying a word, he pulled out his sword and, with a snap, chopped off his own left arm. Just like that. He sacrificed his arm to escape and disappeared in a flash. I'm completely stunned. This guy really knows how to take action against himself. Seeing the duck that was almost in my grasp fly away makes me feel quite uncomfortable. There's nothing I can do, so I can only stride over on my long legs to that severed arm. I think to myself that his martial soul seems to be on that arm, and I wonder if my devouring skill can reap some benefits. As soon as I think of it, I poke down with a spider leg and then, the system starts to activate. Su Weier beside me looks pale, and her face is as white as a sheet. Let me tell you, with the system's built-in slurping sound effects, the scene is indeed a bit inappropriate for children. I turned around and saw her nearly fainting from shock, so I quickly explained, Hey, don't misunderstand. This is just a system effect, you know? It's just for show. I'm not really into that kind of thing. I'm not that twisted. She still had a look on her face that said she didn't believe me at all. I was at a loss for words. Just about to explain a bit more, when suddenly, a muscular guy jumped out from the bushes with a loud shout. Don't be scared, beautiful. Your hero is here. Good grief, when entrance, all about making a flashy appearance. He charged straight towards Su Weier like a cannonball, but who understands this, folks? Halfway there, he tripped over something, and with a thud, he fell flat on his face, and because he was going too fast, he rolled several times on the ground, finally landing with a splat, his face smacking right against Su Weiwei's calf, and he was drooling. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Both Tang San and I were wide-eyed, thinking, which circus did this guy come from? Su Weier's face instantly turned from pale to a deep shade of anger, and I felt the temperature around us drop by several degrees. Without even looking, she lifted her leg and kicked him with a cold tone. Pervert, get away from me. Bam! That kick was precise and fierce, hitting the guy right in the stomach. He doubled over, spitting out blood, and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Even more exaggerated than when I had just sent Ling Hu Xiao flying. At that moment, I had one thought. Oh my gosh, when a woman gets serious. Men really have no place in it. Tang San was also startled, probably already engraving the phrase, don't mess with Sister Wei in his mind. But this wasn't over yet. After kicking the guy, Su Weier was still not satisfied. Disgusted, she looked at the saliva mark on her calf, getting angrier by the minute. She walked over to the guy, grabbed his shirt, and started wiping her leg. That wasn't enough. Feeling like she had dirted the shirt, she kicked the already unconscious guy fiercely again. I exchanged a silent glance with Tang San, and we tacitly took 3 big steps back. This thing is too terrifying. After Su Weier finished venting, Tang San dared to ask me quietly, Feng Ge, why haven't you changed back yet? I sighed. I wanted to, but my skill is on cooldown. I have to wait until midnight to switch back to human form. That kid Tang San is quite carefree after hearing that. He nodded and even leaned over with a curious look on his face. Brother Feng, can I touch your leg? Your spider spear is so cool. You little brat, fine. Anyway, you have the Xian Jade hand, so you're not afraid of my poison. As soon as I finished speaking, he really started to study it, with such focus that I couldn't help but feel impressed. Just then, Su Wire dragged over the badly beaten Lu Weiming. As soon as she saw our position, her expression changed instantly, as if she was looking at some pervert. What are you two doing? Tang San jumped in shock, quickly got down, his face turning red. No, nothing. He hurriedly changed the subject, pointing at the pig-headed guy and asking, Sister Wei, who is this guy? Is he here to kill me too? Su Wire flicked her hand and threw the guy under my spider leg. You ask him. The guy named Lu Weiming, beaten to the point where he could hardly speak, stammered. I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to help. I thought that big spider was the enemy. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh and smiled at him. If I were the enemy, you'd be the first one to go. Tang San was quite protective of me. You can't say that, Feng Ge. You became like this to save me. Lu Weiming quickly nodded and apologized. Later, when we asked, we found out that we had just finished our fight, but outside, things had already exploded. The entire world channel was flooding with messages mocking the Spirit Hall, saying their experts were begging for survival after being defeated by us, which was a huge embarrassment. Just then, an even crazier move happened. Someone shouted in the world channel that they saw Tang San wandering outside the Stardow forest and even gave them the middle finger. At that moment, all the players went crazy. No matter what Spirit Hall's blockade was, the chance to become a god was right in front of them. A large group of people rushed into the Stardow forest like they were on adrenaline, shouting loudly. But they didn't know it was a trap. As they chased, they discovered dozens of Tang Sans running in different directions ahead. These people were so caught up in the excitement that they didn't find anything wrong. Instead, they thought it was better this way. Fewer people meant less competition. What happened next? After finally catching up to a Tang San, one of them swung down with a knife, and with a splat, that Tang San instantly turned into a puddle of blue water. What the hell? Where'd he go? How did Tang San turn into water? The guy who attacked was dumbfounded, and when the other players saw that Tang San was gone, their anger surged up, and without a second thought, they directed all their fury onto that poor guy, turning him into a pulp right there. The same scene played out all over the forest. Meanwhile, we were comfortably hiding in a secret cave, watching the live broadcast on the World Channel and laughing uncontrollably. That's right, all of this was part of our plan. I looked at the bruised Lu Weiming next to me and couldn't help but say, Brother Weiming, your spirit and plan are really impressive. Tang San also looked a bit frightened. Yeah, those players went crazy. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have escaped at all. Guess what? Lu Weiming's spirit was actually a slime. He used a few strands of my hair as bait and directly created dozens of clones of me with the same aura using the slime, going out to attract aggro and making those players dizzy. This wave was called Attack in the East and Strike in the West, playing a psychological game. After the farce ended, we finally caught our breath. Tang San, Lu Weiming, and I discussed and decided to venture deeper into the Stardow forest. Only by reaching the territory of the 10,000-year soul beasts could we consider it a real safe zone. That night, Tang San and Lu Weiming were so exhausted that they fell asleep early. I sat at the cave entrance keeping watch with Su Wire, and neither of us spoke. After a while, she quietly moved closer and rested her head on my shoulder. I froze all over. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you understand that men and women shouldn't be too close? Just leaning for a moment. Her voice was very soft. I wouldn't let it. I had already leaned in. I knew it was a heavy situation. We exchanged a few words, and then fell silent. Under the moonlight, I could smell the fragrance of her hair and hear her breathing. Surprisingly, the irritation in my heart gradually faded away. By the time I felt my shoulder go numb and turned my head, to my surprise, she had actually fallen asleep. Damn, what happened to just a little while? This woman hasn't said a single truthful word. I wanted to push her away, but looking at her sleeping face, for some reason, my hand just wouldn't move. Forget it. I'll consider her a pillow tonight. Early the next morning, my shoulder was in excruciating pain for being pressed down by Su Wei all night. When El Weiming woke up and saw us leaning against each other, his expression was as if he had seen his prize cabbage being uprooted by a pig, heartbroken. He still wasn't discouraged, and while I went out to find something to eat, he went to flatter Su Wei. Beauty, what do you think of me? I'm so handsome and charming. As a result, Su Wei didn't even lift her eyelids, coldly replying with 2 words, go away. When he still didn't leave, She directly made a scissors gesture and mimed a cutting motion. El Weiming instantly wilted, probably recalling the beating he took yesterday. After quickly eating some wild fruits, the four of us continued on our way. The deeper we went into the forest, the stronger the soul beast became, and finally, we stopped in an area where even 10,000-year-old beasts wouldn't dare to approach easily. Let's build a base here, I said, looking at El Weiming, brother. It's your time to shine. Bring out your slime to get to work. El Weiming had a face full of indignation. So I'm just a construction worker, huh? I nodded in agreement with Tang San. Su Wire added, your martial soul is very suitable for this. Lu Weiming was completely out of patience and resignedly took out his fist-sized blue slime, then looked at me pitifully. Fengge, can I borrow a few strands of hair? Again? Although I was not pleased, I still cut a few strands for him. I saw him stuff my hair into the slime. And then his purple and black soul rings lit up one after another as he chanted. First soul skill, transformation. Second soul skill, half clone. Third soul skill, proliferation. In the next second, a miracle happened. The slime on the ground kept splitting, and in the blink of an eye, 32 Tang Fengs that looked exactly like me appeared before us. I was amazed and walked over to pinch the face of the clone closest to me, exclaiming, wow, this is too handsome. It really is my clone. That clone, being particularly narcissistic, tossed his head and said, of course, with our looks, we're incredibly handsome. Then, the 32 clones plus me, a total of 33 people, struck a flashy pose in unison. You can give up on that. Don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend. A few of the more absurd ones even started singing, and the scene left Tang San and Su Wire dumbfounded. Su Wire couldn't take it anymore, and, holding her forehead, said, stop messing around. Get to work quickly, or we'll run out of time for the clones. I finally put away my playful mood and drew a sketch on the ground. Brothers, take a look. We're going to build a wooden house like this. Can we do it? The 32 clones gathered together and murmured for a while, then turned to look at me in unison and gave a unified answer. Not possible. I slapped the map on the ground, and it got all messed up, all right? I also think it's impossible. Let's try something simple like this. Like this. This time, it should definitely work, right? As a result, those slime clones looked at each other with expressions that said they were unsure but willing to give it a try, which made me laugh. Su Wire and Tang San beside me also looked curious. Let me tell you, Lu Weiming's martial soul is definitely a unique oddity on the entire continent. He has full innate soul power, and yet he ended up with a slime. That's fine, but the key point is that this slime can split, and after splitting, it doesn't even listen to its master. Who understands this, family? This martial soul awakened in vain. Lu Weiming himself had a bitter smile on his face, saying he thought the slime would definitely be strong, but who knew it would be so disappointing. But I could see something was off in his eyes. Sure enough, the next second, those dozens of slime clones all turned their heads and stared at Lu Weiming with intense focus, as if they had caught a thief. I was puzzled and asked him what was going on, and he immediately laughed it off. It's nothing, nothing. Everyone just keep busy, keep busy. His anxious demeanor practically had the words, I have a secret, written all over his face. I still haven't figured it out. And Su Wire next to me scoffed softly and muttered, rogue. Goodness, she must have noticed something. I exchanged glances with Tang San, thinking to myself, this girl really holds a grudge, doesn't she? It's not like he just beat Lu Weiming into a pig's head or anything. Is it really that serious? As a result, when Su Wire turned her head, we both quickly looked up at the sky, leaving her with a head full of question marks. Anyway, the house was built in a chaotic manner, and when the slime time arrived, it disappeared instantly, leaving the wooden house only half constructed. I turned to Lu Weiming and said, Brother Weiming, let's do it again. He spread his hands and replied, Bro, I have no soul power left. I'm not Master Kong. I can't just pull out another bottle. I rolled my eyes and said, a man can't say no. Can't you take some medicine if you're out of soul power? He replied, no. I was really exasperated. I pulled out a small pill from my pocket and tossed it to him, casually teasing. Is your signing in system fake? How come you can't even find a pill? Did you do something unforgivable that even the system despises you? He laughed heartily, and Su Wire next to him was laughing meaningfully. He quickly explained, I really don't have any, I swear. All right, the more you explain, the worse it gets. I couldn't be bothered with him and urged him to take the medicine and get to work. Guess what? This guy really hadn't tried taking medicine to unleash skills. He was genuinely poor before and couldn't afford it. I said, then just give it a try, why not? After all this fuss, we finally built a cozy little nest of 160 square meters in the branches of a few big trees. Let me tell you, life was so comfortable. Every day we breathed fresh air, ate soul beast meat, and our cultivation speed increased significantly. In just a few days, this kid Tang San hit a bottleneck with his soul power and was about to go get his second soul ring. We summed it up and initially wanted to find a ghost vine, but its age was too low and not powerful enough. In the end, we set our sights on the abyssal spider. Goodness, it's yet another one of my kind. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Tang San, do you have a grudge against me? Why do you always target my relatives? But there was no choice. I had to endure it for his sake of becoming stronger. Finding my kind was still an easy task, but the key was how to let him, a soul master, withstand a 10,000-year soul ring. We spent more than half a month forcibly boosting Tang San's physical qualities with various celestial herbs and system rewards. The hunting process was incredibly smooth. But let me tell you, the scene during absorption was terrifying. A 10,000-year soul ring. The energy was like a landslide and tsunami, and Tang San's spiritual world almost shattered right then and there. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance and gave him a small dark green bead to hold in his mouth. This thing directly drilled into his spiritual world and stabilized the situation that was about to collapse. Otherwise, he would have been done for. After he finished absorbing it and emerged from seclusion 3 days later, he shot straight up to level 28 Soul Master. This kid is quite bold. He didn't feel any fear and instead thought that if it weren't for that bead, his level could have been even higher, though his body might have exploded. He also knows about the Haotian hammer now. I told him all about it. The story of soul.Ultimately has long been messed up by us players, and no one can predict what the future holds. That morning, Tang San got up early to practice the purple extreme magic eyes. He was quite diligent. I thought I should go out and find some breakfast, but he didn't come back until the afternoon, and he returned in the evening. Guess what? He didn't come back alone. He was followed by 2 old men and women, and all 3 of them were adorned with colorful decorations. I was shocked at the time and quickly brought the people in to treat their wounds, taking care of their food and drink. Once the 2 elderly people started talking, they couldn't stop. It turned out that Tang San had helped them when they were in trouble, saving the couple. The old man excitedly patted Tang San's hand and said, "Young brother, thank you. Nowadays, young people have forgotten the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and loving the young. They only see money and interests without any love." This one sentence left me, Su Wire, and El Wei Meng in silence. Who understands our families? Why do we suddenly start talking about values? It made us seem like those who have no love. Grandpa Bai and Grandma Sun then decided to stay, but the old couple insisted they didn't want to disturb us and wanted to build a small wooden house nearby to enjoy their world together. All right, I figured out that the main point was companionship. What could we younger ones say? We certainly had to help. As a result, when we got to work, the old couple just sat nearby watching us, occasionally giving pointers, and the scene was hilarious. After the house was built, we brought them food, but the old couple insisted on giving us money. Back and forth, this matter took a turn. That kid El Wei Meng, I don't know how his brain works. He saw a business opportunity. He started actively bringing food to the old couple and then indirectly asked me if we could let the nearby soul bees come over to be neighbors. I didn't think much of it at the time and casually agreed. As a result, 3 days later, he directly brought 7 groups of elderly people marching into our forest, happily wanted to build houses for them. I was stunned and pulled him over to ask, "Explain to me what's going on." He looked innocent and said, "I told you before you agreed, so I went to do it." It was only then that I realized his previous nonsense was actually serious. I asked him in surprise, "Are you really planning to build a city here? Are you crazy? This is the Starry Forest, man." He nodded seriously. "Of course I'm serious. Don't you feel sorry for these old folks? What they lack is not money, but companionship. Well, there is value in that." I waved my hand, "All right, enough talking. If you want to do it, go ahead, I'll help you." He grinned, then "Thank you, brother." I laughed. By age, I'm over 2,000 years old, so you should call me Brother Feng. He was quick to agree. "Sure, if this works out, I'll become your sworn brother." Just as I said okay, Tang San jumped out from behind the door, apparently eavesdropping all along. "Count me in as a sworn brother." So just like that, the 3 of us, me, El Wei Meng, and Tang San, made a solemn vow to the heavens. I became a big brother, but I still felt something was off. Since we made a vow, we couldn't take it lightly. I began to seriously communicate with the ancient soul beasts around us, reasoning with them. If that didn't work, I could always show off my abs, no big deal. To my surprise, things progressed exceptionally smoothly. And a small city for humans and soul beasts to coexist gradually took shape. The main efforts were led by El Wei Meng and Grandpa Bai, who seemed like old friends, planning their retirement city together every day. 1 month, just 1 month. A vibrant city housing over 5,000 elderly people sprang up. Even the system sent me a notification, prompting me to name the city. I was dumbfounded at that moment. never expecting that a good-hearted act would develop into something like this. I thought for a moment and decided to call it First Encounter City. The system chimed, and the naming was successful. The reward knocked me out cold. A 10,000-year soul ring. 1,000 years of cultivation. Immediately after, Lu Weiming rushed over like a madman, spinning me around in his arms. Everyone else also received rewards, and the entire First Encounter City instantly transformed into a sea of joy. Grandpa Bai and a few elders pulled me over and tossed me into the sky. Looking down at the cheering crowd and the soul beast dancing along, I felt a surge in my nose. This is our home. The news of First Encounter City spread across the entire Dulua continent in just one day, and the player channels exploded. While they were still thinking about how to seize a city or conquer a nation, we had directly built a high-rise in the Stardow Forest. My name, Tang Feng, had officially made a mark among the players. But the good times didn't last long. A major incident occurred. A colossal creature, as big as a mountain, appeared near First Encounter City. It was a gigantic black gorilla, nearly 7 meters high at the shoulders, with eyes the size of lanterns shining with a yellow light. The oppressive feeling, it was as if the air had solidified. The king of the forest, Ming. The city descended into chaos. Everyone was trembling in fear, thinking First Encounter City was doomed. Then an old man directly slapped his son in the face and shouted, "If you want to leave, then go. I was born in First Encounter City, and I'll die as a ghost of First Encounter City." Goodness, that fired me up, but I could tell what was going on. I quickly asked Lu Weiming and Grandpa Bai to calm the crowd, then said to Tang San, "Use your purple extreme magic to see if there's a little girl sitting on Ming's shoulder." Su Wire gasped, "Are you saying it's Xiao Wu?" I nodded. "It has to be her. With such a commotion, how could she not come? I should have thought of this earlier." Tang San had already seen clearly and stuttered. "A little girl in a pink uniform. Those legs, so long." I slapped him on the back of his head. "What are you looking at? That's your future wife. Can you have a bit of ambition?" He chuckled and said he got excited just thinking about how beautiful his future wife was. I adjusted his clothes and told him to perform well. First impressions are very important. As a result, his face turned pale, his palms were sweaty, and he said, "Brother Feng, I am nervous." I was really speechless. "Why are you nervous about meeting your wife?" Meanwhile, Xiao had already jumped down from Ming's shoulder. Ming called out to her and then turned to leave. But not far. Xiao Wu hummed a little tune, waiting for us to come over. I walked out side by side with Tang San. As soon as she saw us, she blinked and waved. "Which of you is Tang Feng and which is Tang San?" Tang San hurriedly said, "I am Tang San." Xiao Wu's gaze fell on me, circling around me, her little nose twitching, and suddenly said, "Familiar scent. You seem to be the little spider from back then?" I didn't immediately react. "What little spider?" Tang San beside me had already started to feel jealous. Xiao Wu continued, "You forgot? Back then, you almost got squashed by Ming. It was me who stopped him. Otherwise, you would have been gone long ago." My mind buzzed. It seemed to be true. I quickly bowed seriously and said, "Thank you, Dio, Duya." This Xiao Wu Jia made her laugh out loud, and she was so happy. But as soon as she finished laughing, she saw Tang San beside her, who was staring blankly with drool almost coming out of his mouth. Her laughter suddenly stopped, and her face turned serious. "Pervert. I told you." Tang San's face turned pale in an instant, like a piece of white paper, and he stammered, "No, that's not it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that." Goodness. He was so incoherent that I almost covered my head. Before coming here, I repeatedly reminded him to stay calm and not act like a country dog that had never seen the world. And what happened? In just 1 second, he messed it up. I could see Xiao Wu's face getting colder. So I quickly stepped forward, stood in front of Tang San, cleared my throat, and said, "Ahem, Sister Xiao Wu." I called her sister in a way that made her feel comfortable, and I immediately added, "This is your first time in our Chujian city, right? There's so many fun things here. Let me show you around." Only then did Xiao Wu give me a pleasant smile and nod, saying, "Sure. Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Feng." "Oh, no need to be so formal." I quickly interrupted, "Don't call me Xia Fengzi, just Xiao Feng's fine." She was quite agreeable and said, "All right, Xiao Feng, lead the way." I immediately turned to the side and made a gesture of invitation, leading her into the city. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back and shouted to Tang San, who was still spinning in place. "Hey, Ah-san, you come along too?" Damn, just with this one sentence, guess what? That kid Tang San was like a husky hearing that food was served, completely back to life, bouncing along with his tail wagging so much that I was afraid he would take off. I really couldn't bear to watch. Once we entered the city, it was bustling. Let me tell you, we have our own regional channel for newcomers in the city, like a real-time chat room, where all the grandpas and grandmas are chatting away. As soon as Xiao Wu walked in, the chat exploded. Flower-selling old man. Oh, Xiao Wu is here. So beautiful. Just like my granddaughter when she was little. Fruit-selling old lady. ISNT that, right? Sculpted like jade. Who wouldn't like her? If only my grandson could. Knitting old man. Oh, come on. Your grandson's figure doesn't match up. Xiao Wu and Tang San are the perfect pair. Goodness, these people were directly matchmaking online, making such a joyful noise. Even more outrageous, some started shipping me and Xiao Wu as a couple. Grandma's son. Don't you think Xiao Wu and our little Feng make a good pair too? Grandpa bye, old lady. Stop talking nonsense. I was watching the bullet comments at that time, and my forehead was covered with black lines. To be honest, Xiao Wu is indeed the kind of quirky beauty that everyone would praise as cute. But the problem is, she is the one my brother has his eye on. I understand the principle of not messing with a friend's wife. Besides, she's still so young. I'm not that kind of beast. I'm brainstorming here. And when I turned my head, I saw Tang San. Oh my gosh, he was like a walking ATM machine the whole time. Whatever Xiao Wu glanced at, he would buy it without a second thought. The elderly folks in the city also spoiled her. They would stuff things into her hands when they saw her, just like feeding their own kids. I originally wanted to take the opportunity to give Tang San a hint, telling him not to be so sycophantic. But I couldn't find a chance to speak the whole time. After strolling around, Xiao Wu was very satisfied and ready to leave. Before she left, she jumped over to me and smiled so brightly. Xiao Fengzi, thank you so much today. I had a great time. Come find me to play again next time. I waved my hand and said you're welcome. Next to me, Tang San got anxious, pointing at his own nose and asking, Sister Xiao Wu, what about me? What about me? Xiao Wu perfunctorily replied, oh, thank you too. Just like that, Tang San scratched his head and grinned like a fool, his happiness almost overflowing the screen. At that moment, I had one thought. This guy is definitely not the Tang San I know. Could he be an imposter? After Xiao Wu walked away, I had to wave my hand in front of him to bring him back to reality. Wake up. She's already gone. But he just dreamily said to me, Brother Feng, today is really great. Xiao Wu is really so beautiful, she. I couldn't take it anymore and interrupted him directly. Tang San. I shouted at him, and he was taken aback. I patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, if you keep this up, Xiao Wu will definitely run off with someone else. Don't you realize how you acted today? You're just a total sycophant. And in the end, you'll have nothing, brother. He seemed a bit scared by my words and weakly asked, am I really going to lose Xiao Wu? Of course. I can't stand to see you waste your potential. Come on, let's go back. You need some serious training. We have to get Grandpa Bai and Grandma Sun to give you a proper lesson. I dragged Tang, sent to find Grandpa Bai and Grandma Sunday. As soon as these two old treasures heard about it, they started to act. Grandpa Bai patted Tang San on the head, looking like someone who had been through it all. Don't worry, little guy, who hasn't experienced a heartbreak when they were young. Before he could finish, Grandma Sun slapped him away. Get out of here. Stop talking nonsense. This is not a heartbreak for Xiao San. Besides, when you were pursuing me back then, you were even more foolish than him. Grandpa Bai was unconvinced and felt wronged. Clearly, it was you who kept pestering me every day. I was young and naive and got tricked by you. Grandma Sun immediately exploded, grabbing Grandpa Bai's ear. Oh, you old fool, regretting it now, huh? Kneel on durians for me tonight. My brothers and I next to me are almost laughing our heads off. These two clowns have been making a fuss for a long time, and finally remembered the important matter. Grandpa Bai patted his thigh and said he couldn't do it himself, but he called in a favor and invited our local love guru, Old Wong. We were all confused. Old Wong? The one who is as fat as LV Weiming? Can he do it? Then Grandma Sun said mysteriously, don't underestimate him. When it comes to chasing girls, no one in the whole city understands it better than him. He was quite impressive when he was young. Just as she finished speaking, a loud voice came. Sister Rome. Brother Bai. As if summoned, Old Wong arrived in a rush. He came over, put his arm around Tang San's shoulder, and confidently said, no problem, I'll handle this. You guys can relax. Tang San, right? You're going to stick with me from now on. Without caring whether Tang San agreed or not, he pushed him along and shouted, Brother Bai, I'll take care of him. 1 week of hellish training, and I guarantee you'll get a brand new Tang San. Watching Tang San being taken away as if he were kidnapped, I couldn't help but feel anxious and ask Grandpa Bai is this really okay? Grandpa Bai had a somewhat ambiguous expression. It should be fine. It's just that old Wong-esque taste. Back in our day, what was popular were those clo coats and that style. As soon as the three of us heard this, we instantly had a picture in our minds and could only silently pray for Tang San. Tang San's special training began. That guy, El Weiming, was very curious and found excuses to sneak a peek every day. As a result, on the third day, He ended up getting caught up in it himself and joined the special training as well. As for me, I prefer tranquility and am too lazy to join the crowd. Sue Wire even tried to provoke me. Aren't you going to learn? It's an essential skill for chasing girls. I just want to lie flat. I'm a soul beast. Why bother putting in so much effort? Let me just wallow in my laziness for a while. As a result, she gave me a glance and went out by herself. I was left alone at home, and after cleaning up the dishes, I was bored out of my mind, so I opened the World Chat channel to browse. I thought it would just be meaningless chatter, but as I scrolled, I actually came across a message that completely stunned me. The gist of the message was that there might be a major upheaval in the plot of soul.Ultimately, and the Shrek 7 monsters might be in trouble. My heart sank. I felt like this game was getting increasingly complicated and was no longer something I could control. Just when I was feeling flustered, I accidentally slipped and smashed a plate, cutting my hand in the process. I was really fed up. Misfortunes never come alone. Meanwhile, my poor brother was putting on a grand show in the basement of Old Wang's house. Can you believe it? Tang San and Lu Weiming were dressed in full Peking opera costumes, with heavy makeup on their faces, singing Farewell, My Concubine. What's even crazier is that Tang San was playing Yu. Old Wang said this was to help him immerse himself in a female perspective and understand women's thoughts. If I'd seen the scene at that time, I would probably have died on the spot. Grandpa Bai and Grandma Sun's worries were indeed not unfounded. This special training was really leading people astray. Old Wang was still passionately guiding from the sidelines. No. Xiao San, you need to immerse yourself. Imagine you are the beautiful Yu. Make your voice softer. Yes, just like that. After practicing like this for several days, it finally arrived at the last day of special training. Lu Weiming rushed in urgently, shouting, "Not good, Ah San. Xiao Wu is here." Tang San was in the middle of putting on makeup, and upon hearing this, he was also stunned. Old Wang casually said beside him, "Today's grease paint is specially made. It can't be washed off. Can't be washed off." I can imagine Hao's face was at that moment. It was really going to be a disaster. And guess what happened? Old Wang snatched the colored pen from Tang San's hand and chuckled. This idea is not bad. At this point, there was no choice but to bite the bullet and show you what real skill looks like. Saying that, he quickly made a few strokes on the foundation of Tang San's Yu makeup, and with a flurry of operations, he turned him into a beautiful monkey king. When the two of them arrived here, I was having dinner with Xiao Wu and Su Wire. As soon as Tang San walked in, he joyfully shouted, "Sister Xiao Wu." As soon as I looked up, the sip of tea I had just taken sprayed out all at once. I pointed at him, struggling to find my words. "San, what? What role are you playing?" He had a monkey face painted with golden eyes and a fiery look, and he was wearing a modified costume that was simply explosive. As a result, Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes, circled around Tang San, and not only was she not scared away, but she also curiously asked, "The Monkey King?" I have to tell you, at that time, I was squatting in the bushes with Lu Weiming, and when we heard Xiao Wu call out "Beautiful Monkey King," we almost laughed out loud like pigs. Wow, Tang San's style is really wild. He went on a date with a full Peking opera face paint. Is this some kind of new performance art? That kid Lu Weiming even explained to me that he originally wanted to stop him, but the paint Old Wang gave was too special and couldn't be washed off. So Tang San simply decided to go all out and finish it. I rolled my eyes to the sky, thinking this date was definitely going to fail. But guess what? We secretly followed them to the Lotus Pond and saw them sitting in a small boat, their feet splashing in the water, and Xiao Wu was laughing so hard. She was all over the place. I leaned in to listen and almost got sent away directly. That kid Tang San was telling Xiao Wu modified stories. Something like Bai Sujin wasn't paired with Su Xian, but with Bai Longma. Cinderella wasn't wearing crystal shoes, but Bai Jingjing. And Sun Wukong didn't run away with Zixia Fairy. The one riding the white horse wasn't a prince, but Tang Sung. I tell you, if teacher Lu heard this story, he would have rushed over with a train to give him a couple of whacks. But Xiao Wu just loved this stuff. She even seriously asked Tang San which character he liked the most. Tang San went all out, cleared his throat, and started reciting lines from a Chinese Odyssey. As a result, Xiao Wu shook her head and said it wasn't that part. Then with a look of longing said, "My ideal partner is a heroic figure. One day he will come to marry me riding on colorful clouds." Wow, at that moment, the atmosphere had Tang San completely stunned. And then he solemnly promised to pick her up on colorful clouds in the future. TSK, although it was awkward, I must say, it was a bit sweet. After their date ended, I jumped out with El Weiming to catch them, and Tang San was already so happy he didn't know where he was. His mind filled with the thought of seeing Xiao Wu again tomorrow, looking so silly it was hard to watch. But when I got home, I exploded. Su Wire, wanting us to go out and gossip, volunteered to wash the dishes, and now look, half of the trash can is filled with broken plates and bowls, and her 10 fingers are wrapped up like a mummy. I was initially furious, ready to explode, but when I saw her pitiful look trying to hide her hands, I swallowed my words. Sigh, forget it, forget it. The young lady is experiencing life, and the main point is participation. That kid Tang San was particularly perceptive, suggesting we go out to celebrate. How could I disagree? Let us go. Well, happy times are always short, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed, and Xiao was going to Notting Academy. Tang San became listless, like a stone waiting for a husband every day. Just a couple of days after Xiao Wu left, trouble struck. Early in the morning, while practicing the purple extreme demon eye, Tang San noticed a bunch of shadowy figures sneaking around outside the city. As soon as I heard it, my scalp went numb. I immediately shouted in the regional channel, urging everyone to retreat quickly. Disband. All good things must come to an end. I stayed behind with Wei Ming to buy some time. I had no choice. Chujian City is just an empty shell now. Without defenses, how could these elderly and weak people fight? And what happened? I really want to cry. These grandpas and grandmas directly rebelled in the channel. They all said they were old bones, with nowhere to go except Chujian City, and they were determined to fight to the death against those little brats, vowing to protect their homeland. Who understands my family? I've never been this speechless in my life. I told them to run, but they insisted on staying to help. The plan was all messed up. I could only urgently activate Plan B. I said to Lu Weiming, I need to borrow your slime. Tang San was still covering his head, afraid I'd pull his hair for spell materials. Lu Weiming chuckled and said he secretly saved some when he cut Tang San's hair last time. I really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Grandpa Bai and the others brought a group of people and broke in, looking like they were heading to the battlefield. I had no choice but to let Lu Weiming perform on the spot. Suddenly, his slime went puff and instantly transformed into over 30 identical Tang Sans. I shouted at them, see? We have a way. Hurry and retreat. Don't make things harder for us. This time, they were finally intimidated. I quickly signaled to Tang San and the others to rush outside the city with their people. Our plan was to use the clones to draw the enemy away, running in groups of 4 all over the mountains to buy time for the grandpas and grandmas to evacuate. But despite all my calculations, I still overlooked one step. These enemies were not fools. They'd seen Lu Weiming's trick before. We thought we were luring the tiger away from the mountain, but in the end, they turned the tables on us. Boom! A huge explosion came from the direction of Chujian City, flames shooting into the sky. My heart sank, and I quickly switched to the World Channel. When I looked, I was about to explode with anger. Those bastards were flooding the channel, saying that if Tang Feng didn't want those old folks to die, he had to bring Tang San back. One life for the lives of a city. They actually took the grandpas and grandmas as hostages. Tang San's eyes turned red at once, and he yelled, wanting to rush back. I grabbed him tightly. You can't go. It's a trap. What about Grandpa Bai and the others? Are you going to let me watch them die? He yelled at me. I couldn't say a word. The moment I loosened my grip, Su Wire rushed forward and slapped Tang San hard, leaving him stunned. Can you calm down a bit? What good does rushing out do now? They'll just kill everyone in front of you, and then kill you. Su Wire shouted, and she was right. But reason is one thing, and emotions are another. Looking at Tang San's almost shattered expression and thinking about those stubborn yet lovable old men and women in the city. Damn it. I took a deep breath and decided, Grandpa Bai and the others will be handled by me and Wei Ming. You and Sister Wei will support us from behind and act according to the situation. That guy, LV Wei Ming, was originally quite cowardly. But after glancing at Tang San and recalling the Brotherhood, he steeled himself and nodded. Tang San looked at me and asked in a hoarse voice, Brother Feng, do you have a plan? I forced a smile that was uglier than crying and shook my head. No. But what can I do? Should I just stand by and watch someone die? I directly patted San on the shoulder and said to him, what are you panicking about? Have you forgotten what my first soul skill is? For the next 30 seconds, as long as I can see it, everything can be reversed. At that time, you better widen your purple extreme demon eyes and Wei Jia, get your 1,000 machine umbrella ready. Let's pull off some extreme maneuvers. The guy next to us, Lu Weiming, still looked confused and said it didn't seem to have anything to do with him. I rolled my eyes at him and said, you think I don't know what your new soul skill is? Hurry up. Don't make me force you to be devoured. Well, as soon as I said that, he immediately backed down. Under the shocked gazes of San and Wei Jia, he summoned his slime. Let me tell you, his 4th soul skill is incredible. After possessing the martial soul, it can 100 clone all of a person's attributes and abilities. I interrupted his endless explanation and said, buddy, There's no time to read the manual. Transform quickly. In the next second, there was a flurry of action. San transformed into Lu Weiming, and Lu Weiming transformed into San. That slime looked at Lu Weiming with disdain, as if it wanted to carve the word disgust on its face. Family. You know how abstract this master must be for their martial soul to look down on them like this. And the result? Even with our rush, I tell you, we were still a step too late. By the time we arrived, the initial city was already in flames. Those players were simply inhumane. A bunch of old men and women had all been captured as hostages, each one injured, and they were being held at the city gate. I immediately saw Grandpa Bai, who had just struggled to stand up when a player kicked him to the ground. Grandma's son shouted for the old man and tried to rush over her, but she was also knocked down. The most despicable one was the leader, named Mo Wentian, who stepped on Grandpa Bai's back while another player kicked the two of them together, then stepped right on the hands that the two elderly people were trying to hold. And he was laughing like crazy. I was so angry that my rage shot up to the top of my head. Those bastards. I pushed the fake San, also known as LV Weiming, and walked over. The one called Mo Wentian, with his rat-like eyes, clearly wasn't a good person. He asked me to prove that San was real, throwing a sword at me and telling me to stab him once. What could I do? Under the roof of another, I had no choice but to comply. I drew the sword and made a cut on LV Weiming's hand. And that kid was quite the actor, letting out a howl that was truly pathetic. I placed my sword against his neck and coldly looked at Mo Wentian. Now, do I have the right to negotiate? That bastard was surprisingly straightforward, saying that as long as I handed over Tang San, the hostages would be released. I had a million doubts in my heart, but I still let him release the people first. Watching those elderly men and women leave, glancing back 3 times, I finally felt relieved. But that bastard Mo Wentian stubbornly refused to release Grandpa Bai and Grandma's son, saying he needed to keep some leverage in his hands. I understood at that moment that this matter could not end well. As soon as all the elderly people had evacuated to safety, I immediately signaled Sister Wei and dashed over to pick up Grandpa Bai and Grandma's son, retreating backward. It turned out to be a trap. That bastard Mo Wentian reacted quickly. His soul ring lit up, and that sword he had thrown to me earlier flew back in an instant, heading straight for the 2 elderly people in my arms. Let me tell you, that sword was actually his martial spirit. A flash of light passed by, so fast that I couldn't stop it in time. I knelt down at that moment, my mind blank, holding the bodies of the 2 elderly people whose warmth was slowly fading. Tears couldn't stop flowing. Just then, Mo Wentian's sword flew towards L Weiming again. But Sister Wei's 1000-mechanism umbrella appeared with a clang, blocking the attack and taking L Weiming away. The duck that was almost in hand flew away, and Mo Wentian, furious, ordered his subordinates to chase after them. Then he walked step by step towards me, raised his sword, and stabbed it into my shoulder, following it up with a flurry of punches and kicks. But I held on tightly to the 2 elderly people, not retreating an inch. Then, something particularly mysterious happened. Suddenly, Grandpa Bai and Grandma's son's bodies started to glow, and their martial souls, a pair of ancient long swords, flew out, transforming into 2 beams of light that enveloped me. The kind phantoms of the 2 elderly people appeared before me, stroking my head and saying I was a good child. Then with a bang, they turned into 2 streams of light and directly merged into my body. I stood there in a daze. The bodies of the 2 elders had vanished, leaving only their martial souls behind. What a trick! Mo Wentian saw me in a daze and stabbed at me with another sword. I suddenly looked up, and I can tell you, I had only one thought at that moment. Kill, for soul rings instantly rose from beneath my feet, black, 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 and one bottomless black. 2 swords appeared out of thin air in my hands, Ganjiang and Mo Xie. 4th soul skill, dual sword fusion. With a wave of my hands, 2 enormous sword energies combined into one. That sword energy, as if it had opened up a realm of its own, instantly crossed space and directly turned Mo Wentian into dust on the spot. I took revenge on him, but I couldn't feel happy at all. I looked at the sea of flames and directly opened my mic in the world channel. I Tang Feng, vow that anyone who steps into the starry forest and harms my family will not be spared. Anyone who dares to offend me in Chujian City will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Well, the world channel exploded. Some people cursed me while others supported me. But who cares? I was already blinded by rage. Su Wei'er came to persuade me, but I ignored her. With my sword, Ganjiang, and Mo Yi, I began my hunt. As a result, I ran into someone named Lai Yan Hao, whose martial soul was a broken bird, the vermilion bird, and he was also one of the leaders of the 5 major guilds. After a fierce battle, He shattered my two new swords with one move, and I thought it was over. But guess what? The shards of the sword fused directly with my faceless spider and 8th spider spear. This wave is called your end, my rebirth. My first 2 spider spears directly transformed into incredibly sharp sword blades. That brat Lianheo thought he had already won and was crazily outputting damage. I directly activated my first soul skill, precognition. His next move, where he was going to run, was like a slow-motion replay in my eyes. Did he think he could escape using the recoil from his ultimate move? No way. Just when he thought he was about to escape, I'd already flashed behind him. 3rd soul skill, Flower of the Earth. All attributes directly quadrupled. Then I followed up with my brand new 4th soul skill, the dual sword fusion from the 8 spider spears. A crescent moon sword light over 8 meters high directly sent him and his bird flying. I took out 2 guild leaders, leaving 2 remaining. As a result, these guys all hid, and I couldn't find anyone after searching for a long time. Just then, a sand slime clone rushed over in a panic, saying they had been captured again. Those old men and women who had just been released fell back into the enemy's hands. I tell you, at that moment, the last thread of my rationality snapped. I directly roared at the system. Awaken, true form of the soul beast, the human-faced demon spider. With a bang, I transformed into a gigantic human-faced demon spider, and that urge for slaughter could no longer be suppressed. I let the slime jump onto my back, and with all 8 legs at full power, I charged in the direction they indicated. Just as I arrived, a clueless player mistook me for a wild monster and rushed up, trying to deliver a free kill, but I pierced him through with my spear, leaving him completely chilled. It was at that moment that the system's notification sound rang out. I suddenly realized, damn, killing these invaders actually increases my soul years. I lost so much experience by not transforming. ISNT this just like giving me a private server cheat? Let me tell you, this system is definitely tsundere. It only rewards me with experience if I transform into spider form. I fought in human form for so long. It turns out it was all for nothing. This feeling is so exhilarating. Does anyone understand? Every strike I make, the soul years keep rising. Isn't this way more thrilling than signing in? It's just like being on drugs. I can't stop it all. At that moment, I had only one thought. Don't stop me. I want to go all out. I even started to suspect that this system is intentionally trying to PUA me, wanting to turn me into the #1 villain in Dolawa continent. A global enemy or something. Who cares? Anyway, these bastards are no good. Killing them is fine. I still Haven T avenged Grandpa Abai and Grandma San. I've got this fire bottled up inside me. I charged forward along a path of severed limbs and broken arms, full of killing intent. Soon, while I was having a great time, that bunch of bastards noticed me. Of course, with such a huge human-faced demon spider, it would be hard not to be discovered. It's Tang Feng. Someone shouted from the crowd. Good grief. As soon as they saw me, they stopped chasing my 3rd brother and turned to rush towards me. Just him alone? Kill him. Forget about Tang San. Let's take down this big spider first. Then, let me tell you, an incredibly ridiculous scene unfolded. A whole crowd surrounded me, but they didn't attack all at once. What were they doing? They started lining up. Yes, you heard it right. One by one, they came up to serve me food. I was confused at that moment. What kind of bewildering behavior award is this? In the game, this is definitely a case of an actor. Not reporting them would be unfair to my performance. Instead, I became alert. What are these people really up to? Are they deliberately stalling for time? I was still puzzled at the time, and later I found out that my 3rd brother and the others were also stunned. As they were running, they realized that the pursuers had disappeared. My 3rd brother quickly climbed a tree and used his purple extreme demon eye like a military-grade telescope. When he looked, he was shocked to see that I was also surrounded. He told Lu Weimeng and Su Wire, and those guys realized that this group was surrounding us without attacking, just like a performance. Lu Weimeng and Su Wire immediately reacted. Puppet Master. That's right. There was an old six manipulating things behind the scenes. A guy named Di Luotian, whose martial soul is the Puppet Master, can turn all his subordinates into marionettes and even buff them up. This guy knows management. He directly standardized the martial souls of the guild members, using a knife, shield, and bow set, focusing on a cyber military training theme. Just when I was still confused, those actors suddenly stopped moving and then simultaneously revealed their martial souls. Sword come. That grandson Di Luotian shouted from the shadows. In an instant, thousands of sword martial souls appeared at the same time, followed by shields and bows. My heart sank, knowing the main event was about to begin. 3rd soul skill. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Damn, that scene. The sky was dark and filled with swords. One sword multiplied into dozens, hundreds of thousands of swords raining down on me. At the same time, there were also arrows and shield formations. Who could withstand this? I was so scared that I went on a rampage, but it was completely useless. Just as I was about to be shot into a sieve, in a moment of desperation, I directly channeled my soul power into my two long legs. Oh no, I mean my front pincers. Hey, guess what? I actually managed to force out a self-created soul skill, and two sword energies flew out in a cross pattern, a cross slash. Although the power was average, it cleared a small area of enemies. The one called Di Luo Tian was shocked in the shadows, probably wondering how this man-faced demon spider could use a swordsman skill. How inappropriate. But he didn't give me a chance to catch my breath. Something even more brutal was coming. Fourth soul skill. 10,000 swords returned to truth. Fourth soul skill. Scarlet Flame Arrow. The rain of swords stopped, and then began to combine in the sky. With a series of clicks, they transformed into a gigantic sword that could pierce the heavens. Lightning started to gather on it, crackling, making my scalp tingle. At the same time, flaming arrows rained down like meteors, knocking me around and leaving me unable to interrupt their fusion. I only had one feeling at that moment. It's over. Cultivation is certainly important, but life is even more important. I can't hesitate any longer. The spider god possesses me. I unleash my ultimate move. Let me tell you, it felt like downing a bottle of Dongpong special drink after an all-night gaming session. Instantly wide awake and ready to fight for another 500 years. My power surged, and I charged into the crowd, crazily harvesting my enemies. The system's notification sound echoed frantically in my mind, and my soul level skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 40,000 years. But the colossal thunder sword in the sky was also fully assembled. Di Luotian's arrogant laughter echoed. Die, you shameless humanoid spider. The giant sword, carrying an earth-shattering momentum, came crashing down. Just as I was about to be squashed into spider paste, suddenly, the entire ground began to shake violently. A massive shadow shot out from the forest. And in the very last second before the giant sword fell, it caught the sword barehanded. Catching a blade with bare hands, brother. I focused my gaze and exclaimed, what the hell, it's Erming, the Titan giant ape. Di Luo Tian was also stunned, but he quickly revealed an even more twisted smile. Instead of running away, he activated his martial soul, true form, and a gigantic puppet appeared behind him, with countless red threads shooting towards Erming. He wanted to control Erming. This is it. It's really over. Although Erming was fierce, he was still caught off guard and tightly bound by those red threads, starting to struggle. Haha, a 100. 000. Your soul beast will become my mode of transportation. Di Luotian laughed maniacally. Soon, Erming stopped moving. His eyes became hollow, completely turning into his puppet. I was still crazily taking out his remaining lackeys, and Di Luotian temporarily ignored me. He actually made Erming dance a little. I was dumbfounded. A green giant dancing like a little chick. The scene was too beautiful for me to look at. After he had enough fun, he finally turned his gaze towards me. The controlled Erming lifted that mountain-sized foot and brought it down towards me. That sense of oppression was so strong that I couldn't even move. I could only watch as that big foot grew larger in my field of vision, just when I thought I was going to be squished into a flat pancake. When, a loud bang, a gigantic hammer, I don't know where it came from, forcefully blocked Erming's foot. A tall and broad figure stood in front of me. He slowly turned his head back, and his face bore some resemblance to Sangu, but was more mature and resolute. He smiled at me, and his voice sounded somewhat familiar. Fenggu, are you okay? I'm fine, it's just my teammate. Goodness, almost made me lose it. I turned around and saw a handsome uncle holding a hammer that was even bigger than him, standing there. I was stunned and thought, who is this god? Then he opened his mouth. Fenggu, can't you recognize me? I almost spat out my drink. Isn't that Lu Weiming? His slime martial soul is just too impressive, directly cosplaying as Tang Hao, even pulling out the Haotian hammer. It's simply ridiculous. Watching him stuff pills into his mouth while posing, I knew that this transformation experience card must consume a huge amount of energy. He was oblivious, lifting his chin at me. Fenggu, watch my performance. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung that big hammer, performing an ascending dragon fist, and sent Erming's big foot flying. With a loud crash, that steel giant toppled over like a flip phone. The Di Luotian, sitting on top, was dumbfounded, his eyes darting between me and him, probably thinking, this little spider can't possibly have that much strength, right? When his gaze finally landed on Lu Weiming, his expression was like he'd seen a ghost. His mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Haotian hammer. Are you the legendary Hao Qiandolua Tang Hao? You guess how Lu Weiming responded? With his nose in the air, he said, "That's right, it's me," exuding a rogue charm that was worlds apart from the image of a supreme master. Di Luotian got a bit excited, saying he had heard the great name and must receive some guidance today. I wanted to facepalm. "Buddy, you're just a copy. Do you really think you can fight him?" But the two of them were still being polite. Di Luotian said, "Please teach me." And Lu Weiming replied, "Just a little bit." Before he could finish, Erming's thunder sword came crashing down. Lu Weiming hurriedly raised his hammer to block it, declaring, "Young people, don't follow the rules of martial arts. I advise you to show some respect. People who understands. My teammate is getting carried away." Di Luotian above was turning green, probably thinking, when did Tang Hao become part of the Diyun society? Lu Weiming wasn't done yet, shouting, "Look at my lightning 5 hammer." I thought, this is it. The crazier he gets, the more uncertain I feel. However, I couldn't help much. So I silently cheered him on and turned to harvest the smaller puppet veggies nearby. Let me tell you, it's all about each doing their part. Lu Weiming was banging away, seeming to be having a great time, immersed in the illusion of being unrivaled in heaven and earth, even starting to ponder whether to get some of Bibidong's hair to copy later. Just as he got distracted, trouble struck. The little slime martial soul was unhappy and threw a tantrum. As soon as he faltered, Di Luotian didn't let him off easy, kicking Erming and sending him flying. Di Luotian looked dumbfounded. Is this it? A counterfeit? Then he turned his attention back to me, and that big foot came stomping towards me again. I didn't even bother, just joking, I trust my teammate. Sure enough, Lu Weiming suddenly charged back with a leap, using the Hao Ian hammer to block the big foot again. Taking this opportunity, I continued to reap kills like crazy. Di Luotian also understood that to take me down, he first had to deal with Lu Weiming, the troublemaker. He got serious and controlled Erming to fight quickly and fiercely, and Lu Weiming gradually started to struggle. At that moment, there was a crisp sound, and the thunder sword in Erming's hand was shattered by the Hao Ian hammer. Di Luotian was stunned, realizing that all the sword martial soul puppets supplying power to his great sword had been cut down by me. Now, Erming could only engage in hand-to-hand combat. Di Luotian was still mumbling about how he needed to teach Erming some Jeet Kune Do or Muay Thai later. Meanwhile, I was busy collecting heads when suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared on me. The system notification sounded off like a flood. Ding! Congratulations, soul level has reached 50,000, beginning evolution. Ding! Repair successful. Human-faced demon spider renamed human-face sword spider. Ding! Evolution successful. Human-faced sword spider evolved into human-faced sword emperor. Me? No system. Can you be more perfunctory? Just changing the character to is considered evolution? I wanted to complain at that moment, but as soon as I moved, I scare myself. Damn, that speed, I shot out more than 10 meters in an instant. It was like teleportation. And my 2 front legs, wow, they turned directly into 2 gleaming great swords. Sharp as hell, cutting those puppets like slicing tofu. By the time I finished harvesting all the leeks, I turned around and saw that L. Weiming was struggling to hold on, and he probably was running out of those little pills too. I couldn't wait any longer, so I charged straight in. My plan is simple. This operation has to be in the atmosphere. Di Luotian is high above, so I must get close to him. Relying on my post-evolution speed, I maneuver wildly in his blind spot, like a ghost. L. Weiming understands me too, desperately attacking to draw Di Luotian's attention away. The opportunity has come. I climb up from Erming's ankle, my 8 legs gripping onto his steel body like nails. By the time Di Luotian notices me, I'm already on his shoulder, behind his back. Now he's anxious, trying to control Erming to swat me. But I had already signaled Tang San. My real backup is on the way. In that moment of distraction, Su Wire's figure suddenly appears on my back. A stunning beauty holding an oil paper umbrella materializes. And Di Luotian is momentarily stunned, probably wondering what is happening today. Are the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa one by one? In that second, Su Wire leaps down, and I follow suit, jumping off Erming, spreading a web like a parachute, floating gently to the ground. Di Luotian is furious, turning to have Erming stomp on me. L. Weiming rushes over to help, but this time Erming is empowered with one stomp. L. Weiming's Hao Ian hammer is sent flying, deeply embedded in Erming's foot, and he himself is shaken off by the massive impact. Erming's big foot then sweeps horizontally toward the unarmed L. Weiming. If that hits, he won't just be injured, he might die. Seeing that I can't save him in time, I steel my heart. Weiming, I'm sorry for the plan. You'll have to endure for now. I immediately send Tang San the final signal. The next second, Su Wire appears on my back again. Over at El Ming. He's kicked by Air Ming and disappears like a meteor on the horizon. Almost simultaneously, Su Wire and I teleport directly above Air Ming's head. Less than 3 meters from D. Luotian. At this distance, a jump would reach him. D. Luotian reacts quickly, shooting out the puppet line. Su Wire thrusts her umbrella, engaging him in a struggle. Taking the opportunity, I leap up, slicing through the puppet line with my dual swords and charging straight for D. Luotian's face. He actually laughs, looking disdainful. I also smile, thinking you look down on my 2 swords, don't you? But just as my sword is less than a centimeter from his throat, an unexpected change occurs. A massive hand suddenly slams down from the side, catching me completely off guard. I can't react in time, and I'm sent flying like a cannonball. Just as I'm about to crash into the mountainside, Su Wire's figure flashes, appearing on my back, using her 1000-machine umbrella to teleport repeatedly to cushion the impact. And finally, we land safely. As I catch my breath, she asks me, "Is there still a chance?" I just marked him. "Do you have confidence to deliver a fatal blow?" I looked at her, gritted my teeth. With the blessing of the spider god, it's possible. Then it's settled. She didn't give me any time to prepare. They came, 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the words fell, our figures disappeared in an instant. D. Luotian had learned his lesson this time, predicting our landing point, and directly controlled Air Ming to slap down hard on his own head. He wanted to take us down with him. Just as that giant palm was about to fall, Su'er, 4th soul ring lit up, and with all her strength. She pushed me out forcefully with her umbrella. She, however, stayed under that fatal blow. No, my eyes instantly turned red, all reason vanished, and soul power surged wildly into my dual swords, merging them. A massive cross-shaped sword light shot out, and D. Luotian didn't even have time to react before being split into 4 pieces. I was still not satisfied. The spider web shot out, wrapping all his fragments back and devouring them on the spot. After taking him down, I stood on the gigantic corpse of Erming, watching the place where Su Wire had disappeared, and tears suddenly burst forth, crying out in anguish, "Su, Wei Air." As a result, a faint voice came from behind. "Did you call me?" I turned around suddenly and saw Su Wire smiling at me. At that moment, I was both crying and laughing, unable to say a word. "Sister Wei, are you okay?" She walked over, poked my face, and said, "Did you cry?" I quickly turned my head. No, sun got in my eyes. I have to tell you, Su Wire's gaze made me feel all goosebumps, as if she was going to stare right through me. I quickly lay down and played dead, thinking frantically that I might never understand women in this lifetime. But right now, there's no time to dwell on that. I only had one thing on my mind. Hurry up and get to business. That guy lurking in the shadows who has his eyes on my 3rd brother. I will eventually drag him out and give him a big surprise. So, our next destination is Sunset Forest, 100 miles east of Tiando City. Why go there? Because the most troublesome old poison master in the world, the titled Poison Dugabo, lives there. Of course, I'm not going to challenge him one-on-one. I'm after his precious treasure, the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye. Let me tell you, that thing is practically a tailor-made cheat for my 3rd brother. Without it, the road ahead will be tough. As soon as I mentioned this plan, that mighty guy blew up right on the spot, turning pale and shaking my arm. "Brother Feng, are you serious? That Poison Doloa, a title Doloa, with our meager skills, going to scheme against him is just like packing ourselves up for delivery. And it's express delivery at that. I haven't said anything yet, but my 3rd brother is quite calm and says, 'Second brother, don't panic.' Feng Ji's temperament can sometimes be both righteous and wicked, a bit like that old toxic person. They both keep their promises, so I feel we can get along." Goodness. I directly gave a subway elder looking at his phone expression. "Thank you, 3rd brother, for being so good at complimenting people." Waymon was left speechless after hearing this, probably doubting life, thinking that both of his brothers might have some serious issues. I patted him on the shoulder and explained, "Wei Ming, listen to me. This Delo continent has long been ruined by us players. The methods that Tang San used in the original work, like detoxifying and negotiating, have been tried and failed countless times. Now, Dugabo probably has calluses on his ears for being overly cautious. So we can't go by the book. We need to find him directly and talk face to face." That said, when we actually arrived at the Sunset Forest, the 3 of us were left dumbfounded. Who understands? Family. The legendary Sunset Forest, known for its life and death dangers and soul beasts everywhere, has now become a 5-8 tourist attraction. The entrance was packed with people, and everywhere there were players setting up stalls, selling grilled sausages, maps, exclusive information, and even official signs that read Dugabo's former residence, a popular check-in spot. "Please visit civilly. My third brother was so stunned that his mouth was wide open, big enough to fit an egg. Wei Ming quickly covered his mouth and whispered, Sanner, just get used to it. This is the power of the players. Don't look like you've never seen the world. You'll be seen as a country bumpkin. This guy Wei Ming has no filter. Looking at the bustling scene, he hugged his head and shouted, if these players really cause a ruckus, the Heavenly Empire might just be ruined by them. With that shout, dozens of players around us suddenly glared over, their expressions quite unfriendly. I realized we were in trouble and quickly grabbed him by the collar, dragging him out of the crowd. You talk too much. If you don't want to get beaten up, run. After finally squeezing out of the crowd, we reached the right place. Then we saw the ridiculously long line. I tell you, that line was packed, a sea of people stretching as far as the eye could see, feeling like it could go all the way to 2025 and back to the dawn of creation. All waiting to see Dugabo, hoping for a stroke of luck. Wei Ming immediately broke down. What the hell? How long is this going to take? As soon as he complained, a few seasoned players behind him started to tease. A little brother doesn't want to queue? No problem. One guy pointed to a nearby area shrouded in green mist, grinning mischievously. See that? That's the fast lane. Just charge in and you'll be fine. It's all about efficiency. Exactly. No one will stop you over there. You'll get right to the old toxic creature's backyard. Wei Ming, with his temper, got fired up and shouted, let's go then. Who's afraid of who? After saying that, he turned and headed towards the area filled with toxic mist. Goodness, I couldn't stop him even if I tried. Sandy and Su Wei Air exchanged glances and had no choice but to follow. What could I do? I was just as desperate. Anyway, queuing was out of the question. It would never happen in this lifetime. The onlookers behind were still egging him on. If you're brave, go for it. Anyone who doesn't go is a little dog. Once we got far enough away, Wei Ming's bravado faded, and he instantly became timid, leaning over to me and whispering, Brother Feng, why didn't you stop me? I rolled my eyes. Why should I stop you? I don't want to stand in line either. I squatted on the edge of the poisonous mist and casually checked in. The system beeped, rewarding me with 1,500 years of soul power and a dose of the Phosphor Snake King's venom. I curled my lip. What use is this thing? I broke a twig and dipped it into the poisonous mist. As soon as I pulled it back, there was a crunch, and the tip of the twig shattered into powder. Damn, that's so extreme. The third brother also squatted down, instinctively wanting to reach out and pinch that bit of powder. But I grabbed his wrist. Stop. There are too many people around. Don't expose your skills. The group of onlookers started again. Huh. Where did this naive newcomer come from? Still wanting to touch it with his hands? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? Kid, consider yourself lucky. Otherwise your hand would be ruined. Do your family members know you're being so reckless? I'm too lazy to deal with these clowns. I stood up and beckoned to the loudest one. Do you want to fight? I'm always up for it. I don't mind turning all of you into my nourishment. That guy was persuaded by someone next to him, afraid of losing his spot in line, and immediately backed down, still trying to act tough. Humph, you're lucky this time. Once I get the ice fire eyes, you'll see. I shrugged and said, TCH, obvious bag. I turned around and caught a toad, tied it with a string, and threw it into the poisonous mist. In less than a second, the toad rolled its eyes back. Its fierce face turned even paler, and just as it was about to advise me to give up, an old man nearby couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed to a pile of white bones in the distance and said, Young man, do you see that? Those are all like you. Want to try it out? Now their bones are almost fossilized. Heed the old man's advice. Turning back is the way to safety. I cupped my fists and said to him, Thank you, sir, but I still want to give it a try. Stubborn and unyielding. The sir shook his head and walked away. A few of us walked over to the pile of white bones, which was quite remote, and luckily no one was watching. I said directly to Waymon, Come on, use my hair to create a slime clone and scout the way. At first, Waymon shook his head vigorously, but after I persuaded him, saying that the clone wouldn't really die, he reluctantly agreed. Soon, a slime clone that looked exactly like me appeared. Under the astonished gaze of the players behind us, my clone swaggered into the deadly poison formation. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. The people waiting in line behind were almost having their eyes pop out, all starting to bet on how many seconds my clone could last. And guess what? 10 minutes, 20 minutes, a full 30 minutes. My clone walked in the poisonous mist for a whole half hour before collapsing with a loud thud. Although it eventually fell, it was enough to leave those people's faces swollen. Meanwhile, while we were testing on our side, the old poison master himself was watching another grand show in his herb garden. He captured a batch of players as lab rats and threw them near the eye of ice and fire, watching how they would creatively kill themselves. These players were quite funny. The system directly gifted them with fire apricot and 8-pointed ice grass as a sign-in reward. And they actually gathered together for a seminar to discuss whether to eat the one on the left first or the one on the right, or whether to jump into the spring and eat them together. Dugubo reclined on a rock, crossing his legs, thoroughly enjoying their performance, thinking it was much more interesting than eating sunflower seeds. Just as he was getting into it, he suddenly sensed that we had intruded into his poison array. He was delighted, thinking that finally a few bold ones had come, not just those waiting in line to die. So he smirked, and his martial soul, the biphosphorus snake king, instantly manifested, adding some serious spice to the entire poison array. I'm carefully walking inside with my third brother and the others. Suddenly, my third brother stops, his expression serious. Brother Feng, something's off. The toxins here have changed, and even the wind direction has changed. Wei Ming is startled. Could it be that the old poison has discovered us? I laughed. I can feel a huge and malevolent will locking onto us. I turned back to them and said slowly, no, he's not testing us. What is it then? He wants to bully us and personally join us in the game. I tell you, this old man is definitely doing it on purpose. Lu Weiming and Tang San were still confused, asking me how I knew. How do I know? Intuition. Pure sixth sense, okay? I just feel that people like him love to bully honest folks like us. And guess what? Xiao San suddenly said, this old poison's personality is a bit like mine. I was stunned, like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Am I like him? What a joke. I'm such a sunny and cheerful big guy, and he's a gloomy old poison. There's no comparison. Absolutely none. These two were still playing along, saying it's quite possible. I was really exasperated and quickly changed the topic, saying, enough of that. Let us get down to business. That place, the old poison's medicine garden. The Eye of Ice and Fire. It's tailor-made for you. Training the ice and fire physique relies on it. As soon as I mentioned this, Tang San got all excited again, looking at the volcano in the distance, and started reciting. This is the place where the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King fell among the 9 great dragon kings. I rolled my eyes and said, dude, does what is written in the book match reality? History is just for listening. But this kid started quoting again, saying something about how the magnificent craftsmanship converges into the Eye of Ice and Fire, a divine miracle of heaven and earth, the wonders of creation. Reciting the original text perfectly, I exchanged glances with Lu Weiming, and we burst out laughing. Goodness, this kid really treats the Doluo Chronicles like the Bible. Shaosan saw us laughing and got a bit unhappy, pretending to be angry and walked ahead. We quickly caught up. Joking is one thing, but we can't lose sight of our destination. Before long, we arrived at the volcano half buried in the ground. Lu Weiming started acting up again, rubbing his hands and asking me, Brother Feng, are there really 2 dragon kings buried below? Should we dig and see? Tang San was beside him, looking expectantly, relishing the drama. I really wanted to kick him and said, are you out of your mind? Is the Eye of Ice and Fire a joke? If you want to court death, don't drag me into it. As soon as Lu Weiming heard this, he immediately backed down, frantically waving his hands, saying he wouldn't dare. I can't be bothered with him, so I turned to Tang San and said, let's go, my little monster. Let's meet your future friend across the age gap. As soon as I finished speaking, a sinister voice suddenly emerged from behind us. I'm just an old man. What's there to see? Damn. Startled, the 3 of us jumped and turned around sharply, only to see that old guy Dugubo, arms crossed, looking at us with a playful expression. His eyes, like emeralds, were snake-like and made one feel uneasy. I braced myself and asked knowingly, are you the old poison master? I couldn't lose my momentum. He completely ignored me, his gaze locking directly onto Tang San. In a flash, he appeared in front of Tang San, reaching out to pinch his face, looking left and right well disguised. No wonder he dared to swagger over. He sneered, you are Tang San from the Tang sect? Yes. Little Sam was also tough, holding his head high and responding, even questioning him back. Are you Dugubo? Ha ha. Dugubo's laughter was as grating as nails on glass, sending chills down one's spine. He stared at Tang San with an increasingly cold gaze. Not bad. Just as those players said, full of tricks. At such a young age, you dare to challenge me? He shifted his tone. If you were an honest person, I could still be polite with you, but unfortunately, your heart is too dirty, and I don't like that. Just as he was about to make his move, Tang San suddenly shouted, wait, I have something to say. I can. Dugubo directly interrupted him, wearing an expression that said he had seen through him long ago. You can cure the poison on me and my granddaughter, right? To everyone's surprise, Tang San shook his head. Now it was Dugubo's turn to be stunned. Then, I heard a line I would never forget for the rest of my life. Tang San cleared his throat and said clearly, I can marry your granddaughter. What the heck? My jaw dropped to the ground along with L. Weiming's. And our family was baffled. This line of thought was simply ahead of its time. Dugabo was also dumbfounded, his eyes wide. Is that true? His mind must have been racing, thinking about how profitable this deal was, with the protagonist marrying his granddaughter. That's right, I can marry your granddaughter. Tang San smiled slightly, looking so calm, as if he were saying the weather was nice today. Dugabo was so happy his mouth couldn't close, still saying that grandchildren have their own blessings. He couldn't care less, but inside, he was probably already pondering how to turn this raw rice into cooked rice. Tang San feigned a sigh. Oh, what a pity. I really want to marry her. That perfunctory acting, I would give it a 0. As a result, the old fox Dugabo climbed the ladder. Since you want it so much, fine. Even if I have to tie her up, I will bring her here for your wedding. El Weiming and I burst out laughing like pigs. Look at you trying to act. Now you've messed up. Tang San also had thick skin, not changing his expression as he said, Old Poison Master, look at how old I am. I haven't even grown all my hair yet. If you bring your granddaughter over, I can't do anything. Dugabo thought about it and agreed. What could 2 little kids do? So he made a decision. All right, then we wait for 2 years. We will marry in 2 years. Little Poison Master from now on. You should call me Grandpa. Tang San jumped back, pointing at him and saying, Good for you, Old Poison Master. I took you as a friend, and you actually want to be my grandpa? What are you scheming? I really can't stand these 2 drama queens. I was just about to step in and mediate when Elder Dugu said, the purpose of our coming here. Slap. A loud slap directly hit my face. Dugabo coldly looked at me and said, Who gave you the right to speak here? Do you believe I'll beat you up? Damn, this old man. How dare he hit me? I was immediately filled with anger, my fists clenched tightly. But his aura as a title de law was no joke. Forget it. Forget it. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. I'll endure. I quickly forced a smile and said, How could that be? I am convinced. Of course I'm convinced. Ha ha, you guys chat. You guys chat. I retreated in shame. Only then did Dugabo turn to Tang San with satisfaction and say, See, this is power. Enough nonsense. If you want my protection, you must marry my granddaughter. At this point, Tang San fell silent. All his little thoughts had been seen through by this old fox. In the end, Tang San, being single, laid his cards on the table. That's right. I just want to use you to grow quickly and get rid of those players chasing me. Ha ha. Bold. Dugabo lest heartily. All right. The same deal. Marry my granddaughter. No problem. I'll marry in 2 years. But before that, you must protect me well. Tang San was also a tough guy and raised the stakes directly. Little Poison, you don't need to provoke me. I'll gamble with you. So what if I go against all the players? Fine, these 2 back and forth. An old and a young fox form an alliance right away. A ding sounded in my mind. The protagonist Tang San just got himself a fiancée. Then we followed Dugabo into his medicinal garden. Goodness, in the middle was a large spring, half shrouded in white mist, half rolling with red fog, looking like a giant spicy hot pot base. I blurted out, using this for hot pot must be heavenly. Lu Weiming beside me commented, Yeah, it's like having a feast directly. Isn't that heavenly? As we were talking, we saw a few players gathered by the spring. One guy had a spirit herb in each hand, probably the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, and without a second thought, he stuffed them into his mouth. The next second, half of his body was frozen, while the other half was on fire, and with a crack he shattered. Dugabo said, They think they can reach the top just by signing in for the spirit herbs. It's simply a fool's dream. Tang San pondered for a moment. It might be related to my Shantian skill. Just as he finished speaking, another guy stripped off his clothes and jumped in with a splash. Then, there was no more. He sank straight to the bottom without even a bubble rising. I was stunned at the time. Is this it? What is the point? Is it performance art? In the end, one guy struggled for a long time next to us and finally gritted his teeth and jumped. Dugabo sighed. Greed is a devil that consumes people. Tang San watched all of this, shook his head, and said to me, Brother Feng, let us observe for a few days. There is definitely something fishy about this. Then he told Dugabo that he wanted to stay here for a while and also reserve some medicinal herbs from the garden. Dugabo was generous and agreed right away, saying, We are all family now, no need to be polite. Then he suddenly changed the subject and threw out a shocking piece of news. By the way, Little Poison, let me remind you, the Ning Rong Rong, who will be part of the future Shrek 7 monsters, has joined the Spear Hall. What the hell? The 3 of us exploded on the spot. This news was too explosive. Ning Rong Rong joined the Spirit Hall? How is that possible? Would Ning Fengji agree? And there wasn't a whisper about it on the player forum. I suddenly recalled a post I saw earlier in Initial Sight City, saying that Oscar had been killed by a player. I thought it was fake at the time. Now that I think about it, holy crap. Could be true. Oscar is dead. So Ning Rong, in a fit of rage, turned to the spirit hall. This plot has collapsed. Completely collapsed. Tang San clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and said, "Are these guys coming for me?" His gaze instantly turned cold. If this is fate, then I will defy it. One day, I will become a god, and it will be their doom. Wow. This domineering declaration from Little San left even Dugubo stunned. More than half a month passed in a flash, and Lu Weiming also returned to his original state. Su Wire came looking for us too. During this time, we watched those players die in various ways every day, basically witnessing all 100 ways to die in the Ice and Fire Eyes. Today, Tang San finally decided that he would personally enter the fray. Dugubo was still a bit worried. Little Poison, have you thought this through? This isn't a joke. What if? Tang San had a confident look. Old Poison, I know you mean well for me, but I could do it in history, and I can do it now. Besides, if you don't take risks, how can you call it an adventure? Dugubo was still anxious, but you're not a player. You can't sign in to get those 2 herbs. You have to pick them yourself. Tang San smiled and pointed at me. Old Poison, have you forgotten? Brother Feng is the man with foresight. Dugubo was taken aback, and then suddenly realized, right? With my bug skill that can see 30 seconds into the future. As long as I direct him on site, Tang San can perfectly avoid all dangers and complete the herb picking and water entry within 30 seconds. I finally understood that for the past half-month, they had been secretly studying this plan behind my back. Goodness, let me tell you, this plan sounds flawless. But for some reason, I just can't shake this uneasy feeling in my heart, always thinking something might go wrong. So, I quietly pulled Old Poison aside and whispered to him, "Senior, I'm feeling unsettled. Just in case, I'm talking about in case, if I act unusually tomorrow, don't ask any questions. Just keep an eye on Wei Er and Wei Ming, and if necessary, knock them out. Make sure they don't follow me and make foolish mistakes." Old Poison glanced at me, didn't ask much, and just nodded. The next day, near the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Tang San stood at the front, like an athlete ready for a 100-meter dash, his eyes fixed on the 2 spirit herbs. I placed my hand on his shoulder to encourage him. "San, are you ready?" He took a deep breath, his gaze incredibly firm. "Brother Feng, I'm ready." I gave a glance to the Old Poison, and he responded with a reassuring expression. "All right, let's get started." I silently counted down in my mind. 3, 2, 1. At the same time, I activated my first soul skill, Foreknowledge. The moment I shouted start, Tang San suddenly shot out like a bolt of lightning. His ghostly, shadowy movement was like a flash. The world before me instantly felt like it was paused, and the scenes of the next 30 seconds played out in my mind like a fast-forwarded movie. I tell you, the script is almost identical to what he simulated. In the first 20 seconds, he successfully jumped into the Springs Junction and started picking grass. But who understands, family? Just in the last 5 seconds, Tang San suddenly had a problem on screen. I couldn't see exactly what the problem was, but I knew something big was about to happen. Only a second had passed in reality. My head buzzed, and there was no time to explain to anyone. My body acted faster than my mind, and I jumped right in. This move was all about a companion-style tribulation. As I jumped, chaos erupted behind me. Wei Er screamed and wanted to jump with me, but was knocked out cold by Old Poison with a swift chop. Lu Weiming was stunned on the spot, looking at Old Poison and then at the disappearing spring water, with a face full of confusion. Old Poison remained calm and recounted what I had instructed earlier, and only then did Lu Weiming realize that I had anticipated an accident. But what they didn't know was that I, who had jumped down, was the most confused one. As I reached midair, a bolt from the blue struck my mind. I had completely forgotten to sign in and take those 2 immortal herbs. I jumped down empty-handed. Fortunately, the sign-in opportunity was still available today. The moment I fell into the water, I was frantically shouting in my heart. Sign in. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward. Ice Fire Body Refining Pill. I was completely dumbfounded. What the heck is this? Ice Fire Refining Body Pill? Didn't we agree on some immortal herb? Damn it. This system is messing with me at a critical moment. The bone-chilling cold and searing pain surged from all directions, and I felt like I was about to be torn apart any second. No time to complain. I quickly activated my foresight again to see how to save myself. Goodness. In the future vision, the key to breaking the situation is indeed this damn pill. And the way to save him is extremely ridiculous. I have to swim to Tang San's side and feed him the pill mouth to mouth. Guys, I was really about to break down. I'm a steel man, and I have to kiss another guy in this icy hot spring, completely naked? This scene is too beautiful for me to look at, but there's no choice. Saving him is saving myself, and time waits for no one. I gritted my teeth, held the pill in my mouth, took a deep breath, and rushed towards Tang San. Fortunately, I have resistance to fire elements, so I could hold on for a bit longer. In just a few breaths, I swam to his side. At that moment, Tang San was still cultivating and hadn't noticed me at all. But from my foresight, I knew that in 5 seconds, he would lose control due to the impact of the two opposing forces. Gulp! Just as I thought that, Tang San's body suddenly trembled, showing signs of drowning. And it looked like he was about to explode. Now is the time. Without any hesitation, I grabbed him from the front and covered his mouth. To make him swallow the pill, I pushed again. Damn, this guy's mouth is pretty tight. After a brief struggle, I finally managed to shove the life-saving pill down his throat. Just at the moment the pill entered his body, the entire ice fire 2 element I exploded with a loud bang. The spring water started boiling violently, and then 2 giant dragons, 1 ice dragon and 1 fire dragon, roared and shot up into the sky from the spring. The old poisonous creature and Lu Weiming on the shore were dumbfounded, backing away while holding the fainted Wei-er. Even scarier, those 2 dragons circled in the sky and merged into one, transforming into a giant dragon that was half ice and half fire. Then it dove down, opening its massive mouth to bite us. I was freaking out. I didn't have time to think and directly summoned my martial soul, the human-faced sword emperor, and shouted at the descending dragon head, "Devour! Come on, let's hurt each other!" Almost simultaneously, a dazzling green light erupted from within Tang San, instantly enveloping both me and my human-faced sword emperor. I felt an unparalleled power surge in, and the human-faced sword emperor's size instantly expanded, with 2 giant swords cleaving down towards the dragon's head. This move directly made me a god on the spot. The ice-fire giant dragon was cut open right away and then completely devoured by my spider martial soul's massive mouth. Shortly after, I heard a series of system notifications ringing in my head like firecrackers during the new year. Something about physique enhancement, soul skill upgrades, and finally, with a ding, my devour skill evolved, and I was given a 6th soul skill for free, Chaos Body. After activation, my defense skyrocketed by 20 times, and I could also reflect damage. I was soaring high. When the commotion settled down, I quickly used my upgraded foresight skill to check on Tang San. Fortunately, after the green light faded, he successfully gained the ice-fire physique and was fine. I breathed a sigh of relief and pointed upwards, signaling him to go up first. When we crawled up to the shore one after another, Lu Weiming and the old poisonous creature finally snapped out of their shock and rushed over to check if we were missing limbs. "Win, brother, San. Thank goodness you're okay." Lu Weiming was overly excited. Tang San had just put on his clothes and opened his arms to give me a bear hug, mumbling some mushy words like, "If it weren't for you, win, brother." I instinctively dodged. "Bro, don't do this, we just had a kiss. We need some boundaries, we're not that close." Seeing our awkwardness, Lu Weiming was about to ask what was wrong when Dugutbo suddenly pointed at us and burst into earth-shattering laughter. "Huh, you too, your hair." "Ha ha ha." Tang San and I instinctively touched the tops of our heads. Goodness, it was so smooth and shiny. After being refined in the ice-fire 2 element we had essentially become monks on the spot. I said to you, can it just be the 2 of us shaving? Definitely not. When I looked at that LV Weiming next to me, man, his hair was as thick as a kiwi. How could I stand that? I exchanged a glance with Tang San, grinned, and directly pounced on him. We had to shave him. It's all about sharing the blessings and sharing the baldness. Poor Weiming was squatting there drawing circles, probably cursing us 1,000 times in his mind. I was enjoying myself when that old guy Dugutbo suddenly changed his expression and said, "Something's wrong. Someone is breaking into my poison formation from outside, and they're coming in waves like they're crazy, seeking death." I was puzzled at the time. Who is it? Why are they so reckless? They dared to forcefully break into the Dolua's toxic array? Tang San reacted quickly and directly confronted the barrage from that world channel in my face. I looked and was dumbfounded. Who understands my family? Someone broadcasted my plan to obtain the ice and fire physique from the ice and fire 2 Enian directly on the public screen. Not only that, but they also pinpointed Tang San's exact location right here. Now, it's good. The entire Sunset Forest has turned into a crowded train station during the Spring Festival. People squeezing against each other, making it difficult to move, all players drawn here by the scent. Lu Weiming, with sharp eyes, flipped through the records and shouted, "It's that Yi Qiu. Damn it, it's him again. Has this bastard opened his 3rd eye or installed surveillance on me? How does he know what we're saying here? This is ridiculous." Dugutbo is also anxious. What should we do now? My poison formation is powerful. but it can't withstand them using lives to fill it. I snorted coldly, looking at the crowd outside, thinking to myself, fine, since you all want to come and send me off, I'll give you a chance. I said to Dugubo, Senior, can you turn your poison array on and off at will? Let them in first. Dugubo and Tang San were instantly stunned, thinking, are you crazy? Let them in? Yes, let them in. I clapped my hands, but before opening the door to welcome guests, we need to collect all the precious fairy herbs in this garden first. We can't let these bastards take advantage of it. Upon hearing this, Dugubo agreed readily. Lu Weimeng beside me was frantically signaling, reminding me of the original plot, saying that Dugubo had a treasure called the Wishful Hunter treasure bag, and without it, they couldn't hold anything. The old poisonous man waved his hand. Isn't it just a bag? Stop whining. Here you go. After all, we'll all be one family in the future. Saying this, he threw the treasure bag to Tang San. Goodness, this old man was starting to like his son-in-law more and more. Tang San and Lu Weimeng immediately buzzed around like two diligent little bees collecting herbs. I walked over to Su Wire, who was still in a deep sleep, when Dugubo suddenly asked me, Xiao Fengzi, you jumped into the ice and fire Yin Yang I without a second thought to save Tang San before. Aren't you afraid of death? I turned back and smiled at him. It's precisely because I'm afraid of dying that I have to jump. My mission is to ensure his safety. If he suffers any mishap, I'll be finished too. Got it? After hearing this, the old poison master fell silent, his expression incredibly complex. Soon, the commotion outside grew louder. According to the plan, Dugubo pretended to be overwhelmed and transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the Skydo city. The players outside saw this and instantly exploded with excitement. Damn! The old poison master ran away. The poison formation is dissipating. Brothers, charge. Ha ha, he must be scared of our numbers. I tell you, that scene was even more exaggerated than a zombie siege. Countless players charged in like rabid dogs, stepping over the corpses of their comrades. Tang San, El Weimeng, and the just-awakened Su Wire stood at the top of the mountain. Su Wire was anxious. We need to go quickly. I can teleport you all. Tang San grabbed her. No. Brother Feng said we go first. He'll hold them off. He needs to delay the first wave. The plan was set. I was responsible for attracting all their firepower to give them time to teleport. As long as Dubo reached Tindo City, Su Wire could lock on the mark on him and safely send Tang San and the others over. Watching the three of them disappear in the light of the teleportation, I let out a sigh of relief. All right, next up, it's my showtime. I stood beside the Eye of Ice and Fire, watching the crowd surge from all directions like a tide, and I smiled. Soul Ring, light up. Black, black, black. Deep black, and finally, let me give you a blinding red. I'll heat up the scene. Poisonous armed, possessed by the faceless spider. Fifth soul skill, puppet spider web. A huge, almost transparent spider web suddenly spread out from beneath my feet, instantly covering a 1-kilometer radius of the ground. The players charging in the front didn't take it seriously at all and stepped right onto it. Then I snapped my fingers, snap. Family, who understands? Everyone stepping on the line suddenly found a little spider on their necks, and, with one bite, they were instantly paralyzed as if they had been hit by a pressure point. Immediately, the little spider's 8 legs pierced into their necks. Puppet parasitism completed. The people rushing up behind were confused, crashing into these wooden puppets and cursing. What are you doing standing there? Looking for death? In the next second, those puppets I controlled suddenly turned around, and with a swift motion they stabbed their teammates behind them, piercing them right through. A large-scale, self-inflicted massacre reality show just started. If that guy Lu Weimeng were still around, his eyes would probably pop out. But I got bored after watching for a while. These people were like watching others fight. It was dull. And soon, some clever individuals discovered the problem. They stopped stepping on the web and started using soul skills to lift the ground directly. With a loud boom, they uprooted both the ground and my spider web. I was really unhappy at that moment. Wasn't this just a slap in my face? Fine. I won't play with your control flow anymore. Second soul skill, explosive flammelance. 2 long lances engulfed in blazing flames appeared in my hands. I casually threw one out, and it landed with a tremendous explosion, flames shooting into the sky. Then I whooshed right into the sea of fire, starting my personal show among the players who were left dazed and confused by the explosion. Let me tell you, it was as easy as cutting vegetables, focusing on a physical annihilation. The blazing gun swung around, burning anything that touched it and leading to death for those who got too close. Their defenses were as flimsy as paper. After taking down a large number of them, I noticed that these people had gotten clever. Realizing they couldn't defeat me, they actually went around me. Thousands of them treated me like air, rushing past me on both sides. Their target aimed directly at the ice and fire duality I behind me. I was speechless at that moment. Here I am, such a big boss standing here, and you guys actually ignore me? Young people, you have no sense of martial ethics at all. Fine, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being ungrateful. Fourth soul skill, ice and fire duet. With a wave of my hands, two sword energies, one ice and one fire, each dozens of meters long, swept out, cutting nearly 1,000 players in half. Just when I thought everything was under control, there was a loud boom. A gigantic, silver glowing hammer fell from the sky, shattering my ice and fire sword energies into pieces. That hammer, I tell you, must be 20 meters tall. The pressure it gave off was incredible. Is this the true form of a martial soul? I'm completely numb. How long has the server been open? And there are already players at level 70. I've been signing in and competing for inheritance, fighting tooth and nail just to reach level 60. Did they level up on a rocket? The owner of that big hammer doesn't even give me time to react, swinging one hammer after another, each strike carrying immense force, making the ground crack like it's experiencing an earthquake. He doesn't care whether the people around him are allies or enemies. With one swing, everyone turns into a meat pie. I could only awkwardly use my first soul skill to predict his attack, dodging just 0.1 seconds before his hammer struck, which also consumed soul power. Such a huge loss. This guy was like a madman, relentlessly chasing after me to hit, and it felt like a monkey in a mobile game had activated hacks, striking with such smoothness, completely without any recovery time. As a result, I got careless and was hit by his electrified hammer wind. I flew through the air like a bowling ball, crashing into a bunch of people, and finally fell with a thud directly into the eye of ice and fire. When the players outside saw this, they thought I had jumped in first to seize the benefits, and one by one, they jumped in like dumplings. That hammer guy, let me tell you, was so arrogant. He dragged his huge martial soul form to the edge of the pool, scaring everyone around him into a panic. He even looked down on us, calling us a bunch of useless trash, and then raised his lightning-illuminated giant hammer, ready to smash the entire eye of ice and fire. Who do you think you are, buddy? Do you really think you're Thor? Smash it for me. He roared and slammed the hammer into the spring water. The result was completely different for what he expected. With a loud bang, the extreme cold and extreme heat forces of the eye of ice and fire clashed instantly, causing his imposing martial soul form to explode. He was also sucked in by a massive force. Truly, knows when no die. I was thrown into the water, originally planning to take medicine and fight back. But then players started dropping down like dumplings, giving me no chance to get back to the shore. I could only dive deeper. Watching the endless stream of experience packs coming down from above, I suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Hit him. System awaken. Soul beast true form. Human-faced sword emperor. In an instant, I switched back to my soul beast form. That long-lost feeling of hunger and killing impulse surged up. As soon as these players who jumped down encountered me, they directly turned into my cultivation value. The system's prompt sound rang in my head like it had gone crazy. Ding, ding, ding. The experience bar skyrocketed like it was on a rocket. Finally, ding. Human face sword emperor soul age has reached the requirement for evolution to a 100,000 year soul beast. Would you like to evolve? Without thinking, I shouted in my heart, evolution. Then, the most ridiculous thing happened. Ding. Evolution failed. I was stunned at that moment. My mind was like a boiling pot, filled with the sound of system notifications. One moment, it said my soul years were insufficient, and the next moment it said I had enough, asking me if I wanted to evolve. Of course. Do I even need to be asked? I must evolve. Ding. Consuming 10,000 soul years. Evolution begins. Goodness. As soon as that sound rang out, I felt like I was being stuffed into a giant gasapon machine, and then with a crack, I broke out of my shell. Let me tell you about that scene. It was incredible. My original broken shell shattered into pieces right there, and then two swords shot out from my body. One was blazing with bright red flames, while the other glimmered with ghostly blue ice flames, just like Ganjiang and Moi, directly becoming my two hands. I looked down and was stunned. My upper body was clad in a super cool dark armor, just like a knight in shining armor, giving me a great sense of security. But the problem was, my lower body was still a spider, 8 legs covered in spikes. Does anyone understand? I've directly evolved into a spider centaur. This design is way too advanced. Just as I was complaining about my new skin, I suddenly felt something was off outside. The experience packages that players were jumping down to collect suddenly stopped. I just poked my head out from the ice and fire eye, not even having a chance to breathe fresh air when my evolved super senses went off alarmingly. Danger. Without a second thought, I plopped back into the water. The next second, there was a loud bang, and the place I had just been had erupted with water, splashing dozens of meters high. Oh my gosh, that was close. I almost had my head knocked off. I quietly peeked out of the water and saw 3 people jumping down from high place. One was a man in black leading the way, one was holding a bow, and there was a girl in a blue dress. I heard the one with the bow say, "No way, sister nah." He dodged it. The leader, called Brother Chio, replied, "Let's go take a look." My heart skipped a beat. Oh no, could these people be part of the masterminds group? Sure enough, I heard them whispering about Boss Bai's plan to turn this place into his paradise, and they mentioned that those from the big guilds would be arriving soon. As soon as I heard that, I understood everything. So those who jumped down before were just cannon fodder for exploration, and now the real deal has arrived. This Boss Bai must be the one hiding in the back all along. They want to treat me like a wild boss, letting me fight against those big guilds that came later so they can reap the benefits, huh? Their scheme is almost hitting me in the face. All right, you want to play, do you? I'm in it to the end. I immediately had an idea. I first stayed still in the water, listening to them discussing on the shore, saying that this fierce beast was not to be trifled with and to ignore it for now, proceeding with the plan. As soon as they left, I quickly opened the world channel and began my performance. I need to first check in with my teammates to prevent that silly girl Su Weier from teleporting here and accidentally falling into this spring to take a bath. Then, hey, you must have the bata beat. I directly crafted a message and sent it out. Brothers, there's a huge opportunity at the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. Many people have already successfully obtained the Ice and Fire physique. The 5 major guilds want to monopolize it and have sealed off the Sunset Forest. Good fortune is coming for us independent players. After sending it, I closed the chat and kept my achievements hidden. I've already dug the pit. Now it's just a matter of how many fated people will jump in on their own. Sure enough, as soon as I sent this message, it caused an uproar outside. My new keen hearing allowed me to clearly hear the commotion outside the forest. There were all sorts of curses and the sounds of weapons clashing, making it feel like a bustling market. The 5 major guilds' attempt to seal off the scene only stirred up public outrage. I can hear the commotion outside, as if there's a guy named President Situ leading a group of casual fighters, about to charge in with the true form of the Great Earth Bear, King S. Martial Spirit. But halfway through, a guy named Cheng Yaojin jumped in, along with another guy called Wang Ya, who seems to be a former traitor under the president. Now, they're fighting it out with each other. The sound of the battle are intense, booming like firecrackers. In the end, the presence of the Great Earth Bear, King, suddenly vanished. Looks like the casual alliance has been suppressed. Once the small skirmish outside ended, the real feast finally arrived on my side. I heard a large group of footsteps approaching the volcano's mouth, each one calm and well-equipped, clearly the elite forces of the 5 major guilds. They surrounded the entire Ice and Fire Duality Ice so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak through. With so many people jumping down and dying, there must be something strange going on. The sign-in probably requires specific conditions. Let's find someone else to try. You, with high fire resistance, go down. I couldn't help but laugh. These people really won't cry until they see the coffin. They directly pushed out a guy who was all fired up, and he had a tragic expression on his face as if he was sacrificing himself for the guild. Then, with a splash, he jumped down. As soon as he hit the water, wow, we came face to face. When he saw me, his eyes nearly popped out. He didn't care about anything else and immediately turned to swim upstream, probably trying to warn others. Can I let you succeed? I sneered inwardly. I was still hesitating whether to take action, but now that you've come to me, I won't hold back. My entire body transformed into a shadow, and with both swords drawn, I charged forward an instant. That guy just peeked his head out, and before he had a chance to shout, my ice sword had already pierced his body, turning him directly into an ice sculpture. Enemy attack. The people on the shore reacted quickly. Since I had been discovered, there was no point in hiding anymore. With a loud crash, I leaped out from the eye of ice and fire and landed heavily in the midst of their crowd. As soon as my half-human, half-spider armored warrior appearance, wielding dual swords, made its debut, the entire venue fell into an instant silence. Everyone looked at me as if they had been hit with a pause button, staring in shock. What? What is this thing? Is it BB Dong? No, wait. It's a soul beast. It's a boss. I don't care what they shout, just go for the kill. Let me tell you, after evolving for 100,000 years, these so-called elites are nothing but paper in my eyes. When I wield my dual swords, the red and blue lights flicker with one swing. A whole area turns to ashes. With another swing, another area turns to ice shards. This isn't even a battle. It's a one-sided massacre. Just as they were about to collapse, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Don't panic. Use Fusion's soul skills to control him." In the next moment, several thick beams of energy shot in from all directions, instantly locking me in place, forming a huge energy cage. Following that, more Fusion's soul skills bombarded me, the light growing ever more intense, completely engulfing me. It's working. Increase the power. Hurry. Use all Fusion techniques. Don't let him out. One more shot. I'll take your life for 5,000 is coming. I was trapped in the beam, and to be honest, it felt like I was getting a high-end massage, somewhat numb, but not too much. I wasn't in a hurry to break free. I just wanted to see what other tricks they had up their sleeves. Let me tell you, the feeling of watching my enemies try their hardest, yet not being able to touch me at all, is like my spiritual electronic pickled vegetables. It's just so satisfying. Seeing me suppressed, they all acted as if they were on adrenaline, and more people started to gather their Fusion soul skills. Goodness. The scene was like setting off firecrackers during the new year, with colorful light spheres swirling around, as if they were making glutinous rice balls. I thought to myself, are you all playing with me? I immediately countered with an ice and fire duet. I tell you, the effect was astounding. It was like bowling and hitting a strike. With a loud crash, nearly 100 people in front of me, along with their soul skills, were completely wiped out. They evaporated in an instant, not even leaving ashes behind. The remaining ones were dumbfounded, jaws dropped to the ground, probably wondering what was going on, thinking if the server had a bug. Someone shouted, "This is unscientific." Well, of course, this is a fantasy world. Are you going to talk to me about science? Then, the real big shots finally couldn't sit still anymore. The captains in the back saw their underlings couldn't hold on, and they all went berserk. Martial's soul, true form. With a roar, nearly 100 giants, colossal beasts, and massive weapons stood up, creating a scene that looked like the Avengers battling Thanos in the final team fight, completely surrounding me. At that moment, I felt like I had stumbled into Jurassic Park, surrounded by oversized beasts, lions, tigers, and giant turtles, chasing after me, a little spider. They were playing quite flamboyantly, engaging in a wheel battle, where one wave would come in, hit me with a combo, and then retreat, while another wave seamlessly followed up with control, support, and ambush. Their main tactic was to deal minimal damage, but with extreme humiliation. I thought to myself, I can't afford to drag this out with them. It was an ice and fire duet. What happened next? They activated their martial soul true forms, each one agile as a monkey, dodging all my attacks. Fine, you've pushed me to this. I'll go all out. Spider web domain. With a flick, an invisible giant web covered the entire battlefield. This wasn't a joke. Anyone stepping on it had a 35% chance of being immobilized for 5 seconds, or even turning into my puppet. You know what I mean, right? 1 second, we were fighting side by side as good brothers, and the next second, one of them turned around and stabbed their own teammate. It was like a real-life game of who is the undercover. Everything turned into chaos in an instant. Just when they were infighting that Birdman in the sky, the so-called president of Iraq started launching airstrikes against me. Those guys finally reacted and began focusing fire on my little spider in the web, trying to break my domain. As it looked like my strategy was about to be thwarted, they started grouping up for a fierce assault, making it hard for me to stand my ground. I thought, I can't hide anymore. If I keep hiding, you'll drain my resources. Divine Spider Possession. I unleashed my ultimate move. Let me tell you, in that a massive spider phantom appeared behind me, towering over everything, and then it merged with me in an instant. My aura was fully unleashed, and the whole atmosphere changed. Those players were so scared they almost wet themselves, thinking, oh my god, it's the spider god possessing him. That president of the Big Penguin Guild still had some sense, shouting at the top of his lungs. Everyone disperse. Don't confront him head on. Kite him. Exhaust him. They thought my skill was like a phone that lasts for 2 hours after charging for 5 minutes. With a time limit? How naive. I let them run for 10 seconds first, and then the hunt began. Those guys run fast. In their eyes, I must be like a black lightning bolt, flashing in front of one person, a sword strike, and the person is gone. Another flash, and another one. Everywhere I passed, there were only after images. They couldn't even tell where my real body was, striking only at the air. I tell you, secretly there are 3 little mice hiding and watching the show, probably stunned by what they see. On this battlefield, I was killing with excitement, leaping high into the air, and with one sword strike, I pierced the heart of the Birdman president flying in the sky. When he fell, the group below completely lost their defenses. The president was killed in an instant. This is impossible. The remaining guild leaders still wanted to stabilize their morale, shouting slogans and painting big pies. I thought, so you guys are just chatty, huh? All right, the next one is you. I blinked right in front of one of the guild leaders, and his expression was like he had seen a ghost. The next second, he also became a soul under my sword. Then I finally spoke, using a devilish whisper that carried its own echo. Now, do you still feel this way? As soon as I said this, their last psychological defense shattered with a crack. At that moment, I suddenly understood. These people just needed to be dealt with. Only a big demon king could make them behave. Fine, I'll be that demon king. What followed was a one-sided massacre. I understood the reasoning of cutting the grass and removing the roots, raising a tiger for trouble, and I didn't spare a single one. After clearing the field, I turned to an empty space and said, "Come out. Haven't you watched long enough?" As soon as I finished speaking, a foolish young man rushed out, holding a radiant bow, pointing at me and shouting, "Who are you calling scared?" I couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, your flashlight is quite bright, huh?" His face turned green at that moment, and he shot an arrow at me. Goodness, this arrow was quite powerful, knocking me back a step. Immediately after, his two teammates came out, one male and one female. The archer directly unleashed his martial soul true form, with 7 soul rings shining, 6 black and 1 red. Quite impressive. His female teammate pulled out an ancient zither, and with a strum, 3 beams of light added to the archer. Wow. Turns out she was a zither girl support. This configuration was somewhat similar to the infamous combination of the light bow and zither girl in the 2025 hit God S Domain Duel. The archer buffed, drew his bow, and the energy coalescing above made my scalp tingle. The next second, that thing was released. Let me tell you, once that arrow was loosed, it was no longer an arrow. It exploded in mid-air with a bang, turning into a blinding burst of energy. No, a dazzling broken bird, spreading its wings and flying straight at my face. At that moment, I knew this was not simple, so I immediately activated my red-blue flame blade to maximum power. I roared, "Break for me," a cross/cut through. And guess what? I was stunned. My incredibly stylish flame blade was actually shattered by his broken bird. The flames were scattered everywhere. Family, who understands this light attribute, is somewhat restraining me. Huh? Then, with a loud rumble, I was completely engulfed by that light. Everything in front of me was white, and I couldn't see anything, feeling like someone had thrown a flashbang in my face. But could this trap me? What a joke. My hand is the sharpest sword. I directly tore open a gap in the light and swaggered out. When the archer, Feng, saw I came out, his face turned green, and he quickly drew his bow again, shooting a second light bird at me. Facing this thing, why would I dodge? I charged straight up and sliced it in half, clean and neat, directly dismembering it on the spot. As I charged forward, the guy who had been standing on the sidelines watching, named Yi Qiuji, finally couldn't hold back. He unleashed his martial soul with a clang, revealing an ordinary-looking iron sword. But the more ordinary it looks, the more tricks it hides. The zither girl support understood and immediately played a battle song, adding 3 beams of light to Yi Qiuji. Wow, he was buffed too. This guy, after getting the buff, moved with such grace, wielding his sword and engaging me in combat. I have to admit, when it comes to swordsmanship, this kid has some skills. My sword style focuses on a big, bold approach, simple and brutal, emphasizing strength and speed. But him? Damn, he moves like a butterfly, all flashy and intricate, creating afterimages with his sword that make it impossible to catch his real form. To be honest, I was suppressed by him. It was incredibly frustrating. Plus, that archer was constantly shooting arrows at me from the side, which made me furious. I yelled, "Are you done yet?" My shout unleashed a surge of killing intent, and my aura changed completely. But that guy named had the nerve to sneer and say, "Oh, are you angry? A soul beast is still a soul beast. Even if it gains intelligence, it can't change its beastly nature." Let me tell you, that remark pushed my buttons. I went crazy and stopped caring about any techniques. I just started hacking wildly at him. But something amazing happened. The more I fought like a madman, the better I became. I realized my control over these two-hand swords was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. It was like playing a video game and suddenly unlocking your full potential. Every move became incredibly smooth. He noticed it too. His face turned pale, realizing that if this continued, he would be the one getting killed. He immediately shouted, "A foam. Not yet, use that move." He pushed me back with a sword strike, and then the 3 of them instantly came together, a strange magic array appearing around them. Merging their soul power, a beam of light shot into the sky, and then a gigantic phantom emerged. This phantom held an ancient zither in its left hand as a shield, wielded a giant sword in its right, and had a longbow strapped to its back. I was completely dumbfounded. What is this? A 3-in-1 giant robot? The 3 of them joined hands, floating above the giant's head, eyes closed as if performing a ritual. I was still in a daze when the giant's enormous sword came crashing down, splitting the ground. I quickly dodged and tried to counterattack, but the giant directly slammed me to the ground with his shield, nearly making me throw up my overnight meal. I regretted it at that moment, thinking why didn't I spend a few dozen bucks to finish reading the Doloa novel back then? This is way beyond the syllabus. How am I supposed to fight like this? I am well aware that if I confront this thing head-on, I will definitely suffer losses. Moreover, I've always felt like there are eyes watching me from the side, eerie and unsettling, making it hard for me to focus and fight with all my strength. This feeling is not caused by the three people, but by a more terrifying presence. If I can't win, it's not shameful to run away. I feigned a move, turned around, and ran, accelerating straight towards the ice and fire Tuine eye, plunging in with a splash. Goodbye. The three of them on the shore were furious and jumped up and down, but they didn't dare to come down, only able to cancel that high Gundam form. While they were cursing, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. This guy was as thin as a bamboo pole, skin and bones, looking more like a corpse than a living person, exuding a chilling aura. As soon as he appeared, the three of them immediately shouted respectfully, "Boss bye." It turned out that my escape wasn't because I was afraid of the 3-in-1 Gundam, but because this old ghost had arrived. He was the mastermind behind it all. He smiled ominously, and the feeling was incredibly creepy. He said he already had enough souls, and the stage was now his. Goodness. This old ghost revealed his soul ring, 5 black and 3 red. A Contra-level presence. He directly activated his martial soul true form, transforming into a half-human, half-skeleton monster, and his aura pressed down on those three, rendering them motionless. Then the most terrifying part came. He spread his hands, and the entire ground began to emit black smoke, from which ghostly humanoid figures crawled out. They were densely packed, filling the entire volcano. Folks, this wasn't just a fight. This was a full-blown night parade of 100 demons. While I was experiencing a biohazard crisis on my side, things were also going haywire in Tiano City. The players in the Spirit Hall couldn't sit still any longer. Their leader, named Mo Chi, a guy who claimed to be a paladin, looked decent and always talked about justice. He called his 10 strongest subordinates for a meeting, one of whom was my old acquaintance, Ling Hu Xiu, the guy who had scared himself into severing an arm because of me. This guy was also tough. He retrained a character and surprisingly climbed up to an executive position. Mo Chi began his pre-battle mobilization, talking about dark forces descending, justice marching forth, and purifying the world by eliminating all those evil beings. A bunch of over-the-top and passionate slogans. Then this group set off in grand style. It was quite a spectacle, like a military parade, with the paladin Mo Chi sitting on a throne carried by 8 people. Those who didn't know would think an emperor was going on a tour. When they arrived outside the Sunset Forest, everyone was dumbfounded. That place was no longer a forest. It was a ghost gate shrouded in black mist, howling with ghostly cries. And even from a distance, one could feel the chilling winds. Tang San and the others were also mixed in with the crowd, and seeing this commotion, especially Su Wire, was extremely anxious because my location marker had long since stopped moving. Without a word, the knights charged in. Tang San and the others gritted their teeth and followed. Once inside, good grief, it was pitch dark with visibility under 3 meters. There were screams everywhere. As soon as Su Wire entered, a shadow like black mist lunged at her. She struck with her palm, only to pass right through it. That thing dispersed into a cloud of mist and then reformed. Let me tell you about this boss Bai, whose real name is Bai Muro. The reason he is so twisted is said to be because he has a slight physical issue. A certain function doesn't work. Who can understand this among his family? It's this that led him down a dark path. And this reason is just absurd. He is building his own suffering on top of the suffering of the whole world. His ability is to resurrect the dead as ghosts to serve him, and these ghosts are immune to most physical damage. At this moment, he is standing among his ghost army, enjoying the sight of Yi Qiu and the other 2 trembling in fear. He shakes his head, extends a bony hand, and pinches the face of the ghost girl, Najia. What a delicate little face. What a pity. If only the eyeballs were dug out. It would be even more perfect. B-Boss Bai, the archer of phone, wanted to say something and approached trembling. Slap. Let me tell you that slap was loud. This kid by Murong immediately slapped a Feng into a daze, cursing, "What are you even?" Not satisfied, he directly stomped a Feng to the ground, being utterly arrogant. I was thinking at the time, this guy really has a short temper. The guy next to him, Yi Qiuji, wanted to step in and say a few words, but he held back at the last moment. Why? Because of that look from Bai Murong It was like a knife slicing through the air as he asked, "Ah, Chiu, are you going to stop me too?" Goodness, Yi Chioji immediately backed down, not daring to say a word. He felt a deep regret. Bai Murong was no longer the good brother from back then. He was now a complete weirdo. And guess what happened next? Bai Murong's mood changed faster than flipping a book. 1 second, he was acting all dramatic. And the next, he was cheerfully pulling Ah Feng up and even dusting him off, leaving Ah Feng completely confused and overwhelmed. Then he put his arm around Yi Chioji's shoulder, calling him my good brother and saying that the bond between the three of them was great, and that when they became evil soul masters in the future, they would have to protect him. I have to say, this operation is truly at the master level of workplace PUA. It's like giving a slap and then a date, first applying extreme pressure, then painting a grand vision. He clearly tells Yi Chioji, "What you did today already makes you evil soul masters. Want to run? It's too late." What can Yi Chioji do? He can only smile and say, "How could that be, Boss Bai? We are eager to return." Only then did Bai Murong nod in satisfaction and start his Chinibu speech mode. He talked about how the Holy War has begun, how they need to save the Spirit Hall, and how they will be the rulers of the Doluo continent from now on like gods. Oh my God. When he shouted that word God, the surrounding black mist surged, and his followers wailed like they were at a concert. Family, who understands? This isn't a god. It's clearly a big demon. Who could see that and not want to run away? While these people were engaging in their Chinibu team building, where was our protagonist Tang Feng? He was soaking in a bath beneath the eye of ice and fire. Outside, the ghosts were howling, and he had no desire to go out. Of course, he couldn't defeat Bai Murong even if he went out. If he could, he wouldn't be hiding. While soaking, he pondered that the cooldown time for his form switch was up, so he quickly transformed back into human form. Hey, you know what? Every time he evolved, his body seemed to grow stronger. He looked at his reflection in the water and felt a bit more handsome. He also thought about Tang San and Su Wire, Sai. Interspecies romance is really hard to manage. Just as he was lamenting, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. The noise was deafening. The knights from a spirit hall had charged in. Let me tell you, these knights were practically professionals. Their spirit abilities were light and fire, which were especially effective against these ghosts. They swept through like a whirlwind, as if they were invincible. On the other side, Tang San and his 3 companions were in trouble. They were surrounded by a group of ghosts. Hitting these things felt like hitting cotton. They were soft and lacked any real sensation, but when they hit you, it hurt a lot. Real damage, piercing to the heart. Tang San was okay. For some reason, the blue silver grass was still quite effective, but the others were just scraping the surface. As they fought and analyzed the situation, their buddy El Wei Meng was quick-witted and immediately guessed that it was the work of an evil spirit master. Dugubo also acknowledged this. After all, in this day and age, it was too normal for a few players to be psychological deviants taking shortcuts, just as they were struggling to advance. The main force ahead had already engaged Bai Murong's lair. When Bai Murong made his entrance, let me tell you, he was full of flair, floating in mid-air, surrounded by black mist, and proclaimed, "I am one of the 10 Yama Kings of the Dark Temple, by Mion Yama." The knight commander on the other side, named Mo Chi, didn't he even bother to lift his eyelids while sitting on his throne. Bai Murong saw this and thought, "Oh, you're ignoring me? That just makes me more excited." He launched into another declaration, saying something about how they were all sacrifices, stepping stones, and that their deaths were justice. I couldn't help but laugh. The villain really talks a lot. Mo Chi finally reacted, shaking his head in disappointment as he stood up and casually said, "The 10 Yama Kings? Ha, really weak." In the next moment, Mo Chi directly activated his martial soul, and with a thud, he shot out like a cannonball. He muttered, "Let there be light," as he punched forward, enveloped in holy light. Bai Murong wanted to bind him with his dark energy, but as soon as it touched Mo Chi, it shattered like melting ice and snow. Mo Chi instantly closed the distance, and just as he was about to land a punch, Bai Murong barely caught it. Bai Murong laughed triumphantly. "You didn't think I was unprepared, did you?" But before his laughter faded, Mo Chi kicked him right in the face. So much for talking. Then came a flurry of punches. The sound of blows echoed in the air. Seeing he couldn't win, Bai Murong called for an ambush, but it was useless. In the end, he was pushed to his limits and unleashed his ultimate move. "Then you all can die." Bai Murong erupted, and all his ghostly combat power skyrocketed. He laughed maniacally. "The game is just starting now." Mo Chi coldly replied, "Your beginning is already the end." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Chi's martial soul manifested, and a massive beam of light blasted down, directly knocking Bai Murong from the sky, crashing him down beside the eye of ice and fire, with white smoke rising from his body. I have to say, the attribute restraint is really unreasonable. Bai Murong got up, furious and shouting, and charged again. The two exchanged blows, but Mo Chi's relaxed demeanor clearly showed he was just toying with him. As they fought, Mo Chi grew impatient, conjured a holy spear in his hand, and with a thrust, directly pierced Bai Murong's heart. Then he kicked the spear's tail, and with a bang, Bai Murong and the spear were kicked away, exploding into a cloud of fireworks in midair. But it wasn't over. This guy Bai Murong actually didn't die. All the dark energy and ghosts around him surged toward him like a river. What was he trying to do? Here comes the classic moment. If you can't win, summon help. Oh no, summon ghosts. All the ghosts were instantly sucked in, merging together to form a giant humanoid figure several dozen meters high. That massive ghost was centered around Bai Murong, and his roar shook the entire forest. Montak Ki. The giant spirit slammed down with a fist, cracking the ground. But Mo Chi moved like a ghost, easily dodging it, and leaped up onto the giant's arm, kicking it in the face. The giant spirit grabbed Mo Chi, trying to crush him, but couldn't, so it slammed Mo Chi into the ground. With a bang, it created a 5-meter deep pit. Then it started stomping wildly, like it was doing a dance, rubbing and rubbing. After more than a minute, it moved its foot and looked. Hey, the person was gone. Bai Murong panicked on the spot. Where did he go? Looking for me? A voice suddenly echoed in his ear. He slapped out but hit nothing. Mo Chi's speed had become so fast that he was completely invisible. Did you see that? Mo Chi's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and he even had a smile on his face. Bai Murong's heart sank. This guy was enjoying the fight. In the next second, Mo Chi transformed into a paladin, and a conical holy light spear accurately struck the core of Bai Murong within the giant spirit. Boom! The light dispelled all darkness, and Bai Murong flew out like a cannonball, crashing down with a splash right into the ice and fire dual eyes. A pie fell from the sky, folks. Tang Feng in the ice and fire dual eyes was dumbfounded. This was simply a godsend opportunity. Without thinking, he transformed into the human-faced Sword Emperor and charged up to slice Bai Murong, opening his mouth wide to devour him. Revenge had to be taken. Just as he prepared to digest this super experienced pack, suddenly, a terrifying sense of crisis surged from above. Whoosh! A holy spear fell from the sky, piercing the water surface, and it wasn't aimed at him, but at the remnants of Bai Murong he was trying to consume. Boom! With a huge explosion, Tang Feng's devouring was directly interrupted, and he was blown away, heavily injured on the spot. I really want to thank you. Just as I was about to thank my brother for the head he sent, he unexpectedly shot me. The system notification sounded, and although my absorption was interrupted and I only managed to absorb half it, actually succeeded, Tang Feng felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. Is this called luck or misfortune? He sighed and decided to continue playing dead at the bottom of the water. I don't know how long it had been, but Mo Chi left with the night team, and the entire sunset forest was left barren. Tang Feng was sleeping soundly underwater when he felt someone blocking the light. Drowsily, he mumbled, "Don't bother me." As a result, he accidentally gulped down a large mouthful of spring water and almost choked to death. When he opened his eyes, wow, it was Tang San. Tang San pulled him up to the shore and told him that everyone else had left. Tang Feng put on his clothes and noticed he had shrunk a bit more. He looked at his reflection on the water's surface and thought, I've become handsome again. Tang San was speechless, thinking, if you keep growing like this, how will this kid survive? After the two of them walked a few steps, they saw Su Wei'er. Just as Tang Feng was about to greet her, Su Wei'er said nothing and rushed over, hugging him tightly. Next to them, Dugabo and El Weiming had the good sense to turn and walk away. Tang Feng was completely frozen, and in his heart, he felt a bitter laugh. What should he do? It wasn't a good idea for her to hold him like this. I tell you, at that moment, I felt like a wooden post, raising my hand and then putting it down, and then raising it again, just wondering where to put my hand. Should I hug her or not? Who understands this, my family? I was so conflicted inside. I'm just a soul beast, and she is a wealthy young lady. The gap between our identities is just too far. I can't give her a future. While I was lost in these thoughts, suddenly I heard a tick, right next to my right ear, followed by a cold sensation on my shoulder. My heart sank. Something was wrong, she was crying. That tear, I tell you, felt like sulfuric acid. It burned right through my last line of defense. My mind went blank, like I'd been struck by lightning. Before I could even react, this girl suddenly yanked my collar and bit down on my shoulder with her mouth wide open. Damn, that hurt so much. My eyes almost popped out. I felt like my teeth were going to shatter, but I didn't dare to make a sound. My heart was pounding like a drum, and blood was oozing out of the wound. When she finally let go, she looked at me with tenderness and asked, "Does it hurt?" I instinctively replied, "It hurts," and immediately regretted it. How could I, a man, say that? I quickly changed my words. "Not painful." As a result, she snorted and softly scolded, "Fool." Then she said with great confidence, "It's supposed to hurt. You're not allowed to do silly things anymore. If they're essay next time, I'll bite you again." Wow, that is quite a unique way to threaten someone. What could I say? I could only nod in agreement. When she finally let go of me and turned around, she muttered, "You really have no sense of romance." I could only pretend I didn't hear her. This girl's thoughts, with my straightforward mindset, felt like I was a reincarnated electronic wooden fish, completely unable to keep up. When she asked me to speak, I held back for a long time and said, "Oh, I avenged Grandpa by and the others." She directly rolled her eyes at me and scolded, "Dunce." After finally soothing this young lady, I quickly called over Dugu Bo and the others for a meeting. Let me tell you, the current situation is incredibly complicated. The ice and fire yin-yang eye is in chaos, attracting the Spirit Hall and the Tiendo royal family. What's worse is that some players are resorting to any means necessary to become stronger, directly falling into the path of evil soul masters. I cleared my throat, and my expression was serious. "Everyone, no one is watching Tang San right now, so we are temporarily safe. But don't celebrate too early. There are already Contra players among us, and within 6 months, there will definitely be Title Dolua appearing. When that happens, it will be the end of Dolua continent. We must have the power to protect ourselves before that, or even stop them from becoming Title Dolua." At that moment, El Weiming asked, "Stop? Brother Feng, how do we stop them? We can't even fight back." I shrugged and said, "I was just speaking casually. The most important thing now is to improve our own strength." Tang San's face fell when he heard this, and he said that he couldn't grow in strength in just 6 months. I chuckled and said, "At this moment," I directly pulled out a trump card from my pocket, a bottle of elixirs. This thing is called an experience pill, 1 level per pill, and there are 100 pills in a bottle. If the soul ring is sufficient, you can instantly become a deity. What the heck? Lu Weiming's eyes were about to pop out, and both Dugabo and Tang San looked at me with expressions that said, "Are you kidding me?" Old Poison was still calm. He asked, "What are the side effects of this pill?" I shrugged and answered honestly, "The side effects are still unclear." I told him that I obtained this through a millennium of signing in, and that medicine can be toxic, so I wouldn't dare to experiment recklessly. That kid Lu Weiming had already secretly reached out, but upon hearing this, he quickly retracted his hand. I looked at them and said, "That's why I said, in extraordinary times, we need extraordinary measures. Asan, I want you to take the drug, level up quickly, and participate in the Sea God trial." Tang San was immediately startled, kicking his chair away and ready to run. I shouted, "Weiming, stop him. If he runs away, you'll be the one to try the drug." As soon as Lu Weiming heard this, he moved like a whirlwind and pounced on Tang San, pinning him to the ground. "San, just give in. If you don't go to hell, who will?" Tang San was howling. "Second brother, let me go." No. Su Wei wanted to help him, but I didn't allow it. As a result, that old guy Dugabo stepped forward, saying he would try it. When I saw his expression, good heavens, he was threatening me. "Fine, if you want to come, then come." The old poison master took the drug and didn't forget to urge Tang San to marry. "Little Poison, if you really care about me, hurry up and marry my granddaughter." Well, Tang San's moment of being moved instantly vanished. Just when we were in chaos over who would try the drug first, let me tell you, the outside world had already exploded. Those evil spirit masters initiated a so-called holy war, moving their activities from underground to the open, carrying out terrorist attacks, slaughtering villages, and forcing ordinary players to join them, or else they would die. The entire Dolua continent was filled with black smoke. The Empire and the Spear Hall finally reacted, starting to recruit troops and prepare to fight back together. Lu Weiming went out to gather news and came back panting, saying, "Brother Feng, it's total chaos outside. Ning Rongrong and the people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have all gone to the battlefield, and various sects and academies are gearing up to set out. Now players are teaming up to deal with those evil spirit masters." Tang San listened, his expression a bit complicated, but he still shook his head, saying that the Haotian school had nothing to do with him. I patted him, then pondered for a moment while pinching my chin. This war might not be a bad thing for us. It could give us the time we need to develop. But then I thought again and realized it wasn't right. I looked at them, my expression serious, and made a decision. I've decided that we should also go to the battlefield. Our levels are rising too quickly, and our foundation is unstable. It's just right to go to the battlefield to hone our skills. Lu Weiming turned pale at that moment, repeatedly waving his hands. Feng Ge, let's not do this, okay? The battlefield is dangerous. I felt it was unnecessary. Su Wire shot him a disdainful look. Coward. I said to him, we have a system, but San doesn't. He needs real battles to refine his soul skills. When Tang San heard this, his eyes brightened, and he said, improving through battle. Sure, I have no objections. Opposition is futile, we all said in unison. LV Weiming was still not giving up, and he leaned over to whisper to me. Feng Ge, tell me honestly, you're not thinking of taking this opportunity for revenge, are you? I chuckled and raised an eyebrow at him. Guess what? He mumbled, I can't guess anything. You're clearly just taking it out on me. Don't tell me it's to save the people from fire and water. I don't believe you're that great. I laughed and said, that's right, I'm venting my anger. The destruction of Chujian City is something I'll remember for a lifetime. What those evil soul masters want to achieve, I won't let them succeed. Not only do I want to stop them, but I also want to destroy them with my own hands. After hearing this, El Weiming fell silent. He recalled everything about Chujian City, and his eyes instantly turned red. After a while, he suddenly looked up and said through gritted teeth, Brother Feng, when are we leaving? I looked at him and smiled knowingly, giving his shoulder a hearty pat, and said loudly, good. Who understands what our family is going through? Over 20,000 people on the front lines are fighting so hard that their brains are about to burst out, and we're those villainous big bosses. The Lord of the Dark Temple and the 9 Yama Kings. Doing? They're in the back, munching on sunflower seeds, drinking some booze, and even set up a barbecue stand, grilling skewers while watching the show. Let me tell you, the scene was just like watching the World Cup final. And they would occasionally raise their cups and shout beautiful. It was simply unbelievable. This story has to start from the beginning. The reason these evil soul masters are so crazy is all thanks to that guy called Black Yama. He casually grabbed a dude named Wang Xiaohu in front of everyone and said he was going to transform him. I was standing right there, and I saw a mass of black energy suddenly swallow that guy. The scream was so horrifying it made my hair stand on end. I thought for sure he was done for. But then, with a bang, the black energy dispersed, and Wang Xiaohu was still standing there with that aura in those eyes. Completely embodying an evil and charming domineering CEO, Black Yama casually pointed and said, go, kill him. Wang Xiaohu didn't make a sound, and in a flash he rushed over, and with a swift knife strike, he took out a player in an instant. Everyone on the scene was stunned. Immediately after, Wang Xiaohu went crazy, looking at his hands and laughing wildly. Ha ha, experience. It's really experience. You're all my experience. As he was about to take action again, he was stopped by Black Yin Luo. The guy got anxious, his eyes red as he shouted at Black Yin Luo. Let me kill them. Black Yin Luo, the old man, leisurely said, don't be in a hurry. You'll have plenty of chances to kill later. Then he turned to us, the group of players who were scared silly, and with a smile like a devilish salesman, explained, everyone, do you understand? As long as you become a soul master, killing people, killing soul beasts, or even stepping on an ant can gain you experience to level up. Good heavens, I was completely taken aback. As soon as this was said, the crowd immediately exploded. Originally a group of captives, now everyone's eyes were green, like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Meh, meh, meh. Pick me. I want to join too. I want to get stronger. The scene was like a crazy sale of cabbages, with everyone eagerly raising their hands. And just like that, a so-called holy war began. As soon as dawn broke, the Knights of Light, along with various sects and a massive army of players, charged over. The scene resembling the entrance of heroes in a movie, the BGM almost starting to play. A few kilometers away, those newly converted soul masters were howling as they rushed forward. In their eyes, there was no concept of justice or evil, just shining experience bars. Like rabid dogs. They shouted, I want to level up. I want to become a titled Dolua. I want to become a god. At that time, I was hanging out with my buddies at the back of the Justice League, watching the battlefield. Let me tell you, it was exhilarating. Tang San couldn't hold back anymore, his eyes sparkling with excitement, shouting to charge in and wreak havoc. Old Dagobah wanted to advise us to play it safe and pick off some stragglers. I cut him off. Play it safe? With our setup, we're definitely a strong team. We have to practice our coordination. Tang San got even more pumped, right? Feng Ji as the strong attacker, Wei Jie as the agile support, Air Ji as the all-rounder, and I'll control. Aren't we invincible? LV Weiming, who was a bit timid, but never short on words, chimed in. Be more confident, drop the I think. All right, since everyone is saying that, what are we waiting for? Let's go. I even specially reminded Dagobah, Old poison, remember, you just watch from the back. Don't intervene, or what are we even playing for? As soon as we charged in the battlefield, I realized how deep the water was. It was complete chaos, with all sorts of bizarre martial souls flying around. It was like a scene of gods battling. This was the first time for Tang San and the others to witness such a massive clash of over 100,000 people. And the overwhelming killing intent hit them like a wave, leaving them stunned, their faces pale, standing frozen in place. I swung my sword backward and knocked away an attacker, then turned around and shouted at them. What are you afraid of? If you don't want to fight, go back. My scolding seemed to wake them up. Tang San was the first to react, launching his blue-silver prison and the tyrant spear directly. Lu Weiming also let out a roar, transforming into a slime and becoming the explosive flame gun. The most impressive was Su Wire. Who understands it, right? Her 1,000-machine umbrella transformed with a series of clicks into a Gatling gun that spewed blue flames. Soul power bullets rained down, and it was exhilarating. I was so stunned at the time, thinking I had to get Weiming's slime to transform for me to try later. Watching the three of them coordinate better and better, I felt relieved and charged ahead of the team into the front lines of the battlefield. But the more I fought, the stranger it felt. I realized after a while that both sides were just about level 60 minions, and there wasn't even one person unleashing their martial soul true form. Looking back, it was the same on our side. I was scratching my head at that moment, with a big question mark in my mind. What the hell is going on? Are over 200,000 people just putting on a show? The chessboard is quite large, but why do I only see the pawns pecking at each other? And where are the knights and cannons? Where are the generals and advisors on both sides thinking? The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was off. But I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Forget it, whatever. If there really is a trap, I could just have Weir open a portal and we can escape. Just thinking about that bastard by Yenluo ruining my initial meeting city made me furious. I had to kill swiftly today. Just when I thought the battle would escalate and we'd finally face some decent opponents, I suddenly jolted. I seemed to have forgotten something. Right, the title Doloa. Not a single title Doloa had shown up. That ominous feeling returned, and I instantly realized that all the talk about intense battles and climactic moments was just my illusion. Right now, it was merely the beginning. At this moment, in the main camp over 10 kilometers away from the battlefield, another battle was also raging. The Paladin Machi, the leader on our players' side, called together the big shots from the Spirit Hall, including Ju, the Ghost Doloa, Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Sword Bone Doloa, and the leader of the Haotian sect for a meeting. Goodness. The atmosphere in that tent was more tense than on the battlefield outside. Machi, that tough guy, sat in the main seat and got straight to the point. Everyone, you've all seen how outrageous those evil soul masters are. If they didn't have a few titled Doluos backing them, would they dare to be so arrogant? Immediately, someone in the crowd retorted, sarcastically saying that we players dreaming of becoming Doluos in just half a year was ridiculous. Machi got angry and coldly shot back. If you don't believe it, go out and try it. Don't just sit here making sarcastic comments. Do you really think you're something special? A hot-tempered person almost challenged Machi to a duel on the spot. And if it weren't for the old fox Ning Fengji stepping in to smooth things over, they probably would have started fighting amongst themselves. After the meeting, Ning Fengji kept Machi behind and, with a look of concern, asked, Xiao Qi, who do you think is our most terrifying opponent this time? Without a moment's hesitation, Machi replied, the Dark God Hall Master who hides and shows himself. Ning Fengji, that old fox, had been beating around the bush, worrying about his daughter Ning Rongrong and the Tiando Empire, but he was really trying to gauge Machi's confidence. Machi, feeling annoyed, shot back a confident evil cannot conquer righteousness. But that confident demeanor only made Ning Fengji more uneasy. However, who could have imagined, while they were scheming and devising plans, the atmosphere on the side of the Dark God Hall was completely different. The legendary Hall Master, a guy named Yudo, was remarkably unremarkable. The kind you wouldn't even notice in a crowd. He, along with the 9 guys from the Black Yenluo, was at the very back of the battlefield, setting up a small table with food and drinks, and surprisingly, starting a barbecue. While sipping his drink, Black Yenluo put his arm around Yudo's shoulder and asked, Hall Master, what exactly do you want to do? Are you really trying to conquer the world? You can guess what Yudo replied. He took a sip of his drink and casually said, who would want to do such a boring thing? I'm just bored and looking for some fun. I tell you, this big guy is all about boredom above all else. Destroy the world? He says, sure. If you want to destroy it, go ahead, I have no objections. A few Yama Kings are arguing about it for half a day, and he just sits there, drinking cup after cup of wine, as if watching a show. He occasionally picks up his wine glass, looks at the battlefield through it, and says the world inside the glass is beautiful. Then he thinks his subordinates are too stupid, even learning to play with a cup like him, which is really dull. The battle goes on from day to dusk, and their drinking party never stops, even adding barbecue later. When someone casually mentions wanting chicken wings, immediately someone prepares and brings them to him. He sips wine, eats chicken wings, watches this so-called holy war in front of him, and thinks, how boring. When will it end? Bullying these kids isn't interesting at all. The Black Yama even comes over to flatter him. Lord, we are sure to win this battle. Yudo just responds with an O, but thinks to himself, Sai, these people have too complicated thoughts. Nothing is pure at all. Is there really no one in this world who understands me and can play with me? I was gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, embodying the melancholic protagonist of a sad piece of literature, and my heart was filled with a sadness that flowed like a river. Sigh. After being the big bad for so long, it really loses its charm. How about we switch it up next time and play the script of a brave warrior saving a princess? Let me tell you, on that battlefield, we were practically being rubbed against the ground. It was a disaster. My temper flared up right then and there, and I smashed the bottle. What is going on? I shouted. We are at least evil soul masters. Where is the dignity of the villains? Are we just going to be beaten by these self-proclaimed righteous guys? Can we tolerate this? As soon as I finished speaking, the oldest among the 9 Yinluo under me, an old man called Wayamluo, suddenly stood up. Master of the hall, look at me. The black Yinluo beside him, the one who had been flattering me earlier, got anxious and wanted to stop him, as if to say, old man, you must have drunk fake wine. Don't go up there. But the other Yinluo pulled him back, saying, well, you know, didn't you see that the master of the hall is interested? Let old Wu Yin do his thing. Well, I really was interested. I saw Wayamluo walk to the front of the formation and pull something out of his pocket. I focused my eyes, and wow, it was an enormous, intimidating revolver. But this gun had no handle. Countless metal wires and supports were directly connected to Wayamluo, making him the handle of this gun. I squinted my eyes at that moment. This style was something. Wayamluo madly infused his dark soul power into it, and the gun's muzzle began to spin, forming a swirling black energy ball. The ball grew larger and larger, with an incredibly strong suction, causing the surrounding air to start swirling, resembling a small black hole. Just when we all thought he was about to fire, the old man surprisingly began to rotate the revolver's cylinder on his chest, like playing Russian roulette. With a click, the cylinder stopped on a 3-letter word. The next second, that energy ball, originally 2 meters in size, suddenly exploded, expanding 3 times instantly. I couldn't hold back at that moment, clapping my hands and cheering. Beautiful. So beautiful. This work is done well. Family, who understands? This is the real black technology. It's much more impressive than those flashy martial soul techniques. The other Yama also started to cheer, saying that this old man usually looks down and is full of dark schemes. But today he finally revealed his true colors. Just as they were bantering, the no Yama fired. That huge black energy ball, with a destructive momentum, flew straight into the crowd of the Justice League. Boom! With a loud bang. Let me tell you, the explosion scene was simply spectacular. With just one shot, nearly 20,000 people on the opposite side, including several muscular men who had activated their martial souls, just vanished into thin air. Of course, the main characters couldn't die. Just a second before the explosion, Tang Feng and his 4 companions were teleported to safety by a girl from their team, appearing at the back, all of them turning pale with fright. One guy even swore on the spot. Isn't this too terrifying? Did a title Doluan make a move? Beside him, Dugu Bo shook his head, looking serious as he said, it's not a title Doluan, it's a soul guide. Once this was said, Tang Feng and the others were even more confused. A soul guide with power comparable to a full force strike from a title Doluan? If a title Doluan used this, wouldn't they be able to slaughter gods? This shot directly turned the entire battle situation around. Our side's morale surged, and we charged forward with a roar. Meanwhile, the no Yama, who had just finished unleashing his ultimate move, put away his weapon and casually turned back to continue drinking, hiding his achievements and fame. However, the opposing side was not to be underestimated. They quickly reacted. Various fusion soul techniques and auxiliary soul skills flashed wildly, pulling back the disadvantage. Soon after, the big shots from their sect and the academy instructors also joined the fray. Those NPCs coordinated seamlessly with rich battle experience, and our side began to retreat step by step again. I watched the battlefield turn back and forth, and instead of getting angry, I found it even more interesting. Not bad, not bad. This counterattack is impressive. I commented while enjoying my skewers. The few underlings I had were looking pale, completely unable to grasp what I was planning. They quickly discussed countermeasures, saying they could no longer just watch the show and needed to take action. So they sent someone named Budayama to call out our trump card. Before long, Budayama returned. Then, on the battlefield, the real dimensionality reduction strike began. The hidden masters on our side finally made their move, one after another, unleashing their domains and trapping all those NPCs on the opposite side. Fighting in someone else's domain was not even on the same level. The enemy was instantly thrown into a tough battle. I watched the colorful energy explosions in the sky like fireworks. It was simply exhilarating. On the other side, Tang Feng and his team were not in such a good mood. He looked at the World Channel, where countless players were sending their last words. And the atmosphere was tragically epic. Then the girl and his team, Su Wei'er, said it was too dangerous and they should retreat. Tang Feng also thought they should leave, but he himself didn't want to. So, I tell you, this guy switched to toxic tongue mode to force his teammates to leave. He unleashed a barrage of insults at Su Wei'er, saying she was just a burden, would only be in the way, and should hurry up and get lost. The insults were harsh. The girl was immediately brought to tears and ran away. Tang Feng immediately signaled to Tang San and the others to follow her, quietly instructing them to take her to a safe place to hide. Nearby, Dagobah watched all this with a smile, walking over and reciting lines from a Chinese odyssey. Once there was a sincere love, which nearly made Tang Feng explode in anger. Once everyone had left, Tang Feng sighed alone. He had no choice. The upcoming battle was on the level of title Doloa, and he could barely protect himself, let alone others. He could only force them to leave in this way. They fought for a day and a night until dawn. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. Finally, the real big shots on both sides, those title Doloa, could no longer sit still. Sword Doloa, Bone Doloa, Ghost Doloa, Chrysanthemum Doloa. Goodness, they all flew into the sky like dumplings. Aryama and the hidden evil soul master, title Doloa, on our side, also rushed to meet them. Tang Feng lay alone on the grass, watching the gods fight in the sky, complaining, "Where have you been? Why wait until the minions are all dead before coming out?" The battle in the sky was dazzling. I have to say, although Aryama were only soul Doloa, their soul rings were of high quality, and they were able to exchange blows with the enemy's title Doloa. At that moment, the no Yama, protected by 3 teammates, took out his big treasure. The opponents were so scared they lost their souls, shouting to stop him. But our side would not let them succeed, blocking them firmly. No Yama was truly going all out this time, directly overloading that soul engineer, clearly intending to unleash something big, even if it meant destroying the treasure. With a buzzing sound, a dark beam several times thicker than before shot up into the sky, fast as lightning, and with a boom, it instantly killed 2 title Doloa on the opposite side, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After firing the shot, the soul engineer shattered into pieces. No Yama staggered back, and I quickly gave him a thumbs up. Old Wu, that firework was really impressive. This completely ignited the powder keg of the battlefield. All the big shots on both sides stopped holding back, unleashing their true martial spirits. Black Yama's shadow form, Wind Yama's gale form, Bone Delua's bone dragon. The scene was extraordinary. I was clapping and cheering. Now, it was getting interesting. The battle grew increasingly fierce, and on our 10 halls of Yama's side, casualties began to appear. However, everyone that fell took down an enemy titled Doloa with them. Just then, a heavily wounded titled Doloa fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string, landing not far from Tang Feng. A green figure, Wind Yama, immediately rushed over to try and finish him off. However, he saw Tang Feng watching the battle nearby, and without a word, unleashed hundreds of wind blades straight at him. Tang Feng had no time to think and countered with an ice-fire dual melody. Seeing that his first attack failed, Wind Yama transformed into a sword aura and launched a gale slash. Tang Feng had no choice but to take it head-on, again unleashing an ice-fire dual melody. The two immediately started fighting, and guess what? Seeing he couldn't win in a head-on clash, Wind Yama resorted to tricks, quickly creating several clones to surround me. I tell you, the scene resembled the Lord of Shadows, and it looked quite impressive. I don't have time to play the guessing game with him. With a swift move, I slammed the explosive flame gun down to the ground. Boom! The ground shook, and all the fakes were instantly blown away, leaving only his real body standing there all alone. I thought to myself, this is it, another ice and fire duet to the face. Honestly, at this point, this is the only move I know, emphasizing that great strength can create miracles. Just then, that black Yama swayed over and asked, "Xiao Feng, need any help?" Good heavens! I was staring at that Wind Yama, and we both answered in unison. I shouted, "No need," while he shouted, "Need?" We were both stunned at the same time and turned to look at each other. You're also called Xiao Feng? Does anyone understand? We're fighting, and we have the same name? The atmosphere instantly changed from a life and death battle to a large family reunion. That Black Yama was quite the character. Seeing the situation, he actually started trying to recruit me on the spot. Hey, looks like you two are quite fated. Why not join us and be brothers? The Wind Yama exploded on the spot. Xiaohei, shut up. The Black Yama was not happy. I'm asking him, why are you getting so excited? You black dog, do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? As soon as I heard it, I thought, wow, they're really going at it. These two actually started arguing right in front of me. I rolled my eyes, purely for the sake of entertainment, and chimed in. I think whoever wins the fight gets to have the final say. I swear I was just saying it casually. But that Wind Yama roared like a firecracker that had been lit. And without a doubt, he shouted, Black Dog, I'm tearing you apart today. He turned around and started fighting with Black Yama. They left me standing there all alone. And my mind was filled with question marks. Wait, are you guys really fighting? As soon as I saw the situation, I knew I had to stir the pot. I shouted at the top of my lungs, kill him. His mouth stinks too much. These two had long-standing grudges. Feng Yinluo was really annoyed by He Yinluo's pretentiousness. He Yinluo's true form was a black dog, and he hated being called a black dog more than anything. Now, old grudges and new enmities were being settled together, and the fight was intense. Let me tell you, these two were all about love and killing each other. One moment they were arguing about tearing each other's mouths apart, and the next they were shielding each other from blows. That's right, you heard me correctly. Watching their internal struggle, I thought this was my chance. Taking advantage of Feng Yinluo's back being turned to me, I prepared to launch a sneak attack to deal with this troublesome opponent first. But unexpectedly, He Yinluo was sharp-eyed and shouted, watch out. He pushed Feng Yinluo away and took my sword strike with his own body. I was dumbfounded at the time. What kind of confusing operation is this? Aren't you sworn enemies? But I didn't stop. I figure I might as well go all out and send in another sword, directly taking away Black Yinaro. Now I had stirred up a hornet's nest. Feng Yinluo's eyes turned red, and he roared, I want your life. He transformed into a massive wind blade tornado, charging straight at me. The momentum was enough to tear apart the entire space. As I dodged, I sarcastically said, oh, you love him so much. Why did you hit him so hard just now? To be honest, his move was really fierce. But after I activated my prediction and Tihua Jitian skill, all his actions looked like slow-motion replays to me. I didn't even dodge. I charged straight into that wind blade tornado. Wind Yama must have thought I was crazy, his face showing that you're doomed expression. But the next second, his jaw nearly dropped. That tornado, comparable to a large cutting machine, not only shredded my clothes into rags, but didn't leave a single deep cut on me. It was gentler than a gua sha treatment. He was completely shattered, realizing he couldn't win, and tried to feign a retreat. Could I let him escape? I swiftly blocked his path and cheerfully asked, where are you going? He was exposed and still tried to act tough, claiming he could crush me with a finger. I provoked him directly. Oh, really? Then do you dare to stand still and let me stab you with my sword? This guy was quite stubborn. For the sake of his pride, he actually agreed. He activated all his defensive buffs and confidently told me to come at him. I ignited my MO/CS sword with eerie blue flames, and when I thrust it forward, he clearly flinched, his body instinctively wanting to dodge. That moment of hesitation was too late. With a soft thud, my sword pierced through his abdomen. Even more incredible, my blue flames instantly infected his wind blade tornado, transforming it into a massive blue flame cage that trapped him inside. He dashed left and right, but all his attempts were rebounded by the wall of flames. In the end, I ignited my left hand's Ganjiang with crimson flames, and when ice and fire converged, he could no longer withstand it and was burned to ashes. Just after dealing with these two Yamas, I hadn't even had a moment to catch my breath when the atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly changed. Out of nowhere, two people appeared. One called Yudo, looking lazy and relaxed. The other called Mo-Chi, with a deadpan expression. Yudo was particularly heavy-hitting, claiming he caused all this trouble purely out of boredom. Wanted to see his deadpan friend get angry. Unbelievable. Then he snapped his fingers, and the entire world changed. I have to tell you, that scene was too bizarre. Everything, including ourselves, instantly turned into chibi cartoon characters, and all attacks became soft and fluffy, causing no damage when they hit people. Soon after, game consoles started falling from the sky, one for each person, forcing all of us to play a fierce game of Bubble Bobble. The rules were simple. If you lost, you would really die. I was completely stunned at that moment. What kind of cyberpunk Doloadalu is this? A group of title-level big shots were here, looking miserable while playing Bubble Shooter. If they played too slowly, they would just vanish into thin air. It was hilarious. After nearly half of the participants died in this nonsensical bubble shooter competition, it finally ended. That Chi immediately wanted to fight Udo, but all his attacks were ineffective. Udo, not satisfied, said he wanted to play something more exciting. Good grief. He turned the entire battlefield into a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The freshly dead bodies on the ground all started to wobble and rise, turning into zombies. All of our martial souls and soul skills were sealed. To survive, we could only find weapons in the city and play a real-life version of a survival game against the zombies. To make matters worse, while everyone else started in a safe house, I opened my eyes to find myself on the street surrounded by over 100 zombies, without even a brick in hand. Did the game designers have a grudge against me? Just as I was preparing to break through with determination, I accidentally ran into a zombie, and it flew away like a bowling pin. I was stunned. These zombies seemed much weaker than I imagined, or rather, it seemed like my physical abilities hadn't been reset in this game. I charged in like a bull in a china shop, bursting into a small room like a football player. Once inside, I finally saw the so-called weapons, and on the shelf was a sniper rifle. A sinister smile spread across my face. Grabbing this thing, I had only one thought in my mind. Today, no one is leaving alive. I swung that iron lump around and started smashing at the staircase. Bang, bang, bang. It was like playing whack-a-mole. One came, I took it down. Two came, I knocked them both down. Before long, wow, the bodies were almost blocking the stairs. Want to come up, zombies? Fine, deal with your companions' bodies first. I leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, my hands almost numb from the shaking. For now, I was safe, but I had essentially trapped myself in an escape room, blocking the only exit. I peeked out the window and was taken aback by the density of zombies downstairs. It was like the rush hour subway, packed with heads. Jumping down from here wouldn't kill me, but I would land right in the middle of them. Staying here wasn't an option either. I'd starve sooner or later. Gritting my teeth, I straightened my slightly bent sniper rifle, steeled my resolve, and jumped out of the window. Here we go. With a thud, I crashed down and knocked over several zombies like bowling pins. Before they could react, I got up and swung my sniper rifle, clearing a path as I charged forward. My target was the house across the street. I charged like a mad bull, knocking over a dozen zombies, finally reaching the door, banging furiously. No one answered. Fine, you all are tough. I turned and ran. Those bastards were already on my tail. I dashed towards another building, knocked on the door, still no response. I rushed again, knocked again, still nothing. Family, who understands? You all act like turtles, huh? Fine, you can hide. I'll keep running. Back and forth like this. I ended up with several cuts on my body. I was running while cursing. My luck was really terrible. What was even more frustrating was that I felt like I had killed at least 80 zombies, so why wasn't I leveling up? This game's experience bar must be fake. Just when I was about to give up, my sniper rifle made a loud click and died on me. My poor sniper rifle didn't even get the chance to fire a shot before it was scrapped. There was no choice but to engage in melee combat. I fought my way through with punches and kicks, feeling like I was reaching my limit. At that moment, a golden light erupted from my body. Let me tell you, that feeling was like finally charging a phone to full battery. A warm current surged through me. I leveled up, finally leveled up. My first soul skill. I was overjoyed and was about to use the skill I'd been thinking about, but then the system notified me that the activation failed. What? I was stunned. What was my skill then? There was no time to think. A zombie had already lunged at my face, and I instinctively used the newly unlocked skill. As a result, something even more shocking appeared. Devour. I saw a huge shadow of a spider emerge from behind me, and with a snap, it swallowed the zombie whole, leaving not even a scrap behind. I was dumbfounded. What kind of hellish skill was this? But feeling it out, the energy consumption was minimal. Wow, isn't this just a cheat? Come on, everyone come over here. I instantly perked up and began to unleash Devour like crazy on the zombie horde. One after another, spider shadows appeared, clearing the zombies in front of me completely, and I forged a wide path. But there was still some consumption involved. After devouring about 500, I felt completely drained, and my stamina was down by more than half. I couldn't keep playing like this. If I used it a few more times, I would die on the spot. I stopped using my skills and faced a zombie that lunged at me. I resisted the impulse to use my skills, swung my fist, and struck. Boom! One punch. The zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. I was stunned. Am I this strong? I understand. Family, I understand. The upgrades add to the basic attributes. My physical fitness has improved in all aspects. I was previously just using a cannon to kill mosquitoes, wasting emotions and energy. Realizing this, I just want to slap myself twice. I was fighting barehanded as if I had unleashed a powerful skill, and those hiding inside the house saw it too. They thought, oh, this zombie doesn't seem too tough after all. That guy can take it down with his bare hands. I can do it too. So, a bunch of tough guys bravely opened the door and came out. Let me tell you, one of the biggest illusions in life is thinking I can do it too. They didn't last long before they put on a real-life show of I came, I saw, I got wrecked, directly handing over a wave of headshots to the zombies. I certainly didn't know that my actions had indirectly harmed someone. I just felt that the surrounding zombies seemed off. They were no longer mindlessly charging forward, but had started to form a strategy, surrounding me in a specific direction. Suddenly, a fireball fell from the sky. What the hell? A mage? Instinctively, I punched the fireball, causing it to explode. My palm fell a bit hot, but I wasn't injured. It seems my ice and fire constitution is still intact. I looked in the direction where the fireball was coming from, and a zombie was blowing air at me. Good guy, I found you. I darted forward in an instant. Just when I was about to make my move, two wind blades came rushing in from both sides. There was not just one, and I could feel that there must be a stronger one in the shadows, directing them. I don't care. Let's take down this fire player first. I let out a low shout, and with a fist as big as a sand pot, I smashed its head. Immediately after, I jumped back, turned around, and delivered a spinning kick, clearing out the surrounding small monsters. Just as I was about to find my next target, an ordinary-looking zombie silently stabbed me from behind. I staggered back a few steps, my mind numb. This old six, he's the real boss. This guy landed a hit and tried to use the same trick again, wanting to blend into the crowd of corpses to disappear. I sneered, thinking he wanted to play mind games with me. Prediction. There was no other choice. I had to go all out. Half of my stamina was instantly drained, but the images of the next 30 seconds were vividly etched in my mind. I saw it. I saw that the leader zombie would launch another sneak attack from a certain angle. Even the trajectory of its claws was crystal clear. Script? Sorry, I tore it up. I looked at the spot where it was about to appear in the future, completely disregarding the usual tactics, and unleashed another skill directly at that empty space. Devour. A massive shadow of a spider reappeared and bit down. The leader zombie, which had just shown up with a triumphant expression, was instantly swallowed along with everything else. As the leader was taken out in an instant, the remaining high-level zombies instantly lost their composure, like headless flies preparing to flee. Want to run? Not a chance. You are all my valuable experience. Let me tell you, when it comes to leveling up experience, there are always some old-timers looking for shortcuts, and their methods are quite underhanded. Goodness, I later ran into one, that Juve Delois from the Spear Hall. This guy, or rather this girl? Anyway, it's the same person who figured out the pig farming tactic, specifically raising zombies, and once they're fattened up, he de-slaughtered them in one go, racking up experience points like crazy. He unlocked 4 soul skills using this trick, putting him in the top tier of the server. That day, I happened to pass by and saw a big, fat zombie with 4 skills, just about to take action when suddenly a voice sharp enough to break glass shouted, "Stop." I froze for a moment, wondering who it was. But in that brief moment of distraction, the zombie hit me from behind. I wasn't angry about getting hurt. I could just fight back and be done with it. But the most outrageous part was that the figure who shouted to stop immediately attacked me without saying a word. With a thud, I was knocked away, and I was dumbfounded shouting at him, "Are you crazy? What are you doing?" Guess what he said? He sneered and raised his delicate fingers as if to the sky. "What am I doing? You stole my prey and still have the nerve to ask me?" I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone. "Your prey? Does it have your name on it?" There was even a ghost shadow here when I arrived. Besides, I had already stopped, and you still hit me. This is pure extortion. As a result, this guy got even more aggressive, saying that I had crossed his bottom line and affected his dignity as a Juve Delois. When I heard that, I thought, oh, so you're a Juve Delois. No wonder you're so flamboyant. I thought it was better to avoid trouble, so I said, "All right, fine, it's yours. Can I leave now?" He directly blocked my way and said, "Want to leave now? It's too late. If news about me raising zombies gets out, what will happen to my reputation? Who understands the pressure I'm under?" He revealed his secret himself, and then used it as an excuse to silence me. This logic is comparable to my boss, who loves to make grand promises. He even planned to feed me to his 4-skill zombie, hoping it might produce a 5-skill one. I was so angry that I couldn't help but laugh. "Are you even human?" He actually laughed out loud and said that as long as he could leave this hellhole, he would do anything. Fine, since we've reached this point in the conversation. There's nothing more to discuss. I immediately made a prediction. The script for the next 30 seconds was all in my head. His flashy soul techniques looked to me like slow-motion replays, and I easily dodged them. Then right in front of him, I unleashed a fireburst gun. He instinctively dodged and even tried to mock me for missing. I laughed. Hey, take another look, who did I hit? His face instantly turned green. That's right. My explosive flame gun wasn't aimed at him at all, but was directly aimed at the 4-skill zombie he had worked so hard to raise. With a loud bang, the flames engulfed it. I didn't give Zhu Luo a chance to react. I dashed forward and activated Devour directly on the low-health zombie. Ding! Experience gained. I clapped my hands and turned around to smile at him brilliantly. Wow, I really have to thank you, old Jew. If it weren't for your help in getting so fat, I wouldn't have leveled up this quickly. Doesn't it feel great to make someone else a bride's dress? He was so angry that his face distorted, trembling all over. He probably hadn't experienced such humiliation after being a title holder for so long. He wanted to take action, but I directly activated my 4th soul skill, boosting all attributes by 16 times. Even standing and trading blows with him, he couldn't break my defense. In the end, I patted my butt and walked away, leaving behind a line. Old Jew, I accept the gift. See you again if fate allows. Haha. Leaving him in place, seething with rage. I'm telling you, this isn't over yet. This Zhu was completely triggered by me, and his mindset completely collapsed. He turned dark and decided to take things to the next level. No longer satisfied with farming zombies, he began to frantically capture other players, incapacitating them and tossing them to a zombie as food, determined to create a super zombie with 5 skills. This operation was absolutely reckless and insane. However, as the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. His little antics had long been noticed by another ruthless character, a guy named Foyan Luo. Foyan Luo was like an old hunter, quietly following Zhu, waiting for him to finish cooking that 5-skill zombie. Then he would come and take it all. Finally that day, Zhu succeeded and was laughing maniacally at his freshly baked 5-skill zombie, fantasizing about how to take revenge on me. Suddenly, applause rang out behind him. He turned around and saw Foyan Luo, and his face darkened. He was furious, wondering why everyone treated him like a soft persimmon. Did they think he was a free power leveling service or an experience points ATM? Zhu went berserk right there, abandoning the newly raised 5-skill zombie and charging at Foyan Luo. But it turned out they were not even in the same league. With a single move, Foyan Luo pushed him away, then unleashed a series of Arhut fist punches that left Zhu with no chance to fight back, making it look like an adult beating a child. With a loud bang, Zhu was sent flying like a broken sandbag, spitting out black blood. Foyan Luo shook his head, too lazy to finish him off, and turned to the 5-skill zombie, casually punching it to death and happily absorbing the experience. Then he slowly walked over to the surrounded and barely breathing Zhu, stepping on him while mocking. What a mess. Zhu roared, begging for a quick death. But Foyan Luo just laughed, a chilling laugh. Guess how many skills the zombie will unlock after eating you? After saying that, he directly incapacitated Zhu and tossed him into the horde of zombies. At the last moment of being eaten, it is said that Zhu's expression became extraordinarily calm, a tear rolling down his cheek, whether in atonement or regret, who knows. Anyway, in this game, all sorts of strange characters have emerged in the pursuit of power. Some people even had wild ideas, covering themselves in zombie juice, role-playing as zombies, and mingling with the horde as if they were lying low. One time, I almost fell for it. If I hadn't smelled the peculiar fragrance, I would have knocked out a guy pretending to be a zombie with one punch. Speaking of myself, after swallowing Zhu's 4-skill zombie, I farmed for a while and have now unlocked 6 soul skills. One day, I found a large group of wild 5 and 6-skill zombies. As usual, before I made a move, I shouted, "Hey, is anyone there? If not, I won't hold back." After shouting for a long time, there was no response at all. Fine, then these are all mine. I was just about to start clearing out the minions, and was about to take on the 6-skill leader when a cold voice rang out. Stop. Not this again. I ignored it completely. Where were you when I was calling for people? Now that I'm about to reap the rewards, you show up? No way. I moved faster, quickly taking down the 6-skill zombie. At that moment, I turned around and saw a guy surrounded by black mist, his face turning purple with anger. Huh. A sinister soul master. I laughed when I saw his stance. Turns out it was that little pest. I pointed at him and said, "You guys are just wasting air while alive. Better hurry up and die to contribute to the Dolawa continent." He was so angry that he cursed out loud, waving his hand as a swarm of black bugs flew towards me, shouting, "Let me show you the power of my insect, Yenluo." Bugs? Playing bugs in front of me? I conjured up a hand of red lotus karma fire and a hand of netherworld ghost fire, unleashing a dual-element sword energy that instantly roasted his precious bugs into crispy protein. I even teased him Oh, it smells quite nice. Want to sprinkle some cumin on it? This insect Yenluo completely lost it, directly unleashing his ultimate move, a domain called Insect Forest of all things, instantly transforming the surroundings into a gloomy jungle, with countless strange bugs flying out from the trees. Goodness, these bugs even had a version update? There was a batch of bugs as small as fleas that weren't afraid of my flames, directly burrowing into my protective fire, clinging to me and starting in awe. My head felt like I had entered a spider's den, buzzing, feeling like I was about to be carried away in the next second. Insect Yinluo was over there laughing maniacally. Just wait to become a zombie. At that moment, I had two choices, either to use foresight to see the future and find a way to break the deadlock, or to take a gamble with my newly unlocked 6th soul skill, web domain. A 30-second glimpse into the future probably wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. So I decided to gamble. Web domain. With a low roar, the web transformed from a simple net into something like a dandelion, bursting forth from me and blooming throughout the entire illusory insect forest. Countless fine and resilient webs spread out from all directions, ensnaring the flying insects, the lurking zombies, and the entire eerie forest, leaving them completely immobilized. You know what? Let me tell you, that guy with the surname Insect turned pale, stubbornly saying not to get too complacent. I couldn't help but laugh and said, "Buddy, how about you feel it again? Is your million-strong army still listening to your commands?" He was taken aback, probably tried to test it, and discovered he really couldn't control them anymore, which made him panic on the spot and asked what I had done to his insects. I snapped my fingers and said, "Bingo, you got it right, but unfortunately, there's no prize. Your little treasures are now all my people." Seeing his grand plans falling apart, he hurriedly tried to dispel this so-called illusory insect force skill, but guess what? He couldn't. My webs had locked down the skill itself. I was amused and said, "Don't waste your effort. Want to make them disappear? Sorry, I'm not done having fun yet." Realizing that he couldn't win through verbal sparring, he knew he had to change tactics. Let me tell you, what happened next was unbelievable. He punched himself in the chest, and then with a wow, he spat out a colorful cocoon. Does anyone understand? He actually showed me that on the spot. If you have a big move, just use it. Why go for something so disgusting? After spitting out the cocoon, he wiped his mouth and began forming seals with both hands, looking just like a character from Naruto. He was mumbling something. Insect path. Break the cocoon. Supreme evil king insect. As soon as he finished speaking, the cocoon started cracking open, and from inside emerged a huge, slimy caterpillar about the thickness of a baby's fist. I was in a daze when those millions of little bugs I controlled suddenly exploded all at once with a bang. Their bodies blew apart, turning into countless green light dots, and crazily swarmed towards that big caterpillar. It was then that I realized that the big caterpillar was the core, able to bypass my control and directly command them to their doom. I impulsively shouted, "Damn, caterpillar beast, evolution!" The insect lord was immediately triggered and started attacking me. "Damn you, caterpillar beast. Are you toxic or something? I don't care about that. If it really evolves, what am I supposed to do?" I charged straight at the big caterpillar that was absorbing energy. I had to interrupt its spell. The insect Yama wanted to stop me, but I ignored him completely and just went around. I rushed to that big caterpillar, and without saying a word, I unleashed my ultimate skill, Devour. And guess what happened? The avatar of the Sword Emperor I summoned turned out to be a glutton too. It wasn't interested in the big caterpillar itself, but was instead obsessed with the swirling green energy orbs, immediately opening its mouth wide and competing with the big caterpillar for food. The Caterpillar King completely lost it. It had been counting on that energy to upgrade, and now its food supply was snatched away by someone else. It charged at me in a fit of rage, shouting that it would fight me. But I kicked it away, sending it rolling on the ground. Just then, the caterpillar's cocoon shattered with a crack. Out flew, how should I put it? A figure comparable to a Victoria's Secret supermodel, with 2 pairs of dragonfly-like wings and only a few leaves covering her. But her face, my goodness, that face was as pale as Kayako, just running out a horror movie set. This thing is what they call the extreme evil king. As soon as she appeared, she let out a piercing scream. Then, without even looking at me, she charged straight at the still-rolling Caterpillar King. I watched in shock as she extended a straw-like mouth, and, right in front of me, swoosh, drained her freshly freed master dry. At that moment, my stomach was churning, and the impact of the scene was too strong. As a result, after that extremely evil king dealt with her master, she turned her head, and that ghostly face was aimed at me. I quickly waved my hands and said, "Sister, I was just passing by. I didn't see anything. Do you believe me?" She actually shook her head and then said in a hoarse voice, Like what?" I went crazy at that moment and said, "The world is so big. Why do you have to hang yourself on this tree of mine?" To my surprise, that thing actually smiled at me. Just that smile made me lose my composure, and I suddenly vomited. The most ridiculous part was that she tilted her head and said I even vomited so beautifully. Damn, I was so scared that my soul almost flew away and I couldn't care about anything else. I commanded all the remaining zombie puppets to be my cannon fodder and ran towards the forest. Who can withstand this? It's the end of the line for me, folks. That extremely evil king blasted all my zombie minions in one go, and then chased after me like a ghost. I ran for my life, throwing skills like they were free, but that thing was ridiculously fast and was about to catch up to me. Just when I felt my end was near, suddenly whoosh. A golden light brushed past my cheek. I fell to the ground in a roll, and when I looked back, there was a golden knight's spear, directly pinning between me and that female ghost. Then, a guy in full golden armor walked out of the forest, looking like he jumped straight out of a game cutscene. And then, the most absurd scene happened. As soon as that female ghost saw the handsome guy, her eyes went wide, and without saying a word, she completely forgot about me, her ex, and happily flew towards that golden-armored handsome guy. I lay on the ground, feeling dazed, thanking heaven and earth that someone finally came to take over. I was originally thinking, bro, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the opponent's looks would deal me tons of magical damage. But then I thought, no, after all, they came to save me. If I just ran away, I would owe them too much. I'm the kind of person who is soft-hearted and hates being in debt to others. Damn it, let's do it. I gritted my teeth, scrambled up from the ground, and reconjured a fire gun, charging over there. The golden-armored handsome guy was locked in a fierce battle with the female ghost, and with my shot, I successfully drew her attention back to me. When she saw that her ex-boyfriend actually dared to come back, she got furious and abandoned the handsome guy to come at me. The handsome guy was probably taken aback too, not expecting me, the coward who was being chased all over the place, to dare to return. He reacted quickly, pushing me aside and shouted, "Get away," before charging back in. I was pushed aside by him, looking at his profile. Wow. How can a guy be so good-looking? His features, his aura, it's simply out of this world. I couldn't help but mutter, TSK, with such looks, it's a pity he doesn't cross-dress. And guess what? As soon as I finished speaking, the guy next to me immediately gave me a thumbs up and shouted, "A kindred spirit." Wow. It turns out I wasn't the only one thinking this. I told you. My careless remark seems to have completely thrown Chi off balance. He was originally fighting quite methodically, but now he's gone completely wild, unleashing a flurry of attacks on that monster called the Evil King, hitting it with everything he's got. The Evil King initially wanted to deal with me first, but after Chi's antics, it had no choice but to tough it out and fight him first. To its surprise, hey, it really couldn't handle him. As soon as I saw it, the Evil King was getting angrier, and the hatred in her eyes was almost burning through me. I thought to myself that I couldn't just watch the show. I had to make a move too. This is called tactical harassment. So I quietly sneaked around to the back of the Evil King, ready to deliver a backstab. My stealth skills, who understands them? Not even Chi noticed me. The opportunity came. Just at the moment the Evil King was stunned from a big move, I drew my twin swords and lunged forward. As a result, let me tell you, Chi's gaze was like he had installed an anti-cheat plugin. The moment I made my move, his pupils contracted, and the Evil King actually sensed it. My sword only managed to cut off one of her wings. TCH. I cursed under my breath and quickly went in for a follow-up strike as she was falling. But Chi, that guy, stopped attacking, wearing a look of disdain for sneak attacks. I didn't care about him. A gentleman's revenge is not too late after 10 years. But I would take my revenge from morning till night. I chased after her with my twin swords. As a result, one sword hit, while the other was caught by her. The next second, she kicked me right in the stomach, and I was sent flying into the air. I was completely stunned at that moment. Really, it felt like being knocked into the air in a fighting game, my body completely out of control, unable to do anything. Just as I was thinking this, the Evil King spat out a long black straw from his mouth, like a deadly poison needle, and aimed it straight at me in midair. I gritted my teeth and thought, fine, if you stab me, I'll take the chance to strike back with a sword. A desperate trade. Just as I was preparing to take this hit, a flash of golden light appeared. It was Chi. He charged in with a knight's spear and directly thrust the Evil King away, saving my life. At that moment, I wanted to sing to him, "Thank you, brother. Can you let me control myself for a bit?" With a loud bang, I fell from the sky, face first onto the ground. I simply decided not to get up and lay flat on the ground in a big character shape, playing dead, focusing on companionship. I just watched the two of them fight. I thought to myself, anyway, he can still fight without me, and without him, I wouldn't have much of a problem. So why would I be a nuisance? It was much more comfortable to lie down and watch the show, and the ground was quite cool. But as I watched, I noticed something was off. The evil king's moves were becoming increasingly bizarre, his 10 fingers turning into long whips, forcing Mo Chi to retreat step by step. I squinted and used my predictive ability to see that, good grief, in 30 seconds, Mo Chi would be taken down by a combo. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Hey, you there. If you keep fighting like this, you'll lose." But the sounds of battle were too loud. He couldn't hear me at all. I struggled to get up and brushed off the dirt on my body. Sigh, forget it, after all. He has saved me several times. If I really turned a blind eye to his danger, that would be too inhumane. I fixed my gaze on the battlefield. And just at the moment when the evil king was about to unleash a deadly strike on Mo Chi, I moved. With the power of the Ti Hua Ji Tian Shou, ice and fire duet, I charged forward like a cannonball, my dual swords enveloped in blue and red flames. And I launched a fierce attack on the evil king. This caught both of them off guard. The evil king was forced to redirect his attack towards me, and Mo Chi instantly understood that I was trying to save him. The look in his eyes changed, and he immediately made a decision to join forces with me to take down this common enemy. Let me tell you, at that moment, our synergy was simply incredible. One was shining with holy light, and the other was a mix of ice and fire, beating that evil king to the point of howling, without any ability to fight back. I anticipated all her attempts to turn the tide and shouted at Mo Chi, "Faster, take her down in one go, or we'll have trouble." Without even asking what trouble it was, Mo Chi replied, "Okay." That sense of trust was amazing. We both unleashed our ultimate abilities at the same time. My ice and fire duet and his holy light almost hit the evil king simultaneously. In a blinding flash of light, that thing evaporated instantly. After the battle, we stood there, weapons in hand, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. I sheathed my sword first and smiled. "Thanks, buddy. Although you might not care, I really couldn't have done it without you." Mo Chi still had that ice-cold face and coolly said, "I won. Well, let's call it even." Then we just stood there, neither of us leaving. After a while, we both asked in unison, "Aren't you leaving?" Then there was another moment of silence, followed by another simultaneous response, "Aren't you either?" I burst out laughing. This guy was too interesting. I waved my hand and said, "All right, I'm leaving. See you if fate allows." He also replied, "See you if fate allows." As I watched his back as he turned away, I suddenly realized, damn it, after chatting for so long, I still didn't know his name. Just when I thought I could take a break, the entire game world suddenly changed. It started when a big smart guy insisted on raising a zombie, and he forcibly fed a zombie to level 7. Guess what happened? The zombie instantly regained its senses, restored all its memories and wisdom from its past life, and gave its master a big slap, knocking his teeth out. Then, this zombie declared itself king and began to rally and command all the zombies with its roars. Now, the survival game had directly upgraded to hell mode, and the zombies transformed from a scattered mess into a regular army. The players were in trouble, being beaten back by the organized zombie horde, forced to band together. But even this grouping was divided by factions, who would want to cooperate with their enemies. As for me, I played it even more cleverly. I directly mixed into a 5-person evil soul master team, befriending them. I got along pretty well with them these past couple of days. The team leader, Lin Run, was quite decent and loyal, but there was nothing to be done. Differing paths do not make for allies. I found an opportunity and directly betrayed them, leading a large wave of zombies their way. Watching them get surrounded by zombies, the team leader Lin didn't scold me. Instead, he laughed at me, saying he never thought he would make it out alive, just frustrated with himself for not recognizing people. Those brothers shouted to be brothers in the next life until the end, not even letting out a single scream. To be honest, at that moment, I felt a pang in my heart. It was quite unpleasant. This damn game really turns people into ghosts. I silently turned around and chopped up the zombies that killed them, avenging them in my own way. Then I prepared to find the next evil soul master team to continue my righteous execution. Just as I set my sights on a new target, out of the forest charged over 30 level 6 zombies, like a special forces unit, instantly wiping that team out. Seeing the situation, I knew something was off. There had to be a big boss behind this. Without a second thought, I made a run for it. On the other side, Mo Chi wasn't idle either. His team was growing like a snowball, with big shots like Ning Fengji and Jian Dao joining his ranks. It was like the Avengers assembling. They quickly figured out the situation from a surviving scout, learning that all of this was because of the emergence of that zombie king. Moreover, the zombie king had intentionally sent scouts back to report, aiming to track them down and wipe them out. Ning Fengji and Mo Qi exchanged glances and instantly understood. The knights under Mo Qi, originally 10 in number, were now down to just 5. He told those 5 to get ready, as everyone knew the Zombie King was about to come knocking. Let me tell you, that Zombie King really followed the network cable over without any hesitation. And this guy is simply a PUA master in the zombie world, wicked to the core. He paints a grand picture for his somewhat clever subordinates, saying that if they follow him, everyone will be resurrected in the future. But guess what? He only thinks about bringing himself back to life. He purely treats his subordinates as cannon fodder, giving them some illusory hope to make them fight for him. Well, as soon as we got into formation, a massive horde surrounded us outside, dark and overwhelming. I felt like a single spit from each of us could drown us. At the command of the Zombie King, those creatures charged at us like mad, shaking the earth. And guess what? Many players on our side were quite hyped, feeling as if they had just been injected with adrenaline. Haha, experience points are coming. Brothers, my 6th soul skill relies on this wave. Everyone thought this was a surprise party delivered to our doorstep, completely disregarding the horde of zombies. To be honest, at first, it really felt like mowing grass. For every one of us that went down, we could take out nearly 100 ordinary zombies on the other side. But the problem is, this was just the appetizer. And let me tell you something even more ridiculous. While we were fighting fiercely, there was a behind-the-scenes mastermind named Udo, casually sipping tea while watching the live stream. He was like a director, watching us actors fighting for our lives, and even commenting with interest. He was even split-screen watching another guy, a fellow named Tang Feng, who was even stranger. Instead of fighting zombies, he was secretly assassinating those evil soul masters in the Dark Temple. The entire battlefield was like a chessboard for these big shots. The battle was indeed brutal, and as it went on, some people began to lose their composure. Among the 10 Commandments Knights was a guy named Ling Xiao, who was usually quite reclusive but now surrounded by several high-level zombies. He was being beaten back and was on the verge of giving up. Just then, his nemesis, a guy named Wang Go, suddenly appeared and blocked a blow for him. Ling Xiao thought he was there to watch the joke, but Wang Go immediately started to spray. "What's up? You're giving up this easily? Where's that sourness you had before? Where's the decisiveness of a soldier? Are you cosplaying Lin Daiyu here?" Ling Xiao was so angry his face turned green, and he yelled at him to roll away. Wang Go instead laughed. "Oh, you can still curse. Looks like you're not dead yet. All right, I'll leave the back to you." After saying that, he ignored Ling Xiao and charged directly at that 6-skill zombie. Ling Xiao watched his back, cursing under his breath, but his body honestly followed him. Let me tell you, the friendship between men is so strange. They can insult you to worthlessness, but when it really matters, they genuinely step up. With their cooperation, their fighting power doubled, and the previously intimidating 6-skill zombie was taken down in no time. But just when we thought the battle was stabilizing, another surprise happened. That guy Tang Feng was stirring things up in the dark and directly poked the lair of those evil soul masters in the Dark Temple. Those evil soul masters, cornered and desperate, charged into our main battlefield all at once. In an instant, the scene went chaotic. Us, zombies, and evil soul masters were in a 3-way melee. I was dumbfounded. It turned into a battle royale. Now Mo Qi and the evil soul master leader, Fo Yin Luo, were both stunned. If they kept being cautious and fighting each other, they would end up letting the Zombie King benefit. There was no choice. They had to put their grievances aside temporarily and come together for negotiations. The enemy of my enemy is a temporary friend, after all. Although this friend might stab you in the back the next second, for now, they had to join forces to eliminate the biggest threat, the zombies. You wouldn't believe it. As soon as these two factions reconciled, their fighting power skyrocketed. After several hours of fighting, although everyone was exhausted, they finally cleared out most of the minions. Now there was just one goal: find the Zombie King and take his head. Mo Qi and Fo Yin Luo, these two big shots, were like two human-shaped Gundams, advancing together with sheer violence and aesthetics, blasting everything in their path into bits, regardless of whether it was a zombie or not. Let me tell you, those people behind were directly ignited, each one with their Chinibyu spirit burning fiercely. I don't know who started it, but all sorts of nonsensical slogans were shouted. Armor, Combine, Digga, look at my plants versus zombies. Does anyone understand this? The level of Chinibyu is off the charts. It feels like even AI can't calculate the boost in combat power. Fighting zombies became so much more exciting. We pushed our way through, and finally, deep within the tide of corpses, we saw the culprit, the Zombie King. That guy was sitting grandly on a throne carried by zombies, looking down at us with an expression as arrogant as could be. But as we rushed closer, I gasped in shock. Surrounding him were hundreds of guards, all densely packed, and they were all six-tier zombies. Each one was stronger than the one that Ling Hu Xiao and the others had fought before. What kind of fight is this? Countless soul skills came crashing down like they were free, and the pace of Emochi and Fo Yinluo slowed down immediately. These two were also clever. They exchanged glances, both knowing what the other was thinking. They were wary of each other, both wanting to claim the final kill, and both afraid of being stabbed in the back. But right now, without cooperation, they couldn't push through. Fo Yinluo was calculating in his mind. He had already thought it through. As long as he took down this at least 7th-tier zombie king, he could level up and conquer this ghostly game. Emochi was definitely thinking the same. The final showdown might not be against the zombie king, but between the two of them, the zombie king was no pushover either. He watched Emochi and Fo Yinluo clear out the small monsters, his grin almost stretching to his ears. His plan was simple: wear them down, and when their stamina was almost depleted, he would come out and reap the rewards, completing his own ultimate evolution. Finally, Emochi and Fo Yinluo carved a bloody path and rushed in front of the zombie king. "It's your turn." Emochi pointed a spear, exuding dominance. Fo Yinluo was even more direct, beckoning with a finger. "Stop pretending. A corpse should look like a corpse." The zombie king laughed, a harsh and piercing laugh. "Pretend? I have the means to pretend. Do you have the strength to talk to me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Emochi and Fo Yinluo simultaneously launched their attacks. Fo Yinluo slapped a black Buddha hand imprint toward him, but the zombie king didn't even lift his eyelids, casually pulling a player from the side to use as a meat shield. Fo Yinluo had to abruptly halt his attack. In that instant, the zombie king landed a heavy punch, and Emochi's spear arrived just in time to block it with a clang. The real battle was just beginning. I tell you, the speed and strength of that zombie king are simply outrageous, completely unlike a zombie. Emochi's shooting is as fast as a phantom, and Fo Yinluo's moves are even more exaggerated, using techniques like 10,000 Buddhas paying homage, and yet, he couldn't even touch the hem of its clothes. Instead, that zombie king flashed and appeared behind Fo Yinluo, knocking him away with a single punch. Then, seizing Emochi's spear, it yanked it hard, performing a big throw that sent Emochi crashing to the ground. Just as Fo Yinluo was getting up, the zombie king kicked Emochi over to him, and the two collided with a loud bang. Now, both of them were enraged. They split left and right and unleashed their ultimate moves simultaneously. Thousand-handed Buddha. Legend of the Holy Knight. Good heavens, a massive black Buddha phantom appeared alongside a shimmering golden knight's upper body. The energy fluctuations were so intense that the air was buzzing. Two earth-shattering forces surged towards the zombie king in the middle. Just as it seemed they would blow him to ashes, guess what happened? That zombie king pulled off a slick maneuver. It drew a circle with both hands in front of its chest like practicing Tai Chi, and actually diverted both massive energies. Emochi's Holy Knight Light spear shot straight towards Fo Yinluo. Fo Yinluo's thousand-handed Buddha also turned back and struck at Emochi. I was dumbfounded at that moment, family. Can be played like this? The change happened in an instant, and the two of them didn't have time to pull back. The zombie king wouldn't miss this opportunity. He saw that the Buddha-yama was slightly weaker, and in a flash, he appeared right in front of Buddha-yama like a ghost. Buddha-yama was stunned. He had to deal with Emochi's attack while also guarding against the zombie king, and he simply couldn't react in time. In that split second, the zombie king's heavy punch, Duong, hit him right in the stomach. Even worse, Emochi's attack couldn't be stopped either and landed solidly on Buddha-yama. Good grief, this was a case of friendly fire plus a boss finishing blow. A double critical hit. Buddha-yama immediately bent over like a big shrimp, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. And guess what happened next? This guy staggered to his feet, wiped the blood off his face, and the smile on his face sent chills down my spine. I tell you, that gaze was like it had been poisoned, fixated fiercely on Emochi, and the zombie king were having a blast in the distance. He was so angry that the dark energy around him seemed about to explode. His hair stood up like a porcupine, and then he let out a long howl to the sky. Ah, martial soul, true form. Goodness, after that shout, his entire aura changed. He directly summoned a black giant Buddha with 4 hands right there, looking incredibly imposing. 2 hands were clasped together, while the other 2 swatted at the surrounding little zombies, turning them into mush. But that wasn't the end. This giant Buddha muttered a few incomprehensible incantations, and then, in a blink, it shrank at a visible speed, finally sticking to the body of the Buddha Yama himself. Folks, you know what that means. He directly transformed into a 3-meter-tall, pitch-black giant Buddha with 4 hands. Just like that, he charged towards the battlefield of Mo-Chi and the Zombie King, his eyes clearly saying, "I don't care who you are, you both are getting beaten today." Mo-Chi and the Zombie King were initially trading blows, but they were instantly stunned by this black Buddha, both stopping in their tracks. Before they could react, Buddha Yama was already in front of them, with 4 hands gathering black energy balls, indiscriminately smashing down on them. Boom, boom, boom. It was a total indiscriminate attack. Mo-Chi was blasted back several steps, his knight armor shattering all around. On the other hand, the Zombie King, tough-skinned and resilient, actually managed to trade a few blows back with him. I understood at that moment. Mo-Chi was standing there, his face darkened. This Buddha Yama was definitely doing it on purpose. He clearly could have aimed and shot, but he chose not to, focusing instead on the motto of "I will create and kill you all." Mo-Chi was also a tough guy. He directly stripped off all the remaining armor fragments on his body, revealing a body full of impressive muscles. Let me tell you, with that physique, a guy next to him was so stunned he whistled and exclaimed, "Wow." Even more outrageous was Tang Feng. Who understands, folks? While the battle was raging, he was over here admiring Mo-Chi's physique, some indescribable images flashing through his mind, mumbling about how no wonder BB Dong liked him. My God, what time is it? And he still has the energy to ship CP? But this guy was really dark, while diligently supporting from the back. He quietly led those evil soul masters to their doom, and no one noticed. At the center of the battlefield, Buddha Yama and the Zombie King had already engaged in combat. The Zombie King looked like he was retreating step by step, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell he hadn't even unleashed his martial soul's true form yet. He was clearly hiding his cards. Buddha Yama was like a cat playing with a mouse, taunting as he fought. What? Still trying to hold on? The Zombie King just chuckled, completely ignoring him. The two were trading blows, shaking the air around them. Finally, the Zombie King was knocked back 3 steps. He knew he couldn't play around anymore. He ominously said, "You will regret this." Then he let out a roar. Martial soul, true form. In the next second, he transformed into a rotting black giant bear, taller than Buddha Yama's statue by a head. The bear's face was as fierce as Buddha Yama's. After transforming, the zombie bear swiped a paw, and Buddha Yama quickly raised all 4 arms to block. With a loud bang, the ground cracked, and his Buddha statue's feet sank half a meter into the earth. Now Buddha Yama couldn't smile anymore. The situation flipped instantly, and he went from being the aggressor to the passive one. After just a few exchanges, he couldn't hold on any longer, shouting, "Mo-Chi, how long are you going to watch? Do something." Wasn't he just quite capable a moment ago? Now he knew to call for help. Of course, Mo-Chi couldn't just watch him get beaten to death, or else he would be in trouble too. He had prepared long ago, directly buffing himself with the paladin's embodiment, wielding his knight's spear like a phantom, stabbing fiercely at the zombie bear. But guess what happened? It made a clanging noise, but it was useless, leaving not even a white mark. Buddha Yama was furious, cursing. "I said you righteous sects only know how to play mind games? Who are you trying to deceive?" The Zombie King also found it amusing. "Hey, do you think I'm transparent?" Mo-Chi was also helpless. He originally wanted to use a big move, holy light shining, to create an opportunity for Buddha Yama. But upon hearing his taunt, he got angry. Just as this delay happened, the Zombie King seized the opportunity, breaking free from Buddha Yama's constraints and launching a series of attacks that left Buddha Yama dizzy. Seeing Buddha Yama about to be pummeled to death, Mo-Chi, no matter how reluctant, had to step in. He used holy light shining to dazzle the zombie bear's eyes, and his knight spear followed up with a thrust. With that opening, Buddha Yama also struck from behind, landing a blow on the bear's back, finally executing a perfect pincer attack. Just when I thought everything was secure, the plot twisted again. Oh my goodness! The zombie bear, facing their pincer attack, suddenly twisted its body in an extremely slow yet bizarre manner, completely neutralizing their attacks. Mo-Chi and Buddha Yama were both stunned, simultaneously exclaiming, "Tai Chi! Insane, simply insane." A gigantic zombie bear practicing Tai Chi. Even Zhang Sanfeng would hand over a cigarette. Moreover, it felt as if it was one with the universe, mysterious and profound, without a single flaw to be found. Now it was their turn to feel helpless. They looked at each other, neither daring to go first. Buddha Yama was the most anxious. His martial soul's true form consumed energy, and if this dragged on, all the benefits would go to Mochi. Gritting his teeth, he moved his forearms and charged in with a set of seemingly ferocious boxing moves. Mochi shook his head, watching from the side, probably thinking, is this guy an idiot? Using the most aggressive boxing style to clash with Tai Chi, isn't that just asking for a death wish? Sure enough, the force of Buddha Yama's two hands was instantly neutralized by the zombie bear, and as the other two hands came in, the bear's seemingly slow paw struck first, blocking them. Following this, the zombie bear executed a seamless series of Tai Chi pushing hands, leaving Buddha Yama spinning in circles, and finally, a palm sent him flying away. Now, all eyes were on Mochi. The zombie bear turned around, stepping with Tai Chi, leisurely walking towards him, taunting, since you're struggling so much, just give up. I'll give you a quick end. Mochi sneered, what a joke. He knew ordinary attacks were useless and could only unleash his ultimate move. But he muttered, saying he particularly disliked using his martial soul's true form because the side effects were too great. I was curious at the time, what side effect could there be? Then I witnessed a scene that I will never forget. Mochi also shouted martial soul true body, and a 6-meter-tall golden paladin phantom rose from the ground. However, after the paladin appeared, it immediately grabbed Mochi himself, and then Mochi suddenly transformed into a shining golden knight spear. I spat out the water in my mouth at that moment. A living person turned into a weapon. Family, who understands this? What is this called? Cyber sacrifice. The zombie king was rolling on the ground laughing, holding his stomach. Ha ha, now I understand why you didn't want to use it. It actually turned into a weapon of your own martial soul. Ha ha. The paladin, Mochi, emitted a cold voice from his helmet. Shut up. Then he stabbed forward with the gun he had transformed into. The zombie king continued to mock while blocking with Tai Chi. Ouch, my hands feel dirty. I don't even know which part of you I grabbed. Thinking about it is disgusting. Mochi was so angry that his gun was almost shaking. But there was nothing he could do. He could only grit his teeth and fight. The recently risen Buddha Yama was also stunned, thinking that this side effect was too eye-watering. The battle continued, and Mochi's true form as a paladin had a group buff, enhancing the combat power of all the knights present. He became more and more courageous in battle, with the gun tip shining brilliantly, suddenly shooting out a laser-like golden beam that pierced through the zombie king's left shoulder with a puff. The zombie king roared in pain and completely went berserk. He charged towards Mochi, enduring the attack, and unleashed a series of rapid Tai Chi palm strikes that dazzled the eyes, all hitting the paladin. The last move even came from behind with a back throw. With a loud crash, the 6-meter-tall golden paladin was smashed into pieces, parts flying everywhere, leaving only a holy spear transformed from Mochi's body suspended in midair. The zombie king was still not satisfied. He began to stomp furiously on the armor parts on the ground, then turned and charged at the recovering Buddha Yama. Buddha Yama's mindset collapsed, thinking Mochi was too useless, and as a result he was caught off guard and was hit solidly in the stomach by the zombie king's bare paw, spinning out like a top. At that moment, the suspended holy spear suddenly shot out countless golden energy chains, sucking back all the scattered armor pieces with a catching sound, instantly reassembling into a complete and intact golden paladin. After being resurrected, Mochi's damage increased, and he relentlessly attacked the zombie king. The zombie king was being pushed back, but he was cunning, retreating while quietly moving towards the direction where Buddha Yama had flown out. Mochi, blinded by rage, completely failed to notice this. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. The zombie king was leading him. The goal was to use his hand to take down Buddha Yama. Mochi shouted coldly, and the golden beam from the gun tip shot out again. The zombie king forcibly blocked the beam with one of his arms, vaporizing his entire left arm, but at the same time his right hand pierced through the heart of the severely injured Buddha Yama. Buddha Yama's Buddha form instantly dissipated, and he looked down at the bare paw that penetrated his chest, disbelief filling his eyes. However, at that critical moment, no one expected a massive figure, half human and half spider, to suddenly emerge from the shadows, wielding two long swords, one red and one blue, as fast as lightning, and with one strike, it severed the zombie king's head. This immense experience points were actually snatched by Tang Feng. Mochi was left stunned. The duck that was about to be caught flew away, and he was furious. After dealing with the zombie king, Tang Feng, as if nothing had happened, waved to Mochi in the appearance of the Sword Emperor with a human face. Hi, we meet again. Then, in just a few words, he tricked Mochi into clearing out the small monsters. Before long, Mochi's experience points were maxed out, and he disappeared after clearing the stage. Once he left, Tang Feng's performance truly began. Without saying a word, he turned around and charged into the remaining group of evil soul masters, creating a massacre. The people from other sects saw this, and all tacitly pretended not to see, even actively making way for him. This kid, Tang Feng, had calculated everyone in, waiting for this moment. Soon, all the weaker, evil soul masters were wiped out, leaving only a dozen tough ones, led by another Yama. I'm telling you, these tough guys are still being stubborn, each one yelling that if we unite, we can fight back. Fight back? What a joke. That Tang Feng kid couldn't even be bothered to talk to them, and just directly gave them a lesson with his moves. Wow, with those two swords of his, one emanating a chilling blue aura and the other burning with fierce red flames, he swung them together, creating two streams of sword energy that twisted together like a twist of dough, and gave it a ridiculously dramatic name, Ice and Fire Duet. I was watching from the side and couldn't help but laugh. Dude, are you taking a bath or fighting? But you can't deny, that move was truly ruthless. Those evil soul masters thought Tang Feng was just bluffing, and before they could even feel the pain, they were gone. The leader, Yin Luo, who was yelling the loudest, charged in with his martial spirit unleashed, and what happened? Tang Feng just sliced him in half with his two swords. Once Tang Feng chopped down the last evil soul master, the whole place fell silent. Then, let me tell you, the most explosive moment came. This guy, 1 second he was a god of slaughter, and the next second he suddenly smiled, softly saying to the air, "Grandpa by Grandma's son, you can rest in peace." Who understands? His smile turned into tears, streaming down like loose pearls. That scene was so moving that we, the spectators, were all caught off guard, each of us feeling mixed emotions. It was clear that this kid had been harboring a huge grudge, and today he finally let out all the pent-up resentment. Just as he finished venting, let me tell you, the main event in the sky confronted him. Right above our game arena, in that transparent, ceiling-like space, Mochi and that perverted rogue finally met. I think I figured it out. While we are fighting fiercely below, to Yudo, it's like watching a monkey show. This guy is still there, grinning and confessing to Mochi, saying something like, "Xiao Qi, if you agree to be with me, I promise I won't hurt anyone again." It made my fist clench in anger. Mochi was speechless and shot back directly. "I consider you a friend, but you want to hit on me? Are you sick?" And guess what Yudo said? With a deeply emotional expression, he declared, "I really love you." At that moment, I had the same expression as an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Is this guy seriously trying to go crazy with a companion-style madness? Mochi was utterly disappointed, probably remembering that Yudo has always been unwell and needs medication. His gaze changed, filled with pity, which completely triggered Yudo. The thing he hates the most is when others look at him with that kind of pity, and he immediately broke down, laughing maniacally. "Huh, Xiao Qi, how long has it been since you called me a doe? But it's okay. Soon you will become part of me, and we could be together forever, forever." Damn, those words made my hair stand on end. This is no longer love. It's a blatant, perverse possessiveness. Mochi couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore, and they both started fighting. The moment they clashed, Yudo probably withdrew the soul power, maintaining this hellish place. And the zombies beneath our feet all collapsed like a row of dominoes, turning back into corpses. Immediately after, all our soul power surged back. Wow, the soul power has returned. There was a cheer from the crowd. Everyone looked up and saw, good grief, it was like a giant glass dome was covering us. And Mochi and Yudo were fighting violently on that glass. Tang Feng also saw it. He was anxious and wanted to help Mochi. But this thing was slippery. How to get up? Can't get up? Then let us smash it. Tang Feng, being a tough guy, directly plunged his twin swords into the ground. Growling, Spider Spirit Domain, activate. In the next second, red and blue fire circles exploded outward from him, spreading across the entire venue close to the ground. The flames themselves weren't hot, but the black smoke they produced was eerie. The black smoke thickened, and faces twisted in pain began to emerge from it. I was dumbfounded, thinking, no way man, we just finished fighting zombies and now it's a night of 100 ghosts? Are we allowed to live? The spirits emerging from the black smoke were immune to physical attacks, even more troublesome than zombies. Everyone was bewildered. We couldn't understand why Tang Feng had such a powerful weapon but hadn't used it earlier. In fact, Tang Feng was also confused. He hadn't expected that due to the high number of deaths here, the army of spirits summoned by his domain would be overwhelmingly large. The battle between Yudo and Mochi in the sky also got disrupted, and they both paused to look down. Yudo even found it amusing. "It's not me. It's that kid. Quite interesting." Mochi wasn't in the mood to watch the show and seized the opportunity to stab with his gun. Yudo stopped playing around. He suddenly pulled out a game coin and conjured an arcade machine out of thin air, clinking as he inserted the coin. Just as the shadow of Mochi's gun struck him, his entire appearance changed dramatically. I was about to pop my eyes out. That iconic red pants, the moon tattoo on his back, and that unruly hairstyle. Damn, isn't that Iori Yagami from King of Fighters? The crowd below went wild. What the hell? Yagami? Can I get a dozen of that martial spirit? Song Yin. He has purple Song Yin in his hands. I had one thought at that moment. Dude, can this martial soul be played like this? Isn't this more exciting than Boruto? So, the martial soul sent by the system can be unlocked like this? If my martial soul were a phone, could I summon characters from the app? Once this idea popped into my head, I couldn't stop. Mochi in the sky was also stunned. He had played arcade games with Yudo when they were kids, so of course he recognized Kyo Kusanagi. Yudo, or rather Kyo, ignited with purple flames and dramatically said, "See, as long as a person has dreams, they will eventually come true." Mochi couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and directly attacked. The paladin's golden spear thrust forward, but Yudo countered with a ghost burn. The purple flames pushed the attack back. Then he stepped on the spear and charged towards the giant paladin, executing a fluid combo with claws moving so fast they left afterimages, while reciting Kyo's classic line, "Cry, scream, then die." Boom, boom, boom. After a series of 8 spirits attacks, the massive paladin was blown to pieces, parts scattering everywhere. But Mochi was not that easy to defeat. The spear that fell on the ground was his true form. With a flash of light, a normal-sized, more refined paladin reappeared holding the spear. Yudo watched this scene and laughed even more happily. Now that's more like it. Hiding things is so boring. The two exchanged glances and charged at each other again. The duel between Kyo Kusanagi and the paladin was simply stunning. However, while everyone was captivated by the battle in the sky, a major incident occurred in Tang Feng's domain below. Suddenly, a scream startled us all. Following the direction the person pointed, I gasped those ghosts. They were devouring each other. Like playing Snake, the big ones were eating the small ones, merging together at a terrifying speed. Tang Feng was also stunned. He hadn't given that command at all. He just wanted those ghosts to stop hurting people, but instead, they started killing each other. Logically speaking, it seemed reasonable. These ghosts were crazily merging, their outlines becoming clearer, even giving the impression they were about to gain physical forms. Tang Feng finally realized, good grief, Yudo was doing a zombie survival, while his domain was probably turning into a ghost version of the Hunger Games. Moreover, let me tell you, in this chaotic battle of a million ghosts, it was about to determine the chicken dinner champion, with only about 1,000 muscular men left in a fierce shootout. Then I scanned the scene and, hey, I found a female ghost among them. Family, who understands? In this pile of muscular men, she stood out like a crane among chickens. I'm someone who values looks above all else. Beauty is justice. I directly used my authority as the master of this realm, like opening the mic for everyone in the whole map, and gave all the ghosts a command. Brothers, don't move, let her eat. Be her experience packs. To my surprise, these ghosts actually obeyed, standing there like wooden stakes, watching as the female ghost devoured them one by one. The strong male ghosts that were swallowed emitted unwilling wails, and I could only shrug. Can you blame me? If you look like that, I would let you compete fairly too. And guess what happened next? By the time the female ghost finished, all the ghostly energy around her had vanished, and with a poof, she directly ascended right in front of me. A living, breathing beauty in a white dress materialized just like that. The face, that figure, was simply stunning, and the most outrageous part was yet to come. She gracefully walked up to me, knelt on one knee, and said, "Master." At that time, my CPU was overheating. What's going on? Can my skills in this field really conjure someone out of thin air? Who is this beauty? I asked her what her name was, and she said Zhao Sijuan. Then she acted like an AI, answering each question with one sentence, not a single extra word. Like a completely emotionless girl, the kind that doesn't even have an emotional module installed. I was wondering what else this field could do for me besides giving me a beautiful figure. Up there, Mochi and Yudo were fighting fiercely. I pointed up and asked her, "Can you go up there?" She shook her head expressionlessly and said no. My heart just sank at that moment. Then she turned around and said, "Do we really have to go up? Can't we just knock them down?" I almost laughed out loud at that moment, thinking to myself, you really know how to joke, go ahead if you can. But then she actually did it. I saw her raise her small hand, and let me tell you, the soul power in the entire space surged towards her hand like it was responding to a signal for a group battle. In an instant, a massive black claw, blocking out the sky, formed above us and slammed directly against the barrier that looked like a glass ceiling. The noise was so loud that Mo-Chi and Yudo, who were in a heated battle above, were stunned and stopped to look down. With a crisp crack, one of the claw's fingers pierced through the barrier. Then, with a powerful grip, it tore downwards. Folks, who understands? She literally tore the sky apart. The entire glass barrier shattered instantly, and the three of us fell down like dumplings. Without saying a word, I grabbed my Ganjiang Moi and charged towards Yudo. But this guy was unbelievable. His movements were like he had hacks, and he threw various Tsungin attacks at my face like they were free. Mo-Chi and I tried to attack him together, but he treated us like Tetris blocks, dodging and showcasing his skills. His 8 Immortal Girls combo nearly turned my armor red from the heat. Alright, there's a little side story in between. One of my teammates, who was head over heels in love, actually took the chance during this chaotic battle to go flirt with Zhao Sijuan, trying to woo her. But Zhao Sijuan completely ignored him, standing there like a statue, coldly replying, "My master hasn't given the order. I cannot move." Dude, what time is it? You're still following procedures? Seeing that Mo-Chi and I were about to be outplayed by Yudo, I panicked and quickly called out to Mo-Chi to cooperate. We can't let him turn a 2-on-1 into a counterattack. But it seemed these two had a grudge, and Yudo's words directly triggered Mo-Chi. Good heavens! Mo-Chi flipped the table and unleashed his holy knight domain. The scene was dazzling with golden light, as an army of 1,000,000 holy knights appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Yudo. But Yudo was no pushover either. He wasn't intimidated at all. With a move called 8 Cups of Wine, a towering purple Tsungin fire pillar shot up, roasting those golden knights with a sizzling sound. As soon as I saw the situation, I couldn't just stand by. I couldn't afford to lose. I immediately maxed out all my statuses, channeling my ice and fire soul power to the extreme, forcefully creating a red and blue 2-colored fierce tiger phantom, which charged straight into that purple fire pillar. On Mo-Chi's side, things were even more intense. Countless night energies gathered, directly summoning a golden holy dragon bigger than a mountain. I tell you, that scene was absolutely explosive. On one side was a dragon. On the other side was a tiger. And in the middle was a towering purple pillar of fire from the fierce battle. The whole world fell silent, with only the energy of the three of us wildly colliding, desperately unleashing our power against each other. The three of us were frozen like that, our soul power bursting out as if it were free, feeling like the entire space was about to be torn apart by us. All right, I almost forgot. That Zhao Sijuan, who had just come out of the factory and was still warm, seemed to be right at the center of this explosion. And guess what? This girl, right in the middle of our energy storm, started taking a walk as if nothing was happening. I have to tell you, that scene was so bizarre that my CPU almost burned out. Zhao Sijuan was just standing there in a daze, as if she was contemplating what to eat for dinner. And then she moved. 1 step, 2 steps, and behind her was a string of dark 3D printed shadows trailing along. It was really cool, but the occasion was all wrong. Sister. Even more ridiculous was that those shadows, as they walked, seemed to develop their own consciousness, whispering to each other as if they were holding some secret roundtable meeting. The three of us were still playing the game, where whoever lets go first is the dog, completely oblivious to this bug-like presence. In the next second, Zhao Sijuan suddenly appeared next to me. She didn't say a word, just looked at me, and her eyes clearly conveyed, "Hey buddy, want a shake?" What else can I say? I thought this was all a mess, so many people working together. I just nodded to her. Wow, this girl received my order, and without saying a word, she got started. The group of dark shadows behind her, who had just finished the meeting, instantly transformed into a fearless squad ready to take on any challenge. Each one roaring as they charged towards the duel. Boom, boom, boom. I have to tell you, that scene was simply a feast of self-destruction akin to performance art. The three of us were dumbfounded. Could it really be played like this? Yet, this absurd maneuver completely shattered the turtle shell of Yudo. The opportunity came. My and Mo-Chi's attacks landed on Yudo with perfect timing, as if calculated. With a few splashes, the battle was over. Time seemed to stand still as Yudo fell into Mo-Chi's arms, gazing at him with those poignant eyes of a male lead on the brink of death. At that moment, I cleverly turned around, giving them a bit of final space as a couple. I just pulled Zhao Sijuan into retreat when I heard some noise over there. Goodness, even before dying, this guy was still not behaving himself, using his hands to make small moves on Mo-Chi. Mo-Chi's brows were furrowed so tightly they could squash a fly, and he held back his anger, saying, "Speak quickly. You don't look terribly weak. I can't go on." Before I die, can you promise me one request? Muy plaid firmly. No. Yudo, unwilling to give up, pouted, kiss me. At that moment, I just wanted to rush over and give Mochi a slap. What time is it? And he's still acting like he's in a romantic drama? It's ridiculous. Anyway, later on, Yudo completely passed away. As for whether he kissed anyone, who knows? I had already slipped away with Zhao Si-jun. It was the time to watch them act in an idle drama. Later, I heard that Mo-chi personally buried Yudo and stood at his grave to give him a lesson on moral character, talking about how in the next life, he should be a good person, and that justice may be delayed but never absent, delivering it with such heartfelt emotion. In the end, he even moved a big stone to carve his name on it, saying he would come back to see him on the same day next year. Families, who understands this brotherly bond? It really brought tears to my eyes. My eye sockets. And then, the high-energy moment came. That very night, on that charred wasteland, Yudo's grave moved on its own. A hand suddenly shot out of the ground with a crack, followed by another hand. And then the whole person crawled out like a zombie rising from grave. Under the moonlight, Yudo brushed off the dirt from his body and smiled handsomely. A game coin fell from his chest and shattered with a bang. Wow, I get it. 1 coin equals 1 life, right? This guy is a pay-to-win player. I heard him whispering affectionately in the direction Mo-chi had left. Why wait for the next life? For you, I could be a good person. Oh my. This heartfelt persona, even the pure love war god would give you a thumbs up. Then he mumbled something about the Tiando Empire and the Xing Luo Empire while heading towards the Xing Luo Empire, saying he would eliminate all threats to Mo-chi in their cradle. Alright, he also mentioned me, saying I was a ticking time bomb, but then he thought better of it, because he believed I wouldn't harm Mo-chi. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. What about me? I'm really having a headache. Taking Zhao Si-jun, this humanoid weapon, on the road makes me feel really uncomfortable. This girl has such a strange personality. She's completely an emotionless execution machine. Whatever I say, she does. If I say east, she absolutely won't go west. This feeling of getting something for nothing makes me feel uneasy all over. We silently finished our breakfast, and I looked ahead, feeling lost. Forget it. I won't think too much for now. It's more important to find Tang San and the others. Our goal is Sea God Island. I just muttered it casually, but I didn't expect Zhao Si-jun to respond. Haishan Island? This was a rare moment of her taking the initiative to speak, and I immediately perked up. Yeah, I'm going to Haishan Island. Do you know the way? I was just asking casually, not really expecting her to know, but surprisingly she said, I do. I was amazed at the time. Have you been there? No. I used to stay nearby. She answered with such nonchalance. As soon as I heard that, I knew there was a story. I immediately asked, what were you doing there? A mission, assassination. More details. A secret mission to assassinate a ninja. Me? Ninja? My mind went blank for a moment. I always thought that this little continent was only played by our group, but it turns out this is a global server. That holy war we fought so hard before, compared to the international struggles behind the scenes, is simply like a brawl at the village entrance. Just small skirmishes. I looked at Zhao Si-jun again, and my gaze instantly changed. This is not some soulless puppet. This is clearly a martyr and hero who silently contributes, while we are still fighting over trivial matters. The real hero has long been carrying burdens in places we cannot see. I seriously told her, from now on, don't call me master, call me Tang Feng. Why? It's an order. I can only do it this way. Then I suddenly became interested. Si-jun, take me to see where you do your missions. So, we arrived at the border between the Silvis province and the Balik kingdom. Good heavens, what was in front of me was not a small village, but a brand new city with a very unique style rising from the ground, with 3 big characters on the city gate. Warrior City. I was chewing on a piece of blue silvergrass and asked Zhao Si-jun, didn't you say this is a village? It's only been 3 months, and it's already a major upgrade? To my surprise, Zhao Si-jun also picked a piece of grass and chewed on it, looking thoughtful as she replied, is it really so strange to see changes in 3 months? Hey, this girl has changed quite a bit recently. She's even started to retort. However, this isn't the time to focus on that. I looked at the warrior city and felt something was off. Logically, Zhao Si-jun had completed her mission, so this matter should be settled, but I couldn't shake off the impulse to raze this city to the ground. I asked Zhao Si-jun, should we go into the city for a look? She replied as usual, I don't know. Alright, I guess I have to make the decision myself. We headed towards Wuxia City, but the further we walked, the more something fell off. The official road was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. A big city was just 3 or 4 kilometers away. How could there be not a single shadow? Just when I felt like I had overlooked some key information. A cold gleam suddenly shot towards me from my left, aimed straight at my throat. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Sijun moved. Her left hand was as fast as lightning. With a loud slap, she struck something directly, followed by a crisp sound of bone shattering. I turned to look, and a ninja dressed in dark clothing had his skull smashed by her, collapsing lifelessly. Before I could say anything, several more ninjas sprang out from all directions. Zhao Sijun didn't give them a chance at all. One kick for each, one palm for each like playing whack-a-mole, and in no time, she had taken down all 8 of the remaining ones. I counted the bodies on the ground and laughed. Is this it? 9 people think they can take us down? That's really underestimating us. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard an angry baka coming from not far away. I laughed. It seems that it's impossible to stroll around quietly. Sijun, you rest. Let me move my muscles and bones. Zhao Sijun silently put away her stance and stepped back behind me. Just one word. Good. Good. Let me tell you, thinking about these trivial matters is pure waste of time. No matter what schemes or tricks there are, first, let's deal with this group of blind minions in front of us. I figured I shouldn't be polite with them. So I raised my hand and unleashed an ice and fire dual strike. Wow. The red and blue flames instantly enveloped them all with their little skills. They weren't even qualified to serve as fuel for my flames, instantly turning to ash. I couldn't even be bothered to glance at them again. So I pulled Zhao Sijun and walked straight to the base of the warrior city's wall. Guess what? The wall was completely empty, with just one woman standing there, dressed in white and wearing a veil, making it all mysterious. When she saw us, she actually smiled and said, "Welcome to the world of warriors." At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. Her opening line sounded like something out of a strange pyramid scheme. She introduced herself as Asuka Koji, the guardian here. And her occupation was a witch? Come on, who understands that? It's 2025. How can someone still be into this medieval cosplay? She really thinks of herself as a dish. But to be fair, even though she's a bit eccentric, her figure is quite nice. I'm the kind of person who simply appreciates beauty, and I didn't really hide my gaze. As a result, her expression instantly turned cold, and she shot back at me with 2 words, pervert. Hey, I have a bit of temper. I admit my mind wandered for a moment. But you can't just dismiss me like that. I shot back. You're flattering me. That made her furious. Besides, isn't a beautiful woman meant to be looked at? If I don't look, how can I appreciate your charm? This logic, it's a perfect closed loop. I couldn't be bothered to argue with her and got straight to the point. My brother and I want to take a stroll in the city, and I was wondering if it would be convenient. As soon as she heard this, her expression changed immediately, and she smiled in an oddly sarcastic way. Welcome, of course. You're welcome. However, what we welcome is your corpses. All right, got it. We're not on the same wavelength. I shrugged at that moment and wanted to make one last attempt. Miss, is there some misunderstanding here? We really are just passing through. She interrupted me directly, sneering. Do you think I would believe that? A Contra-level powerhouse comes to our godforsaken place and says they're just passing through? Your excuse is so poorly crafted that even AI would find it uncreative. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Or do you think you're a 3-year-old? Well, that conversation was completely dead. I sighed and said, fine, since reasoning isn't working, I guess I'll have to use my fist to reason instead. If I end up hitting too hard later, it'll all be because you forced me to. And guess how she reacted? She actually burst out laughing, looking at me as if I were an idiot. Just you? If it weren't for the fact that you look somewhat decent, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. But in the end, you're just a stinky bag of skin. As soon as I heard that, I laughed. Oh, so you're admitting that I'm handsome? Bored. Her face darkened, and she swung her staff fiercely. Let me tell you, that scene instantly looked like all the special effects were turned on. The sky suddenly turned dark. Clouds rolled in, thunder and lightning crackled, all swirling around her staff. Wow, can she really summon the wind and rain? I was a bit stunned at the time. Is this some kind of witchcraft? It didn't seem like it. In the Dolua continent, isn't even the most powerful witchcraft just a transformation of soul skills? Just as I was pondering this, a loud bang erupted, and a bolt of lightning struck right beside my feet, creating a charred pit in the ground. I looked up and saw that the dark clouds were filled with twisting lightning snakes, which made my scalp tingle. If that thing hit me for real, I'd be dead or at least lose a layer of skin. I was pondering how to handle her when suddenly her performance desire kicked in, and it seemed never-ending. I thought I couldn't let her keep going like this, so I concentrated my right hand, and a blazing red flame gun appeared in my grip. Holding the gun, I jumped around repeatedly in that lightning array, like a shaman performing a ritual, shattering every bolt of lightning that came down with a shot. Asuka watched from the city wall, seemingly a bit dazed. Seizing the opportunity, I flicked my wrist, and the flame gun shot towards her. She snorted coldly, reacting quite quickly and dodging backward. But she didn't expect that my gun had an explosive effect. With a loud bang, half of the city wall was blown apart. This really angered her, and I could almost hear her thinking, just because you're handsome doesn't mean you can destroy my home. She waved her staff like a small electric motor, and the lightning snakes in the sky twisted into a braid, with a colossal pillar of lightning, several times thicker than before, about to crash down. The oppressive feeling was overwhelming. Zhao Sijun glanced at me and asked, "Should I go?" I shook my head and said, "No need. This little scene doesn't require your intervention." As I spoke, blue flames erupted from my left hand and red flames from my right, preparing for the ice and fire duet. Boom! The lightning pillar crashed down as if the sky were collapsing. I wasn't backing down either. I combined the ice and fire duet into a sword aura and struck it against the lightning pillar. The two forces collided, and the sound shook the entire warrior city. The energy shockwaves cracked the walls like a spiderweb. As soon as I saw that it wasn't going to work, I pulled Zhao Sijun back. As a result, the lightning pillar still scattered my sword energy. Although its power was reduced by half, it still created a huge pit in the ground. Before I could even check how deep the pit was, another lightning pillar formed in the sky. I furrowed my brows at that moment. Something was off. Is this really witchcraft? I know the power of my ice and fire duet. How could it be so easily broken? There must be something fishy about this. As I pulled Zhao Sijun to dodge, my mind raced. The continuous pillars of lightning were like an infinite firepower hack. Didn't she care about her soul power? That's right. Soul power. I suddenly grasped the key point. With such a wide range and high-intensity attack, look at her, Asuka, not even breaking a sweat, showing no signs of effort at all. This is simply unscientific. Just when I thought I had found the answer, Zhao Sijun beside me suddenly floated in with a casual remark. It might be an illusion. I tell you, it felt like I was struck by lightning. I was completely awakened. Yes, a hallucination. Who understands this, family? One sentence directly wakes the dreamer. If it's a hallucination, then everything makes sense. All her previous loud and pretentious anger was just for show, meant to make me believe it was real. But I wasn't foolish enough to just stand there and let her strike. Who knows if there's something real hidden in this hallucination? What's virtual can be real, and what's real can be virtual. That's the most disgusting part of illusion. But then I thought to myself, what's there to be afraid of? Even if there's a hidden killer move, can it break my defense? As long as it can't break my defense, isn't it just like scraping? Once I figured this out, I directly told Zhao Sijun, "Sijun, step back. Let me expose her tricks." I directly activated the soul skill heavenly show of the tea flower, and my attributes skyrocketed. I was determined to withstand this lightning pillar and see what it really was. With the thunderous light all around me, I charged straight towards Asuka on the city wall. Boom! The lightning pillar struck me hard, and the crackling sound of electricity buzzed in my ears, with a burnt smell lingering in the air. But when I looked down, there was nothing, not even a mark on me. It was indeed an illusion, primarily a psychological massage. "Don't come over here." Asuka was dumbfounded when she saw me coming through unscathed, her voice trembling. "Don't come over." Too late. I pushed off hard with my feet, and my whole body shot up the city wall like a cannonball, instantly reaching her side, before her terrified expression could fully form. My hand was already wrapped around her slender neck. In that moment, all the illusions of thunder and lightning around us shattered like bubbles with a pop. I stared at her and coldly asked, "I think we can have a good talk now about why you have such deep hostility towards us, right?" But the woman was quite stubborn, trembling in fear, yet not saying a word. I applied a bit of pressure and said, "Speak. If you don't blame me for being ruthless." To my surprise, she even smiled at me, but that smile was so twisted that it made me feel uncomfortable. I scoffed, feeling it was pointless, and directly threw her to the ground before turning to leave. "Why don't you kill me?" she shouted from behind me. I didn't even look back. I just jumped off the city wall, muttering to myself, "It's too disgraceful to lay hands on a woman with no power to resist." As soon as I landed, Zhao Sijun was there waiting for me. I walked over and said to her with a serious expression, "When we go in later, if there's any danger, act immediately. Don't let anyone hurt you. That's an order." Zhao Sijun nodded seriously. "I understand, master." As soon as I heard the word master, my head started to ache, and I immediately glared at her. "Say that again?" She blinked and changed her words. "I got it, Xia Fengzi." I nodded in satisfaction. "Next time, you have to recite it 1,000 times for me." As a result, she was very sincere and started right away. "I got it, Xiaofeng." "I got it, Xiaofeng." "I got it. Stop." I quickly called for stop. "I meant no next time. I didn't mean for you to start spamming right now." She responded with an "oh" and stopped talking. I simply had no way to deal with her. I am about to open the city gate when a bright Xiangji on the city wall sticks her head out and shouts at me. Don't go in. It's different inside from what you see. It's all an illusion. If you go in, you'll lose your life. Hurry and leave. I subconsciously looked up at her and found her gaze and tone quite sincere, not like she was lying. You're actually quite nice. I smiled at her and said, thanks for the reminder, but I didn't stop in my tracks. However, since we were already here and things have escalated to this point, I can't just go back. I can't get over this hurdle in my heart. Moreover, it would have been fine if you hadn't said anything, but now that you have, I'm even more curious. Asuka was left speechless, probably wondering how this person is so stubborn. She wanted to persuade me again. Curiosity killed the cat. Really, you can't. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, I looked up and smiled at her again, then lifted my foot and delivered a powerful kick to the city gate. With a loud bang, the door was shattered into pieces by my kick. I have to tell you, the moment the door opened, I was stunned. A thick, suffocating smell of blood hit me, almost making me gag. The scene in the city, that was no city at all. It was nothing less than a hell on earth. The entire street was densely lined with countless hanging people, their feet connected by iron chains that extended down to the drainage ditch on the ground. Bright red blood dripped down along the chains, pooling into a river, flowing towards the center of the city. Those who were hanging had ashen faces, their eyes tightly closed, clearly already half dead. I was completely frozen. The oppressive feeling in my heart made it difficult for me to breathe. Even though Asuka had warned me, and I was somewhat mentally prepared, seeing this scene with my own eyes still left me speechless. Just then, the sound of clattering wooden clogs approached, and a group of samurai dressed in deep red appeared. Asuka on the city wall let out a sigh and retreated, probably thinking that we were doomed. I saw these people, and a fire suddenly ignited in my heart. I questioned them with a cold gaze. Did you do this? The leading red-clad warrior was taken aback for a moment, looked around, and appeared confused. Are you talking about us? Still pretending? My voice had already turned icy. The red-clad warrior laughed, a particularly harsh laugh. Pretending? Is there a need for that? You are merely captives with no right to know too much. The flames on my fist instantly ignited, and I said word by word. It seems that this samurai city has no reason to exist. The 5 warriors burst into laughter upon hearing this, as if they had heard the biggest joke. This batch of captives is just too amusing, right? It is your honor to dedicate yourselves to our great warrior nation. Then, one of the guys set his gaze on Zhao Sijuan with a lewd expression. Hey, that girl is not bad. The captain in red also took a look and nodded, saying, not bad, but I want her first. I tell you, upon hearing this, my vision went dark, and the string of reason snapped with a bang. Dare to touch me in front of my face? You really don't know how to write the word death. You're looking for death. I roared and threw a punch, and the fiery fist wind instantly engulfed the 5 of them. I rushed up right after, and suddenly a figure burst out from the smoke of the explosion. I focused my eyes and thought, whoa, isn't that Yin Zhongjuan from Honor of Kings? What a surprise. The art style has changed dramatically, jumping straight from a fantasy film set to the On My OG mobile game. While I was battling him, I quickly thought. Those red-clothed warriors were holding paper talismans and chanting incantations. I instantly understood. These guys were on my OG, and this Yinchong Jun was their Shikigami. You are on my OG. I shouted while blocking their attacks. That's right. The red-clothed warrior pulled out a few more talismans, and the 4 guys beside him began to form seals. Soon, 4 strange-looking Shikigami appeared. I was surrounded and beaten by 5 Shikigami, and the most frustrating part was that my ice and fire combo hit them like a scraping treatment. They didn't lose any health at all. This was too suffocating. My attacks were useless, but I couldn't understand Zhao Sijuan's attack pattern either. Maybe she could restrain them. I shot her a glance, and she understood instantly. She flashed and charged straight at one of the Shikigami with a snake head and crocodile body. The Shikigami's master looked disdainful, thinking that a mere ordinary person was just there to serve them. But in the next second, Zhao Sijuan had already grabbed the snake head and, with a blank expression, punched down, saying lightly, "You seem to look down on people." That punch landed, and the Shikigami let out a howl of anguish. Its master was immediately enraged and pulled out a handful of talismans to unleash a big move. However, a teammate beside him advised, "Xinxing, don't be impulsive. If you kill us, how will you taste the fresh experience?" I shook my head in disbelief. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Just as they were lost in their dreams, Zhao Sijuan's soul power suddenly erupted, directly bursting the Shikigami that was binding her. The guy named Xiaxingxing spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted on the spot. The remaining few were all stunned. And the captain in red looked at Zhao Sijun with the eyes of someone staring at a monster, his voice trembling. You are a Shikigami? Zhao Sijun was taken aback for a moment. Shikigami? The captain ignored her, turned to stare at me fiercely, and asked again, Is she your Shikigami? I was also baffled at the time. Honestly, I don't know either. Zhao Sijun's background has always been a mystery, and with him saying that, it really does seem somewhat plausible. I haven't answered yet, but the captain in red suddenly collapsed. He looked at Zhao Sijun, his face filled with shock and fear, repeatedly mumbling, perfect form. It's a Shikigami in perfect form. Seeing his terrified expression, it seemed that this Shikigami in perfect form was a terrifying existence capable of destroying everything. Guess what? As soon as that guy heard that my companion was in perfect form, he barely shouted the word run, and he had already turned into a blur, running faster than anyone else. The other three were the same, instantly scattering like birds and beasts. It was incredibly decisive. Zhao Sijun and I exchanged glances, completely at a loss. Then, suddenly, a female voice came from the city wall. It was the gatekeeper, Asuka, who shouted anxiously, Don't let them escape. Quick, kill them, or it will be a huge problem. I tell you, her shout scared those deserters so much that they almost fell flat on the ground. Then these cowards, while running away, started hurling insults that were truly unpleasant, like you wait for us. And you traitorous Baga. The girl was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she collapsed directly to the ground, repeatedly mumbling that she must be going insane. I originally didn't want to bother with these little minions, but they were bullying a girl, and she was someone who had helped me. How could I tolerate that? I turned to my companion, Si-Jun, and said, Si-Jun, go, make them shut up forever. I trust Si-Jun to handle it. She's professional and efficient. As for me, I quickly jumped up onto the city wall and went to the girl's side. Seeing her sitting there in a daze, I found it a bit amusing. I crouched down, and out of habit, oh no, it was instinctively, I reached out and pinched her cheek, looking at her from left to right. She was completely stunned, her little heart probably racing out of her throat, and her face turned as red as a boiled shrimp. She stuttered, what are you doing? Family, who understands? The atmosphere instantly shifted from a passionate battle scene to a pure love drama. I quickly retracted my hand and seriously babbled, Nothing, just checking your pale face to see if you're injured. It looks like you're fine. She responded with a doubtful "oh," and her little expression clearly showed a hint of disappointment. I stood up and asked her, if you help me like this, what will you do if they come back for revenge? She tried to stand up, but her legs gave way, almost causing her to fall again, and I hurried to support her. Only then did she tell me the truth. It turned out her brother was being held hostage by these people, and she couldn't leave it all. Upon hearing this, I thought, well, this is definitely a problem I need to address. I don't know what got into me at that moment. Maybe it was my overabundance of compassion, but I patted my chest and assured her, Don't worry, I'll rescue your brother, and you can leave together. She nodded with tears in her eyes, and that phrase I'll wait for you made me feel quite uncomfortable. After asking her brother's name, which was Akihiro Yoshino, I continued walking into the city with Si-Jun. Honestly, as I walked, I pondered when I had become so kind-hearted. This city was like a hell on earth, becoming more oppressive the further we went in. The streets were lined with hanging bodies, and I didn't even want to describe the scene. After walking for nearly half an hour, I hadn't seen a single person. It was eerily quiet. Suddenly, Zhao Si-Jun spoke up, saying they might have their own reasons. I was taken aback, looking at her, sensing that she seemed to be developing her own thoughts and was no longer just a cold tool. I smiled and said, You're becoming more like yourself now. That's a good thing. Just then, a small team of 5 people staggered into view ahead. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids and simply said, Si-Jun, take action. Okay. Zhao Si-Jun moved swiftly, and in a single encounter, those 5 people fell like puppets with their strings cut. It was clean and efficient, truly impressive. But I increasingly felt that something was off. There had been such a commotion at the city gate. It was impossible for the city to have no reaction. Unless, as soon as I had this thought, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the surroundings. The fog grew denser, and the temperature plummeted, making it feel like I had stepped into an ice cellar. Visibility was less than 3 meters, and the shadows of people hanging around appeared faintly in the mist, with the sound of chains clinking. The atmosphere was intensely charged. I immediately became alert and said to Si-Jun, Prepare for battle. Yes, Si-Jun. Is there an enemy coming? She replied in a calm tone, as if she were saying the weather is nice today. Yes, a long-haired woman in white. I can't see her face, but it seems she's smiling at you. I tell you, my scalp went numb in an instant. Smiling at me? Isn't this just the standard opening of a horror movie? I instinctively wanted to say, "See, June, you go ahead," but the words got stuck in my throat. I felt like I've been too useless lately, throwing everything onto her. But before I could dwell on it, Zhao Si Jun had already asked proactively, "Do you want to handle it?" I nodded immediately, saying yes, throw my dignity out the window. In the next second, Si Jun disappeared into the thick fog. Great, now I was all alone. I steeled myself and moved forward, but after walking for more than 10 minutes, everything around me looked the same. Even the poses of the people hanging on the door were similar, and I didn't see any of the marks I left behind. Wow, am I in a ghost wall? No, this feeling is a domain trying to make me play hide and seek here. Sorry, I'm all about physical exorcism. I pulled out my flame gun and started blasting the surroundings like crazy. Boom, boom, boom. No matter what illusions you have, I'll turn everything into ruins. Stop. Finally, an angry and anxious female voice rang out. I looked in the direction of the voice, and a stunning girl in a kimono appeared, glaring at me. "Ich finde hier, old heights." While saying that, I aimed my flame gun directly at her face. The battle erupted instantly, and a faceless white-clad spirit stood in front of her, engaging me in a fight. I was ruthless, unleashing a combination of ice and fire without holding back. But as the fight went on, I realized something was off. That white-clad spirit took a hit from me to protect some civilians behind her. I was stunned at that moment. Could it be I was wrong? Just as I was lost in thought, the Shikigami, engulfed in ice and fire, charged at me and hugged me tightly. The girl in the kimono panicked and shouted for it to come back. I helplessly said, "It's fine, this fire won't hurt me." After all that commotion, it turned out to be a big misunderstanding. I shouted and called out Zhao Sijun, who was watching the scene from who knows where. The girl in the kimono, named Rulin, immediately protected Zhao Sijun like a mother hen, glaring fiercely at me. Zhao Sijun said, "Rulin is not a bad person. Fine. With just one sentence from you, I'll treat it as if I've checked 3 generations." I immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle and apologized. "I'm sorry. I was too reckless just now." With the misunderstanding cleared up, the atmosphere finally eased. I asked Rulin what was going on in the city. She sighed and said that the city lord, Gongben, had turned all the people in the city into sacrifices for a so-called ceremony to gain the power of the legendary divine beast. As soon as I heard it, I thought it was something else, but then she blurted out 5 words. "Forked serpent." I told you, my mind went blank for a moment. Isn't that the big boss from King of Fighters? The kind that can treat the earth like a glass ball. If he really manages to pull this off, forget Dolua Continent. It should just be renamed Miyamoto Continent. This matter must be addressed. I had Rulin take us to the Lord's castle. The castle was built in the center of a blood pool, and there were even more people hanging around. The oppressive and bloody smell made my head ache. I leaned against the wall and couldn't speak for a long time. Rulin said it was a kind of sorrow. I understand too well. Looking at those numb sacrifices, I couldn't help but say to Rulin, "Xiaolin, I know you want to protect them, but have you ever thought that they have actually been dead for a long time?" As soon as I said it, Zhao Sijun immediately glared at me. "Zia Fengzi, how can you speak like that?" I forced a smile and said, "I'm just speaking the truth." But even the truth doesn't work. I was completely speechless at that moment. Is it really so difficult to speak the truth these days? Just as I finished speaking, that little white flower named Rulin started, her eyes reddening, and she said, "Sister June, Brother Feng, please don't argue because of Rulin." At that moment, I was thinking, what did I argue about? Am I not just stating the facts? Zhao Sijun immediately shot me a glare with her icy expression, and wow, I felt like I was in a no-win situation. Fine, I won't explain anymore. Let them think what they want. Not only will I not explain, but I'll also raise the stakes. Let me make it clear. If I rush in later, I won't care about those innocent people's lives. They're already dead anyway, right? Killing people is one thing, but to also attack their hearts, I must really be a villain. Now, it got worse, and Rulin cried even harder, while Zhao Sijun's gaze was so cold it could freeze me into an ice sculpture. I felt incredibly aggrieved inside. What's wrong with being an honest person? Should I be misunderstood by the whole world just for speaking the truth? Forget it. Since they all see me as the bad guy, I might as well embrace it. Without saying a word, I rushed out alone. What a fool. Zhao Sijun cursed from behind. But the next second, she pushed Rulin aside and said seriously, "Rulin, I have to go help him." "Hey, you say you don't want to, but your body is very honest." I just rushed out and was immediately surrounded by several paper-like figures, those things called Shikigami. Just as I was about to unleash my ultimate move, Zhao Sijun's figure suddenly swooped in like a ghost. When I saw her coming, I immediately grinned and said, "Xiao Jun, I knew you had feelings for me." She kicked one monster away, stood back to back with me, and coldly replied, "Stop talking nonsense. These Shikigami are not weak. So be careful." "Oh, did you hear that?" She is concerned about me. I was so happy at that moment, just about to tease her again. But when I turned my head, she had already put on her iceberg face again, focusing intently on the battle and completely ignoring me. Who understands, family? The emotional value she just gave me was cut off halfway, which felt worse than disconnecting from the game. But to be fair, this girl is really strong. While I was still scraping away, she unleashed her ultimate move. I saw her figure darting through the pile of monsters, and a bunch of shadows seemed to appear out of nowhere, binding all those Shikigami, and then bam, they were all wiped out. Clean and swift. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Wow, this girl must be the hidden boss, right? Later I found out, she herself is an ultimate evolved version of a Shikigami, and fighting these little minions is like a dimensional strike. After the battle, Rulene started glaring at me with a resentful look again. I had to go over and force a smile. "Look, they weren't hurt. That's a good thing. Why be angry?" She responded with a single word. "Humph." Zhao Sijuan rolled her eyes too. "Idiot. What? What did I do wrong again?" My temper flared up, and I shouted at the two of them, "Go if you want. I'm going in by myself." They just waved their hands at me and said goodbye. "We won't see you off." I was so angry at the time that I lifted my foot to kick a stone for some relief, but I slipped and fell, splash. I landed directly in the blood-red pool beside me. Let me tell you, that scene was simply a large-scale social death moment. Those two girls on the shore were laughing so hard they couldn't even stand up straight. I had just crawled out of the water with a dark face when Zhao Sijuan suddenly rushed over, and without saying a word, she pushed my head back into the water. Damn! Just as I was about to explode with anger, I heard a huge splash underwater. I looked up and saw a creature that looked like a Piranha Pro Max fighting fiercely with Zhao Sijuan. It turned out she wasn't messing with me. She was saving me. This girl really has something. After we took down that fish, we finally entered the castle. As soon as we walked in, we saw a pavilion with a game of chess and a stalemate. I was staring at it when a greasy uncle suddenly appeared next to me, dressed in samurai attire and sporting a beer belly. He opened his mouth and asked, "Do you know how to play chess?" I humbly said I had a little understanding, and he immediately got excited, putting on a look of a lonely master. What a pity. I thought I could find a worthy opponent. His acting was so convincing that I almost believed him. But then, as soon as he saw Rulene, he sarcastically said something about how the city lord would be unhappy, which scared the little girl into darting into Zhao Sijuan's arms. I thought to myself, who is this uncle? Never mind. He insisted on playing chess with me and called himself a master. Fine, let's play. But let me tell you, it was ridiculous. I'm just an amateur, casually making a few moves, and with a knight's move, I checkmated him. He was still unconvinced, puffing out his chest and saying, "This game doesn't count. I'll let you win. Let's go again." We played 3 games in a row, and he was beaten in every single one. I finally understood, this is no master. He's practically a novice, completely out his depth. In the end, I couldn't take it anymore and had to deliberately let him win one game by making a mistake. He immediately got cocky, patting his belly and proudly saying, "See, when I take it seriously, you're no match for me." I had the expression of an elderly person on the subway looking at a smartphone. Folks, this guy really doesn't get it. I quickly interrupted him. "Uncle, I don't have time to play with you. I'm looking for your city lord for something." He asked what I wanted with the city lord, and I said, to defeat him. He laughed. "Then you're just going to deliver yourself to death. You might as well play chess with me." But he didn't stop us, directly telling us that the city lord was on the top floor. Just as we left, we heard fighting sounds coming from the castle, and a bunch of Highland security guards were thrown out. The uncle muttered to himself behind us. Looks like I worried for nothing. Wow, this uncle is quite the schemer too. Upon entering the castle, there was indeed an ambush. Layer by layer, there were enhanced guards called Highland security, as well as ninja warriors. However, with Zhao Sijuan, this bug, it was basically a smooth ride. I was responsible for clearing the small monsters, and she took care of the elites. Our coordination was seamless. Soon, we fought our way to the top floor. As soon as we reached the top, we saw a man with his back to us, making tea. I thought the final boss would be some monstrous creature with green skin and fangs. But when he turned around, I was stunned. I tell you, he was as handsome as something drawn by AI, almost unreal. In this day and age, even the villains are putting in so much effort. He calmly invited us for tea. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, a bit faster than I imagined." I felt at that moment that the atmosphere was off. It was the calm before the storm. I just sat down casually and chatted with him somewhat aimlessly. He brewed tea while I drank it, and the atmosphere was as strange as if we were in a spy film. I got straight to the point. "I heard you want to resurrect the Yamada no Orochi?" He laughed and said, The Yamada no Orochi was never dead. How can we talk about resurrection? I'm just making a sacrifice to bring it into this world. Wow, this guy's ambition is even greater than I thought. I immediately stated, "What if I want to stop you?" He casually replied, "Then I'll kill you." We just stared at each other, and the air was filled with sparks. But he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he started telling me his nonsensical theory of the strong being respected and those who go against him perishing. I thought to myself, what era is this? Why are we still talking about this? As we chatted, he finally showed his true intentions and started to win me over. Join us. And when the eight-headed serpent descends, I'll give you some of its blood, and then you'll become stronger. After all that, it turned out he was trying to recruit me. I had a sudden inspiration and followed his words. Before you let me answer, I have a question. I asked him about the whereabouts of that gatekeeper girl, Asuka's father. To my surprise, he replied without even thinking. "Oh, that person? He's here with me. If you like that girl, I can send him to you as a betrothal gift." I felt something was off at that moment. How could a big boss like him remember a nameless nobody? There must be something fishy going on. But I still pretended to be very concerned and asked him if that person was safe. He smiled and said, "Of course they're safe. I'm not someone who kills innocents indiscriminately." I couldn't help but laugh. Does he really believe what he just said? I pressed on. "Then you need to show some sincerity and let me see the person." Suddenly, the smile on his face disappeared, and in an instant, a flash of a blade cut through the air, splitting the tea table in front of us in half. Wow, he flipped just like that. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and leaned back to dodge it. The cold edge of the blade almost grazed the tip of my nose. Well, that's it. The tea is finished. It's time to fight. As soon as I heard that, I was taken aback, jumped up, and asked him in return. I performed flawlessly. How did you figure it out? Which part was wrong? Guess what he said? He actually laughed and said, "There are no flaws. It's just because it's too perfect that it feels fake." Wow, I was left speechless. Does anyone understand? My acting has reached the realm of returning to simplicity, and yet because it was too impressive, it backfired? Fine, I'll accept that. Next time I pretend, I'll make sure to leave some flaws and focus on being more realistic. But this outcome isn't bad. At least I know that Kid Yoshinobu is still alive. Now I just need to take down this gatekeeper of Miyamoto. This guy is quite narcissistic, adding, "Of course, it's just me. Anyone else would have definitely been fooled." I replied to him with a forced smile, "No matter how good the technology is, it's useless if it can't fool you." He didn't care at all and directly drew out his two samurai swords, boasting, "No one in this world has been born, yet who can fool me?" Enough with the nonsense. These two swords of mine are named Biki no Kuni Unkun and Izumi no Kami Fujiwara Kayasada. Both are famous blades. If you fight me barehanded, I'll let you know what it means to cut through iron like mud in no time. I shrugged, my face full of disdain. The sword is nice, but it's an old antique from hundreds of years ago. It might break at the slightest touch. Besides, look closely, this is the continent. Your tricks won't work here. He sneered. "You don't need to remind me. These dual blades can be considered my martial soul." I quickly grasped the key point. "Oh, so they're not your martial souls?" "Not martial souls, but way better than martial souls." Just as the words fell, someone rushed over. I couldn't help but think that it seemed quite impressive, and without hesitation, I activated the enhancement of the Tihua Ji Tian Shou. I wanted to see just how powerful these two broken blades really were. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and sparks flew everywhere. I initially thought that blocking with my hand would be fine, but to my surprise, I felt a sharp pain and saw blood on my arm. Damn, that's really sharp. I quickly jumped back to create some distance. If I hadn't dodged, my hand would probably have met the same fate as the table. As I retreated, that guy immediately chased after me like a mad dog, swinging his dual blades like a whirlwind. The flashes of the knives were so fast they were almost impenetrable. I could only raise my focus to 120, concentrating fully on dodging, and it was a real struggle. I tell you, not long after the fight started, all the initiative was in his hands. I was pressed so hard that I couldn't find a chance to fight back. This guy's knife skills, whatever they call it, level 2 or something, I don't really understand, but it felt like the blade was raining down on me, forcing me to retreat step by step until I quickly backed into a corner. No way out. I just thought that to myself when a horizontal slash came straight at my neck. Good grief, does this guy have mind-reading skills or what? I was so scared that I quickly rolled to the side, barely managing to dodge it. If I'd been hit, my head would have been kicked around like a ball. That kind of joke isn't funny at all. I just finished rolling and hadn't steadied myself yet when a figure flashed by me. It was Zhao Sijuan. She finally couldn't stand it anymore and made her move. Of course, it would be strange if she could hold back. If I were to die, she would be done for too. The gatekeeper of Miyamoto City. Seeing Zhao Sijun enter the fray, I actually smiled and stopped. Hey, do you want to join in too? I took the opportunity to catch my breath and quickly got up to steady myself. Zhao Sijun coldly replied with 2 words. That's right. She didn't want to fight either. But what could she do? After all, she had me as her master. Then, what the gatekeeper of Miyamoto said next completely stunned both me and Zhao Sijun. He said, as a Shikigami, you shouldn't interfere too much. However, since you have your own ideas, it's worth my serious attention. Show me your weapon. Zhao Sijun, empty-handed, replied. I have no weapon. He smiled and said, impossible. How could a perfect form Shikigami be without a weapon? Look at my twin blades. I was stunned for a moment and blurted out. You're also a Shikigami? Does anyone understand? After a long time, I realized this guy is not even human. It's like a hometown meeting here. He actually admitted it. That's right, I'm also a perfect form Shikigami. And my appearance is modeled after Miyamoto Musashi, with dual swords as my bloodline weapon. I'm really foolish, impossible. How could you, a Shikigami, create such a grand spectacle? He had a look on his face that said you mortals wouldn't understand, and said, after we gained self-awareness, we evolved into our ultimate form, something you cannot comprehend. We Shikigami have the right to rule this continent. We will merge with the bloodline of Yamada no Orochi, break free from your human control, and become the true masters. I think I understand now. This guy is just a late-stage Chinibu lunatic who wants to start an independent revolution for Shikigami. I let out a breath of frustration. Although I don't know what's going on in your head, your idea is definitely wrong. He laughed. So what? I'll laugh too, so? Hee, I'm going to stop you. Then give it a try. Go ahead and try. This guy really underestimated me. I got fired up and directly retorted. Don't regret it. He saw that I was anxious and instead found it amusing. What's wrong? Not pretending anymore. I spat. What's the point of pretending with a lunatic like you? Then I turned to Zhao Sijun and said, Xiao Jun, stop wasting time with him. Take action and deal with him. Zhao Sijun was already impatient. It was about time. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged out. Miyamoto was still putting on an act, without a weapon. How could you possibly defeat me? I am. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Sijun landed a solid punch on his face, making him stagger. Don't you know not to hit the face when fighting? He was furious and swung his knife in retaliation, clearly having been careless just now and not dodging. While dodging the blade, Zhao Sijun retorted, Are you even human? At the same time, her fists rained down on him like raindrops. I realized that this wasn't going to work. I couldn't just stand by and watch. Speaking of weapons, I hadn't used the twin swords Ganjiang and Moe in a long time. With a thought, the 2 divine swords appeared in my hands. The gate guard of Miyamoto was locked in a fierce battle with Zhao Sijun, and when he caught a glimpse of the swords in my hands, he was instantly startled, feeling the dangerous aura emanating from them. Just as he was distracted, Zhao Sijun landed a punch, sending him flying. Zhao Sijun coldly said, I suggest you focus. The Miyamoto guard was probably furious, as a strange red power suddenly surged from his dual blades, resembling the shadow power Zhao Sijun had used earlier. In any case, it was not something from the Doluwa continent. With a flash of red light, countless shadows emerged from the blade, overlapping heavily, and those shadows suddenly vibrated, turning into chaotic thrusts that surged toward Zhao Sijun. Zhao Sijun's expression changed, and not daring to take it head-on, she quickly dodged. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I immediately charged in with my twin swords, Ganjiang and Moe, ready for a 2-on-1, giving us the advantage. We clashed our dual swords against his dual daggers, creating a cacophony of clanging sounds. Zhao Sijun was nearby, moving around and waiting for the right moment to strike with a sneak attack, making him increasingly frustrated. He clearly wanted to deal with a greater threat. Zhao Sijun first, but as soon as he turned his attention, my sword came at him like a death warrant, forcing him to turn back and defend against me. The red shadows on his daggers became denser, resembling countless venomous snakes, leaving me dizzy. Suddenly, those dagger shadows trembled again, transforming into numerous sharp spikes that lunged toward me. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Luckily, I reacted quickly, summoning my twin swords to form a protective barrier, managing to block the attack, but I was still knocked back several steps by the immense force. I had just stabilized my position when Zhao Sijun clashed with the Shikigami's power. The 2 of them fought like a scene from a sci-fi movie, with various black shadows and red lights colliding, making it difficult for me to intervene. This isn't going to work. If this continues, we definitely won't win. I steeled myself and decided to go all out. My predictive ability activated, and in an instant, all his movements slowed down in my eyes. At the same time, I unleashed the ultimate Ice Fire Dragon King Inheritance Soul skill. In that moment, I felt a surge of power throughout my body, and a layer of fine, almost imperceptible dragon scales appeared on my skin, increasing my defense by 28 times. Now I truly felt like an immovable king of light. To be honest, I'd always thought this skill was rather useless. What is the point of a 10% fatal effect? Isn't that just 90% ineffective? And what about the damage reflection? Who could predict probabilities? If I hadn't been pushed to this extent today, I wouldn't have bothered using it. Just as I was pondering this, I suddenly realized a serious issue. My true form is a spider. Using this Ice Fire Dragon King inheritance with dragon scales and flames, could it turn me into a bat spider? While I was lost in thought, the gatekeeper of Miyamoto seized the opportunity, kicked Zhao Sijun away, and swung his sword straight at my forehead, shouting, daring to be distracted, "You don't know how to die?" Boom! Just as the sword was about to land, two beams of red and blue light suddenly erupted from my body, forcefully blocking his sword. How is this possible? His eyes nearly popped out. He let out a furious roar, and the Shikigami power on his sword erupted again, with countless thrusts that seemed ready to turn me into a porcupine. I instinctively raised my hands to protect my face, thinking I was done for. However, the expected intense pain didn't come. The next second, two flames, one red and one blue, burst forth from my body, not just light, but real flames. They seemed to have a mind of their own and directly pounced on King Miyamoto. The sudden change was so fast that no one could react. The guy didn't take the flames seriously at all. After all, he was a Shikigami and thought such physical damage wouldn't affect him. He ignored it and turned back to engage Zhao Sijun, who was furious and shouted at me, "Xiao Fengzi, are you crazy? Focus when fighting." I just let out a sound when I heard the desperate scream of the gatekeeper from Miyamoto castle beside me. What have you done to me? What's with this flame? Damn it. He desperately tried to pat off the fire on his body, but the red and blue flames were like maggots, impossible to extinguish. In pain, he kept retreating, staring at me intensely, his eyes filled with hatred as if he wanted to swallow me whole. As soon as I saw it, I couldn't help but laugh and went straight into mocking mode. "Haha, you look so miserable right now. Want to know? I'm not telling you." I was dying of laughter. "Let me laugh a little more, huh?" His face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. The fire damage wasn't actually that severe, but it was extremely insulting. He let out a furious roar, and his whole body erupted with a sky-high red resentment, looking like a scene from a horror movie. Zhao Sijun's expression also turned serious, and black power began to emanate from her, reminding me, "Be careful." I scratched my scalp and thought to myself, here comes this explosive mode again, trying to bully me because I don't have special effects, right? Why think so much? Let's go for it. I decided not to dodge anymore and just charge in recklessly. I charged at him with the sword Ganjiang and Moyi in hand, thinking to myself that my defense was so high now, I should be fine. But just as I got within a meter of him, before I could even swing my sword, that red power exploded without warning. Boom, boom, boom. Where was the promised buildup? What about the basic trust between people? I was directly engulfed by the explosion of that red energy. Zhao Sijun stood by, dumbfounded, probably wanted to pin me down and rub me into the ground. I feel like I've been thrown into a washing machine filled with razor blades, countless sharp energies crazily slicing through me. Fortunately, I activated the Chaos Body. Otherwise, I would have been cut into sashimi by now. But the worst part is that the so-called 50% rebound effect has not triggered even once. This probability understands Murphy's Law, and it's not over yet. At the core of the explosion, countless sword shadows, cut by his dual blades, overlapped and erupted, the brilliance blinding my eyes. I could no longer hold on. With a poof, I spat out a mouthful of old blood, and my whole body flew back like a kite with a broken string. Just as I was about to fall, a hand grabbed me. It was Rulin. Before I had a chance to say thank you, I saw Zhao Sijun seize the moment when the gate guard of Miyamoto was weak after unleashing a powerful move, transforming into a black whirlwind and charging forward. Bang, bang, bang. The combo was executed with such fluidity, like mercury spilling on the ground, moving so fast that only after images remained, it nearly burned out my CPU. The gate guard of Miyamoto was utterly defenseless, like a sandbag, after a storm of relentless attacks. Zhao Sijun's shadow power erupted as well, repeating the nearly 100 hits from earlier, and finally culminated in a tremendous explosion that sent him flying into the sky. I watched the humanoid firework in the sky and felt a pang of anxiety for him. Even if he doesn't die, he must be crippled, right? No, I have to go in for the kill. I struggled to stand up, and Lin quickly grabbed me. Foga, don't go and get yourself killed. I pushed her away with a serious face. How can this be called seeking death? I'm here to save the world. Let go of me. An important mission awaits my completion. I activated my prediction and instantly locked onto the landing point of the gatekeeper of Miyamoto Castle. As expected, he wasn't dead, just heavily injured. Good. Let me help you find relief and send you on your way. Once I deal with you, the eight-headed serpent won't descend, and everything will be over. Just when I thought the situation was settled and was ready to take this guy out with one move, let me tell you, on the other side, something big happened with Asuka. She found her brother, Asuka Yoshinobu, and the two of them were hugging and crying like there was no tomorrow. The brother kept calling her sister, saying how much he missed her, and the sister was heartbroken, continuously apologizing. That scene, if you didn't know better, you'd think it was the annual tearjerker drama. Asuka Yoshinobu even held his sister's hand and said, "Sister, we will never, ever be apart, okay?" Wow. When he said that, Asuka immediately broke down, tears streaming down like they were free, and holding her brother she promised, "Yes, I promise you, we will always be together." Let me tell you, the atmosphere at that moment was so warm and cozy. Asuka Yoshinobu also stretched out his arms and gave his sister a big hug. Asuka Kaori must have felt her heart melting, as if the whole world had lit up. Then, the most explosive scene came. Just as Asuka Kaori was closing her eyes to enjoy the warmth of their reunion, her good brother stealthily pulled out a katana from a shadow. He caught the sword, held his sister, and then, with a swift stab, a single strike, quick and ruthless, pierced straight through her back. Who understands family? Asuka Kaori died with a smile in her eyes, completely unaware of what happened. 1 second they were talking about being together forever, and the next second she was physically transcended, forever together in another way, right? This operation just burned my CPU. What is even more outrageous is that Asuka Yoshinobu, while pulling out the sword, was also crying. Tears were streaming down his face as he held his sister's cold body, mumbling, "Sister, I'm sorry. It's the only way for Lord Yada to be resurrected." Then he even blamed me, saying that if I hadn't meddled, his sister wouldn't have had to die at all. If I had known at the time, I would have definitely given him a big slap. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire warrior city began to shake violently, like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The corpses that had been hanging in the city were all pulled down one by strange chains with a clanging sound, dragged into the red waterways of the city. Immediately after, the blood in the waterways started bubbling and boiling, like dumplings being cooked, turning all the corpses into a thick broth of blood, gathering towards a huge blood pool in the center of the castle. I also felt something was off. The noise was too loud. I quickly ran to the window to look outside, and as soon as I glanced out, my mind went blank. I saw Asuka Yashinos embrace her sister's corpse, expressionless, walking to the edge of the blood pool, and then casually tossed Asuka Kaori into it like throwing away garbage. My eyes were red at that moment. This is the 3rd floor. Without thinking, I jumped out of the window and ran wildly towards the castle. When I reached the door, I happened to lock eyes with that little beast. I pointed at him, my voice trembling. "Who are you?" He remained calm. "Tomorrow's hero, you know, Sook." I pointed at the swirling pool of blood. "The one you just threw in? Is it your sister, Asuka Koji?" "Yes." Just that one word made me feel like my head was about to explode with rage. I went insane at that moment and dove straight into the blood pool. The stuff in that pool was both hot and thick like lava, but I had only one thought: to pull her out. What happened next? I floundered in there for a long time, and not only did I not find her, I couldn't even find a single hair. Asuka Koji was just completely gone. I crawled out of the blood pool and grabbed Akira Yashinosuk by the collar, roaring at him, "Did you kill your sister?" He forcefully opened my hand and even sneered, "Didn't you already know? I killed her. If it weren't for you meddling, she wouldn't have to die. But don't worry, when Lord Yamada no Orochi descends, she will be resurrected like me, and we can be together forever." He treated his sister as a sacrifice. He actually used his own sister as a sacrifice for that damn Yamada no Orochi. I was so angry that my whole body was shaking, and I was about to throw a punch at his face, but at that moment, the entire blood pool suddenly formed a massive whirlpool. The ground cracked, and the sky fell, and the earth sank. The entire warrior city collapsed like a toppled block model, instantly falling apart. Then a full 8 gigantic snakeheads like mountain peaks suddenly burst out of the whirlpool in the blood pool. Their 16 eyes were as red as blood, with trees growing on their bodies and pus flowing from their bellies. Good grief, the 8-headed serpent, it really has descended. The whole world was collapsing, and I couldn't stand steady, starting to fall down. I watched in horror as that Asano Yashinosuk lightly landed on one of the snake heads, looking down at us with a completely emotionless gaze. Just when I thought I was done for, I caught a glimpse of a familiar figure also falling down. It was Rulin. I pushed off hard from the ground, flipped in the air a few times, and rushed over to catch her in my arms. Win, brother? She was also scared. Don't talk, just go. I held her tightly and crazily weaved through the falling ruins until I finally found a slightly stable piece of ground. It's relatively safe here. You move back and don't look back. I set her down. Win, brother, what about you? Let's go together. I shook my head and turned my back to her. I can't leave. This monster was born because of me. I must push it back. You can't help by staying here. I don't have time to take care of you. Hurry and go. Lu Lin gritted her teeth and finally turned around to run away. I took a deep breath and turned to look at the legendary monster. Before I could make a move, I saw Zhao Sijuan transform into a 3-meter tall shadow giant, bravely charging at the Yamada no Orochi. Siuyun, I shouted, no longer hesitating. Martial Soul, true form, activate. The face of the Sword Emperor instantly appeared, with double buffs fully activated. But let me tell you, in front of that Yamada no Orochi, we really looked like two little ants. What was even more terrifying was that Minoru Yashizuke stood on the serpent's head, forming a seal with both hands. When he slapped the serpent's head, he actually merged with the Yamada no Orochi. His hair and eyes instantly turned deep red, and his skin was covered with strange runes. That power was overwhelming. Ants. He spat out 2 words, controlling one of the Yamada no Orochi's tails, and with a bang he swatted Zhao Sijun away like a fly. I quickly caught her and carried her on my back, then started to maneuver with extreme agility. Hold on tight, I shouted. In the next moment, 2 snake heads fired simultaneously. One unleashed a barrage of fireballs, while the other shot out spikes from the ground, resembling a machine gun spray. The other 2 snake heads released toxic mist and a hurricane, focusing on a comprehensive, all-around firepower coverage. We both fought desperately, dodging the countless tribulations, and finally rushed to its front. Zhao Sijuan jumped off my back, and the black shadow stacked again, transforming into a giant 5 meters tall. I raised the legendary sword Ganjiang Moe, unleashing the full power of the dual elements of ice and fire, and struck fiercely at its body. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted instantly, and we both went wild, crazily attacking it. Our strikes landed, flesh was charred, and we even smelled the aroma of roasted meat. However, let me tell you, after fighting for so long, the wounds we inflicted on its body were like a paper cut to its towering figure, causing no pain at all. What is most frustrating? That merged tomorrow hero, who stood on the serpent's head, completely motionless, watching us mockingly as if we were 2 monkeys jumping around. What on earth is this guy scheming? I exchanged a glance with Zhao Sijuan, gritted my teeth, and poured all my strength into a single strike. The powers of ice and fire, along with the shadow scythe, erupted simultaneously, drilling into the wounds of the Yamada no Orochi like a drill, continuously exploding inward. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions lasted a full 10 minutes, creating a massive, gaping hole in its body, nearly the size of a mountain peak. However, both the Yamada no Orochi and Akira Yoshino remained expressionless, not even making a sound, simply looking at us with the same gaze one would give a fool. Just as my mind raced, trying to figure out where things had gone wrong, another earth-shattering explosion occurred, sending both of us flying. Let me tell you, Zhao Sijuan and I rolled on the ground several times, and when we finally looked up, to our astonishment, Akira Yoshino was yawning over there. He was watching us like we were performing monkey tricks, and the look in his eyes seemed to say, "Is that all you've got?" He slowly spoke, his tone dripping with sarcasm that could knock me off my feet. "Oh dear, I gave you a good 20 to 30 minutes, and what do I get? Just this little scratch? You two are so weak that I don't even know what to say." At that moment, my anger flared up, and I coldly confronted him. "You act like you're a god of war descended from the heavens. If you have the ability, stand still and let me chop for another 30 minutes. Let's see what happens." Guess what? He actually burst out laughing. Not to mention 30 minutes. Even if you chop for a whole day, it won't work. You can't kill me. Of course I don't believe it. I just wanted to provoke him with a trick, but he didn't take the bait at all. Instead, he looked at me like I was an idiot and said, "Is your provocation really that low level? Do you think I'm as brainless as you?" I was completely choked by him. Then this guy started his Chinibi speech, saying that this was no longer my stage. The entire Dua continent was his stage, the stage of Yamato Yashizuke. And we were just the first pair of supporting characters to appear on his stage, and we should feel honored for our sacrifice. Does anyone understand? I really wanted to spray him with a mouthful of salty soda. As soon as I finished speaking, that Orochi suddenly erupted with terrifying black gas, throwing us both away. The ridiculous part was yet to come. A glowing green light descended from the sky, directly showering down on that giant snake. The wounds we had painstakingly cut just moments ago, I tell you, it was like fast-forwarding a video. They healed up in a flash. In less than a minute. It was as good as new. What the hell is this? Is this thing infused with spring water? Immediately after, those 8 heads lunged at us like crazy, with ice, fire, poison, all sorts of attribute attacks raining down on us like they were free. We were getting completely beaten up. Just when we were getting pounded, a light bulb went off in my head. I remembered that to take this thing down, I had to chop off all 8 of its heads. Easy to say, but this thing wasn't just standing there like a wooden stake for me to chop. Moreover, with its healing speed, I was afraid that before I could chop off a head, it would kill me first. I stared hard, and finally, I found it. The last snake head. It must be the healer head. The target was found, but the problem was how to get there. I couldn't just shout, "Xiao Jun, hit that one that heals." That would directly tell the other side that I was going to steal their crystal, just when I was being chased around by an ice snake head. I suddenly had a clever idea. The 8 spider lances under my feet clung to the snake's body, and I leaped up. Good heavens! I started parkouring on the snake's body. If the other snakeheads wanted to hit me, they had to hit their own brother first. This move was simply brilliant. Zhao Sijun saw this and imitated me by jumping up as well, but it seemed like she got addicted to it, and I almost got mad at her. Just as I was about to get close to that healing head, a silver light buzzed and came slicing towards me. I blocked with my sword, and with a clang, sparks flew. That guy Yamato Yashizuke actually came over personally wielding 2 katanas. He gave me a strange smile. From this moment on, I am neither Yamato Yashizuke nor Miyamoto. I am Orochi. He has gone crazy. This guy is completely insane. While shouting, he wildly swung his swords at me. And the sword energy he released even injured the snake heads beneath him. But he didn't care at all. As long as the healer head was there, it could instantly heal everything. I was entangled by him and 7 other snake heads, unable to get close to the target at all. The gap between reality and my thoughts is just too big. With a bang, I was knocked away again, but fortunately, the spider web saved my life once more. However, that bastard got smart and directly slashed my spider web with a knife. I was falling down completely, about to meet my doom, and in that instant, time seemed to slow down. I performed a flip in midair, and, with precision, my 8 spider lances landed on the head of another earth element snake that was charging at me. With a loud bang, taking advantage of its momentum, I shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for the healing snake head. Ice and fire duet. I poured all my soul power into it. My martial soul transforming into a stick figure, with dual swords imbued with a cheap effect, crashing into the flesh of the healing snake head with a bang. Cut it off. I pressed down with all my might. Zhao Sijun instantly understood my intention, transforming into hundreds of black shadows, single-handedly blocking the remaining 7 snake heads to buy me time. Seeing this, Minami Yashinari got angry, commanding the 7 snake heads to focus their attacks on Zhao Sijun, various energy beams blasting her away. After dealing with Zhao Sijun, Minami Yashinari slowly turned to me, looking at the snake head I had only cut halfway through, and he actually laughed. "So this is your plan, huh? What a pity. With your strength, you can't sever it." Just as he spoke, a green light lit up again. I watched in horror as the enormous wound I had finally inflicted healed at a visibly fast pace. I was losing my mind. Really, it felt like 1,000 worms were crawling in my heart, driving me crazy. But I couldn't give up. I roared, exerting every ounce of strength I had, outputting frantically. Minami Yashinari, seeing my desperate struggle, laughed even more joyfully. "Almost there. It's time to let you feel despair." Boom! I didn't even see how he struck. My martial soul's true form was directly shattered. I was blasted away like a meteor, plowing a trench a kilometer long in the ground. I was stuck in a pit, blood spraying out like it was free. It was over, a complete defeat. I looked at the enormous 8-headed serpent in the distance, and for the first time, the thought of giving up surged in my heart. This thing was simply beyond what a human could defeat. And what happened? It didn't even give me a chance to lie down and die like a salted fish. The 6 beams of energy shot towards me, as if they had GPS targeting. I had just crawled out of the pit when I saw the overwhelming beams of light, and there was no way to dodge. Boom! I was blasted so hard that my consciousness blurred, and I felt like I was about to die. Just then it seemed like someone hugged me soft. I groggily opened my eyes and saw Zhao Sijuan's dusty face smiling at me. I wanted to speak, but her lips suddenly pressed against mine. My mind went blank at that moment, thinking, what is happening? Before I could react, Zhao Sijuan's entire body buzzed and transformed into a mass of pure black mist, which then entered my body through my mouth. I was completely stunned. Suddenly, I felt myself wrapped in a black shell, transforming into a 2-meter-high black giant egg. Inside the egg, it was pitch black around me, and my heart felt empty, as if I had lost something extremely important. Outside, Minoru Yashinasuke was also at a loss due to this black egg, but he quickly reacted, commanding 8 snakeheads to gather 8 different types of energy beams, launching a full-scale attack on my egg. Boom! The power of the explosion turned trees within a radius of several dozen kilometers to dust. I could feel the violent vibrations even inside the egg. Finally, with a crack, a fissure appeared on the eggshell. A beam of light shone into the endless darkness surrounding me. Soon, more and more cracks formed, and the sound of cracking echoed incessantly. Boom! The black eggshell shattered completely. I was bathed in the center of 8 beams of destructive light, thinking I was done for. But then, I realized I didn't feel anything at all. I looked down and was stunned. I found that I had somehow acquired a set of pure black fitted armor, with smooth and perfect lines. 8 black spider-like spears spread out from my back, resembling wings. The strangest part was the many root-like black stripes spreading across my neck and face, as if this armor had grown onto me. I understood in an instant. This is not a martial soul possession. This is Xiao Jun. She sacrificed herself and became the armor that protects me. I sighed, stretched my limbs, and stepped out, one step at a time, from the devastating beam explosion that could destroy everything. On the other side of the explosion, Akatsuki Yashinosuke and the 8-headed Yamada no Orochi stopped their attacks as they saw me emerge unscathed, their expressions resembling that of someone who had seen a ghost. I tell you, that little guy's face turned green, along with those 8 snake heads. All of them were confused, their eyes wide open like copper bells. He stared at me, and I stared back at him. That little look, TSK, TSK, it was as if to say, how dare you? I returned him a look that said, what are you looking at, with a smirk on my lips? Hey, buddy, you were allowed to look at me with your nostrils before, but now I can't look back at you in the same way. What a double standard. Well, he really lost it. A wave of killing intent came straight at my face. Unfortunately, it was useless. Hitting my new skin felt like a light drizzle. Then ice fire. Poison wind, a whole bunch of flashy stuff came crashing down on me as if they were free. I just stood there, waiting for him to finish his performance, and even dusted off my clothes deliberately, saying slowly, is that it? Is that all you can do? This fight is impossible. It's too unfair to you. After saying that, I just dashed out. Let me tell you, my goal is crystal clear now. It's that snake head that can heal. The main focus is on close companionship, and I must be the first to send it away. As soon as I moved, the giant snake's tail swept towards me like a massive fly swatter. Just as it was about to flatten me, I shot out 8 spider spears from my back and drove them directly into its tail, pulling myself over. In that instant, I was face to face with Minoru Yashinosuke. Seeing me charging at his healer, he panicked, drawing 2 broken blades to strike me. The other snakeheads also went wild, unleashing energy balls recklessly. But my agility was on point, and I dodged left and right through the barrage, managing to avoid them all. I spotted an opening and charged straight at the healing head. Minoru Yoshinozuka yelled in Haga. A blood-red sword energy sliced towards me. I countered with 2 spider spears transformed into a long sword, clashing against it with a loud bang, followed by a massive explosion. We were both blown apart, unable to harm each other. But this was just the warm-up. As soon as we separated, the 7 snakeheads focused their attacks on me. Energy cannons, light beams, and headbutts came at me from all angles, a 360-degree attack. While dodging, I kept my eyes fixed on the healing head. The opportunity came. I unleashed an explosive flame shot combined with my dual spider spears, striking hard at its neck. Boom! I cut into that snake head by a third. Minoru Yashinosuke's face turned pale. If he was careless again, that snake head would be finished today. Sure enough, the next second, a green light flashed, and the head was good as new. At the same time, the Yamada no Orochi's body erupted with black energy, forming a thick and hard layer of energy armor. Protective fighting spirit? Is this a fantasy game? I scoffed internally, but my hands didn't stop. No matter what kind of fighting spirit you have, I just need to smash it. I thought that a head-on confrontation wouldn't work, so I had to play some tactics. I activated a small hack called Prediction. which let me see clearly what he would do in the next few seconds. He thought I was going to engage him in a duel again, but I suddenly used 6 spider spears to push off the ground behind me, like Dr. Octopus, and swoop past him in an instant. No way. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. My goal has always been just one. With a crisp sound, I sliced off that annoying healing snake head with a single strike. Who understands this? Family. That tomorrow hero, Yoshinobu, was instantly petrified. He probably thought he would only be severely injured, never expecting that I could decapitate him directly. He was stunned for 2 seconds. Then his entire face twisted as he let out a beast-like roar, roar. The remaining 7 snake heads also joined in the howling, shaking the entire space. A burst of red energy exploded from his body, directly blasting me away. I flipped in the air and landed steadily, watching him lose his temper, and I even smiled. The angrier you get, the happier I am. I even beckoned him with my finger. Is this all you've got? Come on, the clown is you. This completely drove him over the edge, and he chased after me like a madman, swinging his weapon. As I ran, I looked back, my mind racing with calculations. What I wanted was for him to lose his rationality. I suddenly accelerated, and to my surprise, I was going so fast that I left behind a trail of black afterimages. This move was beyond what even AI could calculate. Nakano-Yonosuke had never seen anything like it. Thinking it was some new trick, he bombarded my shadow with a flurry of attacks. Dust and debris flew everywhere, completely blocking his line of sight. Great, the script worked. I glanced back, made a sharp turn, and dashed straight towards the snake head that I had just severed. The snake head was lying on the ground, still writhing. Its vitality was astonishing. I ran up to it, grinned, and activated my core skill, Devour. My martial soul, the faceless sword emperor, emerged. I said to it, hey, it's time to eat. While I was indulging on my side, the sound of explosions was getting closer. I used my prediction skill to take a quick glance, and just as it was in my script, I would finish eating just when it charged over. Tick-tock. The prediction time was up. I have only 1/5 left. And just as the smoke from Asano's side dissipates tomorrow, he looks up and happens to see me gnawing on the head of his giant snake. In that instant, I felt the air freeze. His eyes instantly turned red, a red that seemed ready to kill everyone. Fate's blood crossbow. With a furious roar, a blood-red energy crossbow, larger than a mountain, formed in front of him, and over 20 arrows as thick as skyscrapers were instantly knocked, shooting towards me like a torrential downpour. I tell you, there's no way to dodge this thing now, and I can't afford to let go of the flesh in my mouth. It's done. Bet my new skin is tough enough. Boom, 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 boom. The rain of arrows fell, shaking the earth. I was directly smashed into the ground. Once the dust settled a bit, I felt like my bones were about to shatter, and my armor was cracked. But the next second, a warm current surged through my body, and my injuries and armor were actually recovering at a visible speed. This is the new ability I gained from swallowing that snake head, regenerative power of the blood of the big snake. Family, I'm fully revived on the spot. When Arashir Yoshinosuke saw that I wasn't dead, he got even angrier and directly gathered all his energy into a larger, more terrifying arrow, shooting it at me. Boom! When that arrow came down, I felt like the world turned white. The twin swords in my hand shattered on the spot, followed by my 8 spider spears, which snapped one by one, and finally I was completely engulfed by the explosion. When the light dissipated, I lay at the bottom of the pit like a piece of charred coal, with more than half of my armor shattered and my spider spears gone. Arashir Yoshinosuke probably thought I was dead for sure, cautiously walked over with his knife, ready to deliver the final blow. Just as his knife tip was about to touch me, with a crack, the layer of charred shell on me broke open. Boom! The charred shell exploded, and an unscathed me jumped out from inside. I flashed a grin at him, and, in a blink, zipped past him. Stop! He turned around in terror. Too late. I had already appeared in front of another snakehead, the ice attribute snakehead. Stop? Huh, how could that be possible? With a swift movement of my sword, a hissing sound erupted as yet another snake head rolled down. Tomorrow's hero, Yoshinobu, rushed over like a madman, determined not to give me any chance to devour. His massive body chased after me. This little loach, while he pondered, is the power of a Yamada, no Orochi really just this? No, it must be that I have limited them. Let me tell you, this guy's light bulb in his head just lit up. He figured out. He no longer wants to personally drive and directly handed the steering wheel back to the remaining 6 heads, retreating to the sidelines to be a parasite. Wow, this delegation of power is something else. Those 6 heads went wild as if they had been unsealed. When he was in control, the 2 of us could at least fight evenly, but now? Now I'm being pressed down and rubbed against the ground. That power was overwhelming. 6 heads, 6 types of energy pouring out like it was free, and the scene was colorful like a champagne party had started. It was unbelievable. In front of these 6 heads, I felt like a punching bag, being tossed around with no chance to fight back. I had only one thought at that moment. I had to predict. I must predict their attacks. Taking advantage of a brief moment to catch my breath, I quickly activated my skills, my mind racing to anticipate their next move. But who among my family understood? My condition was already poor, and I had used up most of my soul power. Activating the prediction was like doing nothing at all. The outcome was still me getting beaten down. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of explosions that left me dazed and confused. Meanwhile, Akira Yoshino was watching and laughing heartily, his voice booming like a horn. Did you see that? This is the power of a god. While shouting, he directed the 6 heads to unleash energy cannons at me. 6 beams of energy in different colors, all aimed directly at my face. In that moment, I felt as if I had died again. Honestly, the pain of being torn apart from the inside out would make anyone collapse. I even thought about giving him the finger, mouthing off, "If you have the ability, just kill me directly. Can't you stop torturing me?" No, I couldn't let it go on like this. I steeled myself and unleashed all the remaining soul power within me, not leaving a single drop behind. I would rather exhaust myself on the spot than endure this torment any longer. With a hum, my power collided fiercely with those 6 energy beams. Just when I was about to give in, 2 sword shadows gradually emerged from my power, becoming clearer and clearer, until finally, with a clang, the legendary swords, Ganjiang and Moi, materialized. I tell you, as soon as those 2 swords appeared, it was like unleashing the true form of a martial soul. The aura instantly suppressed the 6 heads opposite us. Asaka Yoshinobu was taken aback on the spot, probably not expecting I had such a move. But he is also a tough guy. Seeing the situation was not right, he immediately yelled, "True form of the martial soul." His 2 broken blades, the Izumi and the Biki, also instantly grew larger and charged straight at my Ganjiang Mo Xie. "Break for me," I shouted, thrusting my twin swords forward, directly splitting apart the 6 energy pillars. On the way, his 2 big swords arrived, and at the moment they clashed with my sword, I tell you, it was like the sky lit up. It sounded like thunder, rumbling and cracking. The space shattered like glass all around. In the next second, with 2 crisp cracks, 2 large gaps appeared on his martial soul blades. This was a strike where I put in all my effort, and I couldn't hold back. The force was still pushing forward. Boom, boom! His 2 swords were instantly severed by my Ganjiang Mo Xie. But it wasn't over. My sword momentum did not diminish and directly headed for the fire and wind, attribute heads of the Yamada no Orochi. With 2 puffs, 2 more heads flew into the sky. Goodness, counting the previous 2, the Yamada no Orochi had now turned into a 4-headed serpent. But I had reached my limit as well. After cutting off those 2 heads, Ganjiang Mo Xie shattered with a bang, breaking into countless small black squares floating in midair. Asaka Yoshinobu over there was furious, and the remaining 4 snake heads roared along, filled with grief and indignation. But before he had a chance to counterattack, those black squares in the sky suddenly began to rotate, and then they shot out like a machine gun, targeting him and the 4-headed serpent. Each small square that collided resulted in a massive explosion, the sound of booming echoing endlessly, quickly drowning them out. At that moment, I went down on one knee, panting like a broken bellows, thinking to myself, this time I should win, right? But I also felt it couldn't be that simple. I had used up all the small pills I brought with me, and had no means of recovery left. This was a big problem. I secretly glanced at the ice element snakehead I had chopped off 100 meters away, and thought, what if I go over and swallow it to regain some mana? I struggled to stand up, moving step by step towards that direction. Just as I was 1 step away from the snake's head, my foot gave out, and I took a standard fall flat on the ground, landing right in front of the snake's head. At that moment, a loud roar rang out. I turned my head to see Yoshinobu Asaka walking towards me through the explosion smoke, his face full of anger. Behind him, those 4 snake heads had their eyes bulging like copper bells. In that instant, I had a brain freeze and gave him a silly grin, waving my hand. "Hi there. I thought he would definitely give me a beating, but guess what?" He coldly asked me, "Do you have any last words? Who understands family?" Suddenly, while beating me, he started going through the motions. I was a bit taken aback. I shrugged and said, "I have too many last words, and you wouldn't listen anyway." He even laughed and said, "Oh, that's a pity." I really didn't understand what he was pitying, so I casually made a request. Can you make it quick? Sure, he replied, sounding very straightforward, probably scared by my previous revival and not daring to torture me anymore. I forced a smile and said, thank you. Honestly, having made it this far, I had already done my best. I couldn't muster any strength, otherwise who would want to lie on the ground? Without saying a word, he concentrated all his power on those two broken knives, and his martial spirit manifested again, raising two gigantic samurai swords high. I looked at the knives, gritted my teeth, and said, it really looks painful and quick. He even laughed and said, of course I promised you. As soon as he finished speaking, the two knives came crashing down, directly chopping me into 6 pieces. But that wasn't the end. The tail of the 8-headed serpent swept down like a big broom, smashing me flat. Then the 4 serpent heads started spewing energy at me, trying to blast me to bits. Tomorrow's hero Yashizuke wasn't reassured and crazily chopped at the ground where I lay with the 2 knives, treating me like minced garlic, right? He went all out, ramping up the intensity. After chopping for a while, probably thinking I'd turned into paste, he finally stopped. As the smoke cleared, a black cocoon appeared on the spot, quietly lying there. Tomorrow's hero Yashizuke was dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out. What? How is that possible? Once he reacted, he rushed over and started a fierce attack on the black cocoon. He knew very well that this thing was my healing ability and absolutely couldn't let me break out. But all his attacks felt like tickling, utterly useless. Just when he was about to despair, with a crack, a fissure appeared on the black cocoon. Tang Feng, once again fully revived. Let me tell you, although this regeneration ability is strong, the process is really damn painful. I stretched lazily, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw tomorrow's hero Yashizuke doubting his life. I waved at him. Hi, how are you? He stood there like a wooden puppet, completely motionless. I felt like he had given up, so I wanted to test him. I activated my martial soul's true form, and the sword duo, Ganjiang and Moi, appeared again. I shouted slash. With 2 sounds of PU, 2 more snake heads fell to the ground. He still didn't react. His eyes were vacant. I thought to myself, fine, then I'll give you pain and speed. I raised my sword and chopped down at the last 2 snake heads. Just as the sword was about to make contact, with a clang, a blood-red energy shield suddenly appeared and blocked my attack. I was stunned at that moment. Something was off. This guy had clearly given up. So where did this shield come from? I swung my sword again, but it was still blocked. My heart sank. The hidden power of the Yamada no Orochi had truly been triggered now, and he was about to evolve. As soon as I saw the 2 remaining snake heads, I realized that one had a dark attribute and the other had a blood attribute. These 2 attributes clearly indicated that they were not to be trifled with. I had to increase my strength before his transformation was complete. I immediately turned my attention to the several snake heads I had cut off on the ground. I could only rely on them now. Without saying a word, I directly began to devour. One after another, I had to get ahead of him. Just as I was devouring the last fire attribute snakehead, I felt that the transformation over there was also coming to an end. Erasure Yashinosuke's figure had completely fused with Yamada no Orochi, and the enormous snake body was continuously shrinking. I had just finished devouring the last snakehead when I turned around and was stunned. The original Yamada no Orochi had now transformed into a 2-headed snake the size of a mountain peak. I had no time to be dazed and charged forward, with both ice and fire flames burning on my sword, fiercely striking at the red shield. Boom, boom, boom. I poured everything I had into the attack, fizz sword, soul skills, everything I could use. Finally, with a crack, the shield shattered. I won. I shouted in my heart. Taking advantage of the fact that it had not fully transformed yet, I unleashed all my soul power, and the true form of my martial soul, Ganjiang Mo Xie, appeared again, striking down at one of the snake heads. Splat! One snake head fell to the ground. It was so easy. I pressed on, sword raised, and with another splat, the last snake head also dropped. Finally, it was over. I collapsed to the ground, looking at the snake heads and bodies scattered everywhere, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Next, as long as I devoured these 2 heads, I could advance to title de law. To be honest, this victory was entirely due to its own carelessness. I walked step by step toward the last 2 snake heads, but I felt a bit uneasy. Even if I won, what good was it? The people I lost would never come back. I sighed and devoured the dark snake head. I vowed that I never wanted to lose anyone again. Just as I was about to devour the last blood attribute snakehead, on the verge of achieving great success, a red energy beam suddenly shot over, whoosh, directly interrupting my devouring and severely injuring me. I spat out a mouthful of blood and turned around abruptly to see a familiar figure emerging from the headless snake body. I directly experienced a pupil quake. Tomorrow's hero, that bastard, has successfully transformed. He is now in a monster form with a human body and a snake tail. And he's countless times stronger than before. He looked at me and actually smiled. I can feel your blood flows with mine. I spat, no way. Who needs your bloodline? Even AI can paint better dreams than you. He wasn't even angry and actually tried to recruit me. Of course, I couldn't agree and mocked him without holding back. His eyes turned cold. Since you refused to submit, then there's no need for your existence. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared right in front of me, moving at an unbelievable speed. When my spider spear and dual swords clashed violently against his two blades, sparks flew everywhere. The next second, his snake tail whipped towards me, knocking me back several steps. Just as I steadied myself, his attacks came again, the sounds of clashing ringing in my ears. I could only barely defend myself, using both hands to deal with his ridiculously agile tail. We were locked in a fierce battle, appearing to be evenly matched. But I knew very well in my heart that his strength was definitely more than this. He must have some hidden trump cards. I told you, he really has bad intentions. This guy is not even trying to fight me. He's just playing with me. He is stronger than me in every aspect, speed, strength. He's handling me like a punching bag, and I can't even fight back. Family, who understands that feeling of being completely crushed? Several times, the edge of his blade almost grazed my face, and I barely dodged it thanks to my extreme reflexes. My heart sank. My intuition told me that if this continued, I would really be done for today. No way, I can't hide anymore. I activated my prediction skill, and half of my soul power was instantly spent, giving me a glimpse of the next few seconds. Good grief, my mind buzzed as if I had been spoiled. This guy is indeed just playing around. Once he fully adapts to this body, I won't stand a chance. What's worse is that I discovered his blade is poisoned. The wounds it inflicts won't stop bleeding, and my amazing recovery ability is completely nullified. This debuff is tailor-made for me. At this rate, forget about reviving. I'm afraid I might just be finished. There's no other way. I have only one last move left. I'll take a gamble. 8th soul skill, Wu Wei Taiji. I directly revealed my ultimate secret. Let me tell you, this move is simply a double-edged sword. The effect sounds incredible. Within 10 minutes, all damage dealt to me is halved, and once those 10 minutes are over, I can return all the absorbed damage 100-fold. But the problem is, if I can't withstand those 10 minutes, this skill will completely break me. So, I need to stack all the buffs like Ti Hua Ji Tian Xiu and Ice Fire Dragon King Inheritance, or I'm really afraid of being knocked out with a single punch. Just as I finished stacking the buffs, I was dumbfounded. I don't know Tai Chi at all. This skill is called Wu Wei Tai Chi, but I can't even do the starting move. How am I supposed to fight? I can only grit my teeth and awkwardly mimic what I've seen on TV, making a few random gestures. At that moment, the attack from tomorrow hero Yoshinobu came again. A red energy wave slammed into my face. I instinctively reached out my hand to swipe. And guess what? That energy, poof, it disappeared, vanished into thin air. We both stared at each other in shock, completely confused. What's going on? Damage halved, right? This is like giving me damage immunity. That guy was clever too. He stepped back a few paces, formed an energy ball, and when he found it worked, he was even more confused. He rushed back in, this time with a dual-wield physical attack. I couldn't afford to be careless, and quickly raised my sword to block. The result was another sizzling sound, and the energy on his blades vanished, turning into a normal attack. He was probably thinking, did I stumble upon some anti-magic domain? To figure out the situation, he started to kite, sending a wave of sword energy from a distance. I wanted to test the limits of this skill, so I decided not to dodge. The result was a loud bang. I was knocked back several steps. This time there was no immunity, but the damage was indeed halved. Oh, I understand. The invincibility effect of this move can only be triggered during close contact. Just as I thought, this is great, that guy reacted and didn't give me a chance to get close. Then came the relentless bombardment. Sword energy, light beams, energy cannons, all bombarding my face like they were free. The firepower was so intense that I was blown back step by step, unable to charge forward. And it didn't stop there. The bombardment suddenly ceased. I thought I had a chance, but when I looked up, good grief, he was charging up a massive ball. That red energy sphere looked like a little sun, and the surrounding space crackled with tension. I knew at a glance that there was no way to dodge this. All that previous bombardment was to pin me down here. There was no choice but to take it head on. I pushed my soul power to the limit, enveloping myself in a black shield, and shouted at the incoming energy ball, "Come on!" The next second, boom! I tell you, that explosion scene was no different from a nuclear bomb wiping the ground clean. The whole world turned white. But it wasn't meant to kill me. It was just a smokescreen. That guy, Asuka, charged straight into the center of the explosion and started wildly hacking at me, who was frozen in place by the energy shockwave. At that moment, I felt like meat on a chopping board, completely devoid of hope. I was filled with regret. I swear if I use this trick again, I'll be a dog. His blade was incredibly sharp, and no matter how strong my defense was, I couldn't withstand such hacking. With a slash, my defense was broken. Then countless wounds appeared on my body. Although they weren't deep, the incessant bleeding was disgustingly overwhelming. I was screaming internally, move, move, but my body just wouldn't listen. It was over. My heart sank as I watched him slice open my chest. He even nonchalantly waved goodbye to me, then gripped his knife with both hands, aiming for my heart, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Just as the tip of his knife was about to pierce my heart, I tell you, something mystical happened. The whole world slowed down. Like time had been slowed to bullet time. Everything around me became incredibly clear. Then, snap, I don't even know how it happened, but my hand precisely grabbed that deadly blade. Barehanded, catching a white blade, brother. He was stunned, and to be honest, I was stunned too. He instinctively tried to pull the knife back, but guess what? He couldn't pull it out. The opportunity had come. I slapped with my left hand. With a loud bang, I sent him flying. I released the knife with my right hand, and my body seemed to have a mind of its own, seamlessly following up with a series of moves. I entered a state of complete immersion, my body instinctively performing Tai Chi. No matter what fancy moves he had, they were just flashy to me. The 10 minutes of frustration were now returned 100-fold. I chased him down and gave him a beating, kicking him around like a ball, not letting him touch the ground. Black and white energy swirled in my hands, and every strike left him with no chance to fight back. But this guy was no pushover. He actually tried to shoot a petrifying beam from his eyes, which I dodged with a strange movement. Then he got even bolder, closing his eyes and relying on sound to track my movements, seizing 1,000th of a second gap to break free from my combo. He then concentrated all his power into his final move, the Divine Sword, unleashing a red sword light that tore through space, slashing towards me. It was a disaster. I was startled and could only muster all my strength to counterattack. I drew circles with both hands in front of my chest, and a gigantic black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared instantly, charging straight at him. Boom! The two ultimate moves collided violently, and the scene was just incredible. The red energy furiously struck my Tai Chi diagram, but it couldn't break through. I let out a low shout, and the Tai Chi diagram began to spin wildly, like a high-speed motor, directly sucking him and his sword into it. Just as he was about to be flung away, a beam thicker than a mountain shot out from the center of the Tai Chi diagram, instantly engulfing him. The light beam shot up into the sky, and then there was a violent explosion as if a nuclear bomb had gone off, with cracks in the sky like shattered glass. When the light faded, he was left with nothing but ashes. I felt completely drained and collapsed on the ground, thinking, finally, it's over. I just took a breath, and before I could think of my little June, suddenly, with a loud bang, the entire earth began to shake violently. The ground huge cracks, as if something was trying to drill out from underground. No way, not again. I was dumbfounded. I'd already played all my cards, and they were still coming. Then, a mountain-sized, bright red snake head emerged from the crevice. As soon as I saw its shape, I knew for sure. It was a Yamada no Orochi. Then came the second, the third. Oh my goodness, they were all blood red, flayed with flesh and blood in a mess. Clearly the vengeful spirits crawling back from hell. I suddenly understood, this is not resurrection at all. He has turned into a Shikigami. This is that guy's true intention. This class will never end. It can't possibly end. I couldn't let it come out completely. I roared and, dragging my exhausted body, charged forward, activating all the buffs I could. I unleashed a move called Wu Wei Taiji and struck. As a result, my palm went straight through the snake's head, hitting nothing. The physical attack was ineffective. I was stunned. Just at that moment, a huge snake's tail swooshed at me like a mosquito and sent me flying. With a loud bang, I was embedded into the rock, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, and my face turned pale. In just one move, I was severely injured. I was about to struggle, but then another red shockwave from the Shikigami, Yamada, and no Orochi came rushing at me. With a whoosh, I suddenly had a red energy block about 1/2 meter square in my hand. Can you believe it? It looked like a giant piece of red ruby jelly. I was completely dumbfounded at the time, staring blankly at this thing, and then looking at the 8-headed snake that was fighting fiercely with Zhao Sijuan, thinking to myself, can this really be sliced and packed to take away? Good grief, I decided to go for it and swallowed it right away. The energy was digested. and my soul power increased, but it wasn't much, just a tiny bit, like a mosquito's leg. But in that moment, I suddenly realized I had always been stuck right before becoming a title Dalal. What was I missing? Wasn't it just this high-purity experience pack? I was on the right path. Let me tell you, the scene back then was simply incredible. After Zhao Sijuan was resurrected, without saying a word, she went straight for the eight-headed serpent. Two immortals were fighting. The special effects were off the charts, with waves of light clashing and shifting shapes. It was intense, to say the least. I was just standing there, purely a battlefield reporter, completely useless. Does anyone understand? My girlfriend is out there fighting on the front lines, and I'm just here playing the atmosphere crew? This kind of soft food, hard to eat, is just too annoying. I was determined at that moment. If I take a step back again, my dignity as a man would really be trampled. It's precisely because I always retreated in the past that so many problems arose. And I didn't want to lose anything anymore. So I got fired up. What the heck, if I die, I can come back to life anyway, let's go. Just when I was blasted into pieces by the aftermath of the battle and was about to break free and be reborn once again, a thought suddenly struck me. Right? Don't I have a devouring skill? Isn't this thing said to be able to devour anything? Let's give it a try. What if it works? Thus, the scene at the beginning happened. I activated my martial spirit's true form, found an opening, and struck the tail of that giant snake with a sword. It worked. The giant snake was so massive that it didn't even notice my small action. Just like how we feel when a mosquito bites us, it's insignificant. Now I had a plan. Zhao Sijuan was confronting it head-on while I was sneaking from the side, focusing on a sneaky development. As long as I could absorb its energy to stack myself up to title Dua before this big guy realized what was happening. Then who would live or die today would truly be uncertain. This damn dignity had to be fought back by myself. Let me tell you, it's one thing to say it, but when I think about it, I realize, wait, what if I'm the unreliable one? This is a serious issue. If I'm not up to it, then what's the point of relying on myself? All right, for such a high difficulty dungeon, I might as well cling to our classmate, Zhao Sijuan's thigh, and just shout 666 from the sidelines. Look at her, taking on those eight-headed snakes all by herself, making a huge commotion. Meanwhile, here I am, a big guy just slacking off, which is kind of, but the problem is, I've been grinding for ages, and my experience bar is crawling like a snail. And she just takes one swing and gets me a big loot. That efficiency is unbeatable. Once you've tasted a lavish feast, who would want to go back to eating plain bread? I was on that battlefield filled with gunfire, starting to contemplate life. Should I continue relying on myself, nibbling on the cornbread bit by bit? Or should I find a way to stoke the flames again? Make Xiao Jun angry once more, and directly slice that big snake, so I can enjoy a meal of dumplings? Let me tell you, people are afraid of distraction. I was just pondering when, without noticing, bam, I was directly blasted away by the aftershock of the battle. Everything went dark, and I respawned on the spot. When I crawled out of that cocoon again, I realized something. My ability to respawn infinitely is, to put it bluntly, just a self-torture skill, purely for the other side to rack up achievements. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, but there's nothing I can do. Life goes on, and I still need to steal energy. I directly activated my cheat prediction. The script for the next 30 seconds loaded straight into my mind. Taking advantage of the eight-headed serpent's attention being completely on Xiao Jun, I flashed my figure, and with a swift motion of the Jianggan Moyi sword, cut off a square piece of energy from its body like a block of tofu and swallowed it at light speed. The whole process was smooth and fluid, taking less than 10 seconds, and even I wanted to give myself a thumbs up. Back and forth like this, I felt like a squirrel, stealing for almost an hour, and it seemed like I was just one step away from breaking through to the title Dolual level. However, you know what they say, if you walk by the river often, you're bound to get your shoes wet. The giant serpent finally sensed something was wrong. Hey, why is my health bar going down by itself? Its 8 heads suddenly turned, and all 16 eyes locked onto me. The next second, 8 red laser beams came crashing down like searchlights. I was stunned. My prediction skill happened to be on cooldown at that moment. Boom. Once again, I am done for. However, before I die, I quickly swallowed the energy block I had just stolen. Not a loss. I had just respawned when I saw that Xiao Jun's side had exploded. The moment she noticed I was ambushed, her whole aura changed. That cold gaze, I tell you, it was like she wanted to kill. Your opponent is me. As soon as she finished speaking, a dark energy surged from her, and in an instant, she conjured a scythe bigger than a mountain. With a single leap, she rushed forward and, with a swift slice, chopped off one of the giant snake's heads. That massive snake head crashed down in front of me, and I was stunned. Family, who understands? I worked hard for an hour, just to scrape, and someone else gets a single hit worth 999. What am I even doing? I couldn't think about it anymore. It was time to eat. I directly lunged in for a feast. The giant snake, having lost one head, went completely berserk, and the remaining 7 heads crazily attacked Xiao Jun. Meanwhile, no one was paying attention to me, and I was enjoying my meal. As a result, after devouring an entire snake head, guess what happened? System prompt. You were still a bit short on experience points. I can't even. I watched as Xiao Jun was getting more and more intense over there, and even had a ridiculous thought. Why not shout out, Xiao Jun, I'm still hungry. Can I have another serving? Forget it, I still have to do it myself. Just as I was about to go up and do some gua sha, Xiao Jun accidentally got thrown out by a big snake. Immediately after, 7 energy beams chased after her and blasted away. Xiu Yun. My eyes turned red at that moment, and I couldn't care less about stealth. I directly activated Devour and charged at the big snake. With this series of actions, folks, I directly put pressure on the opponent's big brother. The big snake was completely provoked by me, let out a roar to the sky, and shouted, "You're seeking death." The next second, the whole sky turned dark. No, it turned red. The sky was filled with blood-red thunderclouds, like the end of the world had been triggered. Xiao Jun steadied herself, looked at the red thunder in the sky, then looked at me with an expression that said, "Are you out of your mind? Xiao Fengzi, you really know how to stir up trouble, don't you?" I shrugged my shoulders. Is it my fault? If I don't go, what if something happens to you? She shot me a glare. Pfft. You're the one who would have something happen to you. The thunder roared in the sky, sounding like a death sentence. Looking at Xiao Jun's serious expression, I felt uneasy. I really had to rely on her. But then I thought, since it's come to this, why not go all out? While it unleashes its ultimate move, I'll take the chance to sneak a hit. No time to waste. With the overwhelming pressure, just as I was about to make a move, a red lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel struck down with a boom. The whole world turned red. Xiao Jun instantly swung her scythe, spinning it like a propeller, creating a protective shield above her head to withstand the lightning strike. I was safely underneath her. The opportunity came. I went around to the back and thrust my sword right at the 8-headed serpent's rear. Roar, you little bug, die. The big snake was really furious and directly split off hundreds of thousands of energy little snakes, flooding towards me. I looked and laughed. Wasn't this a buffet? I welcomed all comers. But as soon as I opened my mouth, wow, these things were moving bombs. Touch them, and they explode. I was instantly blown back to the respawn point. Zhao Sijuan was up top bearing the lightning, watching me get blown around, probably too exhausted to complain. So she just ignored me. Don't think just because the tiger doesn't show his power that I'm a sick cat. After I respawned, I directly confronted those little snakes. But the big snake was even fiercer. It directly severed its own tail. And that tail fell to the ground and transformed into a giant red figure dozens of meters tall, swatting me away with a single slap. When I was struggling with that giant, I momentarily lost focus and saw the remaining 7 heads of the giant snake aiming once again at little June, who was bracing against the falling thunder. The energy beams had already gathered and formed. No, I desperately wanted to rush over, but I was tightly entangled by the red giant. I could only watch as the 7 beams of light and the falling thunder simultaneously struck little June. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion was like a nuclear bomb leveling the ground. The entire world shook. Little June's figure was instantly engulfed by that terrifying vortex of energy. My mind exploded in a buzz at that moment, you know. All reason, all plans were gone. My eyes turned red, and I directly entered a frenzy mode, biting down on that red giant like a mad dog, exchanging life for life. But just when everyone thought Xiao Jun was gone, a tiny black that the size of a needle quietly appeared at the epicenter of the explosion. Immediately, countless hair-like black lines emerged from the quickly intertwining and reshaping. Almost in an instant, Zhao Sijuan appeared unscathed behind the rampaging Yamada no Orochi. She was unharmed, and a massive scythe made purely of shadow slowly took shape in her hand. The next second, let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Without a word, Zhao Sijuan swung that shadow scythe, which was bigger than her, and charged at Yamada no Orochi. With 2 swift sounds, so fast that my eyes couldn't keep up, I saw one of the serpent's heads get slashed open halfway. Goodness, Zhao Sijuan was really on fire, completely ignoring how the giant serpent fought back. And she forcefully withstood the attacks to chop that serpent head off. With a thunderous crash, that mountain-sized serpent head slammed down beside me, almost taking me out. This death was too unjust. I was stunned at that moment, and just as I was about to call out to her, I looked up and saw her going after the second snake head. My heart was in my throat, and I instinctively shouted, "Xiao Jun!" She completely ignored me and endured several attacks. chopping off the second snake head as well. But she was also knocked away, and her life was uncertain. I'm in a hurry here, and that red giant behind me actually wants to sneak attack me. Without even looking back, I swung my sword and pierced through the hand it was about to smash down with. Immediately after, I spun around like a top. Have you seen the dragon drill? It instantly shattered both of its hands, and then I charged forward and blew its head off. I stood on the corpse of a giant. Watching Zhao Sijuan struggling over there, my heart burning with anxiety. Let me tell you, I had only one thought at that moment. Level up. I had to level up immediately. If I didn't grow stronger, I would regret it as I watched her get into trouble. The snake heads and the giant on the ground. Aren't they just ready-made experience packs? Let's get to it. I dove straight into the mountain like snakehead, not caring about anything else, and began to devour. Turn all this energy into experience points for me. My head is buzzing. What nonsense about difficulties and giving up? Just get lost. I only want to protect her. It's that simple. If you ask me if I have the awareness to face difficulties, I'll tell you that I do. My awareness is that no one is allowed to take anything away from me again. With a loud boom, I felt a switch inside my body being turned on. The system notification sounded, and the ninth spirit ring was formed. I, Tang Feng, officially stepped into the realm of tidal Doloa from today. The commotion from this breakthrough was tremendous. I originally wanted to sneak up on that giant snake, but it seems there won't be an opportunity now. I decided not to hide anymore, unleashing all my soul power and shot out like a cannonball. The sword energy of the ice and fire dual sword arrived first. And then there were two clangs. Wow, is it scraping? No damage at all. As soon as I arrived, I was knocked away by one of its heads. I just landed and created a big pit, and Zhao Sijuan has started attacking again, the shadow, scythe, slashing through the air. The Yamata no Orochi has learned and is actually starting to dodge. I realized this wouldn't work, so I charge again, shouting, "Devour!" In midair, my human-faced Sword Emperor avatar merged with me, and the seal on Ganjiang and Mo Xie was released, with the true forms of the two sword spirits appearing simultaneously. Zhao Sijuan and I position ourselves on the left and right, forming a pincer attack. This time, our attack finally worked. The giant snake was in pain, and the remaining heads opened their mouths at the same time, shooting out 3 beams of light, 2 aimed at Zhao Sijuan and 1 at me. Zhao Sijuan dodged with a blink, while I had to be more hardcore, crossing my swords to forcefully split the beam in half. But before I could catch my breath, that beast swept its massive tail, first knocking Zhao Sijuan away, and then charging at me. I raised my sword to block, but I was no match for its strength. With a loud bang, I was also sent flying, rolling several times before I managed to stand up. Ugh, I spat out a mouthful of blood. My gaze completely turned cold. It seems I need to get serious. 9th soul skill, Spear of Yamata no Orochi. I told you behind me. A huge phantom suddenly exploded, a Yamatano Orochi phantom that looked exactly like the real one on the opposite side. Even more oppressive. Who understands, family? I directly used his own method against him, and the real Yamatano Orochi was stunned on the spot, then started screaming like a cat whose fur had been blown up. This move was incredible. The damage was not great, but the humiliation was extremely strong. It charged at me like crazy, and Zhao Sijuan beside me was speechless, probably cursing me for being reckless again. But in the next second, everyone was dumbfounded. My phantom actually shot out 8 beams of different attributes. Just as the beams from the real and fake Yamatano Orochi collided, my 3 martial spirits merged into one, transforming into a gigantic black sword that pierced down from above the clouds. That terrifying pressure instantly immobilized the Yamatano Orochi. Boom! The world seemed to fall silent. 1 sword, 2 halves. Immediately after, the 8 beams struck its severed body, completely reducing it to rubble. After this battle, Zhao Sijuan and I arrived at a port called the City of the Other Shore. Goodness, this place is a tourist city built by players, bustling with activity and traffic. I was a bit unaccustomed to it. I take 2 steps and look back at Zhao Sijuan, afraid that she might get lost. As a result, she looks at me in confusion and finally can't help but say, "If you have something to say, just say it. Can you stop staring at me like that?" I'm in the late stages of being a straight man, and I just say, "No, I'm just afraid you'll get lost." Goodness. The look in her eyes felt like she wanted to stab me. She angrily said, "I'm not a 3-year-old. I quickly changed the subject. "Let's go eat." I flipped through the player channel and saw a place called Rulai Inn with rave reviews, so I decided to take her there. When we arrived at the entrance, I overheard 2 guys chatting, saying that dining at this place is all about going with the flow. There's no menu, you just eat what the owner serves. I thought to myself, all right, that's interesting. But once I stepped inside, I was stunned. The restaurant was as quiet as another world. I couldn't hear any of the noise from the street outside. It was definitely a different realm. Moreover, the walls and the entire place were filled with Buddha statues, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. I sat down at an empty table with Zhao Sijuan, just taking in a unique atmosphere when the aroma of the food wafted over. As soon as I smelled it, wow, it was incredible. But when the waiter brought the dishes over, my eyes almost popped out. A whole golden roasted pig. I almost couldn't make a sound at that moment. What happened to being zen? Damn it, isn't this too much zen? I had already taken off my pants. Ugh. I had even prepared my heart for fasting. And you serve me this? With Buddha watching all around, is it appropriate to eat roasted suckling pig? But I saw others enjoying their meals, and the servers, all bald and dressed in monk robes, were expressionless, like robots. I could only comfort myself. With Buddha in my heart, meat and wine will pass through the intestines. This boss is quite a character. As I thought about it, I seemed to gain some insight, realizing that what to eat isn't important. What matters is to have a grateful heart. But when I opened my eyes, wow, the roasted pig was gone. And on the table was just a bowl of plain porridge, and I was the only one in the whole restaurant. An old monk with an otherworldly aura stood behind me, smiling and asking, "Benefactor, how does it taste? Is it to your liking?" I was stunned at that moment, as it turned out that this old monk was the boss. He spoke to me in a mysterious way, saying that Buddha saves those with affinity, and I was the destined person he had been waiting for, claiming that this was my fate. As soon as I heard the words fate, my DNA reacted. "Who are you, big brother? I'm just here to eat. Don't add drama to my life." Just as I was about to argue with him, he recited, "We will meet again," and then disappeared. In the next moment, I found myself back in that noisy inn, where Zhao Sijuan was waving her hand in front of my face with a confused expression. I looked down and saw the roasted suckling pig still on the table, steaming hot. Was it an illusion? I picked up a piece of crispy pork and put it in my mouth, but it tasted salty and bland. Not all like meat. I jolted at that moment. This food is poisonous. This isn't eating, it's incurring karmic debt. I suddenly stood up, pulling Zhao Sijuan along as we rushed outside. "Stop eating, let's go." Once we were out of the inn, I breathed a sigh of relief and said to her, "If we keep eating, we'll lose our lives." Later, we found a normal restaurant to finish our meal and quickly made our escape. I swore I would never trust food recommendations from the Player Channel again. Those people are too unreliable. We took a boat to Sea God Island, which also has a corresponding city called the Other Side of the Yellow Spring, similarly built by players as a tourist city. Let me tell you, this Dilawa continent is now a giant server. It's pretty deep. On the surface, players are leveling up by fighting monsters, but behind the scenes, there are all these old silver coins making plans. What they see as divine inheritance is probably just a small target in their eyes. We found a hotel to stay in, but the tour guide only booked a double room for us. Well, here we are, a solitary man and woman sharing a room. At that moment, my dramatic side kicked in, so I quickly crossed my arms and, with a tragic expression, said to Zhao Sijuan, who had just sat down, "Don't come over. I'm telling you, even if you get my body, you won't get my heart." She was taken aback for a moment, looked at me as if I were a fool, and disdainfully said, "You must be overthinking it." Then she went to the bathroom by herself. At that moment, I was so embarrassed that I wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. When she came out, I quickly shook my hair to cover up the awkwardness and struck a pose that I thought looked cool, saying, "Don't you think I'm especially handsome today?" Zhao Sijuan looked at me seriously for a long time, then turned back to glance at the crack of the door. Her expression seemed to say, "Did this guy get his head stuck in the door when he came in? I feel like I've been hurt internally." Your gaze. She actually explained sincerely, "It's nothing, don't overthink it, I don't think of you as a fool." This statement is even more hurtful than directly insulting me. I just wanted to flip the table at that moment. This woman is so harsh now. She used to be so cute. I'm really annoyed. So I just said, "You're so annoying, I want some peace." And then she replied, "Who is Jingjing? Damn it, I want to know who Jingjing is too." But to be honest, with this little exchange, the atmosphere became less awkward. When she saw that I really didn't say anything, she finally got serious and asked me, "What should we do next?" I thought for a moment and said, "Let's follow the tour guide for a few days and see how things go." She asked again, "What about the chat channels?" I shook my head. That stuff is too murky, just like the comment sections on short videos. Believing a single word would be a loss for me. So, we wandered around Haishan Island for several days. Let me tell you, this island is quite strange. I heard some legends about the sea god, but there was no useful information at all. Think about it. Nearly 200 million people have been wandering around this island like it's a market for 2 months. What corner hasn't tea been trampled? But the odd thing is, Those legendary deep-sea monster kings, like the Abyssal Whale King and the Demon Orca King, not a single shadow has been seen. And the Sea Soul Masters don't come out to manage things. The whole Haishan Island has been turned into a 5/8 tourist attraction by a mysterious city lord known as Huangquanbian. Who understands this? Nobody knows who this city lord really is. Some say he is incredibly powerful. Otherwise, how could he develop real estate on the sea god's territory? These past few days, my mind has been racing like a barrage of comments, obsessively pondering where the entrance to the sea god 9 trials is. Has someone found it, but can't open it, needing Tang San to come before it can be accessed? Or has the city lord already completed it? I think this is the most plausible explanation. Otherwise, how could he hold down the fort? But what about the city lord himself? Who knows where he is hiding? I was mumbling to myself, wondering where Tang San and the others had gone, and how many titled Duos were hidden on the island, each with their own motives. Next to me, Zhao Sijuan probably got tired of listening and directly lay down to sleep. Well, she had been running around with me for the past few days, so it was indeed exhausting. But as soon as she lay down, I suddenly had a rather mischievous thought flash through my mind. I tried calling her. Xiaojun? No response. I couldn't help but smirk in my mind, being a lone man and a woman together. What do you think I could be thinking? I quietly stood up and looked at her, just as I was about to sit down, telling myself that I am a gentleman and cannot do something as beastly as that. Guess what happened? She turned over, and lo and behold, the corner of her clothing just happened to lift a little bit. This is certainly not something one should look at. At that moment, I felt that she was definitely doing it on purpose. Isn't this clearly tempting me? Now, my beastly thoughts have directly escalated to being worse than a beast. I told myself, it's all your fault. You were the one who made the first move. Oh no, it was she who made the first move. I moved over step by step. Each step felt like crossing the Chu River and the Han border. I looked at her, my throat dry, swallowed, a mouthful of saliva, feeling like Zhu Beiji seeing his wife, utterly useless. Just as I was about to play out the script that had nothing to do with me, suddenly, bang, a big slap caught me off guard. Scumbag. That shout instantly chilled me to the bone. Damn, I was caught red-handed. Now, there was truly no way to explain. She looked at me coldly. So, aren't you going to explain? I spread my hands as a single man. I thought of many excuses, but none that I believe. And you definitely don't believe them either. She sneered. So, you're admitting it? I nodded. What else can I do? Just let it go. Then she said, so, you have to take responsibility for me? I told you, I had a moment of impulse and blurted out a bold statement. What responsibility? First of all, I didn't even touch you, and even if you were pregnant, I'm not the father. Secondly, even if I did touch you, before I could finish my sentence, bam, 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 she launched a series of backhanded attacks that left me stunned. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. She was furious. I covered my face. Have you seen enough now? In the next moment, she suddenly grabbed my collar and pulled me down. My mind was filled with question marks. What was going on? Then she kissed me. My first thought was to push her away, but then I reconsidered. The swan meat that was delivered to my lips should not go to waste. I decided to go for it, although I was a novice. After a bit of getting used to it, the feeling was sweet and sour, absolutely amazing. I tell you, as a new driver, I'm about to hit the road and get my license, ready to graduate, just one last step to go. Suddenly, there was a huge bang outside, and the sky turned dark. The whole world changed dramatically, like the end of the world. I thought to myself, whatever, let's continue. Zhao Sijuan also responded with an "oh." Just as I got back into the zone, there was another loud bang boom. The walls of our room were directly smashed to pieces. I was completely frozen. This is the 7th floor. Who has such bad taste to smash walls on the 7th floor? Are we still allowed to be happy? Let me tell you, when good things get interrupted, my anger just shoots up. I feel like my lungs are about to explode. I angrily climbed off Zhao Sijuan and turned my head to curse. But as soon as I looked, I blurted out, "What the hell?" A creature burst in. Its build as massive as a small mountain, with skin as black as rock, eyes glowing red like ghostly flames, and 2 bull horns on its head, along with a pair of tattered bat wings on its back. It was a complete hellish paratrooper. I recognized it at a glance. Wasn't this a demon? Outside the window, the sky was filled with these creatures, and the entire sea god island had turned into a sea of fire. The demon seemed to hear Zhao Sijuan's exclamation, flapping its wings, and several black energy cones shot towards us like rain. I cursed loudly, casually dispersing the attack with a sword chi, then stepped forward and kicked the demon out of the 7th floor. I jumped into the air by stepping on it. And wow, the entire city of the underworld has turned into a battlefield, with demons causing destruction everywhere, while the player soul masters are fiercely battling them. Where did these demons come from? As I was pondering this, Dozens of demons surrounded me. I couldn't help but laugh. Wow, they really think highly of me. With these little minions, I could take them all down with just one hand. I was just about to show off when a voice in my head suddenly mocked me. You, who have been playing for over 2,000 years, and only became a title de loi after 1,000 years. How can you face this? I found myself speechless. It was the truth. Just as I was lost in thought, the dark energy from those demons swept over like a Gatling gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. I smirked, completely disregarding the attack, and took the explosion head-on. But before I could even counterattack and show off, I realized I was out of the picture. Zhao Sijuan had charged out at some point, standing by the broken wall, her gaze icy and piercing, her killing intent almost tangible. She looked at those demons as if they were her father's murderers. Boom, boom, boom. One demon after another was knocked down by her like dumplings falling into a pot. I was completely stunned. I didn't expect her to steal the kills. Just as I was about to ask her what she was doing, I saw her expression and immediately got scared. Oh my, I'm terrified. This woman is not to be trifled with. I was just thinking about how to comfort her when she coldly said, "What are you looking at?" It startled me, and I quickly shrank back. In the end, she burst out laughing, as if she found my timid demeanor particularly cute. I ignored her and looked down at these demons. They had no special markings, and their strength seemed to be around level 70 or 80, which was no different from ants to me. What was I thinking? A fragrant voice suddenly rang in my ear. I shivered in fear and quickly took a few steps back. "Don't come so close." She let out a laugh. "So now you know how to be shy? Or were you being so beastly for just now?" I had no words. She circled around me and chuckled. "How about we continue what we didn't finish just now?" I rolled my eyes and said, "No time." She smiled and replied, "So if you had time, it would be fine?" I nodded, "But right now I don't have time." "All right," she said, grinning like a little fox. "Then let's wait until you have time to continue." I casually replied, "Okay." Just as I finished speaking, she vanished in a flash. I hurried to find her, and when I looked, I was shocked to see her charging back into the crowd of demons, wreaking havoc. I was completely stunned. This woman, is she really that determined for this? To free up some time? I thought at the time that a girl's memory is truly a mystery. Once she promises something, she probably remembers it for a lifetime. I figured, since she was being so proactive as a big man, I might as well not hold back. Forget it. I won't think about that anymore. I watched her dominate over there, feeling quite reassured. After all, she had the strength. Just as I withdrew my gaze, a few demons flew towards me. I casually fired an explosive flame shot, blowing them to bits. Dealing with these little minions didn't even pique my interest. I glanced around the battlefield. It was a sea of fire, with a group of little demons acting like arsonists, setting everything ablaze. Many players initially didn't want to get involved, but when the flames got too close for comfort, they had no choice but to join the fight. At that moment, a demon wielding a large scythe appeared. The Grim Reaper. This thing was much stronger than those little minions. It was a higher level demon. Many people tried to take him on one-on-one, but ended up getting killed in return. I just developed a bit of interest in him and wanted to go meet him, but it turns out that guy is even more sought after than limited editions, and there's simply no chance for me. My mind is starting to race again, and even the Grim Reaper has appeared. Will the fallen angel Lucifer, the 7 demon kings of hell, and even Satan, the Lord of Hell, come along as well? Is the whole of hell moving to see God Island? No, it's not that simple. I casually took care of a few demons and decided not to think too much about it. Since I'm not leaving, let's just fight. Let these guys from hell see what the power of a title duel really is. I fell from the sky and directly charged into the group of little demons. Their fire attacks were quite powerful, but for me, it was all about immunity. Next, it was my turn to perform. The entire Sea God Island now resembled a hell on earth, with red blood clouds in the sky and towering waves by the sea. All the ships had been sunk by the demons in the water, and there was no way to escape. It had completely turned into a deserted island. While I was fighting, I observed and couldn't help but sneer in my heart. I just didn't believe that I was the only title de loi on this island. What were these guys waiting for? The battlefield was in chaos, with demons popping up like leaks. After one was cut down, another would grow back. And we couldn't kill them all. Just then, a guy in the crowd shouted, "Family, this won't work. We need to believe in the light." The people next to him cooperatively replied, "Got it, Digga. Received, Digga." I almost laughed myself to death at that moment. As it turns out, a few Western players really did pull out holy light magic to enchant their weapons, and when they fought demons, it felt like chopping vegetables, with damage skyrocketing. The key was to listen to advice. Now, players on the entire island were divided into several groups. One group consisted of headstrong brutes, scouring the world for the demon lord Satan, aiming to solo the final boss. Another group was made up of crafty players, thinking that this demon siege was just a smokescreen, and that someone had secretly found the entrance to the sea god's 9 trials, trying to monopolize it. They were sneaking around, trying to uncover maps and get a piece of the pie. I murmured to myself, should I go and take a look as well? But I quickly shook my head and thought, forget it, that kind of big demon like Satan is not easy to mess with. I'm just wondering, the demons have come out. When will the angels come to save the day? It can't really be true that justice may be late, but is never absent, right? Sigh. Waiting for others to save me is not as good as saving myself. I dealt with the demons around me and glanced at the battlefield, just in time to spot a lone Grim Reaper. My eyes lit up. Hey, this one is unclaimed. Damn, my bad luck. Before I finished my thought, several figures rushed over. The Grim Reaper is just too attractive. As soon as those clueless fools surrounded the lone Grim Reaper, I knew something was going to go wrong. I was still grieving over it. Wow, so much experience. If I activated my martial soul, wouldn't I just ascend on the spot? But then I thought, no, I can't reveal my trump card now. How would I play later? I need to lay low and be a qualified bystander. I glanced at Zhao Sijuan next to me, and it was clear that she was completely fired up. She swung that big side like a whirlwind, reaping the little demons as if she were cutting wheat. With her temper, she probably wasn't going to back down. I knew why she was so angry, but I didn't dare to say it out loud. I was afraid she might silence me on the spot. Just then, the few Grim Reapers that were being attacked suddenly exploded. With a loud bang, a circle of black light burst forth, sending all the surrounding players flying. And guess what? It was as if they had coordinated, all turning their weapons towards Zhao Sijuan and charging at her. I thought it was going to be bad, but that woman, Zhao Sijuan, actually laughed. She said, "You don't take the path to heaven, yet you break into hell without a door." As soon as she finished speaking, her big scythe turned into a giant windmill. With a loud bang, those intimidating reapers were instantly taken out, not even leaving a trace behind. But she was still not satisfied. She turned around and charged into the crowd of small monsters to keep chopping. I was speechless watching this. Her anger was just too much. I didn't dare to provoke her. If that fire burned me, I wouldn't have the ability to extinguish it. I stopped paying attention to her and scanned the surroundings. The more I looked, the more something fell off. Let me tell you, there are way too many demons, and they keep emerging from the sea. This scene looks just like entering a dungeon, right? I was startled by my own thought. No way, right? If it were a dungeon system, it would have given a prompt by now. Whatever, as long as it doesn't affect me, I don't care if the sky falls. Just when we're fighting fiercely, guess what? On the cliff on the other side of the sea god island, there was a greasy middle-aged man sitting there playing chess. Isn't that the guy who played chess with me back in the warrior city? He was mumbling about the demons descending, a new era beginning, and how the protagonist Tang San was harboring evil thoughts and about to be possessed by Satan. After saying that, he glanced over at me, grinning in a very creepy way, as if he wanted to play another game with me. I'm currently clearing small monsters, and suddenly I sneezed. Who's that? Who's whispering about me behind my back? If you miss me, just say it directly. I was just looking for a place to take a break, when suddenly, boom! With a loud crash, the entire sea god island shook 3 times. A massive figure over 3 meters tall fell from the sky. Immediately after, boom, boom, boom. From 7 different directions, 7 identical figures descended at the same time. Fallen angels. And there were 7 of them right from the start. The people below were stunned, with someone exclaiming, "Lucifer!" Of course, how could there be 7 Lucifers? These are Lucifer's 7 little brothers, the 7 who followed him to hell. As soon as these 7 guys landed, without saying a word, the dark energy on their bodies erupted instantly, forming a massive black dome that enveloped the entire sea god island. Many players were knocked unconscious by this surge of energy and were then dragged away by nearby little demons to become snacks. There happens to be a beautiful female player next to me who just fell, and a little ghost is about to drool, ready to pounce. How could I stand that? I kicked it and directly shattered it. Are you kidding? Moving on a beautiful girl in front of me? Don't you know my title as the protector of flowers? Besides, if anyone is going to make a move, it should be me first. Who do you think you are? I was just about to bend down to help that beautiful woman up when a deadly voice sounded behind me. Shout, Fengzi. My body stiffened, and my movements froze instantly. I slowly stood up straight, turned around, and forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Xiao Jun, you have to let me explain. There's really nothing between me and her. I just wanted to help her up. Zhao Sijuan didn't believe me at all. She stormed over and pushed me away. No need for you. I can do it myself. I was pushed and stumbled, shrugging my shoulders, feeling quite wronged. How did this woman seem to have radar? Just a moment ago, she was hundreds of miles away fighting monsters, and in an instant, she was right here with me. She helped up the beautiful woman without saying a word, and then turned to disappear. I was really annoyed. You just leave. But you took the beautiful girl with you and didn't even give me a chance to flirt. Family members, who understands? I just wanted to meet a new friend. Is that too much to ask? All right, I was getting angry. I turned my head and saw, about 5 kilometers away, a fallen angel. He rushed over, muttering, I'm not a fighter. I'm just a little angry. In the next second, I performed a whirlwind kick and knocked that birdman down from the air, stepping on his neck. The fallen angel struggled to stand up, his gaze icy. You sneak attacked me. Well, isn't that obvious? I patted my pants and said arrogantly, Brother, I'm in a bad mood today. You choose. Do you want to stand and let me hit you, or lie down and let me hit you? The birdman laughed in anger. Human, who gave you the courage? I shook my head and seriously told him, I don't believe in God, I believe in Buddha. He laughed in anger. Good, you have successfully annoyed me. I let out a sound of annoyance, too lazy to waste words with him. I quickly moved in front of him, delivered a back elbow strike, then turned around for a horizontal sweep, followed by an uppercut. A smooth series of moves sent him flying into the air. That guy reacted quickly, stabilizing himself in midair. He flapped his wings and made a bowing gesture towards me, instantly condensing a black energy arrow. With a whoosh, it split into thousands of arrows, raining down on me. Just a petty trick. I countered with an ice and fire duo, sending 2 sword energies to meet them. Amidst the explosions, I jumped up, cutting through the flames, and delivered a dragon rising fist right at him. Boom! The force of my punch pierced right through him, exploding into a black firework in the sky. The players watching below were stunned, all with their mouths agape. I was planning to press the advantage, but the fallen angel got angry, unleashing a burst of dark energy that sent me flying. He floated in the air, exuding the demeanor of a king's arrival, and it actually looked quite impressive. Interesting, I laughed. If it were that easy to deal with, it wouldn't be called a fallen angel. On the other side, the greasy uncle who was playing chess started his godlike commentary again, saying something about the 7 demon kings of hell descending, and that Satan was about to be resurrected, claiming that Tang San would be devoured. After mumbling for a while, he seemed to have a moment of conscience and actually moved a chess piece, transforming it into a white horse charging towards Tang San in the abyss. And guess what? The already half-darkened Tang San raised his hand and unleashed a beam of black light, instantly dispersing the white horse while shouting, "Get lost." Wow, the protagonist turning dark is really fierce. Back to my side, I was having a great time playing with the fallen angel when that woman Zhao Sijuan returned. Without saying a word, she came up and smashed my birdman, ultimately blowing him up. My kill. The fallen angel, unwilling to accept his fate, let out a furious roar before transforming into a beam of black light and shooting into the sky. I looked up and realized it was bad news. Not just here, but in a total of 7 directions, 7 identical black beams shot up into the sky. 7 fallen angels had been taken down. Now we had really stirred up a hornet's nest. The black clouds in the sky began to swirl violently, thunder roared, and an enormous shadow moved through the cloud layers. Damn, what was that thing? The people below were in an uproar. When that thing's head poked out from the clouds, everyone was dumbfounded. It was a dragon. A real dragon. The dark dragon. How do we fight this? Everyone panicked, but there were always some reckless ones. Several hundred players shouted and flew into the sky, ready to clash with the dragon. Zhao Sijuan was also eager to give it a try and asked if I wanted to join. I said, hold on, let them test the waters first. There are plenty of old pros among them. We can't reveal our strength too early. Surprisingly, Zhao Sijuan nodded obediently, which caught me off guard. The players in the sky were fierce, throwing various soul skills at the dragon as if they were free. And what was the result? It was like just scratching the surface. The dragon didn't even break a scale. Just when everyone was in despair, a guy below suddenly had a moment of clarity as if he opened his third eye. The dark dragon is also a demon. Use light attributes against it. He desperately tried to shout the message up, but got distracted and was ambushed by a nearby monster. However, his friends came to their senses and one by one relayed his words up. When the players in the sky heard this, they realized, yes, believe in light. One guy immediately unleashed a light cross slash, and others began to add light attributes to their attacks. Now that worked, their attacks hit the dragon, causing clouds of black smoke to rise. The dark dragon howled in pain, shook its body, and unleashed countless black lightning bolts and cross swords, instantly taking out dozens of players. Now the players in the sky were pushed to their limits. some couldn't hold back and directly activated their martial soul true forms. It was the guy who had just used the light cross slash. Once his martial soul true form activated, he instantly condensed over 1,000 light swords, all striking the dark dragon at once. Roar! The dark dragon let out a painful dragon roar. This ignited everyone's fighting spirit, one after another. They all activated their martial soul true forms. The scene, let me tell you, was like fireworks on New Year's Eve, with various ultimate light attribute moves flying chaotically in the sky, lighting up the entire sky. The dark dragon was being bombarded by this wave of concentrated fire, howling in agony, scales flying everywhere, and even its breath became weak. But guess what? The players up there really got carried away. Nearly 100 of them activated their martial soul true forms, bombarding the dragon indiscriminately, as if it were free. I was dumbfounded watching from the side, my mind racing with calculations. I thought about all the experience packs scattered around. If I didn't grab them now, they would be gone. Should I also unleash a big move and clear the field? But then I thought, no, I can't just reveal my ultimate treasures. I need to be low-key and keep them hidden. Just as I was battling this inner conflict, Zhao Sijuan slapped me on the back and said, "Hey, what are you thinking about? You're drooling. Hurry up, don't just stand there in a daze. We have important work to do." I was stunned when I heard that. Important matters? What could be more important than gaining experience? Guess what she said? She said someone had already stopped fighting and sneaked off to look for the entrance to that so-called sea god inheritance. She even said that this whole battle might just be a smokescreen, a grand conspiracy. This information was told to her by that girl I saved earlier. Wow, I just saved someone, and the intel came in right after. This service is too considerate. I assent it? I was a bit confused at the time. The sea god's inheritance? A conspiracy? What does any of this have to do with each other? But since Zhao Sijuan said so, I thought I might as well go take a look. So we really went, and guess what? The entrance, let me tell you, it was just short of a banner, saying Sea God S9 Trials. Click to get in. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone tablet standing there, with the words Entrance to the Sea God S9 Trials carved in a flamboyant style, as if afraid no one would see it. I couldn't help but complain at the time. This design is way too over the top. Who believes this is a fool? And the result? There really were fools who believed it. On the mountain, my goodness, the line of people was almost reaching the foot of the mountain. Like they were scrambling for concert tickets, a huge crowd. As we walked up, we reached the halfway point, where a kind-hearted big brother advised us not to go up, saying there was no road above and that it was better to stay and queue here. I thought to myself, I don't believe you at all, and directly pulled Zhao Sijuan to rush to the top of the mountain. When we got to the top, I took a closer look and good heavens, ISNT, that someone we know. A greasy middle-aged man was sitting in a small pavilion setting up a chess stall. Want to get past him? Fine first. We have to play a game of chess with the uncle. As soon as I saw that figure, I couldn't help but laugh. An old acquaintance. And the uncle didn't even lift his head, leisurely saying, "You're here." I also replied to him with a special understanding. "I'm here." He invited me to play a game, but I directly waved my hand to refuse, saying I just came to enjoy the scenery. I asked him, "Why aren't you staying put? What are you doing setting up a chess game here? Is this Sea God 9 test for real?" The uncle chuckled and said, "It can't be fake." I said, "Why are you blocking the road?" He said, "I'm screening for fated people." I curled my lip, too lazy to argue with him. I had no interest in this so-called inheritance and just wanted to pull Zhao Sijun away. But then the uncle suddenly said in a leisurely manner, underneath that cliff, "There's indeed the entrance to the Sea God's inheritance, but the gatekeeper is a demon." I wanted to say, what does that have to do with me? But then he directly silenced me with his next sentence. He said, "That demon is devouring the protagonist of this world." At that moment, my mind went blank, and I felt like something incredible was happening. I hurriedly asked him who the main character was, and he turned his head and calmly said 2 words, Tang San. Damn! At that moment, I blurted out a phrase of national essence. Without saying a word, I jumped straight off the cliff. Below was a bottomless abyss, and when I landed safely, the scene was just unbelievable. At the bottom of the valley was pitch black, and only Tang San's head was sticking out. His body completely sunk in a blob of black, jelly-like substance, motionless. A group of players had already jumped down, all flustered and running around, trying to save him. But as soon as they got close to that blob of jelly, a black wall automatically rose up, reflecting all their attacks. Strong attacks? Useless. Calling out to him? No response. Someone muttered, wondering if Tang San was already dead. After all, the system had issued a bounty for him. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Who understands the family dynamics? If the main character dies at the start, how can the plot continue? Just when everyone was debating whether to concentrate their fire and go all out, Tang San's eyes suddenly snapped open. Let me tell you, that gaze was chillingly cold. The next second, countless sharp spikes shot out from the black jelly, impaling several people on spot. Then, we heard Tang San, in a voice that wasn't even his own, coldly utter a word, death. Immediately after, a massive black energy dome enveloped everyone below. And then, boom, an explosion comparable to a nuclear blast erupted, clearing the area below. I jumped off with Zhao Sijuan, avoiding the explosion center in advance. But it was lively at the top of the mountain. A guy saw us jump and cursed us as crazy. As a result, that greasy uncle, also known as Lord Hong, heard him and slowly walked up behind him, saying, "You should jump too." The guy turned pale, and before he could beg for mercy, Lord Hong kicked him down. It was a real physical silencing. This shocked everyone. A few who wanted to sneak away were immediately stopped by Lord Hong. Then Lord Hong directly changed the rules, telling the people in line, "Come on, continue playing chess. The winners can leave. The losers, I will personally send you down to find your inheritance." Now, the players who were just looking to take advantage turned pale. This was no longer just a game of chess. This was a matter of life and death. And guess what? Lord Hong actually had another trick up his sleeve. A guy who lost at chess was dissatisfied, and after being thrown down, he tried to use his martial soul to fly up. But Lord Hong casually flicked a chess piece, and bang, that guy's martial soul and spirit ring shattered like glass. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the valley, I and Zhao Sijuan steadied ourselves, watching Tang San wrapped in black jelly, feeling extremely anxious. Just as I was about to rush over, Zhao Sijuan pulled me back, saying we needed to understand the situation first. How can I not be anxious? Su Wire and the others still didn't know where they were. I forced myself to calm down and decided to clear away this disgusting pile of black stuff first. As soon as I summoned the legendary sword Ganjiang and Mo Xie, a black sword suddenly emerged from the black liquid to block my attack. Zhao Sijuan and I immediately sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of attacks on that jelly-like mass. Just then, all the black liquid suddenly began to converge. And to my astonishment, it finally formed a human figure. A guy over 3 meters tall, sporting 6 gigantic black angel wings, looking incredibly handsome. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat, and I blurted out, "Fallen angel." "Lucifer." The guy slowly opened his eyes, looked at me with great interest, and said, "Do you know me?" I cursed inwardly, saying, "What nonsense. With those classic 6-winged big wings. Who could it be if not you, Lucifer?" I was still joking with him, saying, "Who doesn't he know your esteemed name?" Then this guy, stretching his limbs, said with a look of ecstasy, "Ah, it feels so good to be alive." Then his gaze shifted to Zhao Sijuan, and he remarked, "Oh, there's such a peculiar existence, interesting." As soon as I heard that, I felt irritated. "What does it mean? Clear it up for me." Lucifer smiled and said, "Want to know? Simple, defeat me." "Fine. Since we've reached this point, there's nothing more to say." Zhao Sijuan wanted to rush in, but I stopped him and said, "Let me handle this." After arguing for a while, Lucifer, growing impatient, beckoned us with his finger. "Stop arguing. Let's do it together." "All right." I exchanged a glance with Zhao Sijuan, so we decided to team up. The next second, we charged forward together. Let me tell you, that guy Lucifer, despite claiming to be low-key, was ruthless in action. Zhao Sijuan and I were 2 against 1. At first, we could hold our ground for a few moves, but in less than a few minutes, he switched from passive defense to dominating us. I activated my human face Sword Emperor, releasing all 9 soul rings, and used a full buff from the Tihua Jitian skill, my figure moving like lightning, managing to graze his shoulder. But he didn't take it seriously at all. He laughed and flew into the air. Just as I was about to chase him, a black energy ball appeared at the tip of his index finger, and he casually threw it at me. Instinctively, I raised my sword to block it, but with a loud explosion, I was blasted away. When Zhao Sijuan saw me being blown away, he panicked and shouted for me to die, transforming into a series of black shadows and instantly charging towards Lucifer. Lucifer looked at the rushing Zhao Sijuan, smirked, and said, "See, this is interesting." After that, he created an energy ball with his left hand and directly shoved it towards Zhao Sijuan's face. I tell you, Zhao Sijuan's reaction was also incredibly fast. The side swooshed and chopped down, colliding with the energy ball. Boom, it exploded on the spot. And guess what happened? That black side was extremely hard and actually pierced through the explosion, continuing to slash at Lucifer. Goodness, I thought this move should be useful, right? But then Lucifer simply extended 2 fingers, and with a snap, as if pinching a cigarette, he caught that sharp blade. He even looked disdainful and said, The force is a bit weak. The damage wasn't much, but the insult was extremely strong. Zhao Sijuan was also tough. With a cold face, she said, "Oh really?" Then she snapped her scythe in half and instantly conjured a new one, directly striking Lucifer. And what happened? Snap! The new scythe broke again. Lucifer was grinning brightly, and with a swift motion, he grabbed Zhao Sijuan by the neck, saying, "Your strength seems useless against me." Tang Feng was beside himself, nearly going crazy, shouting, "Let her go." Lucifer was quite straightforward, saying, "All right," and then he tossed Zhao Sijuan towards Tang Feng like a sandbag. Tang Feng caught her, and seeing that Sijuan was fine, his anger surged up, directly unleashing his martial soul true form. It was a colossal figure of a human-faced sword emperor, and he unleashed a furious ice-fire duet against Lucifer. Boom, 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 boom. The special effects were like fireworks, but guess what? Lucifer stood there without moving an inch, completely unharmed. He even had the leisure to mock Tang Feng. "Your sword doesn't seem very sharp." I thought to myself, this guy is focusing on physical immunity, right? Tang Feng's face turned green with anger, and his 8 spider legs went wild, instantly slashing out hundreds of swords. Clang, clang, clang. All of them were blocked by Lucifer's hand. Lucifer even laughed. Still not enough. The next moment, my eyes nearly popped out. Lucifer raised his hand and slapped. I'm telling you, it was such a crisp slap. Tang Feng's martial soul, which was over 10 meters tall, shattered like glass, breaking into pieces. He was sent flying, and hadn't he even landed, yet when Lucifer stepped up and stomped on his chest. Boom! Tang Feng's breastbone collapsed on the spot, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood, directly fainting. Just kidding. His perverse regeneration ability activated again. Zhao Sijuan saw that this wasn't good. If Tang Feng revived here, it would just be like he was a blood bag for them. She steeled her heart, stood up, and shouted at Lucifer, "Take your big pig hoof away." After shouting, she rushed forward. Lucifer saw this and laughed, thinking this girl had some guts. So he simply kicked Tang Feng away like a ball. Zhao Sijuan didn't hesitate at all, gave up her attack, turned around, and caught Tang Feng, then desperately ran back. Lucifer stood there, with a look on his face as if to say, "What are you two doing?" He didn't even chase them. His expression was like a cat watching a mouse, filled with amusement. Zhao Sijuan set Tang Feng down and stood in front of him. Not long after, a miracle happened. Tang Feng's body began to crack, and then a completely intact, new Tang Feng emerged from the old shell, just like a golden cicada shedding its shell. Lucifer nearby found it amusing and said, "Ha, this is getting more interesting." These two acted as if no one was around and hugged each other. I was really speechless. Big brother and sister, the villain is still watching from the other side. Tang Feng pushed Zhao Sijuan away, saying, "Let me handle this," and then charged back in, starting the second round. This time, Tang Feng learned to be smart and activated his predictive ability. It was as if he could see the future, hitting all of Lucifer's blind spots and weaknesses. Lucifer was a bit surprised by the hits and said, "I haven't encountered such an interesting battle in a long time." But he still stood firm, his body enveloped in black energy, enduring all attacks while stepping closer to Tang Feng. Tang Feng was forced into a corner and could only grit his teeth and endure, stubbornly holding on for 10 minutes. When the 10 minutes were up, Tang Feng smiled. "Next, it's my turn to perform." His soul power erupted. A black energy pillar shot up into the sky, then condensed onto his dual swords, and he unleashed a devastating cross slash. I thought to myself, this should work, right? But Lucifer just smiled and said, "It seems I need to get serious." A wave of dark energy erupted from him, and then he softly uttered 2 words. "Time stop." Click. The entire world, let me tell you, felt like it had been paused. Everything came to a halt. Lucifer leisurely walked up to the massive cross slash, punched it countless times, turning the attack into a shower of light particles, and then slipped over to the immobilized Tang Feng, reached out, and with a squish pierced through his chest, crushing his heart. When time resumed, Tang Feng was left with a face full of question marks, unable to speak coherently. When did you come over?" He lowered his head and saw a large hole in his chest, and he knelt down on the spot. Who understands the despair of this dimensional crushing attack? Tang Feng died again. Of course, he once again relied on the golden cicada shedding its shell to resurrect. Lucifer watched him crawl out of his old shell, like he was observing some rare animal, clicking his tongue in wonder. Tang Feng didn't care about that. He got up and activated his martial soul, charging forward again. Lucifer shook his head and used time stop once more. This time it was even more ruthless. In the stillness of time, I couldn't even see how he moved, The screen was all black, just hearing the sounds of thud after thud. When the time stop ended, countless fist marks exploded across Tang Feng's body, and he was directly turned into a puddle of mud. That scene was simply a momentary massacre. Tang Feng once again broke out from the wreckage. Lucifer was a bit impressed with him now and began to coax him. Your ability is quite good. Stop struggling. Become a demon, and I'll take you to fly. Tang Feng was so angry he wanted to curse, but to protect Zhao Sijuan, he could only sternly say, you should leave. Staying here is just a burden. Zhao Sijuan's eyes turned red, but she didn't leave. Instead, she shouted, Xiao Fengzi, use the spider spirit domain. Trust me. All right then, I'll trust you this once. Once the domain opened, Zhao Sijuan's body became ethereal like a ghost and began to attack Lucifer wildly. Her move was also overpowered. As long as she hit 100 times, she could directly eliminate her opponent. 20 more hits. 5 more hits. 3, 2. My heart is in my throat. And guess what happened? Lucifer snapped his fingers again. Time stopped. I was completely devastated at that moment. Not again. In the still world, the void Zhao Sijuan was also immobilized. Lucifer struck casually, and when time resumed, Zhao Sijuan was directly blasted away, heavily injured and falling to the ground. This time, Tang Feng was completely furious. He settled Zhao Sijuan and arranged a one-on-one duel with Lucifer at a cliff 3 kilometers away. He directly switched his form transformation, turning into a more primitive and bloodthirsty soul beast true form. A red killing intent burst forth from him, floating like seaweed, and his eyes turned red. Kill! He roared as he charged forward. This attack was completely different, imbued with black-red flames, and its destructive power was off the charts. Lucifer dodged left and right, but was actually scratched by his sword. He was bleeding. Let me tell you, this was the first time Lucifer had been injured since the battle began. The more Tang Feng fought, the crazier he became, his speed and strength skyrocketing. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. He added several more wounds to Lucifer. Finally, Lucifer was provoked and used time stop again. But this time, an incredible scene unfolded. His invincible time stop was actually cracked by Tang Feng's frenzied killing intent. Suddenly, a new spear appeared in Tang Feng's hand, the Yada no Kagami spear. With a bang, the time stop field shattered. Holding the spear, Tang Feng broke through the explosion and with a whoosh, pierced directly through Lucifer's left shoulder. Lucifer was also enraged. Snatching the spear and throwing it aside, then unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Tang Feng, ultimately using a massive energy wave to engulf him completely. When the light faded, Tang Feng was resurrected again. He was like an ultimate worker, dying and living, living and dying, cycling through dozens of lives. Focusing on the idea that as long as he didn't die, the boss would go mad, Lucifer was losing patience, constantly urging him to surrender. Tang Feng shot back, "You're so annoying. What are you pretending for?" This time, Tang Feng maintained a bit of clarity amidst the killing intent. Using his ultimate trump card, Spider God Possession, boom, his momentum surged instantly, with a black-red energy pillar shooting into the sky. Lucifer used time stop one last time. And guess what? It was useless. Completely useless. Tang Feng and Spider God Possession directly ignored the time stop, charging over for a brutal beating, dual swords slashing down, leaving a massive cross-shaped wound on Lucifer's body, and finally activated Devour. Finally, he swallowed Lucifer. Tang Feng was exhausted, just about to catch his breath when a massive dark dragon breath shot down from the sky. It was that dark dragon. He used the last bit of his strength to block it, but still couldn't fully block it. The dragon breath passed through his body, crashing towards the unconscious Zhao Sijuan and Tang San on the ground. No! Tang Feng let out a desperate scream, just when I thought everything was over. That dragon breath was suddenly blocked by a black barrier just before hitting the ground. Then, a figure stood up from the ground. It was Tang San, but he was no longer Tang San. His entire body was wrapped in a black viscous substance, with only his left eye remaining the same, emerging as a living demon. He, or rather Satan, merely glanced up at the dark dragon in the sky with annoyance, as if it disturbed him. Then, he raised his right hand, extended a finger, and gently pointed at the sky. Whoosh! A thin black beam shot out at a speed beyond comprehension, instantly splitting that thick dragon breath in half, and then with a whoosh, it shot into the dark dragon's mouth. The next second, the dark dragon, as large as a mountain, had its head explode with a loud bang. Let me tell you, All the players present at that time had their minds blown more thoroughly than that dragon's head. Everyone went crazy, screaming and rushing out, shouting things like meow. I'm scared to death. And how terrifying. It's like seeing a ghost. The scene was extremely chaotic for a moment. But at that time, let me tell you, something strange happened. There was a guy in the crowd named Master Hong, who seemed to be some big shot. He didn't run away, but shook his head and muttered, Satan has resurrected. Duluwa continent is about to change. This game should end. Goodness, he was showing off. And then suddenly, from the void next to him, an old monk appeared with a whoosh. This old monk called Master Hong Little Hong, and Master Hong called him High Monk. At that moment, I had one thought. These two are definitely GMs, server administrators. The two GMs then began to speak in riddles. The High Monk said, Little Hong, don't rush to conclusions. The game isn't over yet. Master Hong looked distressed and asked, Is there still a chance? The High Monk smiled, a smile that was profound and inscrutable, and said, Isn't it still not over? As soon as I heard it, I understood that these two old men were playing a big game of chess. Mr. Hong is clearly on Satan's side. The person he chose is Satan. But this High Monk, he says he has chosen the good guy too. Damn, does anyone understand? Isn't this just a showdown between deities, each placing their bets? Mr. Hong asked the High Monk who he chose, and the High Monk smiled without answering, only saying, I believe in him. Then these two actually agreed to a chess match on the spot, but the High Monk rejected Mr. Hong, saying his chess skills were too poor. It's unbelievable. They have no boundaries when it comes to confidence. While these two GMs are slacking off, let's shift the focus back to the most dashing figure in the venue, Satan. I tell you, this guy is now flaunting Tang San's face, and he is incredibly arrogant. With a single finger, he took down the dark dragon, glanced back at the resplendent entrance of the sea goddess inheritance, and with a sneer, said two words, no need. Then he extended his finger, and with a buzzing sound, rubbed out a small black ball the size of a ping-pong ball. The small black ball was surrounded by several circles of black runic halos, looking extremely ominous. He flicked his finger, and with a clang, the small black ball shot out like a bullet, directly aiming for the entrance of the sea goddess inheritance. Boom! The door was pierced. After the small black ball rushed in, there was a series of crashing sounds. A few seconds later, in the center area of the sea god S9 trials, the small black ball exploded with a bang, transforming into a gigantic talisman formation, with black and gold lightning wildly flashing around. And finally, with a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The sea god S9 trials was thus obliterated by one of his skills. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A beam of white light shot up from the ruins, enveloping the entire sea god island like a protective shield. When Satan saw this, he laughed. Oh, a dying struggle. But he surprisingly did not make a move. Instead, he crossed his arms and watched the show, mockingly saying, Sea god, the heir you desire may not appear after all. Who else can you find besides Tang San? In the next moment, the system notification sound for all players on the island rang out. Ding! The illusion of the sea goddess inheritance has been generated. Ding! Complete the illusion to obtain the sea goddess divine position and the artifact, the sea goddess trident. Wow! All the players were stunned. The happiness came too suddenly, right? The quest that took so long to find is now just given away. Many people slapped themselves to confirm it wasn't a dream, and then they jumped up on the spot. But they forgot that there were still a bunch of little demon monsters nearby. As a result, their joy turned to sorrow. Several players who just shouted, I'm not dreaming, were taken away by a demon's claw. Only then did everyone realize they had to clear the little monsters, and their eyes turned red. The position of the sea god. There's only one spot. Just moments ago, teammates who fought side by side were now stabbing each other in the back. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. For the sake of this immense fortune, everyone went crazy. At this moment, a player of title Doa level couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Everyone, stop it! The enemy is the demons. His soul power shook, and the whole place fell silent. However, a rebellious player questioned, Or else what? The big player pointed, and a beam of light struck, and the rebellious player's head was gone. The big player coldly said, He is your fate. The whole place was silent. Guess what happened next? 3 more titled Duos stepped out. A muscular man in a red robe, a beautiful woman in a blue dress, and an old man with white hair. The 4 of them stood there, and the air turned cold. Well, the little minions stopped fighting. It was the general's turn to peck at each other. The divine position is mine. Who do you think you are? Don't you understand respect for the elderly and love for the young? That old guy should have dropped gold coins long ago. The 4 of them started arguing, unable to come to an agreement. On the other side, Our main character Tang Feng had just finished fighting Lucifer. He crawled out of the resurrection shell and saw Zhao Sijuan being bullied by Satan. Actually, it was Zhao Sijuan who was clinging to Satan's leg. Tang Feng didn't care about that. He exploded with anger and shouted at Satan, "Tang San, don't you dare touch her." Satan laughed in anger. "Look carefully. Is it her touching me or me touching her?" Tang Feng shamelessly replied, "I don't care. Touching her is wrong." Then he quickly shouted to Zhao Sijuan, "Xiao Jun, come here." When Zhao Sijuan ran to his side, Satan leisurely spoke, throwing out a heavy bombshell. "Sorry, I'm not Tang San. I'm the Lord of Hell, Satan." He added, "Tang San? Yes, dead." Tang Feng's pupils shook. Impossible. His life was bound to Tang San's. If Tang San really died, he wouldn't be able to live either. He immediately realized that this guy had taken over. While Tang Feng was stalling for time, he quietly told Zhao Sijuan, "Run. Don't look back. I can hold him off." Just as he finished speaking, he unleashed his martial soul true form, transforming into the human face Sword Emperor. Using various skills in an ice and fire duet, hitting Satan with all he had. Satan just stood there, and a jelly-like black shield appeared in front of him, blocking all attacks. Tang Feng panicked, shouting at Zhao Sijuan, "Go." He stacked all his buffs, activated his strongest ultimate move, the 8-headed serpent spear. With killing intent and domain fully unleashed, the light condensing on the spear seemed ready to pierce the heavens. "Break for me, Tang Feng Zhao," thrusting the spear fiercely into the black jelly. With a crack, the shield finally shattered. With a bang, the spear pierced towards Satan's face. Did he win? Not a chance. Tang Feng's eyes nearly popped out. His earth-shattering strike was casually caught by Satan. With one hand, Satan coldly said, "Nothing is impossible." Then with a squeeze, the 8-headed serpent spear shattered into pieces. By the time Tang Feng realized what happened, he and Zhao Sijuan had already run to a valley. Satan actually let them go. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Tang Feng was filled with fear and explained to Zhao Sijuan that his life was bound to Tang San's, and he had to go back to save him. The only way was to seize that sea god inheritance. But the question was, where was this illusion? The two of them spun around like headless flies. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, a player, while being chased, accidentally picked up a crystal stone with a number 8 written on it. The next second, he turned into starlight and disappeared. His pursuers were left dumbfounded. Soon, the news spread. That crystal stone was the ticket to enter the illusion. Family, who understands? It was all about the information gap. Those 4 titled WOs were still arguing with red faces, while the ordinary players below had already started frantically picking up trash. Coincidentally, when Tang Feng came down the mountain, he stepped on a crystal stone with the number 99 written on it. Just as he was about to pick it up, a middle-aged muscular man rushed out, shouting, "Stop. That's mine." Tang Feng initially wanted to let him have it, but seeing his attitude, my temper flared. Before he could make a move, Zhao Sijuan stepped forward, conjuring a black scythe in her hand, cutting the man's weapon in half with one move and kicking him away. She was so cool. But just as Zhao Sijuan turned around, Tang Feng picked up the crystal stone, and with a whoosh, he transformed into starlight and disappeared. Zhao Sijuan was stunned, grabbing the half-dead muscular man, and forced out the secret of the crystal stone. After thinking for a moment, she realized she had no system and would be a burden going in, so she decided to wait for Tang Feng outside. Meanwhile, the 200 spots in the illusion were already filled. Those 4 titled WOs perfectly missed the last train. On the other side, Tang Feng felt a flash before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself lying in a hospital room filled with the smell of disinfectant. An old lady and a mute ant were guarding him. As soon as the old lady saw he was awake, she excitedly held his hand. "Young man, thank you. If it weren't for you saving me, this old bone of mine would." Tang Feng's mind went blank, but he instinctively said politely, "It's nothing, Grandma." But the old lady's next sentence sent chills down his spine. "I'm sorry, Grandma. If it weren't for me, your leg wouldn't." Leg. Tang Feng's heart sank, and he suddenly pulled back the covers to see, below the knee, it was empty. "Where are my feet? Where are my feet?" He completely collapsed. Who could handle waking up to find their legs gone? He frantically slapped himself to confirm if this was an illusion. After a long time, he finally calmed down, telling the old lady and the others not to worry about him, lying on the bed and trying to sort out his thoughts. The more he thought, the more panicked he became. He realized he had amnesia. He couldn't remember what happened yesterday. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? The 3 ultimate questions of life were swirling in his mind. In a daze, he fell asleep again. When he woke up again, He found the old lady still by his side, looking at him with concern and asking how he was. Looking into the old lady's sincere eyes, Tang Feng suddenly felt a warmth surge in his heart and softly said, "Thank you, Grandma." Goodness, this old lady was really enthusiastic. She insisted on giving her granddaughter Hua to him, saying she would take care of him from now on. He thought to himself, my legs are ruined. What choice do I have? All right, let's go with it then. I tell you, time really flies. It's almost like it's on double speed. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Ahua and I not only got married, but our baby is already half a year old. Life was quite beautiful at first, but then the problems came. With the baby's birth, we have to spend money on formula, diapers. How can we not? As a disabled person without skills, how can I support my wife and child? During that time, I was so worried that my hair was almost turning gray, thinking every day about needing to learn skill. But with my situation, what could I learn? Moreover, wouldn't it take years to acquire skill? I felt immense pressure. But then I thought, I can't back down. For the sake of my wife and child, I must stand up. It was from that time on that strange things began to happen. I kept having this particularly bizarre dream where I turned into a spider, constantly running for my life and hunting. It was so monotonous. At first, I thought it was because I had been watching too much anime lately, but the dream kept repeating every day exactly the same. What was even more ridiculous followed. Just as I was pondering this dream, my half-year-old son suddenly started running around the house. Who understands this? Isn't the flow of time a bit too much like a driving test? I was dumbfounded, and this was just the beginning. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. My skills had reached a remarkable level, and life was improving. But I always felt something was off. My memories felt manipulated, particularly fake. It was as if, in these 10 years, everything outside had switched from button phones to touchscreen smartphones, short videos, and live streaming had exploded in popularity. I knew all of this, but it felt like knowledge that was force-fed to me, rather than something I had personally experienced. I was puzzled when suddenly, with a duong, I was transported to a magnificent stage. The host was holding a microphone and shouting, "Welcome our protagonist, Tang Feng." The applause was thunderous. My mind was filled with question marks, wondering what performance this was. Just then, a memory forcefully inserted itself into my head. Oh. It turned out to be an award ceremony from a certain platform where I won the Best Newcomer Award and a prize of 500,000. At that moment, I had only one thought. Can this money be withdrawn? Before I could figure it out, I suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying. When I opened my eyes again, good heavens, the scene had changed, and I had unexpectedly become a grandfather. My son was holding a baby for me to see, saying, "Dad, it's a boy." My hands trembled, and I realized they were full of wrinkles. I was so old. Wait, where's my wife, Ahua? Oh. New memories told me that she passed away last year. Tears streamed down my face, but I felt like this sadness came too quickly, like a pre-packaged meal, lacking any soul. My son asked me to name my grandson, and I instinctively said, "You are Tang Ren, so my grandson should be called Tang San." Tang San? Why does that name sound so familiar? My son is called Tang Ren. I have no memory of that at all. I feel like I've forgotten something very, very important. The scene shifts again, and I find myself lying in a hospital bed, feeling weak all over, barely able to open my eyes. I can hear my son and grandson crying and shouting for me. Looking around this familiar hospital room, smelling the familiar disinfectant. Suddenly I realize, I feel like I've never left this place. My entire life, from saving someone and breaking my leg, to getting married and having children, achieving success in my career, and having a house full of grandchildren, has gone by so quickly that it feels like watching an AI-generated novel outline. So, this is not my life at all. It's an illusion. Boom. My mind made a loud noise, and all the images shattered like glass. When I opened my eyes again, guess what? I was back in the original hospital room. Sitting next to me was the old lady, but the person beside her was not Ahua. It was a stunning beauty in her 20s. I was completely stunned at that moment and instinctively asked her who she was. The beautiful woman winked at me and said her name was Lu Chunhua, but her friends called her Ahua. My heart sank, and I threw off the covers. And sure enough, my leg was still gone. Who understands this, right? Can a script change actors at the last minute? Then, this broken dream started its paid DLC updates. Every time I realized something was off, it would restart. The script was different each time. Once, I woke up to find it wasn't me who had lost a leg, but an old lady. I kindly pushed her a little, but my good intentions backfired and got her hit by a car. Another time, Ahua had lost her hands, and I had to take care of her for life. This went on for dozens of times, and let me tell you, I was numb. Every time I opened my eyes to see that white ceiling, I knew the show was about to begin again. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. As soon as the plot started, without a word, I dashed to the window and jumped out. Crack! The screen shattered. And then, reassembly. I returned to the hospital room unharmed. Fine, you're tough. I'll jump again. More shattering. More reassembly. I felt like Sisyphus pushing a stone, but instead of a stone, I was pushing this damn plot. Just when I was about to go insane and my mind was about to break, this broken illusion finally couldn't hold on anymore. With a buzzing sound, all my memories, real memories, flooded back. That S when I remembered I was participating in the Sea God S9 trials. Goodness, this first level threw me such a curveball that it nearly fried my CPU. Once the illusion shattered, a beam of white light swept me away. When I could see clearly again, I found myself in a vast primeval forest that seemed never-ending. To make matters worse, I felt that my soul power was firmly locked at level 40. What is this? The beginner protection period is over, and you're directly ramping up the intensity, huh? I was pondering what kind of test this was when I suddenly heard a loud rumble nearby. I quickly ran over to see what was going on, and guess what I saw? A gigantic gorilla, resembling King Kong, was wildly smashing a large tree as a weapon. I just wanted to get a closer look when the gorilla suddenly changed its direction and charged straight at me. I was startled and thought, someone must be aggroing it from behind. Who's so malicious? Plus, I'm several kilometers away. How does it know I'm here? Is it cheating? To verify my suspicion, I quietly moved a kilometer to the left, and sure enough, that thing turned as well. All right, it's confirmed. It's coming for me. I decided not to run and wanted to see which little genius was up to no good. Soon, a figure in white appeared. I tell you, she was an absolutely stunning beauty, looking like she was drawn by AI. Too perfect to be real. As she ran, she was also leading the gorilla towards me. I couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This girl was definitely not an easy one. But there was nothing I could do. After all, I was handsome and kind-hearted, right? The opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty was right in front of me, and I couldn't let it slip away. I grabbed my fiery gun and charged forward, unleashing a combo that took down that gorilla in no time. I just landed gracefully and said to the beauty, "Hey, are you okay?" She reminded me to be careful. Without even turning my head, I quickly threw a shot back and flipped the gorilla that was trying to ambush me. I was just about to ask the beauty what her name was when she said her name was Xiao Feng. Before I could say anything, that gorilla got up again and smashed me into the ground with a single blow. The beauty mumbled something about another idiot and turned to run. When I crawled out of the pit and brushed off the dirt, I was furious. Even pretending to be cool could backfire. Without saying a word, I chased after her, unleashed a dual attack of ice and fire, and severed the joints in the gorilla's legs. The beauty named Xiao Feng was surprised to see I wasn't dead. But just as I was about to finish off the gorilla, she suddenly shouted to stop and said she would handle it. I thought, fine, let her do it. But then she directly reached into the gorilla's head and started digging around. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. It was more thrilling than watching a horror movie. She dug for a long time without finding anything and asked me to help her look for a glass ball the size of a ping pong ball. I was about to curse her out, thinking, what does she take me for? A simp? But to figure out what this test was all about, I held back. I jumped in and started feeling around. And guess what? Just as I found the ball, she snatched it from me without even looking and swallowed it whole. I threw up at that moment. Family. That thing was something I stepped on with my foot. I had just dug it out from a pile of blood and slime. And she just ate it like that. Then this girl wiped her mouth, looked at me with cold eyes, and said, "You saw what you shouldn't have seen. You know too much, so you can't blame me." I laughed at that moment and said, what? Are you going to kill me to silence me? She didn't deny it at all and directly said, "Yes, you and I are originally competitors. Killing you reduces one opponent. No problem." I burst out laughing at that moment. Ha ha, good grief, the way you say it. As if today, I'm just a dish on your plate. Don't think that just because I don't hit women, you can run wild over me. Guess what happened next? This woman let out a cold laugh. And she was so domineering. "I don't care if you hit me. You're dead today anyway. All right, you're the one who pushed me to this. Not acting like a sycophant feels great. Let me tell you." She snorted, and in an instant, she charged at me like a red lightning bolt, those sharp high heels. Good grief, came straight down toward my face. I raised my hand to block, and with a backhand, I threw a punch towards her beautiful face. "Are you kidding? You're about to ruin my looks, and I'm still being polite?" She was so scared that she quickly stepped back, pointing at my nose and cursing. "Do you dare to hit my face? Just that thought is enough for you to die 100 times. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with her. So I pulled out my flame gun, the tip blazing with fire, and stepped closer to shove it in her face. This really ticked her off, and she started kicking in my face like it was free. Well, now we were even, both of us exchanging blows to each other's faces. To be honest, I originally had the mindset of a good man, not fighting with a woman, letting her have her way, but this girl was serious about taking me down, determined to kill me. I was completely disheartened. Fine, let's fight. And what happened? Her little three-legged cat skills were no match for me. After a few rounds, I had her knocked down on the ground. I was a bit helpless, looking at her. Are you coming back for more? Honestly, I doubted my own eyes at that moment, wondering how I ever thought she was pretty before. But when it came time to really go for it, I softened again. I kept knocking her down, thinking I could convince her to back off. But there she was on the ground, glaring at me fiercely, and said, "Are you even a man?" I was speechless, and I refused to answer this question. Seeing me not speaking made her even angrier. If she could fight, she probably would have jumped on me by now. After a stalemate for a long time, she suddenly shouted at me, "Hey, I'm a bit impatient. What do you want? I'll tell you how to get through, and then we'll consider it even. How about that?" I shrugged. I probably had an idea in my heart anyway. Fine. I might want to nitpick. As long as you don't bother me again, everything is negotiable. Then she tidied up her clothes and hair, instantly transforming back into that refined young lady, and started to educate me. She said that passing through this place was quite simple. Just like playing a game and clearing a dungeon. You go kill the soul beast here to get something called a score orb, and in the end, whoever has the highest score is the best. It sounded reasonable, but her next sentence almost made me leave. She said, however, this score orb has to be swallowed. I was like, family, who understands? That thing exploded from the soul beast body. It was sticky, and you want to swallow it whole. I almost threw up the food I ate yesterday. She saw my constipated expression and even gave me a disdainful look, saying she wasn't used to it at first either, but it got better later. Then, she suddenly changed her tone, her face darkened, and she coldly stared at me, saying, "Of course, I don't like others watching me eat while they themselves are throwing up everywhere." Wow. It turns out she remembered that I couldn't hold it in and threw up when she was eating last time. I thought to myself, do you think I wanted to? That scene was too beautiful. I really couldn't bear to look at it. After she left, I pondered for a long time and still felt, I just can't do it. That thing is too disgusting. But if I don't swallow it, I wouldn't know how to pass this hellish place. The system doesn't give any hints. What if there's a punishment for failing? But thinking about the fact that there's only one inheritance from the sea god, and it's like a battle royale where only one survives in the end, what am I even trying for? I instantly felt that the class vibe was too heavy. I decided to drop out. That being said, the next few days were just too boring. When I encountered soul beasts, I just took care of them casually, and picked up those score orbs as well. As a result, day by day, my score orbs accumulated more and more to the point where I couldn't hold them all, like a moving little treasury. As the saying goes, wealth shouldn't be flaunted. But here I was, exposing a whole mountain of orbs, which caught someone's attention. A greasy voice came over, "Little brother." I didn't even lift my eyelids. Is something wrong? Let's discuss something. I interrupted him directly. Uncle, with your appearance, you don't look like a good person at all. Let's forget about this excuse of discussing matters. That person exploded immediately, pointing at his own nose. Uncle, I'm only in my early 20s, and you call me uncle? I saw an old man on the subway, looking at his phone, with a confused look on his face. Seriously, man? With that appearance, scruffy beard, and a bit of belly, people would believe you're 40, not just over 20. Then this guy started his performance, saying that I was jealous of him, jealous of his unparalleled handsomeness and charisma, which is why I was deliberately trying to provoke him. I have to say, I was really taken aback by his delusion. Those beady eyes, that short stature, who gave you the courage? Indeed, as long as you're not embarrassed, it's others who will be. After he rambled on for a while, I helplessly asked, Uncle, are you done? He roared. How many times do I have to say it? Don't call me uncle. All right, uncle, no problem, uncle. I nodded dismissively and then asked, so are you here to rob me or to strut your stuff? Only then did he react, cleared his throat, and said, forget it, I don't feel like explaining. Hand over your points bead, and I'll let you go. I almost laughed out loud. Oh, so I should thank you then? He actually nodded seriously and said, that's a must. I've shown great mercy by letting you go. I wanted to say thank you so much. But then this guy arrogantly said something about villains dying from talking too much, that I was just a supporting character and he was the main one. That's right, you're just a pig. Suddenly, a harsher voice interrupted. We both turned our heads to see a large group of people coming out of the woods. And the one in the lead pointed at the uncle and shouted, who the hell are you? The uncle had just yelled half of it when he saw who was coming and immediately fell silent. Oh, Wonkai, you've gotten bold. Daring to yell at your master? The leader, named Lu Dafa, had a wicked smile on his face. The group of little brothers behind him joined in, taunting Fat Pig. You're definitely going to get a beating today. And what happened? Just a second ago, Wang Kai was calling himself the world's most handsome guy, and the next second, he went down with a thud, kneeling. The speed was faster than my phone unlocking. He hugged Lu Dafa's leg and started crying, "Dafa bro, you're my real brother. Just treat me like a fart and let me go." I was dumbfounded at that moment. Family, this change of face is smoother than Sichuan opera. The character just collapsed. Where did that mysterious confidence go? Lu Dafa kicked him away and then focused his gaze on the pile of beads behind me. "Kid, I don't like nonsense. My goal is to score beads. You have the right to refuse, but..." I raised the corner of my mouth. "But what? We also have the right to fight." All right then, I clapped my hands. It was the first time I had seen someone speak about fighting in such a fresh and refined manner. He twisted his neck. "It will also be the last time. Come on, beat him to death." Goodness, more than 20 people surrounded me in a swarm. Each one of them was talking trash, saying things like, "Hey kid, you think you're so tough." Huh? I frowned and coldly interrupted them. "You guys shut up. Are you kidding me? Do you really think I'm that cowardly fat pig uncle?" I directly revealed my martial soul, and as soon as the 4 soul rings appeared, someone on the opposite side, not knowing better, still had the audacity to retort, "Titich, who doesn't have a few 100,000-year soul rings?" I'm too lazy to waste words, so I'll just go straight to the point with flame gun. Seeing that I was serious, the leader let go of any pretense and shouted, causing more than 10 people to charge at me. The first one to rush over, I raised my hand and fired shot, and the black flames instantly engulfed him. 1-hit kill. This stunned them. The rest started to get serious, throwing their soul skills at me like they were free. There were blades flashing and energy flying everywhere. It was like a fireworks show during the new year, and I was the only cannon. Did they think that having more people meant they could win? How naive. I activated my first soul skill, prediction. Half of my soul power instantly evaporated, but in exchange, I gained absolute control for the next few seconds. I knew exactly where they would move next. I directly took out my ultimate treasure, the twin swords of Ganjiang and Moyi. In the stunned expressions of all of them, I preemptively unleashed the ice and fire duet, with 2 sword energies arriving ahead of their unformed skill storm. Boom! Let me tell you, that scene was just like playing billiards. With one shot, I directly linked all their big moves together and blew them up in a spectacular display, scattering the energy so precisely that it knocked out each one of their own people. Perfect. I gracefully sheathed my sword and smiled at the leader. "Lu Dafa, what do you think?" Lu Dafa's face turned green, and Wang Kai beside him looked stunned. The two exchanged glances and surprisingly began to negotiate on the spot. Lu Dafa said, "Wang Kai, don't forget, we are on the same team. If we take him down, we split the loot." Wang Kai actually seemed tempted, and after some haggling, the two surprisingly reached a consensus to form a united front for robbery. Lu Dafa even patted Wang Kai on the shoulder, saying that the person who knows you best is always your enemy. I wanted to say, "Are you two performing infernal affairs here?" After their discussion, they charged at me together. Lu Dafa, with his twin martial souls, wielded 2 huge broadswords with a fierce momentum. Wang Kai's martial soul was also quite unique. A 3-headed hellhound. No wonder he was called Wang Kai. To be honest, the two of them together were quite formidable. Lu Dafa's swordsmanship was bold and aggressive, fast and fierce like a spinning top, overwhelming me. Wang Kai was behind him, crazily throwing fireballs like a moving artillery, making me flustered. In a moment of carelessness, I took several hits. I couldn't drag this out any longer. I seized an opportunity, detonating the explosive gun in place. The massive explosion pushed them both back, giving me a second to breathe. This is it. Divine buff activated. Prediction reactivated. It's time to show some real skills. My goal is that cannon turret, Wang Kai. I turned into a shadow and instantly disappeared from the center of the explosion, reappearing right in front of Wang Kai the next second. His eyes widened like saucers. Completely caught off guard. "Goodbye. Stop." Lu Dafa shouted desperately as he rushed over to support. But it was too late. The twin sword in my hands were almost like phantoms, and with a few swishes before Lu Dafa's big knife could reach me, Wang Kai was already done for. "Wang Kai!" Lu Dafa went crazy, his dual blades filled with all his fury, fiercely striking my back. With a thud, I fell forward like a kite with a broken string. "Die for me!" Lu Dafa, with red eyes, chased after me to deliver a finishing blow, the furious edge of his knife already at the back of my head. I lay on the ground, the feeling of death flooding my heart, with only one thought in my mind. It's over, this time I'm really done for. But guess what? Just at that critical moment, I tell you, I directly exploded with power. I had only one thought in my mind. I can't die. I absolutely can't die here. Just as I thought that, with a snap, A super cool set of black armor instantly appeared on me, and my lower body transformed into 8 long legs. Wow! I directly turned into a dark Spider-Man plus. Lu Dafa was so stunned that he couldn't believe his eyes. When he swung his knife at my back, what happened? Sparks flew, and not even a white mark was left. He was completely dumbfounded, pointing at my nose and shouting, "You're cheating. You're hacking." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, a mischievous grin on my face. Even I thought my voice sounded a bit cheeky. I replied, "Hey, you could go ahead and open it too. I'm not stopping you." That really got him angry. His face turned green as he glared at me, gritting his teeth. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and swung my sword directly at him. When this guy realized he couldn't fight back, he tried to run. I thought, can a 2-legged creature outrun me with 8 legs? What a joke. I immediately executed a drift, chasing after him and swinging my weapon at his backside. The scene was just like a cat catching a mouse. He was jumping around trying to escape, and his movements were so frantic it was almost painful to watch. Want to leave? No way. I accelerated and flashed in front of him, casting a web that completely blocked all his escape routes. Just as I was about to collect my prize, guess what happened? A pair of dog men and women suddenly appeared out of nowhere, heroically saving him. Oh no, saving the ugly guy. In just a couple of moves, they whisked Lu Dafa away. They even treated me like some soul beast, standing there studying me. Wow, a talking spider? I was furious at that moment. Studying your sister, chatting among yourselves while treating me like air, right? I ignored them completely and directly swung my sword at them. The guy called Tiangu reacted quite quickly, pulling Lu Dafa to dodge. And then the girl named Mayer, who was a support, waved her staff and a green light shot out, wrapping around the 2 guys. Does anyone understand? These days, fighting even comes with a healer. It's simply against the rules of martial arts. With the green light boost, that Tiangu was like he was on steroids. His claws were incredibly sharp, and he actually managed to scratch my armor. I thought, oh no, I'm not playing with you anymore. I immediately unleashed a blade storm, with 8 legs spinning rapidly, engulfing everything in flames. But it turned out that these 3 coordinated quite well and managed to break my move. I thought about capturing the leader first. Oh no, I meant to pick on the easy target, so I focused on Lu Dafa. That guy was so scared he was trembling, and even though he fought back fiercely when he was about to die, it was useless. Just as I was about to send him off with a single sword strike, that assistant named Mayer intervened again, and with a flick, Lu Dafa turned into a scarecrow. I struck down with my sword, and hay flew everywhere. I was so angry at that moment. This support is really annoying. Fine. If you won't let me kill the DPS, then I'll take you, the healer, out first. I completely ignored that annoying guy behind me and charged straight at me. And what happened? Someone popped up out of nowhere and blocked me. I was really so mad I could laugh. I said, "Are you guys done yet? Playing team coordination. Huh? Bullying me, a solo queue player, right? Fine." I exploded on the spot, my soul power fully unleashed, and the black flames on my body were blazing fiercely. They treated me like a boss and shouted, "Watch your positioning. The boss is enraged." Just when I was fighting one against a group, no, it was one against a crowd. Suddenly a large wave of people came. The leader directly negotiated with Tiangu, saying, "I'll help you fight. And after we defeat this boss, the points orbs it drops will belong to me." I'm telling you, they really don't treat me like a person. I was furious at that moment, yelling at them, "Enough already." As a result, those new arrivals became even more arrogant, mocking me, saying, "Oh, this little annoying brother can talk too." My blood pressure shot up instantly. Then, let me tell you, a heavyweight showed up. One of them, a little genius, said my fire was too strong and wanted to help me put it out. Then he, right in front of everyone, unbuckled his belt and, family, who understand this? The harm wasn't great, but the insult was extremely strong. I felt like I was about to explode. At that moment, I lost all rationality. I directly unleashed my ultimate move. The spider god possessed me. My whole aura changed and my power soared. My first target was that little genius. No one could stop me, I said. I teleported in front of him, struck with my hand, and split him in half. The whole place went silent. They were probably thinking this guy is really asking for it. When Lu Dafa saw the situation was off, he tried to slip away. Tiangu was still shouting at him from behind, but before he could finish his sentence, I had already backstabbed him and took him away. I told you to be careful, but you wouldn't listen. The rest of those people were quite naive, thinking my ultimate move had a time limit, trying to stall me. What happened next? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Another wave of people came. The leading woman shouted kill and charged over. I focused and saw, good heavens, it was Xiao Fong. My heart sank. I thought, why are you here again, challenging my bottom line. Just as I was about to go on a killing spree and send those clueless guys away, the most ridiculous thing happened. A series of pop-up notifications appeared before me, and the system prompted, "Due to your extreme violent behavior in the novice village, you have been kicked out of the dungeon." I've been blacklisted by Poseidon. Everything went dark and then bright again, and I found myself back on Poseidon Island. Goodness, the fighting outside is even more intense, with demons everywhere. My task is still ongoing. I need to save Tang San, who is possessed by Satan. This hellish start is really something. Just as I came out, I ran into Zhao Sijuan, and this girl has become so clingy, like a piece of chewing gum. I was getting annoyed when I heard someone talking ahead. I looked up and saw Tang San. No, wait, it was Satan, leisurely sitting atop a pile of Tidal Deloa corpses. His aura was absurdly strong. He looked at me like I was just a little ant and gave me a choice, either scram or die. I knew at that moment that I couldn't win, so I could only let Zhao Sijuan go first, so as not to affect my performance here. In the end, that devil was still there clapping, saying what a deep affection it was, and then added, "Do you want me to help you out?" You said I'm a good person. At that moment, both Zhao Sijuan and I fell silent. Family members, a demon claiming to be a good person. This dark joke almost froze me to death on the spot. I tell you, this guy immediately started lecturing me, seriously telling me that their demons are the helpful lay Fengs. And it's us mortals who have the dirty minds and have smeared them. Goodness, I almost thought I was in some brainwashing seminar by a success guru. His rhetoric was not just similar, it was textbook-level PUA tactics. My brain was almost dizzy from his words, and I nearly believed his nonsense. Just when I felt like my CPU was about to overheat, Zhao Sijuan couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?" That's when I realized, right? What am I even debating with him for? I came here to fight, but this devil was quite the player, smiling at me, his aura making my legs start to cramp, and I couldn't even speak properly. Family, who understands that feeling? It was like being caught by the principal at school. Totally stiff, unable to utter a word. Seeing me back down, he gave me two choices, either chat with him or oppose him. I was about to say I wasn't going to chat, but Zhao Sijuan rushed up again, and I had to cover her mouth. I suppressed my anger and told her, "Can you stop causing trouble and hurry up and leave?" She, on the other hand, cheerfully asked if I was concerned about her. I was really exasperated, didn't even want to deal with her, turned to the devil, and said, "I've made my choice. I'm going to take you down." The devil laughed at that and mocked. "Aren't your legs shaking anymore?" My face turned dark, but I insisted I was never shaking. "All right, enough banter. Let's get straight to it." I unleashed all my soul rings without hesitation and launched a series of combos. What explosive flame gun, ice and fire duet, and that Hua Ji Tian show-off. I threw all my skills at him like they were free. In the end, I even activated my martial soul, true form, and unleashed that set of skills on him several times, then condensed into an 8-headed serpent spear and shot it at him. That explosion, let me tell you, it distorted the very space like a black hole. And what was the result? When the smoke cleared, I was dumbfounded. My world-destroying attack was completely blocked by a bunch of oddly shaped black jelly. This thing looked familiar. I felt like I had seen it somewhere before. It resembled that venom from a movie. Then something even more ridiculous happened. That black jelly cracked open with a snap, and out jumped a fallen angel. Immediately after, a bunch more fell down like dumplings, instantly forming a demon army. Goodness, he had his own production line. At that moment, I had only one thought. I can't let them hatch. Time stop. I directly activated my ultimate cheat, a move I absorbed from Lucifer, and I didn't even know how powerful it was. Guess what happened? The entire world instantly froze. Even Satan himself was immobilized by me. I felt like I had activated invincibility as I charged at the group of unborn fallen angels and unleashed a barrage of attacks, treating them like targets. After taking care of the small fry, I turned to the motionless Satan and smirked. "Without that jelly-like shell, let us see how you can handle this." I unleashed 10 times the explosive flame gun and hit him with all my ultimate moves. As I continued my assault, I suddenly noticed something strange. He seemed to be smiling at me. My heart skipped a beat, feeling something was off. Sure enough, the next second, I heard a crack, and the space shattered like glass. He forcefully broke my time stop. He looked at me, smiling meaningfully, and said, "You actually obtained Lucifer's time stop." Then something even more shocking happened. He said, "This system thing is getting more interesting." I was completely stunned. He knows about the system? He's not an NPC? What the hell is this guy? Seeing my shock, he added insult to injury, saying that my friends Lu Weiming and Dugabo were already dead, indirectly killed by him. I still hadn't recovered from the shock when Zhao Sijuan charged forward again. The outcome was predictable. She got knocked away with a single punch. I hurried over to catch her, furious as I scolded her. Can you stop messing around? He's immune to your attacks. What are you doing charging at him? She just blinked at me, not saying a word. I set her down and faced Satan again. This guy had too many secrets. And just as I was about to ask him who he really was, he interrupted me, saying that the chat time was over. No sooner had he finished speaking than the black jelly beneath him came to life, transforming into countless sharp spikes that shot towards me. I tried to activate time stop, but it was useless. He was directly immune. I couldn't dodge, even with my predictions. With a series of piercing sounds, I was impaled by dozens of tentacles in order to protect Zhao Sijuan behind me. I felt all my strength drain away, collapsing into Zhao Sijuan's arms, still stubbornly saying, I told you to leave. You wouldn't leave. I thought I was done for, but then my freakish regeneration ability activated again. A cocoon broke open on my body, and I was fully revived. Zhao Sijuan rushed over and hugged me, which made me feel quite embarrassed. But I knew it wasn't the time for romantic feelings. I pushed her away and locked my gaze firmly on Satan. I shouted out my ultimate move that I had devoured from the sea god, the twilight of the sea god. A golden beam of light capable of piercing the heavens shot toward Satan. The scene was incredible. Then, let me tell you, the most shocking moment happened. Satan, with a casual flick of his hand, swatted away my devastating sea god beam like he was swatting a mosquito. He just dispersed it. I was dumbfounded. And the next second, he teleported to my ear and asked, Do you have any more tricks? My scalp went numb, and my mind went blank. I knew this time I was really going to die. Just as he raised his hand to finish me off, I don't know where I found the courage. But one thought filled my mind. I can't just let it in like this. I activated my devouring ability, transformed into the human-faced Sword Emperor form, and began to slash at his gigantic energy hand. But it wouldn't budge. That thing was harder than diamond. In a flash, I steeled my heart and made a decision that even I didn't expect. I opened my mouth and bit down hard on his gigantic hand. Honestly, at that moment, I thought, if I can't beat you, can I at least bite you? With a squelch, I actually bit off a piece. Of course, the price was that he swatted me away with a single slap, and my internal organs felt like they were about to shatter. But lying on the ground, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. I actually hurt him. Satan was also stunned. He looked down at the bite mark on his hand, then at me, and his expression completely changed. He slowly asked for my name. I told him, my name is Tang Feng. He nodded and said with an unprecedented seriousness, Tang Feng, I will remember you. You have earned my respect. Let me tell you, the moment Satan said this, the air on the entire battlefield changed. It felt like before he was just warming up with me, and now he was going to get serious. But just as tensions were rising, let me tell you, the two spectators in the sky started to stir things up. One was our big brother, Lord Hong, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. And the other was an old monk, calm as a dog, sitting there with a smile, stringing beads. Lord Hong was almost going crazy, shouting at the old monk. I say, Master, aren't you a monk? Monks don't fight. What is it they don't fight? The old monk, without even lifting his eyelids, replied, The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. At that moment, I was listening below and want to punch him. Can we still talk today? Purely a riddle person. Master Hong was so angry he was stomping his feet. I guess you're a cat. Our views don't align, and if I listen to you in the future, I'll feel terrible all over. The old monk was still laughing. Benefactor, we don't interfere with each other's waters. Isn't that good? Not at all. Master Hong was about to shout himself hoarse. Guess what the old monk said? Everything happens according to fate. Who understands family? I'm being used as a punching bag down here. My life is almost gone. And he's just going with the flow. Master Hong was also furious, saying, If this continues, Xiao Feng will be gone. Shouldn't we do something? The old monk finally stopped laughing, chanted a Buddhist verse, and said, The plot develops. You and I cannot interfere directly. The appearance of Satan is a warning. Do you want to repeat the same mistakes? Master Hong said, But I'm doing this for Blue Star. The old monk pointed at him. We are auxiliary administrators and cannot act directly. Hey, let me tell you. Just those 4 words, act directly, made Master Hong's mind turn, and his eyes lit up. You mean? The old monk began chanting again, interrupting him. Cannot be said, cannot be said. I understand. Master Hong chuckled. Then I watched as the chess piece in his hand, oh no, accidentally slipped away. Guess what? That chess piece flew straight toward the place called the Sea God Inheritance Illusion, as if equipped with GPS inside that illusion. The final circle was happening. A woman named Xiao Feng, a venomous beauty, was about to win, having a lewd man named Lu Dafa pinned down tightly. Suddenly, a chess piece dropped from the sky. accurately targeting and knocked Xiao Feng out cold. You know the outcome, right? Lu Dafa, just like that, lay back and won, becoming the new sea god. In the next second, there was a loud bang, and the entire illusion exploded. It shattered into golden fragments. And then these fragments all rushed into Lu Dafa's body like a tide returning to its source. Good heavens, golden light filled the air, and a figure slowly took shape in the glow, holding a shining golden trident. Everyone below was dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening. Satan also paused, watching the sky with great interest. I was also confused. What was this all about? As the light dissipated, Lu Dafa descended wearing flashy divine armor, looking imposing. The trident in his hand radiated infinite divine power, causing the seawater around Sea God Island to boil, with countless soul beasts jumping out of the water as if to worship the new king. Sea God? Satan sneered disdainfully, not taking him seriously at all. Then, let me tell you, the most ridiculous scene happened. Satan completely ignored me and directly walked past me. I was all set up, covered in blood, and he just ignored me. I was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Where are you going?" He paused for a moment, without turning his head, and said, "I'm going to meet the new sea god. Are you interested?" "No, not really," I answered honestly. To my surprise, he even glanced back at me and said, "That's a pity. If you were interested, I could introduce you to him." "Thank you so much." Just like taking a walk. Satan stepped aside and actually stopped to wait for Lu Dafa to completely finish his inheritance. His intention was clear. I'm not going to sneak attack. I'll come back to deal with you once you're at full level. Incredible, the leisure of a strong person. A loud boom echoed in the sky, and Lu Dafa made a dazzling entrance. He opened his eyes wide, divine light bursting forth, and with a casual wave of his trident towards Satan's minions. A blue light flashed, and a row of demons instantly turned to ashes. Lu Dafa was immediately elated and pretentiously said, "Is that all you've got?" Satan walked over clapping, and said 3 goods, then remarked, "It seems you've mastered the power of the sea god. Come on, let's have a fight." Lu Dafa didn't even realize who he was facing and arrogantly said, You think you can handle the power of the sea god? Just a wave of my artifact is enough to deal with you." Satan laughed, "Really? That essay must." After Lu Dafa said this, filled with confidence, he swung his trident again. But guess what happened? That divine power hit Satan like a squirt of water from a water gun, having no effect at all. Lu Dafa was stunned on the spot, his face full of disbelief. Satan beckoned with his finger. "Now, what do you think? Don't get too complacent." Lu Dafa got anxious and began to unleash divine power, saying, "Now let you see the difference between gods and mortals." Good. Satan still had that amused expression. The first trident of the sea god, unstable winds. Lu Dafa shouted hoarsely, unleashing a beam of golden light. Let me tell you, this move is known as the strongest control technique in the divine realm, yet Satan didn't even budge, taking it head on. He even commented, "Not bad for a binding ability." Then, in just a second or two, he broke free. Lu Dafa, seeing he was finally controlled, quickly followed up with a big move. The third trident, no turning back. He charged forward with the trident, his momentum fierce, like a dragon emerging from a gun. Boom! There was a loud bang, energy exploded, and the space trembled. Lu Dafa was filled with confidence, believing the strike would surely deal a heavy blow to Satan. But what happened? As the dust settled, his trident was pressed against a layer of black, jelly-like protective shield, with Satan himself completely unharmed. Lu Dafa's face turned green. Even when the other party was controlled, he unleashed his full power, yet couldn't he even break through the defense. Again, he frantically urged his divine power. Satan still maintained that calm demeanor, seemingly quite interested in this set of sea god exercises. After battling for a long time, Lu Dafa was completely out of temper, going from arrogant and domineering to doubting his life. Impossible. I become a god. How could you possibly be stronger than me? His mentality collapsed, and he began to mumble. Satan said lightly, "If your strength is just this, then our game can come to an end." Those words were too hurtful. Lu Dafa was provoked and poured all his power into the trident, unleashing his ultimate move. The 13th trident, body and trident as one, stars revolving. Good heavens! When this move came out, the heavens and earth changed color, and he and the trident merged into one, transforming into a streak of light that tore through the sky, with cracks appearing in the surrounding space. The audience below went wild, gasping in awe, exclaiming that a lost ultimate skill had appeared. Finally, there was a slight change in Satan's expression, and he said, "Now that looks a bit godly." The black jelly surrounding him began to roll violently. then instantly transformed into a pair of giant hands that blocked out the sun, meeting that streak of light head-on, barehanded against the blade. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces collided, divine power waves spreading like a tsunami, knocking everyone around them back. As soon as I saw it, I realized it was not good. Lu Dafa couldn't hold on. Using my predictive ability, I took a glance at the future, and in just a few seconds, he would undoubtedly be defeated. I couldn't wait any longer. This was my only chance. I rushed over in an instant. Satan was wrestling with Lu Daffin using his jelly-like giant hand, while still having the energy to chat with me. Xiao Feng, do you want to join in? Don't get me wrong, I gasped. I just don't want to miss the chance to kill you. Do you really think that the two of you can do it together? He didn't even turn his head. His tone was nothing short of blatant contempt for us. Lu Daffin's expression was complicated when he saw me. He truly felt both love and hate toward me. I couldn't be bothered with him and directly unleashed a frenzied attack on Satan's black jelly shield. Boom, boom, boom. After a fierce onslaught, the jelly shield finally showed a crack. This is it. I maxed out all my states, activated my martial soul true form, and went all out. I used the strongest move I had secretly learned from the sea god, detonating all my soul rings, and roared, "Dusk of the Sea God." When I used this move, the whole audience was stunned. Lu Dafa's eyes almost popped out, pointing at me, stuttering for a long time without saying a word. He was probably thinking, I am the sea god. How could he have my ultimate move? Could he be a fake sea god? The crowd below was in an uproar. Oh my god. Why does he also have the sea god's dusk? This sea god. Did he fall for the wrong person? Look at the new sea god's face. Why does it look a bit green? Let me tell you, Lu Dafa's expression at that moment was so green, it was almost growing moss. He felt that his position as the main consort was in jeopardy, being NTR'd by me, this wild man, and he got anxious right on the spot. To prove that he was the legitimate one, he gritted his teeth and unleashed his divine ring, shouting, "Dusk of the Sea God." Goodness. It was a double dusk of the sea god. Two enormous energy whirlpools appeared in the sky. The entire sea god island trembled. Invisible cracks began to appear in space like shattered glass. If those two massive attacks landed, the whole island would be gone. The old monk in the sky saw this scene and was still laughing, then suddenly started singing, "Let us get vaccinated together, together, together." Lord Hong couldn't help but retort, "No, old monk, this vibe is all wrong." The old monk chanted a Buddhist chant, "Lord Hong, if you don't take action soon, the Dolawa continent will collapse." Only then did Lord Hong realize, quickly flicking out a chess piece, a beam of light flew out, instantly sealing up those spatial cracks. Just then, the two dusks of the sea god from Lu Dafa and I finally struck together, crashing down hard on Satan. Boom! The explosion was utterly cataclysmic. A massive mushroom cloud rose up, and the center of Sea God Island was directly blown out into a bottomless giant pit, with seawater surging in wildly. Lu Dafa and I were exhausted, lying on the surface of the water, gasping for breath. Did we win? That was the only thought in our minds. After the explosion, a magnificent rainbow appeared in the sky, beautiful like a paradise. Everyone was stunned, momentarily forgetting the battle. But just then, with a loud bang, the water in the center of the giant pit erupted, and a figure jumped out, standing steadily on the surface of the water. It was Satan. He had not a scratch on him. As he appeared, black jelly spread wildly from beneath his feet, instantly filling the entire giant pit. He looked at me and smiled. That smile seemed to say, "Sorry, your damage is still not enough." In the next second, he flashed and was right in front of me. "You're not dead. Are you disappointed?" I gritted my teeth, just about to say yes, when his fist slammed hard in my stomach. With that punch, I tell you my throat went sweet, and I spat out a mouthful of black blood. That son of a gun was still laughing, saying, "Wow, that really hurt a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked me in the face, and I flew backward. Before I even hit the ground, that guy zipped over to Lu Daffin like a ghost. Just as Lu Daffin lifted his trident, Satan, as if watching in slow motion, said two words, "Too slow," with a punch to the face. As the person was about to fall, another kick sent him flying into the air like a firecracker. Everyone outside the ring was dumbfounded. No one expected the plot to twist so quickly. Just as I steadied myself, that bastard instantly appeared behind me, coldly saying, "You're too weak." Then, the pile of black jelly under my feet, damn, came alive, instantly turning into a rope that tightly bound me, and then wrapped me up like a giant black tea egg. After dealing with me, he looked up at the sky, disdainfully glancing at Lu Daffin, who was falling down, and with a snap of his fingers, shot out a beam of black light. Lu Daffin also reacted quickly, hurriedly using his precious trident to block. And guess what happened? With a crack, That was a divine artifact. Who understands, folks? The divine artifact broke into two pieces. Liu Daffin was completely dazed, just staring as the black light shot through his forehead, forgetting to dodge. At that moment, the entire sea god island erupted. Everyone ran around like crazy. Some even jumped into the sea. The scene was simply a large-scale panic. Satan didn't even chase after them, just snapped his fingers, and a bunch of black eggs like mine popped up from the ground, ready to summon his minions. I was trapped in an egg, and everyone was numb. I had used my ultimate move, but still couldn't win. How was I supposed to play like this? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit me. Devour. Yes, I still had that move. And this black gelatin that was wrapping around me, wasn't it just a part of his body? With that thought, I went for it. I directly activated Devour on the eggshell, crunch crunch like gnawing on potato chips. I managed to bite a hole in it. As soon as I broke out, I casually ate the rest of the eggshell. No need to waste it. That demon was a bit surprised to see me emerge. I didn't care about him. I locked onto him and charged forward. A few little demons jumped out halfway, so I countered with an ice-fire dual strike, slicing through with 2 streams of sword energy, clearing the area along with the demons, and continued my charge. Finally, I reached him, betting all my soul power on one move, Devour. To my surprise, this guy didn't dodge. He took my move head on, then nodded like a scientist. Oh, so that's how it is, I understand. My heart sank for a moment, and the next second, the black gel around him instantly turned into countless sharp spikes, piercing into me and lifting me up before violently slamming me down to the ground. With a loud crash, everything went dark and I fainted, but I have the ability to regenerate. Just like a snake shedding its skin, I stood up again, a completely new me. His tail spikes were like a machine gun, and I relied on my dodging skills to evade them, almost getting skewered several times. But the more I fought, the faster I got. Once my soul skill activated, my speed skyrocketed, so fast that he couldn't keep up. Whoosh! I disappeared right in front of him, using his blind spot to flash beside him and landed another devouring attack. He muttered something about being really annoying and sent me flying with a punch. Then came a relentless combo of punches and kicks, sending me into the air. While I was airborne, I threw an 8-headed serpent spear to distract him, but he shattered it with a punch. I closed in again using my old trick and unleashed another devouring attack. This time, he seemed genuinely furious, exploding with rage as a terrifying dark energy engulfed me. When I regained my senses, I found myself dragged into a pitch-black space filled with endless demons. This was his domain. Here, he was a god. He locked me in while he went out to clear the minions. And what about me? Looking at the swarm of demons, I suddenly smiled. Endless killing? Perfect. I went straight to farming. I was grinding monsters in there. And as long as I leveled up once more and obtained a new skill, there was hope for a comeback. Sure enough, not long after, the system notification sounded. Level up, new skill acquired, Spider God Serpent Devour. I unleashed it on the horde of newly revived demons, and a huge phantom opened its mouth, sucking in dozens of demons in one go, leaving not a single scrap behind. The key was, they didn't T-revive. Even Satan was stunned, having been devoured. I smiled at him and said, "You're late." He was still unconvinced and claimed I was using underhanded tactics. I laughed and replied, "Does it matter if it's underhanded? If I could take you down, that's the right way." I activated the Spider God possession, pushing my speed to the limit. But he was still faster in his own domain, and I got beaten up again. There was no choice, I had to go all out. I burned 1,000 years of lifespan and unleashed the Spider God, Great Serpent Devour. This time, 2 enormous phantoms appeared, the human-faced Sword Emperor and the 8-headed serpent. Both began to frantically devour his entire domain. Satan got anxious too and started charging a super Kamehameha, the Dark Destruction Wave. We were there competing for energy, seeing who could absorb it faster. In the end, the entire domain exploded from our absorption with a loud bang. Just as he finished charging his attack, a world-destroying black light shot towards me. At that critical moment, ding, system prompt, level up, new skill acquired. I looked and thought, wow, position swap. Without a second thought, I activated it. So, Satan watched helplessly as the ultimate move he had been charging for so long turned around and hit him squarely. He was blasted out, severely injured, and I couldn't let this opportunity slip by. I rushed up and executed the Spider God, Great Serpent Devour, draining all his remaining energy. With the last bit of power extracted, the battle was finally decided. I transformed back into my giant spider form, with only myself on the surface of the water, carrying the unconscious Tang San, looking incredibly imposing. However, Before I could even look cool for 3 seconds, 6 tidal WOs flew over like flies drawn by a smell, surrounding me completely. They immediately started accusing me, saying things like quickly hand over the child, and claiming that using a child as a hostage is not heroic, acting as if they were genuinely concerned. I was so angry that I laughed and directly retorted, "Where were you watching the show when I was fighting with Satan? Now you come out to pick up the scraps? Isn't it just for that mission to kill Tang San and become a god? What are you pretending to be the big bad wolf for?" Once I exposed them, they stopped pretending and directly revealed their soul rings, ready to attack, each one thinking that I was already at my last gasp. I sighed, realizing that there was no reasoning with these people. From the very beginning, they had focused all their attention on Tang San. The game, huh? I chuckled, not expecting that I would ultimately treat this world as a game. Perhaps it's better this way, easier and more carefree, without any psychological burden. I have to tell you, as soon as I relaxed my mindset, those 6 blind guys actually dared to rush up. At that moment, I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. I was carrying the half-dead Tang San, and I casually uttered 2 words, "Time stop." Goodness, the whole world instantly seemed to hit the pause button. Everything froze for me. The movements of those few people, the expressions on their faces, all suspended in mid-air, hilariously ridiculous. I carried Tang San and leisurely walked past them, my sword slicing through like chopping vegetables. 1, 2. Swish, 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 they all turned into my experience points. Then, I stepped onto the shore, and the players and demons watching the commotion were also frozen as if they had been hit with a paralysis technique. I just walked right past them, clearing them all effortlessly. To be honest, at that moment, I really felt like I had turned a bit dark, with only one thought in my mind. In this broken game, kindness is a joke. Just when Zhao Sijuan silently walked up to my side to keep me company, looking at the mess around me, I made a decision. The Sea God Island no longer needed to exist. I was ready to destroy the entire Sea God Island and eliminate future troubles when suddenly, 2 people fell from the sky. One was as round as a ball, and the other was an old monk. I frowned at that moment, thinking where this conspicuous pair came from. I directly asked them, "Are you the masterminds behind this?" The fat one, who turned out to be Lord Hong, shook his head and said they were not, but rather guides. I responded with an "O" and asked, "Guides? Guide me where? To the west?" I was too lazy to waste time with them, so I decided to take action. The fat man actually tried to persuade me. I interrupted him on the spot. "Are you saying you want to stop me?" He shook his head again, saying he was just offering a suggestion, and the decision was mine. I thought, isn't that just pointless? Fine, since you're not stopping me, I won't hold back. I gathered my power right there. No matter what kind of guide you are, today I will destroy this Sea God Island. With a loud bang, the entire island vanished in my hands. From that moment on, there was no more Sea God Island in the Dolawa continent. Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt extremely relieved. What Dolawa plot? What masterminds? What Blue Star future? None of it mattered to me. I was tired, really just wanted to lie down and enjoy myself. But then Lord Hong looked at me with a face full of regret and said, "You shouldn't have destroyed Sea God Island." I couldn't be bothered to respond to him. I just lightly said, "Oh," and intended to leave. Unexpectedly, the old monk started to cling to me, pulling me into a conversation, asking if I remembered him, and then saying something about not scheming against those with different paths. I was really annoyed. Zhao Sijuan couldn't stand it any longer and directly stepped forward, pointing at them and scolding them for moral kidnapping. In the end, seeing that I wasn't buying their act, the 2 finally revealed their true intentions. They talked about the future of Blue Star, saying I was the chosen one and a competitor of gods. I couldn't help but laugh at this nonsense. But then they threw out a bait I couldn't refuse. If I won this competition of gods, I could get a wish, restoring everything on Blue Star and this cursed place back to normal. I told you, my heart skipped a beat at that moment. Restore everything? That heart of mine, which had long been dead, surprisingly felt a pang again. Well, I'll eat this pie. But these 2 people are really unreliable. I asked them how many competitors there were, and they said they didn't know. I asked how many administrators there were, and they also said they didn't know. Does anyone understand? Family? When I asked, they knew nothing, and it felt like they were just here to cause me bugs. I really wanted to flip the table and quit, but for the sake of that wish, I endured. I told them, fine, I'll participate, but it has to be on my terms, and they can't interfere. They surprisingly agreed, saying they were just auxiliary administrators and had no authority. I sneered inwardly, believing none of what they said. Right then, I declared, fine, I'll just destroy the entire continent and eliminate all competitors at once. This scared them badly, and they hurried to explain that this continent is protected by a world will, and even if it were shattered, it would automatically restore itself and couldn't be destroyed at all. TCH, what a hassle. I carried Tang San and turned to leave, already formulating a wildly crazy plan in my mind. The system likes to play, right? It doesn't want me to destroy the continent? Fine, then I'll play along. The more you try to stop me, the more I'll do it. Rebellion is my main theme. I walked to the center of the water and suddenly stopped. Zhao Siju asked me what was wrong. I smiled and said, I'm not going back. I think this world needs a baptism. The system likes to play, so I'll play big with it. I stood on the water's surface, cut open my palm, and used my blood to draw an incredibly cool hexagram magic circle. In an instant, the sky darkened, thunder roared, and it felt like the end of the world. Then, a red light suddenly emerged from the water, and a figure knelt before me on one knee. Guess who it was? Satan. The same Satan I had defeated before. The two administrators watching from above were about to have their eyes pop out. Even more shocking was that Satan actually called me Master. I immediately gave him an order. I want you to turn the Dolua continent into hell. Can you do that? Satan paused for a moment and even complained to me. Master, wouldn't that be a bit boring? I sneered. I like it, is that a problem? He immediately lowered his head. As you command, my subordinate. I asked him to first rebuild this ruin into an island, which will be called Demon Island from now on. He was quite efficient, immediately summoning a bunch of little demons to start construction, saying it would be done in 8 hours. Then I asked him how long it would take to turn the continent into hell, and he said it would take at least 3 months at best, or up to a year if it encountered tough resistance, and that I would have to step in if necessary. Fine, I can understand being a muscle, though. Just then, Satan pointed at Tang San on my shoulder and said flatteringly, Master, I can wake him up. I thought to myself, you have that ability? He then touched Tang San's forehead, and Tang San suddenly woke up, shouting no, 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 and started hitting and kicking me like a madman. I found it annoying and directly threw him into the water. Once he calmed down, I asked him what happened. Before he could say anything, Satan spoke up first, saying something that left me stunned. This isn't my fault. The two players who want to kill him, Dugu Bo Su Wire, and my previous master, Lu Wei Ming. Wait a minute. I abruptly interrupted him. What did you just say? Your previous master is Lu Wei Ming. Satan cleared his throat and surprisingly nodded. You don't need to be so surprised. It's pretty much what you think. I am Lu Wei Ming's martial soul. I am completely dumbfounded. Satan, is Lu Weiman's martial soul? Then Lu Weimon. Satan sighed and said, he and they all sacrificed to protect Tang San. For real. Next to him, Tang San used all his strength to deliver this final blow. At that moment, my mind went blank with a buzzing sound. They are dead? Tang San still wanted to learn from me the things Su Wire said before she died, and I directly told him to shut up. I tell you, I really couldn't hold it together at that time. My heart felt like it was being crushed. What happiness, what joy with people gone. What's the use of saying all this? At that moment, I had only one thought, revenge. With red eyes, I said to Satan, I don't care what methods you use. Just kill all the players and take Wei Ming and Wei Air to the grave with them. That kid Tang San was still daydreaming, crying and asking Satan if he could resurrect them. Satan shook his head and said he was a demon, not a god. How could he possibly resurrect people? Unless. He changed his tone. Unless I could obtain their souls. Tang San became even more desperate. Where could he find souls? But after hearing this, my heart skipped a beat. I looked at Satan and asked him, so, as long as there are souls, you can resurrect them? Satan smiled bitterly. If becoming a demon counts as resurrection, then I think I can. As long as the master can get their souls, I am confident that I can transform them into fallen angels and bring them back to life. As long as I don't perish, they won't die. I laughed. I looked at the bewildered Satan and Tang San and smiled mysteriously. Soul? Others may not have a way, but I do. After all, they all died on this island. Guess what? I raised an eyebrow at Satan. You haven't seen this move before. I'm telling you, what I'm about to do next is simply going against fate. I directly unleashed my martial soul's true form and prepared to unleash my ultimate ability. Before doing so, I needed to reiterate the rules to them. This matter could not afford any mistakes. I told them that my domain is called the Spider Spirit Domain, and to put it simply, it's a soul survival game. All souls that die here will be harvested by me and transformed into memoryless, wandering spirits. Their only instinct will be to devour each other. Just like raising a poison insect, only those who survive until the end can recondense their consciousness. The task distribution must be clear. Third brother. You and Xiao Jun form a team. Your goal is to find the old poison master, Dugabo, and act as his personal bodyguards to protect him as he devours and evolves. Satan, you go find my second brother, El Wei Ming, and do the same, acting as his caretaker. As for myself, I will be in charge of finding Wei Er. Once we gather everyone and restore our consciousness, we will meet here. I have to admit, I'm feeling a bit anxious. After all, a lot of time has passed, and who knows how much of those souls are left. I emphasized again, family, listen up. When these ghosts first emerge, they're like blank slates, pure and innocent, and anyone can take a bite. So we must be quick. Although we have divided the tasks, if we encounter someone else's target on the way, we should help if we can. We can't just stand by and watch someone disappear. I really don't want to see that kind of scene. Also, after I open the field, I will first use a prediction sweep to try to grant them invincibility. But remember, they have no brains. Their only instruction is to eat. 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 Continuously eat until... I glanced at Zhao Sijuan. She came here just like that, and I don't need to say the rest. She understands. All right, no more talking. Let's get started. I took a deep breath and suddenly kicked with my 8 spider legs. Spider Spirit Field, activate. Wow. In an instant, the entire Sea God Island was enveloped in black mist, and I couldn't see my hand in front of me. In that black mist, shadowy figures began to take shape, densely packed, like dumplings being dropped. This is my territory, a massive soul meat grinder. Satan watched from the side. Impressed. Wow. Master, you're amazing. You had such a move when fighting with me. I rolled my eyes and said, let's talk. Let's get to work. I'll make a prediction. And what happened? I didn't see a thing. This was within my expectations. After all, there were too many people. Like searching for a needle in a haystack. No answers. Let's split up. I drew them a route, and they dashed out like 8 legs of a spider. The 3 of them didn't dare to delay and immediately got moving. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. Countless little ghosts appeared and immediately started tearing at each other. It was primitive and brutal. Zhao Sijuan watched this scene, probably reminded of her own glorious days. Her eyes a bit dazed. It seemed she suddenly thought of something, muttering that the start fell off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Just a woman's intuition. I guess. Anyway, she shook her head and decided to find people first. The 3rd brother noticed something was wrong with her and asked with concern. But she just brushed him off, saying it was nothing, and continued on. On the other side, that guy Satan was just being a nuisance. He didn't take this matter to heart at all, just slacking off. Holding that ball of black jelly, he transformed it into arrows, shooting randomly at those little ghosts. Like playing whack-a-mole. So boring. He yawned while wandering around, resurrecting that mentally unstable guy, which felt pointless. However, if he could be turned into a fallen angel, that seemed a bit interesting. He wasn't even looking for anyone. He was just clearing out the minor monsters. He mumbled to himself, what a pity. If I'd used this trick earlier, I would have been fully resurrected already. No need to be a puppet. This guy was still thinking about having another fight with me. I'm too busy to care about their little schemes. I'm almost about to explode with urgency here. My predictive instincts are going wild, and I just want to find Weir quickly. Time waits for no one. These ghosts evolve rapidly. And the first round of the preliminary selection is about to start. If I wait until then, it'll be too late. I ran so fast on my 8 legs that sparks were flying, frantically searching in this vast, ghostly sea. There are just too many dead players in this cursed place. More than I imagined, it's simply hellish difficulty. Just when I was about to lose hope, suddenly, in front of me, a group of ghosts surrounded a fierce attack, blocking my path. I originally wanted to go around, but a glance out of the corner of my eye revealed the appearance of the ghosts that had been tackled down. Damn, my mind went blank for a moment, and I rushed over, sending that group of ghosts flying. I looked at the ghost on the ground, covered in bite marks and claw scratches, and felt a pang of heartbreak. Wei Ming, are you okay? Yes, it was Wei Ming. He was so close. Just a tiny bit away from being torn apart. Of course, now he was just a dazed face, completely unable to understand what I was saying. I chuckled to myself. Right, he has lost his consciousness. What can he even say? I immediately attacked a few nearby ghosts, reducing their health, and Wei Ming's ghost instinctively lunged at them, beginning to devour them. Meanwhile, on Satan's side, he was still busy with his performance art. Suddenly, his fingers froze. Wait, she seems to be. Satan's eyes widened. A beam of light he shot was about to hit its target. Without thinking, he teleported over and caught his own attack with a splat. That was close. Just as he sighed in relief, he saw several ghosts that had evolved once, surrounding that figure and attacking fiercely. Damn, I worked hard to save her, and you dare to act in front of me? Looking for death, huh? Satan instantly exploded in anger, transforming into a sharpshooter, and started firing at those ghosts with a series of rapid shots, blowing their heads off. Those evolved ghosts had gained some awareness and, scared out of their wits, fled in terror. Only then did Satan turn around, looking at the beautiful woman squatting on the ground, greedily consuming ghost energy, muttering, "Ah, Sister Wei, I didn't expect to see you again." Huh, wait, isn't this Senior Dugan? Goodness, let me tell you, the scene was extremely awkward at that moment. Su Wire's ghost was munching on none other than Duga Bo's ghost. Satan was petrified on the spot, swallowing hard. No way. I can't take the blame for this. Whether I accidentally killed it or not, I absolutely can't let the master and Tang San know. I'll just pretend I didn't see it. He glanced again at Wei Er, who was still engrossed in her meal, and, Sister Wei, please don't expose me. All right, you don't have any memories now, so it's fine. For a moment, he even had the urge to eliminate Wei Er to silence her, but in the end, he shook his head and gave up. On the other side, San Di and Zhao Sijuan were having a fruitless effort. They turned the area outside my responsibility upside down, but didn't find a single hair. Of course, we had already found the people. How could they find a ghost? Sandy's protagonist aura had shattered, running while doubting life, feeling that without us players, he would have taken off long ago. Zhao Sijuan called him several times with no response, so angry that she directly split up from him. Only then did San Di come to his senses, bitterly complaining that Zhao Sijuan was blindly searching without even knowing what the person looked like. He had no choice but to use blue-silver grass to weave images of the three people for Zhao Sijuan to see. When Zhao Sijuan saw them, her heart sank. She was sure she had never seen those three faces, and a bad premonition surged up. When our two groups met up with El Wei-Ming and Su Wire, San Di and Zhao Sijuan could only helplessly tell us that they had failed. I patted San Di on the shoulder and said, I understand, you all did your best. To be honest, this result might be the best outcome. With one more person, these ghosts might not even be enough to go around. I asked him to take good care of Du Gu Bo's granddaughter, which could be considered a promise kept. As a result, as soon as the somewhat recovered Lu Wei-Ming and Su Wire met, they looked at each other like enemies and were about to start fighting again. I quickly had Satan pull Lu Wei-Ming away and hugged Su Wire myself. Zhao Sijuan's gaze, let me tell you, was as sharp as a knife. But she also knew that now was not the time to throw a tantrum. We each took one and started the final feeding. Zhao Sijuan and San Di followed me, as none of us wanted to deal with that weird guy, Satan. I am helping Wei Er hunt ghosts when my third brother comes over and asks me if I was serious about saying I would drag all players down with me. I paused, turned to look at him, and sneered, of course it's true. What they did was too much. I want them to know they've messed with the wrong person. I want them to regret coming into this world. My third brother was directly intimidated by my killing intent, standing frozen in place. Soon, the ghosts on the field were mostly dealt with, and Lu Wei-Ming and Su Wei-Er had regained quite a bit of their consciousness, but their awareness was still very chaotic. I pulled Satan over and asked what to do. Satan's answer was very straightforward. Master, you know best in your heart. Let them fight it out, and the one who survives. Shut up. I interrupted him directly. That was enough to say once. Let's each take one and try to awaken their memories. How to awaken them? Just like waking up an amnesiac, talk frantically about past stories in their ear to stimulate them. Satan had a look on his face that said, Are you serious? But he still agreed. All right, let's give it a try. Great. I smiled brightly. I'll leave Lu Wei-Ming to you. After all, he was your previous master, and no one understands it better than you. I immediately saw the face of Satan, and it felt like I had just eaten a fly. I ignored him and walked straight toward Zhao Sijuan, grabbed Su Wire's hand, and headed to the side, ready to start my storytelling session. Zhao Sijuan watched my back from behind. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent and just followed quietly. Satan watched this scene, shook his head, and floated over with a sigh. Since ancient times, those who are affectionate only have lingering regrets. This regret is endless. This guy really knows how to make things lively. He glanced at the dazed LV Wei-Ming beside him, probably thinking in his mind about his former master, muttering something about being short and unrefined and living a dissolute life. Who understands family? Being forced to reminisce with the most hated ex who wouldn't be uncomfortable. I can feel two gazes in the sky staring intensely at us, probably from Lord Hong and that high monk, whose jaws are almost dropping in shock. They must be puzzled about how my domain seems like a bug that can resurrect people. However, no matter what they think, my depth is far greater than what they can see. Those two old men up in the sky probably had their glasses shattered and are brainstorming, saying that my move is neither a spirit nor in line with the cycle of life and death, which is simply against the natural order. Let me tell you, their perspective is too narrow. The things happening in my domain are beyond their understanding. I really don't have time to care about what they think. I'm busy putting on a tragic drama. Holding the slightly dazed Su Wire, I began to fondly reminisce about our past. Starting from the first time we met in the city, recounting one event after another to the point where I almost believed it myself. Wow. Once I started this nostalgia trip, Its impact was comparable to a widespread mental attack. Su Wire didn't seem to react much, but Zhao Sijun next to us was the first to break down. Let me tell you, her expression was so aggrieved. It felt like her heart was pierced with shards of glass. She originally thought that if it weren't for these troublesome matters, she would have been mine long ago. And now here she was, helplessly watching me perform a melodrama with another woman. Who understands the pain of seeing the one you love being gentle with someone else? Su Wire was in my arms, her eyes hazy, mumbling a few syllables. I couldn't tell if she remembered or didn't remember. Zhao Sijun couldn't take it anymore. She turned around and left, her back filled with the message of our past without me, and she didn't want to hear it anymore. That kid Tang San was quite perceptive. As soon as he saw this intense scene, he quickly followed Zhao Sijun out, afraid of being choked by the dog food. He wanted to comfort Zhao Sijun, saying that Feng Gu was just a wooden person, but Zhao Sijun shot back at him, making it sound like he understood everything. They awkwardly chatted for a few moments, and in the end, Zhao Sijun told him to leave her alone, saying she needed some time to herself. I finally managed to bring back the consciousness of Su Wire and LV Weiming. As soon as I withdrew my domain, I let out a sigh of relief, thinking I had avoided disaster. But the next second, the awkwardness hit. Although these two had woken up, they were like robots, speaking without any emotion. I spoke to Su Wire with great tenderness. "Wire, don't be afraid. I'm here." Guess what she replied? "Oh, master." I almost couldn't catch my breath and quickly corrected her. "Don't call me master. Call me Brother Feng." She said expressionlessly, "Oh, master." Me? Well, it was all in vain. The consciousness has returned, but it seems like the factory settings have been reset and the autonomous awareness is basically zero. The nearby Satan is mumbling something quietly, which I think is fine. I shot him a glare, and he immediately switched to a fawning smile, saying, "You're absolutely right. My master." I told him to quickly create a place for us to stay on the flattened sea god island. We can't just sleep on the surface of the sea, can we? He, however, took his time, using dark energy to mold out hundreds of little demon workers to start the construction. I got angry seeing him slacking off and urged him to hurry up. As a result, my awkward chatting mode, which is a symptom of my late-stage straight male cancer, instantly froze the atmosphere. I first turned to Tang San to arrange some training tasks, but as soon as this guy heard about training, his face turned pale. After saying I got it, Brother Feng, he bolted, claiming he was going to train. Who would believe that? I turned to Zhao Sijun again and just started to say, "Xiao Jun," when she interrupted me directly. "I'm fine. You go accompany your Su Wire. Don't bother me." I was completely dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Why is everyone avoiding me? Is my main role just to ruin the atmosphere? There's nothing I can do. I can only urge Satan. "Aren't you done yet? Can you hurry up?" Satan probably got fed up with me, turned around, and walked away, leaving me with a cold shoulder. Suddenly, everyone was 3 meters away from me, leaving me standing next to 2 robots that only know how to shout master. I thought I hadn't said anything wrong. When did I offend them? Just when I was awkwardly trying to dig myself out of an uncomfortable situation. The other side of the city was bustling with activity. Players in the tea house, they were discussing what was happening on our sea god island, talking about water spouts and storms, making a huge commotion. While these people were passionately debating, an unexpected guest pushed the door open and walked in. I tell you, that scene was just like when someone in a suit and tie suddenly barges into a historical drama. A little guy with white hair and blue eyes. His face as pale as someone who hadn't seen the sun in hundreds of years, dressed in a perfectly tailored European suit, completely out of place among the ancient-themed players. As soon as he walked in, the entire tea house fell silent. Immediately, someone stood up, pointed at him, and shouted, "Get out, you're not welcome here." Then everyone in the tea house joined in the commotion. The suited guy smiled wickedly and said something particularly melodramatic. "It seems that in this world where strength is paramount, why should I be polite to you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of black bats burst out from his clothes, covering everyone's faces. The people in the tea house were all seasoned players above level 70, and they immediately summoned their spirit forms to fight back. What happened next? In just a few rounds, they were all down. When they got back up, their faces had turned as pale as that suited guy's, their eyes vacant, as if their souls had been sucked out. This guy's name was John, and he had turned all these people into his puppets. As for him, he sat down leisurely in a spot, calmly pouring himself a cup of tea. With such a commotion, the city guards quickly rushed in. The captain of the guards opened his mouth, sounding just like an old NPC. "Bold ruffian, why don't you surrender?" John took a sip of tea and asked, rather speechless, "Can you change up the lines for you supporting characters?" That one line left the guard captain in silence. The guards couldn't take this insult and charged forward shouting, Just as they got halfway, the players who had just been turned into puppets suddenly jumped out to block them, and the two groups began to fight in the tea house. John, bored of the spectacle, yawned, found it uninteresting, and released another wave of bats, turning even the guards into puppets. Now it was chaos in the city of the other shore, with his controlled puppets wreaking havoc everywhere. This incident eventually caught the attention of the city's 10 elders. An old man with white hair named Elder Yang flashed in front of John, raised his chin, and looked incredibly arrogant. "Young man, state your name." "I do not fight nameless people." John stated his name, and Elder Yang became even more arrogant. "I will give you 3 moves. I have to say, setting up this kind of flag is just asking for trouble." John was not polite at all. He went straight in with 2 quick combos, all of which were blocked by the old man. The old man even smugly raised 2 fingers. "There's another move." As a result, with the 3rd move, John suddenly disappeared. The old man panicked and started casting skills randomly, but not even a hair was touched. Just when everyone thought John had run away, his voice suddenly rang out behind the 9 elders who were watching. "Are you looking for me?" When the 9 elders turned around, their faces turned pale as a swarm of bats flew directly at them. In the next second, these 9 titled Doa-level big shots all blankly lost control. The old man was left dumbfounded, roaring, "How did you do that?" John calmly floated by and replied, "Because you are too weak." After saying this, he completely ignored the old man and directly commanded the 9 controlled elders to unleash their martial spirits and gang up on the old man. In his eyes, the old man was already a dead man. Just when John thought everything was settled and was ready to leave in style, a figure blocked his way. It was a young man who looked about 18 or 19, dressed simply in white, but exuding an overwhelming aura. John narrowed his eyes and assessed him. "Are you the lord of the city of the other shore?" The young man smiled. "Isn't it obvious?" The two exchanged words, with John saying he just came for a cup of tea and that their people were unfriendly. The Lord replied that even so, he couldn't just destroy his home. Ultimately, the negotiation broke down, and the Lord said, "Then there's no choice. Let's see what you've got." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge phantom of an immortal bird soared into the sky behind the young man. Following that, 9 soul rings lit up. Good heavens, when those soul rings appeared, my eyes almost went blind. Black, red, 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 crimson gold, and the last one was actually colorful. A mythical level martial spirit, the immortal bird, paired with this set of cheat-like soul rings. This configuration was simply that of a god among players who spend money. Even John was momentarily stunned. But then he revealed his own martial spirit, a bat. However, he grinned, exposing his sharp fangs, and said, "My martial spirit is mutated." He looked at the magnificent immortal bird, licked his lips, and with a fervent and twisted gaze said, "I'm very curious. How does the blood of your immortal bird taste?" John Jorfel laughed heartily. "If you can do it, you can give it a try." The young man didn't waste any words. He unleashed his soul power, and flames erupted from his body. 3rd soul skill, Immortal Bird Flame Beam. Flames gathered in front of the young man, and a brightly colored beam shot out. Boom, boom, boom. The flame beam came with tremendous destructive power. A shield made of bats appeared in front of John Jorfu, blocking the flame beam. 4th soul skill. 5th soul skill. The young man's attacks didn't pause. While the flame beam was being blocked, he spread his wings and flew up, striking down at John Jorfu with a powerful blow. Boom, boom, boom. After the strike, the young man's follow-up combo was terrifyingly destructive, leaving the city of the other shore in ruins. However, the battle had just begun, with the young man and John Jorfu engaging in an intense fight, almost entirely with the young man on the offensive while John Jorfu fought effortlessly. It was clear that John Jorfu was stronger than the young man, and he quickly gained the upper hand, overpowering him. "Use your martial spirit true form. Your skills are useless against me. You should understand that." John Jorfu's calm words made the young man snort coldly. The young man understood in his heart that these moves wouldn't hurt John Jorfu, but he didn't want to be led around by the nose. Moreover, John Jorfu had ulterior motives. If he used his martial spirit true form, he would be completely falling into his trap. The young man did not want to be led by John Jorfu, nor did he want to obediently comply. This was not out of anger. He had his own thoughts and opinions. There was no need to listen to or obey someone else's views, especially when that someone was his enemy and had other purposes. The young man, embodying the immortal bird, waved his left and right hands forward, continuously launching fireballs. John Jorfa laughed and dodged, provocatively waving at him. The young man circulated his soul power, flames erupted from his body, and he unleashed his soul skills again. Boom, boom, boom. The young man charged forward, and in his swift movements, he transformed into two figures. From 2 to 4, then 4 to 8, constantly changing. By the time he reached John Jorfu, there were nearly 100 figures. Nearly 100 figures moved like a swarm of fireballs, each one moving differently. It seemed chaotic, yet there was a purpose. A continuous stream of disordered movements formed a set of punches and kicks. Every motion in this set of moves appeared on a figure within a fireball, and these figures in the fireballs were indistinguishable from the young man himself, making it impossible to tell where his true body was. In a flash, the young man's figures surrounded John Jorfu, and in the next second, all the figures attacked John Jorfu in an orderly manner. Boom, boom, boom. Each attack was different, but nearly 100 figures unleashed thousands of variations. What was even more terrifying was that these figures struck almost simultaneously, launching a terrifying assault on John Jorfu. The young man's attacks were fast, precise, and fierce. Every strike was like a shooting star, hitting John Jorfu accurately. Flames surrounded John Jorfu, as if even the air had ignited. John Jorfu was engulfed in the flames, and the young man's attacks were far from over. One can only imagine how fast and terrifying this moment was, as if it were endless. The attacks continued. With only half of the moves executed, the other half of the figures kept launching powerful strikes at John Jorfu. This moment felt like time had frozen, giving a sense that an instant could stretch into a century. Boom, boom. The endless explosions left the surroundings in ruins. Fortunately, at the start of their battle, the people in the city had hidden far away, so no one was affected. The Battle of Tidal de Loa was already terrifying with just ordinary skills. If more powerful moves were unleashed, it would be even more alarming. The young man's attacks quickly reached their final moment. All the figures recharged their energy, and at the same time, they charged towards John Jorfu. Boom, boom, boom. All the figures struck John Jorfu, transforming into a towering pillar of fire. One can imagine that at this moment, not even a single hair on John Jorfu could be seen. All that was visible was the young man's gathered figures and the enormous pillar of fire shooting up into the clouds. Did John Jorfu lose? Did the Lord win? No one knew the answer, and the answer wouldn't come so soon. Even though countless thoughts raced through their minds, they were not reality, merely countless thoughts. Boom! A loud bang erupted from the center of the fire pillar, and then the fire pillar exploded, sending countless flames flying in all directions like a meteor shower. The one who shattered the fire pillar was naturally John Jorfu, the center of the fire pillar. The power he unleashed not only blew apart the fire pillar, but also erased the other figures of the youth, revealing his true form. John Jorfu charged directly at the youth, his bat wings flapping behind him, transforming into a streak of black shadow. The youth felt the impact of this power. A sense of crisis surged in his heart. He knew that if he held back any longer, he would be severely injured. Martial soul, true form, Phoenix. The youth transformed into flames, and amidst the roaring fire, the shadow of the immortal bird from mythology appeared. In the next second, this shadow became more and more real, ultimately turning into the true immortal bird. John Jorfu's speed did not decrease, and before he could slow down, he was sent flying by the enormous wings of the immortal bird. Boom! John Jorfu's figure flew a kilometer away, crashing into numerous houses before finally coming to a stop. The immortal bird lightly flapped its wings and flew above John Jorfu, opening its mouth as a vortex of flames gathered, spewing forth like a breath onto John Jorfu. Boom! Roar! The fiery breath turned the surroundings red-hot, and many items were reduced to ashes in the flames. Only John Jorfu, amidst the flames, stood up as if nothing had happened. Then, John Jorfu's figure transformed into countless bats. In the next second, these bats turned into black mist, disappearing from the immortal bird's sight. The immortal bird was momentarily stunned, not expecting John Jorfu to vanish. What kind of soul skill is this? However, even if he could disappear to evade once, he couldn't escape a second time. The immortal bird did not continue to breathe fire. Instead, it flew upwards, observing the changes in the surroundings, alert for where John Jorfu might launch a sneak attack. The immortal bird was very cautious, after all. John Jorfu had once lured it into using its martial soul true form, and now that it had done so, it needed to be careful. However, this caution did not have much effect, as John Jorfu's martial soul true form also appeared, a gigantic bat no smaller than himself behind him. Roar! The immortal bird reacted quickly, unleashing a fiery breath towards the giant bat of John Jorfu's martial soul true form. As the giant bat was engulfed in the fiery breath, it transformed into countless small bats. These small bats surged towards the immortal bird, quickly grabbing onto it with their feet. Roll! The immortal bird was annoyed by these pesky little bats, and an endless stream of flames erupted from its body, making the immortal bird and the flames shine like the sun. The temperature of the flames rose higher and higher, even though the immortal bird was in the sky. People on the ground could feel it deeply, sweating profusely. The little bats densely covered the immortal bird, seemingly very satisfied with its reaction, their chirping sounds filled with excitement. Then, in the next second, they all bit down on the immortal bird. Ah! The immortal bird let out a cry of pain. However, the parts bitten off quickly regenerated. After all, it was the immortal bird. How could it die so easily? However, this could not continue indefinitely. After all, its soul power was not infinite. And once its soul power was exhausted, stop struggling, it's useless. John Jorifu's voice echoed in the immortal bird's ears. The immortal bird certainly would not give up, roaring, "Get lost!" John Jorifu laughed. Even if you struggle, it's useless. If you don't believe it, you can try. Even if John Jorifu didn't say this, the immortal bird would try because it could not give up. It was immortal after all. Infinite domain. The immortal bird used its last resort. The flames of the immortal bird spread, enveloping the entire city of the other shore, surrounding it like a birdcage. With the appearance of the infinite domain, the entire city caught fire. It's on fire, it's on fire. Hurry and put out. What are you waiting for? Come help put out the fire. Don't run away. Help me. My shop is on fire. Who will help me? Who will help me? Hurry and leave here. Don't waste everyone's time. Run. In an instant, the entire city of the other shore became unsafe. The overwhelming flames were scorching hot, and the city of the other shore, surrounded by the infinite domain, had turned into a sea of fire. Many people with low combat power were ignited by the flames, and many merchants were still thinking about their small shops. To them, the small shop was life. The capital for survival. Don't you all care about your lives? If you don't leave, you'll lose your lives. Are you all crazy? Without a home, you'll be a wanderer. I must protect this home. I can't be bothered to argue with you, stubborn, love to be obstinate, old-fashioned. Those who were running away still tried to persuade those putting out the fire, but unfortunately, others wouldn't listen. They couldn't drag others with them, as they had their own choices and ways of living. Who doesn't have something they value in their heart, even if it means losing their life? They will protect it. To selfish people, they will never understand this simple truth. Worthy and unworthy aren't really that important. How others see it doesn't matter. What matters is how you see it. Of course, no matter what, it cannot change the scene of the entire city of the other shore burning. No one could change it. The flames of the immortal bird are not something that can be extinguished at will. Soon, some people fled to the edge of the birdcage, which was also the edge of the infinite domain. Only by crossing this obstacle could they escape the city of the other shore. Their goal was to cross this barrier and escape the city surrounded by flames. Charge! Did they hesitate? They hesitated, which is why some shouted to cheer them on. Could they turn back? They couldn't. Would they go back to be roasted like pigs? They all charged forward, trying to cross this barrier and escape the city. Zing! 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 The flames blocking their path were more terrifying than they had imagined. The seemingly passable spot suddenly flared up at the moment they tried to pass through, igniting them. The city of the other shore had now become a large prison. They couldn't escape at all. How could this happen? Why did it turn out like this? They were unwilling to accept it. They didn't want to become roasted pigs. They were 1,000 times unwilling in their hearts. But it was of no use. From the moment the immortal bird unleashed the infinite domain, their fate was already sealed. The immortal bird, in order to survive and restore its soul power, could only rely on the effects of the infinite domain. Simply put, the infinite domain is a domain that absorbs other beings and converts them into its own soul power. All beings within the domain can be digested by the immortal bird. The immortal bird relied on this power to resist the damage from the little bats. John Jorifu's voice echoed in the immortal bird's ears again. I didn't expect you to be such a city lord. The immortal bird was both angry and frustrated, but could not speak. If it didn't do this, it would be consumed by John Jorifu's little bats. If he were to be eaten, he wasn't sure what would happen, but he didn't want that to occur, which is why he resorted to techniques like the infinite domain. John Jorifu laughed and said, if you don't speak, it means you agree. The phoenix angrily retorted, you talk too much. I'm going to turn you to ashes. John Jorifu replied, you're just angry out of shame. The phoenix shot back, so what if I am? You can't escape my domain. Just wait here to die. John Jorifu burst into laughter. Is that all you got? Angry little bird? Don't make me laugh. I don't think you can do anything to me. The phoenix laughed as well. Then let's wait and see. Regarding the phoenix's anticipation, John Koryufa scoffed, saying, if you have any tricks, you better use them now. You won't get another chance later. The phoenix coldly retorted, the same goes for you. You won't have a chance later either. John Koryufu wondered where the phoenix's mysterious confidence came from. Was he so sure he wouldn't have a chance? Or was he just a pure parrot? Regardless, John Koryufa didn't think he had any chance. Just as he was thinking this, the phoenix's blazing flames ignited, transforming into a fiery golden crow. The heat had indeed increased significantly. John Koryufu felt the change in the phoenix's flames. But this level of temperature was still not enough to turn him to ashes. The little bats were unaffected, showing that these flames were quite ordinary for John Koryufu. The phoenix continued to feel bites on his body, so he had to increase his firepower, resulting in the players in the domain suffering greatly. One could say his power source was them. They were his fuel. His flames became sharper, both in heat and density. And half of the players in the city of the other shore had already fallen. His methods were excessive, but the results were worth it, as the little bats on him were already burning. Ha 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 ha, now how do you understand my power? Let's see if you die this time. I'm going to turn you to ashes. The phoenix declared fiercely. The flames were hot enough to suffocate, causing many to collapse, struggling desperately to survive. Some tried to activate their domains, but in the phoenix's infinite domain, they were completely childish play and couldn't compete with it. John Koryufu whispered in the phoenix's ear, don't get too carried away. Until the winner is determined, anything is possible. The phoenix mocked, that's just weaklings' self-deceiving jokes. John Koryufu agreed, yeah, I was just saying it casually. Did you take it seriously? The phoenix replied, no, because you are that weakling. You no longer have that opportunity. John Koryufu laughed. You better hurry up. I'm waiting to see if you can really do it. Open your eyes wide and look. The phoenix shouted, and another half of the people in the infinite domain fell, becoming his fuel. Roar, roar, roar. A golden flame appeared, and the temperature of this flame was terrifying. Many little bats were indeed burned to ashes. The phoenix let out a triumphant laugh. Hey, your end has come. Chapter 258, Regeneration of a Severed Arm? The phoenix's confidence stemmed from injuring John Koryufu's little bats. One could also say it came from the fuel of the infinite domain. Without that fuel, he wouldn't have been able to be so confident. However, the quality of the final fuel was also crucial. If the fuel didn't run out quickly, he would naturally maintain his confidence. John Koryufu smiled upon hearing this. Oh really? Is that what you truly believe? The phoenix confidently replied, of course. Can you really turn the tide? In my territory, even if you're a dragon, you must coil. John Koryufu's little bats were down to a third. No wonder the phoenix was so arrogant. The phoenix's flames were vigorous, and there wasn't a single intact place in the city of the other shore. If this continued, the city would soon live up to its name. As the phoenix burned, the city of the other shore resembled a hell on earth. But who cared about the lives and deaths of these people? Despite their painful wails, John Koryufu and the phoenix were completely deaf to them. Even if they heard, they wouldn't have any thoughts about it. John Koryufu's little bats were dwindling, and the phoenix stood like the sun in the sky. No one could stop him from shining. Similarly, this process consumed a huge amount, and it could only be used in the infinite domain. Thus, destroying the city of the other shore was also a last resort. The phoenix, seeing his little bats dwindling, breathed a sigh of relief. Is that all? I can talk big too. Did you really take yourself seriously? He said disdainfully, but inside he was anxious. If John Koryufu were a bit stronger. Once his fuel burned out, he wouldn't know what to do. Is that so? A voice interrupted the phoenix's thoughts. Truly a case of good not working and ugly working. Look at this crow's mouth of mine. The phoenix, unwilling to show weakness, retorted, struggling in vain. What else can you do? Under my brilliance, you will vanish into nothingness. This futile struggle will accomplish nothing. Give it up. John Koryufu replied. Give up? Sorry, I have no such plan. Besides, why should I give up? The phoenix coldly snorted. Useless resistance. John Koryufu yawned and said, actually, watching you pretend is quite boring. Your tricks are only these. I think we should end it. The phoenix echoed. It should have ended long ago. As he finished speaking, the flames on his body surged again, igniting all the fuel in the infinite domain, feeding it to himself. He no longer concealed himself, unleashing his maximum output. The flames burst with a loud bang, expanding beyond measure and becoming even more dazzling. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The remaining little bats vanished at a visibly rapid pace. John Koryufu's voice also fell silent until all the little bats disappeared. The phoenix couldn't help but laugh loudly. I still wanna. His laughter rang out recklessly, but just after a short while, the entire sky darkened, even though his light could illuminate the entire infinite domain. In the space of the domain, there was not a single place lit up, as if surrounded by some barrier. What is going on? Was it like this before? Or is it? The phoenix wondered. He had not been paying attention to the outside of the domain, thinking it was dark outside, which is why he didn't feel anything strange. But now, upon a closer look, it wasn't that simple. The light was restricted, which was very strange. Such a bizarre occurrence made the phoenix feel a bad premonition. As he thought about it, he said, "No way, it shouldn't be. He is already dead. It's impossible for him to still be alive." Just as the phoenix's words fell, John Koryofu's voice followed. "There is nothing impossible. You're now in my domain. Or you could say in my belly." Before John Corey could finish his words, the phoenix shouted loudly, "Impossible, impossible, you are lying." He roared, fully aware that John Corey's words were not lies. He was indeed inside the other's belly, but he didn't want to admit it. John Corey's indifferent voice came through. "Think whatever you want, just stay obediently in my belly and become my nourishment." The phoenix's expression changed drastically. He almost withdrew his domain to fly out. However, after thinking it over, he decided against it. Calming down, he started to analyze the situation. John Corey was somewhat surprised that the phoenix didn't shout and scream, but instead calmed down. However, it didn't matter. No matter how calmly he analyzed, it wouldn't change anything. At this moment, John Corey was standing in a desolate area, vast and wide, almost as large as the city of the other shore. From his point of view, it was not hard to discern John Corey's words. He was not bluffing the phoenix. The phoenix was truly inside him, and his power was being digested unknowingly. John Corey made a gesture in the air, and a crescent-shaped flame appeared, slashing forward like a sword aura, disappearing about a kilometer away. With just a flick of his hand, he unleashed such astonishing flames. This power was indeed remarkable. The phoenix's self-healing ability, combined with my recovery ability, has evolved into a new ability that allows me to achieve immortality. Even regrowing a severed arm is not a problem. This new ability should be called regeneration. John Corey ruthlessly broke off a finger of his left hand, watching it recover at a visible speed, nodding in satisfaction. It does consume quite a bit, but that's not a problem. With the skill of infinite domain, I can replenish any expenditure. John Corey felt the power brought by the new ability, and after trying it out, felt quite satisfied. Without this ability, regrowing a severed limb would not be impossible, but the recovery time would be much longer. For example, regrowing a severed finger originally took him a day, but now it only takes a few dozen seconds. One can imagine how powerful this ability is. This time, it is absolutely foolproof. The throne of the gods can only be sat upon by me, John Corey. Others are merely clowns and have no qualifications to compete with me. John Corey walked towards the sea, with bats transforming into his stepping stones. His goal was to reach the Sea God Island and battle the competitors on the island for the qualification to become a god. Soon, John Corey arrived in the hurricane zone, where the water tornadoes were fierce as tigers, dimming the heavens and the earth. However, to John Corey, it was merely child's play. With a flick of his hand, he opened a path with two flames. Suddenly, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. John Corey waved his hand, dispersing the thunder, looking magnificent like a deity. Chapter 259, Demon Island, Sea God Island. At this moment, after more than a month of changes, Sea God Island can no longer be called Sea God Island. It should be called Demon Island or the Demon Headquarters. The Demon Island was heavily guarded, and ordinary people had no chance of even entering the outskirts of Demon Island. Because near Demon Island, the defense line composed of hurricane water dragons and thunder was not something an ordinary person could break through. Even if one could breach this line of defense, they would still be stopped at the outskirts of Demon Island. Breaking through the heavily guarded outer perimeter to enter the inner area did not guarantee a safe retreat. As the master of Demon Island, Tang Feng had no interest in the changes on the island. For more than a month, he had been immersed in awakening memories of Sue Wire. After more than a month of effort, Sue Wire was almost like a normal person, except she had forgotten their past. No matter how hard he tried to remind her, Sue Wire insisted she had no memory, and even Lu Weiming was the same, not remembering the past. They were different from Zhao Sijuan, who retained her past memories, while they did not. Thus, their revived selves were no different from two strangers. After struggling for 10 days or so, Tang Feng gave up on further research into the reasons. In fact, he had a rough idea. It was because they had not consumed each other, leading to an imperfect evolution. A revival with an incomplete soul could not be considered a true revival. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Tang Feng glanced again at Su Wire and Lu Weiming, then decisively said, Satan, let's begin. Transform them into fallen angels. Satan looked at Tang Feng and confirmed, asking, Master, have you made your decision? Tang Feng nodded, saying, I should have decided 10 days ago. Delaying for so long has wasted enough time. It's time to declare war on them. Satan said nothing further and took Su Wire and Lu Weiming aside. Now that they were to be transformed into fallen angels, they would no longer be able to recover their memories. Satan had reminded Tang Feng of this more than once. And Tang Feng's decision undoubtedly showed he had thought about it for a long time. Brother Feng Yu, Tang San began to speak, but Tang Feng shook his head, saying, Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Also, your combat power is still a bit low. Tang San chuckled bitterly, saying, I know. There's no chance for me to participate in this great battle. Tang Feng patted Tang San's shoulder, saying, This stage will eventually be yours. Don't think too much. I will drag all those who have harmed you traversers down to hell. Tang San's corner of the mouth twitched. Brother Feng, how about we just forget it? Forget? How do you forget? Tang Feng laughed self-deprecatingly, saying, Third brother, don't forget. Even if I'm willing to forget, they won't. As long as that mission exists, you won't have peace for a day. And Tang San paused, asking, And what? Tang Feng exhaled, Yes, there's more. Besides this mission, there's also the qualification to truly become a god. Those chosen by the system will undergo a real qualification competition for godhood. Such temptation is irresistible to anyone. Tang San asked, Brother Feng, you can't refuse either? Tang Feng smiled bitterly. I could have refused, but now I can't because I defeated Satan. Tang San looked at Tang Feng seriously, unable to understand the meaning of this statement. Tang Feng continued, Don't worry, you don't need to think too much. Leave these matters to me and focus on improving your combat power. Tang San nodded, somewhat understanding, and then continued his training, as his current combat power indeed could not help. After Tang San left, Zhao Sijuan leaned over. Tang Feng did not move, and she asked, Is this really okay? She was referring to Su Wire and Lu Weiming. Tang Feng understood immediately and said, There's nothing good or bad about it. There's no need to continue. Zhao Sijuan said, Little Feng, you've changed a lot. Tang Feng replied, People always change. It's normal. It's nothing. After saying this, Tang Feng glanced at Zhao Sijuan, directly wrapping his arm around her waist, asking, Have I changed? Do you like it or not? Zhao Sijuan didn't know how to respond. If she said she liked it, it felt a bit different. If she said she didn't like it, she clearly didn't resist. I don't know. Zhao Sijuan hesitated for a long time before saying this. Tang Feng let go of Zhao Sijuan, right? Then forget it. When Zhao Sijuan heard this, her heart sank for a moment, always feeling that Tang Feng's words had deeper meaning. Xiao Fengzi, that's not what I meant. Zhao Sijuan wanted to explain, but Tang Feng waved his hand and said, It's fine, people are like this. After experiencing great ups and downs, the heart won't hurt anymore. Just as Zhao Sijuan wanted to say something more, a tremor came, and her words were left unspoken. Tang Feng said lightly, Looks like an uninvited guest has arrived. Xiao Jun, let's go meet him. We can't let him disturb Satan. Zhao Sijuan had no objections and nodded, saying, Okay. The two of them headed towards the outskirts, and along the way, they saw many demons flying this way, including some fallen angels. It had been less than a week since Demon Island was completed, and someone was already attacking. Tang Feng felt he had underestimated the players in the world. Besides ordinary players, there were also some professional players, and these people could not be ignored. It seemed this world was indeed quite vast. However, he didn't care whether they were professional or amateur players. For the sake of restarting this world and Blue Star, all players were his enemies. Sea God Island? Hee, what kind of Sea God Island is this? I think calling it Demon Island is more appropriate. The person who entered Demon Island was John Jorfu, who had come from a city of the other shore. He was immediately surrounded by demons. To be honest, he wasn't looking for trouble with these demons. However, the demons completely couldn't understand his words, and he didn't know how to speak the demon language, let alone explain. Even if he did explain, it would be useless. His experience in the city of the other shore was a good example. John Jorfu didn't think much of it. He had encountered such things many times. After all, he had the halo of the protagonist, and it was inevitable that he would attract jealousy. The flames of the phoenix burned in his hands, looking as cool as Fire Fist Ace. The power of the flames was just stylish. John Jorfu unleashed one fire fist after another at the attacking demons, each punch capable of taking them out in an instant. The gap in strength was too great. It wasn't until a dark dragon appeared that Zhang Zhuofu took it a bit more seriously and unleashed a massive fire pillar, which was precisely what caught the attention of Tang Feng and the others. Oh, a fallen angel is coming. This is going to be fun. Zhang Zhuofu looked at the fallen angel flying from afar with a playful smile. After warming up, he could take it a bit more seriously, and besides, it was getting more interesting, wasn't it? Zhang Zhuofu said with a smile. Chapter 260. The final competitor? Zhang Zhuofu smiled, and he was quite interested in this competitor. A competitor with the ability to summon demons would greatly increase his combat power if he could capture him into his special domain. At this thought, Zhang Zhuofu's smile became even brighter, his face blooming with joy. I'm truly the chosen one, the one with the protagonist halo. Who can compare with me? Zhang Zhuofu said confidently, his tone firm. Definitely no one. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames in his hands erupted again, and the meteor fire fist struck at the flying demons. Boom! 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 The fire fists attacked quickly, hitting the demons, and many were knocked down. Zhang Zhuofu's strength was fully displayed at this moment. He leaped toward a fallen angel, his figure darting like a bullet, and with a fist the size of a cooking pot, he instantly blew up the fallen angel. Weak. Too weak. You're of no use at all, Zhang Zhuofu said disdainfully, feeling that the demon's combat power was not strong at all, contrary to his expectations. Just as he finished speaking, demons surrounded him and shot demon beams at him. A series of buzzing beams shot towards Zhang Zhuofu. Ignited, Zhang Zhuofu spun around and unleashed a flame tornado for defense. The flame tornado resisted the demon beams and then spread out towards the demons, engulfing them in flames. Zhang Zhuofu emerged from the flame tornado and looked at the other fallen angels. You few look somewhat decent. The others are completely different. He coldly stated a fact. Compared to him, the others were simply incomparable. His figure moved quickly, his speed no slower than that of the demons. And even when he made an effort to hold back, they still couldn't keep up with his output. The battle continued for more than 10 minutes before Tang Feng and Zhao Sijun arrived. It was hard to see the fallen angels they had worked so hard to bring out being killed so easily by the enemy. He felt terrible inside. Could it be that Satan was cutting corners? The fallen angels he had fought before were not this weak. These ones now. Tang Feng felt that it was most likely Satan cutting corners. Otherwise, how could these fallen angels be so weak to such an extent? He didn't consider that quantity and quality were two different matters. Wanting both a high quantity and 100 pure quality was impossible. Xiao Fengzi, he looked so arrogant. Should I go over and show him a thing or two? Zhao Sijun couldn't stand it. These fallen angels were meant for battle. And after going through so much effort to bring them out, they were just destroyed like this. How could she bear to watch? Are you confident? Tang Feng did not answer immediately, but instead asked back. If she wasn't confident, he wouldn't let Zhao Sijun go. Yes. Zhao Sijun nodded confidently. And Tang Feng couldn't say anything more, so he agreed to let her go. After receiving Tang Feng's consent, Zhao Sijun flew towards Zhang Zhuofu from behind. She wielded a large black scythe, arriving like the Grim Reaper. Bang! The scythe cut through the air, turning into overlapping black shadows descending. Boom! Zhang Zhuofu's fire fist grew larger, directly blocking the scythe. Are the young people nowadays so lacking in martial ethics? Sneaking up on me from behind. Zhang Zhuofu started to say, but didn't continue. His other fire fist struck toward Zhao Sijun. Zhao Sijun's figure flashed, dodging the attack, and then she reformed a black scythe, striking again at Zhang Zhuofu. The two engaged in battle, with the fallen angels having nothing to do with it. They couldn't determine the outcome for the time being. Watching them fight, Tang Feng had no intention of intervening and just kept watching. 10 minutes later, Zhao Sijun's moves were mostly countered, and she no longer had any effect on Zhang Zhuofu, soon getting knocked down by him. At this point, Tang Feng finally moved, and while catching Zhao Sijun, he threw an explosive flame gun at Zhang Zhuofu to stop his pursuit. Xiao Fengzi, I was careless, I can. Zhao Sijun hurriedly explained, but Tang Feng shook his head. He knew Zhao Sijun was not Zhang Zhuofu's opponent. Tang Feng said, he's not like ordinary people. You're not his match. Let me handle it. Zhao Sijun got anxious. Tang Feng interrupted her, saying, if something happens to you, you won't always be so lucky. If you still want to insist, I won't stop you, but you need to think it through. Zhao Sijun hesitated, and Tang Feng no longer had the previous gentleness, giving her a somewhat cold feeling. But the truth was indeed like this. Come on. Zhao Sijun chose to back down. If forcing herself led to getting hurt, that outcome would be bad for everyone, and in the end, it would only make Xiao Feng unhappy. Tang Feng was a bit surprised to see Zhao Siju involuntarily step back, but he didn't pay much attention to it, and then looked up at John Jorfu. At that moment, John Jorfu was also looking down, and their gazes quickly met, like sparks colliding. Tang Feng's body slowly rose until he was at the same height as John Jorfu before speaking. "Aren't you a bit too arrogant?" In response to Tang Feng's question, John Jorfu said, "From the moment you appeared, I noticed your aura. You're different from them. You're my competitor, right?" Tang Feng was taken aback. "Oh, a competitor?" He glanced at John Jorfu and smiled. "You could say that. It seems we are both." John Jorfu interrupted Tang Feng, saying, "No, no, no. We are not the same and can never be the same. Don't think too much of yourself. With you, you're not worthy of being my competitor." Tang Feng shrugged and said, "All right, if you want to think that way, I can't help it. But since you have appeared, there's no need for you to leave." "Leave?" John Jorfu seemed to hear the biggest joke and laughed loudly. "Huh, you still think about leaving? Do you think that's possible? As competitors, only one of us can survive. And that person is me." At the end, he didn't forget to remind him word by word. Tang Feng asked, "So, you've taken care of quite a few competitors?" John Jorfu proudly said, "Not many. Counting you, there are only 6. Tang Feng responded, "So, that means there aren't too many competitors, excluding those who haven't appeared yet. It seems you're the only one left." John Jorfu replied, "You could say that. Once I kill you, I'll be the only one left. Any new competitors will be eliminated by me." Tang Feng said, "Is that so? That saved me a lot of trouble." John Jorfu said, "Let me see your abilities." Chapter 261. Similar abilities. Tang Feng couldn't help but laugh. He often said this line, and it seemed like this was the most appropriate arrogant remark. As for the flames on the other party, to be honest, he didn't take them seriously at all because he was immune to fire damage. Why should he take them seriously? Tang Feng didn't know John Jorfu's fire attribute, but in comparison, he felt that his ice and fire dual attributes were even more terrifying. So, there really wasn't much to worry about. However, he couldn't ignore the fact that the other party could kill a high-level demon with a single fire punch. Was his fire attribute really that strong? Tang Feng wondered in his heart. It was hard to confirm without trying. Since it was hard to say, he might as well give it a try, especially since he planned to use fire to test himself. Tang Feng looked at John Jorfu, who was engulfed in flames, showing no intention of defending himself. This action undoubtedly showed his contempt for others. Oomph. John Jorfu's flames gathered on his fists, radiating blinding light. The fire punch was formed, and the scorching fire punch flew towards Tang Feng. Boom! 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 The fire punch hit Tang Feng, or more accurately, he didn't dodge it and let the fire punch hit him. Yes, dodging these 2 fire punches was very easy. The only reason he didn't dodge was that he wanted to test the power of the fire punch. The roaring flames ignited Tang Feng, but amidst the flames, he looked unfazed, as if lost in thought. After a long time, John Jorfu didn't attack, seemingly waiting for the burning flames to turn Tang Feng to ashes. Tang Feng found it hard to watch. If this continued, it would be meaningless and a complete waste of time. He decided to disperse the flames and let the other party show some real skills. He thought of doing it and waved his hand, dispersing the flames of the phoenix, making them vanish into the air. Then he said to John Jorfu, "If your martial soul is a fire attribute martial soul, I think there's no need for us to fight. You can just surrender." Upon hearing this, John Jorfu laughed. "Huh, you struggled for a few minutes to get out. What qualifications do you have to be proud? Only I can unleash my full power and burn you to death at any time." Tang Feng was unconcerned and replied, "Is that so? Is it really like that?" John Jorfu retorted, "Isn't it?" Tang Feng said, "Then you can try." Explanation? Arguing? It was useless. Even if it were useful, there was no need for it. After all, he was his enemy. Why should he explain to an enemy? Of course, if he insisted on trying, then let him try. Tang Feng watched John Jorfu gather flames, shining like the sun, with a temperature just as scorching, ready to roast everything around. Indeed, after John Jorfu unleashed his full power, the flames became much more ferocious. However, for Tang Feng, no matter how fierce John Jorfu's flames were, it didn't matter because he was immune to fire damage. Since he was immune to fire damage, there was naturally no need to worry about these flames that were hundreds or thousands of times stronger, as no matter how strong they were, they couldn't change the fact that they were flames. Boom! John Yori Fush flame surged. Boom! 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 The flames suddenly exploded, and a powerful fire impact surged like a dragon crashing down. Tang Feng glanced at the flames that rushed towards him like a giant wave, resembling lava, accompanied by continuous explosions. However, after one glance, he didn't look again, allowing the flames to come crashing down. Boom! The flames engulfed Tang Feng and produced a massive explosion, creating a terrifying heat wave that formed a fiery tornado shooting up into the sky. The explosion continued, and Tang Feng, at the center of the flames, was constantly pushed by this force. Boring. Tang Feng held the sword Ganjiang Moi and used the ice-fire duet to directly cut through the fiery tornado. The severed fiery tornado lost its supporting power and quickly disappeared into the air. Tang Feng's figure reappeared, and the flames on Zhang Zhuofu vanished. At that moment, if he still didn't understand what Tang Feng had said earlier, he would truly be foolish. Zhang Zhuofu said, "I didn't expect you to be fine. It seems you are quite strong." Tang Feng shrugged, pointing the Ganjiang sword at Zhang Zhuofu, and said, "We've talked enough nonsense. Why don't we get serious and give it a try?" Zhang Zhuofu smiled, "Sure." This time, Tang Feng took the initiative. His figure moved quickly, and in an instant, he was in front of Zhang Zhuofu. He slashed at Zhang Zhuofu with both swords. His swordsmanship wasn't exceptional, but his swords were fast. He practiced while slashing and found Zhang Zhuofu to be a good training partner. Ice-fire duet. Once the skill's cooldown ended, Tang Feng would attempt to unleash the skill to make Zhang Zhuofu suffer. However, it wasn't that easy. Zhang Zhuofu's flames did not continue, but his bats were still present, and he launched an attack on Tang Feng. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The appearance of the bats forced Tang Feng to dodge. This group of bats was likely Zhang Zhuofu's martial soul, bats that could play with fire. Tang Feng was quite curious and wondered if it might be a dual martial soul. If it were a dual martial soul, that would be troublesome, as dual martial souls were much stronger than single ones in terms of combat power. Of course, this was just speculation, and whether it was true remained unclear. The bats formed a shield, protecting Zhang Zhuofu. When Tang Feng's Jiang Mo CS sword struck this shield, it only produced sparks from friction and could not break through. Tang Feng had no choice but to unleash stronger techniques and apply various buffs, thinking that he could easily cut through this bat shield. With a loud bang, the bat shield was shattered. Ice and fire duality. Then, Tang Feng unleashed ice and fire duality again. His attack techniques were not many, and the techniques he used to test were even fewer. The flame sword energy from his dual swords injured Zhang Zhuofu. However, the wounds on Zhang Zhuofu were visibly healing at a rapid pace, showcasing strong regenerative abilities. Moreover, why did it always feel like his abilities were so similar to his own? He felt like a pirated version of himself, or a weakened one. Tang Feng couldn't understand whether it was just a coincidence or if there was something more to it, all arranged by the system. He didn't know, nor did he have time to think about it, as the battle was still ongoing. The number of bats increased, and Zhang Zhuofu also activated his martial soul manifestation, and the battle finally began to heat up slowly. His techniques and soul skills turned the tide, injuring Tang Feng. However, Tang Feng also possessed strong regeneration abilities, making it easy for him to recover from these injuries quickly. At this point, Zhang Zhuofu also realized that Tang Feng had abilities similar to his own. Chapter 262, Bats and the Great Serpent Spear. Tang Feng had many things he couldn't understand and many things he had forgotten. There were very few things he remembered, or perhaps this was just forgetfulness. After all, as people grow older, no one can recall the past and experiences vividly. If that were the case, it would only indicate that one does not cherish the present and is still living in the past. The beauty of the past lies in the irreplaceable illusions and the experiences that were not cherished, ultimately struggling repeatedly in regret and guilt. Always thinking about what if. What if? But this world never sells regret medicine. If it did, it wouldn't be reality, but a dream from which one cannot awaken. If you can't remember things, don't fantasize about them. They're mere illusions, not real existences. Even if there was love in the past, meeting again now would feel like strangers without the initial feelings. Of course, Tang Feng can confidently and responsibly say that he has never experienced any love. If there was, it would be for Su Wire. Su Wire is now a wound he cannot return to and a pain he cannot escape, which is why he decided to become a god, to reverse everything and restart it all. If he could prevent the blue star from descending upon Dulawa continent, the outcome would be different. Perhaps they would never meet, but you would still be the original you, much better than the current you without memories. People must have hope, always looking forward and moving ahead, even if it's a path that others do not recognize. As long as you acknowledge it, then keep walking. Regardless of whether the outcome is good or bad, or how much impact it has on others, it has nothing to do with oneself. Walk your own path and let others talk. Tang Feng no longer wanted to think or calculate too much, as losing again and again allowed others to take advantage of him. What else could that be but weakness and incompetence? He should have been tougher long ago. Being merciful to enemies is cruel to oneself. Boom, boom, boom. Tang Feng's techniques were fierce, relentlessly pounding John Jorofu. He was no longer the Tang Feng who would show mercy. He only wanted to defeat the so-called competitor. Who cares who they are? Just go to hell. It must be said that the current Tang Feng had moved to extremes. This mindset was wrong, but he had no other choice. Only by pushing himself like this could he continue. If he hesitated like before, taking ages to make a decision, and being cautious to the point of questioning life, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Once a determination is made, it must be carried out. Otherwise, it cannot be called determination. Rumble. Tang Feng sent John Jorofu flying and then unleashed another massive dual-colored flame. The experience of ice and fire duality was not pleasant. John Jorofu's flame immunity system was not as strong as Tang Feng's and could not offer complete immunity, which is why Tang Feng called him a weakened version. No, it's impossible. How could this flame be stronger than mine? John Jorofu couldn't believe it, but after several attempts, he truly collapsed. Tang Feng's flame was indeed stronger than his. This is fake. It's all fake. My flame is that of the phoenix. How could it possibly be weaker than yours? After dispersing Tang Feng's flames, John Jorofu roared like thunder, showing that his mental defenses had shattered, and he even began to doubt whether he was the true protagonist. Whereas the protagonist's halo, whereas the protagonist's treatment. But damn it, why does the opponent's attributes resemble his own, and yet they are several times stronger? It was precisely because of this that John Jorofu was on the verge of collapse. He believed everything was fake, an illusion, yet it felt so real and painful. Is the phoenix's flame really that strong? My flame is based on the fire of the ice and fire duality eye, continuously evolving into a dual polar flame. Now, reaching its peak height. With your meager flame, you dare to play with fire in front of me? While answering John Jorofu's question, Tang Feng imitated the initial John Jorofu's arrogance and unleashed fire fists, with over 20 fire fists smashing into John Jorofu. Boom, boom, boom. The fire fist directly knocked John Jorofu to the ground, injuring him even more severely than before. He appeared disheveled, his suit covered in dust. He had never been this embarrassed or made such a fool of himself. It's easy to imagine how dark John Jorofu's face was at this moment. No. He is not me, and I am not him. This is all superficial. It seemed he had figured out. This fall had calmed him down, and he was no longer as reckless and embarrassing as before. Martial Soul True Body. John Jorofu activated his Martial Soul True Body to Tang Feng. He appeared to be infuriated and making a final resistance, but this was futile. Tang Feng's fire fist descended once more, and with the arrival of the fire fist, his ice and fire duality followed. No matter how John Jorofu blocked one attack, he would be hit by the other. However, after the appearance of John Jorofu's Martial Soul True Body, the massive bat transformed into countless small bats as the fire fists approached. Not only did the fire fist miss, but even the ice and fire duality was also evaded, causing all of Tang Feng's plans to fall through and preventing the anticipated plot from unfolding. He unexpectedly said, "It's quite interesting. The ability of this martial soul seems even more intriguing than mine. I wonder what passive abilities it has." Tang Feng remained still in the air, unguarded, giving John Jorofu ample opportunity for a sneak attack. He knew that John Jorofu had turned into small bats for the sole purpose of launching a surprise attack. So, he decided to give him the chance. Tang Feng relaxed his vigilance, but John Jorofu instead felt that something was off and cautiously waited for the right moment. He never considered that Tang Feng was not interested in defense. He wanted to give him an opportunity, yet John couldn't find any flaws. Without a flaw, how could he strike? After waiting for a while and not seeing John Jorofu make a move, Tang Feng thought, this guy is being overly cautious. If this continues, it will just be a waste of time. He didn't want to wait any longer. If he continued to wait, it would only lead to wasted time, and the outcome would not change. Preempt. Tang Feng used his predictive ability, but still saw no change, showing just how cautious John Jorofu was. He had no intention of attacking. Yata no Kagami. In frustration, Tang Feng had no choice but to condense the Yata no Kagami, a spear capable of one-hit killing a Doloa. As soon as John Jorofu dared to show himself, he would let the other party take a box lunch. The power emanating from the Yata no Kagami shocked John Jorofu. Just as he prepared to strike at Tang Feng, he shrank back again. Among so many bats, is one of them you, or are they all you? Tang Feng's sudden question left John Jorofu unsure how to respond. Was he asking himself, or was it? John Jorofu didn't know what Tang Feng wanted, but he knew it couldn't be anything good. Chapter 263. Sealing Domain. The appearance of the Yata no Kagami made John Jorfa wary. The aura emanating from the spear made him hesitant to act recklessly. His extreme caution was almost painful to watch. This was not how a strong person should behave. Why was he not as good as others? It seemed that no one thought this way. It was his own uncertainty that made him timid and overly cautious. The once confident him had now turned into this. Was it fear? Or was it a lack of confidence? John Jorfa didn't even know why he was like this. He even began to self-doubt, which was not the posture of a strong person. At this moment, he resembled a child who was afraid of losing, lacking the courage to face failure. Failure itself was not terrifying. What was terrifying was the lack of courage to confront failure. This also led him to hesitate and miss out on a great opportunity. Sometimes, if certain opportunities are missed, there won't be a next time, and it will become an eternal regret. The moment Tang Feng unleashed the Yada no Kagami, John Jorfa realized he had missed a golden opportunity. Waiting for another chance would be useless. However, rushing to strike would also have no effect and would only reveal his intentions to the opponent. John Jorfa continued to observe Tang Feng's movements. Who knew if the other party planned to use stillness to counter movement? Waiting for him to expose his position before delivering a fatal blow? This made the battle troublesome, and he couldn't afford to drag it out for too long. The longer it took, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Are you afraid to show yourself? That's fine. I'll drag you out. I'll take down these little bats one by one. Tang Feng casually pointed the Yada no Kagami a few times, directly eliminating several small bats. The power of the Yada no Kagami was astonishing. Seeing this unfold, John Jorfa immediately ordered the small bats to disperse. He knew that this Yada no Kagami was far from simple. If Tang Feng eliminated all the small bats, he would be in trouble. Hey, giving up so soon? Tang Feng mocked, wanting to hear John Jorfa retort, but the other party ignored his provocation. He was not in a hurry and slowly played with John Jorfa. The flight trajectories of the small bats could not hide from his predictions, allowing him to strike them down at any time. He was not anxious. He slowly wore John Jorfa down. Now it was a matter of who had better patience. The one who lost patience first would be the loser. John Jorfa had similar thoughts. He knew that being anxious would not yield results. Now, besides slowly wearing him down and seeing who had more patience, there was no better way. But continuing like this was not a solution. He couldn't outlast Tang Feng because Tang Feng could eliminate his small bats one by one while he could do nothing. Although it was a test of patience, it was extremely disadvantageous for John Jorfa. Even if Tang Feng did not strike, he had to make a move first. As time passed, the depletion of his small bats made John Jorfa feel the impending crisis. Continuing like this was not viable. He had to act. John Jorfa began to move. The dispersed small bats changed their trajectories. Oh, finally making a move? I thought you would just keep wasting time. Tang Feng mocked, not caring about John Jorfa's actions. This game of hide-and-seek should have ended long ago. The small bats surrounded Tang Feng, each at an equal distance from him, keeping him out of their attack range and giving him no chance to strike. He smiled and said, "You should hurry up. I'm getting a bit impatient. I've given you so much time. Why are you still so slow?" John Jorfa. It sounds almost true. John Jorfa naturally would not retort. No one knew if he was bluffing. He would not fall for it. It was better to be cautious. He meticulously arranged everything and prepared for the next attack. Sonic wave strike. All the small bats opened their mouths and unleashed a dizzying sound wave attack at Tang Feng. Tang Feng felt a bit dizzy, momentarily losing his ability to act. At this moment, John Jorfa would not miss the opportunity again. After preparing for so long, if he missed it again, it would truly be a slap in the face. John Jorfa ordered the small bats to surge forward, all attaching themselves to Tang Feng and biting down. Tang Feng was surrounded and bitten by countless small bats, creating a rather gruesome scene. Bloodsucking? Tang Feng wondered. He was unclear why John Jorfa had the small bats do this. Was it really to suck blood? However, Tang Feng's lips curled up, and the Yada no Kagami in his hand emitted a blinding light, which then began to explode. Meow! John Jorfa was instantly dumbfounded. What was the difference between this and self-detonation? Absorbing energy was not a solution. It was safer to just get away. Boom, boom, boom. However, the speed of the explosion was faster than John Jorfa had imagined. He had barely managed to escape, yet he was still unable to retreat safely. Damn it, this madman. John Jorfa did not think Tang Feng was going to have an easy time. But this was fine. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured and would no longer be his opponent. Next would be his time to perform. John Jorfa smiled, his confidence returning. He felt he could take on thousands, could wipe out all players, could. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure quickly burst out from the explosion. resembling a spider-like half-human creature, very similar to Bibidong's martial soul true form. Not dead yet. John Jorfu was startled and immediately reacted, swiftly transforming into a small bat and biting towards Tang Feng again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time it was much faster than before, and in just a few moves, he bit Tang Feng. The competition continued once more, but this time John Jorfu decided to stop playing. He was going to unleash his powerful domain to trap Tang Feng within it, turning him into his evolutionary nourishment. Sealing domain. John Jorfu activated his domain, and Tang Feng was quickly dragged into a pitch-black space where he was the only one present. The immortal bird was not here. It was in another sealing domain. John Jorfu's sealing domain could store many people, providing him with nourishment, allowing him to grow and gain others' abilities. John Jorfu patted his belly. I just want to ask, who else is there? Victory was his. The last competitor was extinguished, and he would also eliminate those unborn competitors. Those competitors posed no threat to him. Chapter 264. The Wrath of Satan. John Jorfu shouted arrogantly, as if he were the strongest player on the Doluo continent, with no one being his opponent. There were not many who could become competitors. They were all the strongest among the chosen elite, and standing out was even more difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, what mattered was that he did it. He was now the exceptional master among the masses. John Jorfu had the capital to be arrogant, and with his strength, naturally no one was his match. He had already planned how he would present himself to everyone on the Doluo continent in the coming days. Who destroyed more than a month's worth of my hard work? An angry roar came from afar. The once arrogant shout of John Jorfu instantly darkened his face. It was too quick for someone to slap him in the face, and it would be strange if he looked good. As the angry roar approached, a black shadow quickly neared, looking very powerful. John Jorfu sensed it. It couldn't be, he was not a competitor, but why was the power he radiated so strong? He stared in disbelief, but quickly realized that the stronger the opponent, the better. Soon, he would become his nourishment. Wouldn't that be beneficial to himself? John Jorfu sensed Tang Feng's presence in the sealing domain, which was unaffected, so next, he would drag this person into the sealing domain as well. He had no idea that the newcomer was the true master of these demons, the king of their dominion, Satan. Whoosh! Satan arrived swiftly, appearing before John Jorfu in an instant. Bang! Satan's fist fell without hesitation. With a single punch, he sent John Jorfu flying, shouting loudly at him. You bastard. I spent over a month of effort, and you destroyed it just like that. Don't you think that's infuriating? Are you kidding me? So angry. Satan was genuinely furious. The explosion almost caused LV Weimeng and Su Wire to fail their transformation. If they had really failed, he wouldn't know how to face Tang Feng. Damn it, damn it, damn it. So infuriating. John Jorfu ignored Satan's shouting and curiously asked, You look different from them. Not an ordinary demon or fallen angel. You must be quite strong, right? Satan was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect someone to compare him to his subordinates, and he laughed loudly. Ha. You are too funny, comparing me to them? John Jorfu asked in confusion. Is there a problem? Satan didn't respond or have the mood to explain. Never mind. He was too lazy to waste words with you. You destroyed my hard work. I must vent this anger. As he spoke, his figure quickly lunged at John Jorfu. But this time it wouldn't be so easy to knock John Jorfu away. John Jorfu transformed into a small bat again and dodged Satan's attack. A vampire? Satan stared at the small bats. This familiar scent was not strange to him, but he was surprised that vampires had also come to this world. No, wait. You haven't fully descended. Satan quickly saw through the true form of John Jorfu's martial soul. And if the vampire wanted to descend to the Doluo continent, the ritual would be no less troublesome than his own. He didn't want to deal with vampires. Since he hadn't fully descended, then there was no need to. I will send your summoner back with you. As Satan spoke, he launched an attack on the small bats. To deal with these small bats, he would solve them in one breath, giving them no chance, which wasn't difficult at all. His figure darted quickly among the small bats, and without much effort. He had already taken care of half of them. Satan's black jelly transformed into a sword, and he wielded the black sword to kill the small bats again. This time, John Jorfu had to defend. He didn't want all the small bats to be killed by Satan. That wouldn't be good. Boom! 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 All the small bats ignited. The small bats, like miniature immortal birds, emitted a scorching aura. These small bats no longer dodged but actively attacked, rushing towards Satan. Satan hesitated for a moment, his black sword transforming into a shield, blocking all the small bats. Then, he struck again, The black jelly surrounded the small bats. John Jorafu saw the small bats being wrapped in black jelly and tried to help them break free, but unfortunately, he failed. At that moment, John Jorafu began to believe Satan's words, feeling that the other party might indeed be the demon Lord Satan. If that were the case, defeating Satan and sealing him in the sealing domain to make him his nourishment. John Jorafu became excited just thinking about it, wondering how strong he would become then. Satan. John Jorafu's voice suddenly rang out, filled with eager tones, as if afraid others wouldn't know his thoughts. If you are Satan, that's perfect. Obediently become my nourishment, and after I become a god, you will take pride in me. In this world, besides me, no one can give you this honor. For this honor, to let your legend be passed down in this world. Just think about it. What could be more glorious than this honor? What else? John Jorafu babbled on, while Satan grew a bit impatient. Who would be foolish enough to do such a boring thing? No, even a fool wouldn't do it. He interrupted John Jorafu, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Damn it, if you have the ability, then come at me." Satan's dark energy erupted, not giving John Jorafu a chance to refute. When it's time to act, there's no need to talk because there's no point. Only the weak like to boast. His dark energy spread out, and a domain formed from black jelly appeared. A domain. John Jorafu was taken aback. Satan did not deny it and nodded. What's wrong? Just because you have a domain, others can't have one? John Jorafu didn't know how to refute. There was some truth to that, but Satan's black jelly was moving faster in the domain, constantly attacking John Jorafu. Now was not the time to think. If he didn't escape this domain soon, he wouldn't be able to save himself. Sealing domain. John Jorafu wanted to activate the sealing domain to seal Satan and the domain together, but he failed. Satan said with a half-smile, "With your little skills, you dare to be so arrogant? Who gave you the courage?" As he spoke, the black jelly in the domain captured all of John Jorafu's little bats, not giving them a chance to resist. Chapter 265. Almost over after Satan cleared out quite a few of John Jorafu's little bats. He did not continue. He frowned and said, "Master, how long are you going to play? If you don't come out soon, I might get serious, and when that happens, you won't be able to come out, so don't blame me." John Jorafu found Satan's words inexplicable. Who was this master he was referring to? Was it himself? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be? John Jorafu thought of a possibility. The master he mentioned was not himself, but Tang Feng, who was sealed in the sealing domain by him. John Jorafu laughed. "Ha, it's useless. No one can come out from my belly, he can't possibly." Satan said a why. "Oh, so he's in your belly. Thanks for telling me his location." John Jorafu. So he realized he had been tricked. He didn't expect Satan to say that on purpose. His heart sank for a moment, but he quickly recovered because he didn't believe Satan could find him. Even if Satan knew, so what? If he couldn't find him, it would all be in vain. Satan had played enough and didn't want to continue. It wasn't difficult for him to find John Jorafu in his domain. He digested in place and reappeared a kilometer away. He held a bat the size of a cat and said, "Don't think you can really evade my perception. This is my domain. I'm just playing with you now." Satan looked at John Jorafu, grinned, and coldly said each word. "Enough playing, John Jorafu." He looked incredulous. He wanted to say it was impossible, but the facts had already slapped him in the face. Satan not only found him, but also held him, with no ability to resist. John Jorafu wanted to say something, but Satan didn't give him the opportunity. Satan spoke again. "Master, I know you can hear me. If you really don't come out, I'll send him to heaven with you." Heaven, for Satan, meant hell. He believed that dying and going to heaven was a punishment. Heaven was too beautiful. Everything felt like an illusion, too fake. John Jorafu found it amusing. How could Tang Feng hear him? If he could hear, he would have responded long ago. He understood his sealing domain better than anyone. It was like a stomach. Food entered and was digested. He was sure there were no exceptions. No one could be an exception, only obediently becoming his nourishment. Sealing domain. John Jorafu shouted in his heart. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity for him. It had been difficult to contact Satan before. Now that Satan had come to him, he couldn't be polite. "You can only do these little tricks?" Satan sneered and waved his hand back. An invisible force was dispersed by him, which was the sealing domain. With a casual wave, Satan dispersed the sealing domain, and John Jorafu's eyes widened in shock, truly astonished, looking completely incredulous. Satan tightened his grip on John Jorafu's neck and said, "If there's a next time, I'll send you straight to heaven to meet God." After saying that, he ignored John Jorafu and continued, "Master, I'll ask you one more time. Will you come out or not?" Satan waited for a minute and said, "Since you refuse to come out, I won't disturb you any longer. It's time to make a decision. John Jorafu had a bad premonition in his heart, ready to explode, but heard Satan say, "It's useless. No matter how you struggle, it's futile. If I were you, I'd save some energy." John Jorafu naturally wouldn't listen. He wasn't stupid. If he really listened to Satan, it would be no different from choosing death. Satan's words weren't meant for John Jorafu. He just wanted to convey them to Tang Feng, indicating he was really going to take action. And Tang Feng had no more chances if he didn't come out. It seemed something was tearing. Satan looked at John Jorafu's belly, the corners of his mouth curling up in a smile. "Master, you finally came out. If you don't come out soon." Tang Feng's voice echoed. "If you don't come out, are you planning to murder me, your master?" Satan chuckled and said, How can you say it's murder? I've said it many times. If you don't respond, I can't help it." Tang Feng's annoyed voice came. "Can you blame me? This thing is hard to break through. I've only just made a little progress. Do you think it's easy for me?" Satan didn't believe him. "Master, stop playing. Come out quickly." Tang Feng didn't want to speak. And John Jorafu, who was being held by Satan, felt uncomfortable as well. The situation was not what he had imagined. Where was the protagonist's halo? John Jorafu was very helpless. He wanted to change the situation, but was bound by Satan's power, with no chance to change anything. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The gap on John Jorafu's belly grew larger, a black void being torn open. His complexion was very poor, as if he were exhausted and powerless. Tang Feng struggled with his hands at the void, finally able to breathe fresh air. It felt great. After taking a deep breath, he said to Satan, "Give me a hand." Satan wanted to reach out, but Tang Feng shook his head and said, "No, just kill me directly." Satan was taken aback. That idea was crazy, but he liked it. Puff. Satan dealt with Tang Feng, and John Jorafu was instantly dumbfounded, unable to react. How did they end up killing each other? Could it be that he was planning to defect him? The more John Jorafu thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, how could he explain Satan's reason for killing his master? But, if he's going to defect to me, shouldn't you first loosen your grip and show some sincerity? Just as John Jorafu was thinking this, Tang Feng's regeneration ability emerged, breaking free from the shell and fully resurrecting. Tang Feng moved his body and said to Satan, "Thanks." He then looked at John Jorafu and said, "Oh, you're not dead yet. Let me help you." Saying this, he drew the Ganjiang sword, and, before John Jorafu could fully comprehend or recover, he struck down with the sword. "Goodbye." The last words John Jorafu heard were Tang Feng's goodbye. At this moment, he came back to his senses, but it was already too late. Tang Feng severed Satan's right hand, and Satan said expressionlessly, "Master, is this revenge?" Tang Feng nodded. "You can understand it that way." Satan responded with an "Oh," and Tang Feng continued, "Anyway, your hand can regenerate, so what's the big deal? Next, it's time to start our plan." Satan asked, "Are we finally starting?" Tang Feng lightly acknowledged, "It's about time. We need to end this." Chapter 266. War begins in the skies above various regions of Dolua continent. Numerous dense black dots appeared. As the dots drew closer, their forms became clear. They were a group of demons from hell. The day of slaughter by demons across Dolua continent is today. At this moment, as the captain of the Holy Knights and a representative of the Spirit Hall, Imochi appeared with a group of Holy Knights. They were to defend the justice in their hearts and would never bow to evil forces. The two sides met and immediately engaged in battle, with no words exchanged, viewing each other as deep-rooted enemies. The demons aimed to slaughter players, while the Holy Knights aimed to protect the citizens and uphold the justice they believed in, which was their faith. Soon, the war erupted. As a major figure in the Spirit Hall, the current Pope Bibi Dong was busy handling affairs. First-hand information regarding these demons soon reached her. Looking at the analysis and introduction of the demons in the intelligence, she could be sure of one thing. These demons only targeted players and would not actively attack the original residents, as long as they were not provoked. Bibi Dong frowned. From this intelligence, the puppet master controlling these demons should also be a player. However, why would they do this? Why engage in mutual slaughter? Bibi Dong was somewhat puzzled, but seeing the land being ravaged and families torn apart, she felt she had to do something. After all, if Dolua continent were to be utterly destroyed, she wouldn't be happy even if she became a ruler, since that was not her purpose. She wouldn't settle for that. Bibi Dong decided to let the Spirit Hall join the battle. At the same time, the Tiando Empire, the Xinghua Empire, and various major forces all dispatched personnel, sharing the same thoughts as Bibi Dong. These demons were affecting their interests, under the premise of absolute interests, even if they were enemies. They could turn hostility into harmony and finish this war first. This was not just a war between players and demons. It was a war concerning the survival of Dolua continent. The flames of war spread throughout the day, continuously expanding. Some titled Dolua players were entangled by several fallen angels, unable to free themselves. Weaker players could only be slaughtered by demons, and overnight, Dolua continent became a river of blood. Yudu, who was sweeping through foreign players, did not expect things to develop this way. When he saw the demons appear, a strange smile spread across his face as he charged at them. Hey! Yudu flicked a game coin into the air, then followed with another from his game console. He didn't expect to be able to spar with demons. He hoped they wouldn't disappoint him too much, otherwise, it would be too boring. As Yudu changed his disguise and approached the demons, he was somewhat looking forward to the start of this game, hoping it wouldn't be too dull. He quickly learned the outcome, which was similar to what he had imagined, yet still disappointing. However, these demons were doing the same thing as him. After hesitating for a moment, he chose not to fight them anymore because there was no need. They all had the same goal, so they might as well enjoy the battle together. As for other matters, they could be discussed later. Yudu followed in the footsteps of these demons, but they would eventually strike at him, which was somewhat unreasonable, especially since there were so many of them. How boring. After casually dispatching a few demons, Yudu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of something fun. He wanted to see who the puppet master was. Besides wanting to see, he also needed to drag him out for a beating to make him behave. As Yudu walked, he thought that if the opponent targeted Mo Chi, he would take care of him right away. Xiao Chi is my person. You better not hurt my people, otherwise. Yudu's tone gradually turned cold as he said word by word, I don't care who you are. If you provoke me, there's only one path, death. On the other hand, four elite forces were also joining forces at this moment. One Yudu was already enough to give him a headache. And now, with a massive influx of demons, it was simply a continuation of a nightmare. At the same time, on Demon Island, Master Hong and a monk, along with 7 other assistant administrators, were discussing the matter with great concern. Old monk, why don't you persuade him? If this continues, Dolua continent might. Yeah, old monk, no matter how laid back you are, it can't go on like this. The entire Dolua continent was engulfed in gunfire. In just a few days, it will be destroyed. That's not so exaggerated. Even if it gets destroyed, it will be a month later, the monk chuckled. Everyone fell silent. Old monk, you can still laugh? If Dolua continent is destroyed, we assistant administrators will also be punished. I don't want to. They started talking over each other, ultimately fearing death. Master Hong interrupted. It's useless to say these things now. He won't listen to advice. His lover was killed by them. He recounted Tang Feng's experiences, and upon seeing Tang San's figure, they all fell silent. Perhaps this was the cycle of karma. They all believed so, and the monk was even more convinced. He chanted, Namo Amitabha, and said, you reap what you sow. Karma, karma. With cause there must be an effect. The demons they created must be repaid by themselves. Everyone fell silent again. However, they had to admit that the reality was like this. Players would die if they sought death. If they didn't, there would be no problems. Though this was true, the current issue was not about who was right or wrong, but how to end things without further deterioration. There's no way, the monk replied after hearing their thoughts. Then he said, we can only trust him now. After he becomes a god, he can wish for everything to start over. In that case, we can change the present. Everyone didn't want to admit it, but the fact was that they only had this one opportunity to change things. They had no other options. Old monk, is it really only like this? Master Hong asked. The monk nodded. In the future, you all see it. It is only natural for Tang Feng to become a god. How he chooses will depend on how deep his feelings are for his lover. Master Hong said, he is a deeply emotional person. The high monk did not deny it, saying that the world is unpredictable and nothing is absolute, so one should not be too optimistic. Master Hong smiled and replied, it's better than being perpetually depressed. The high monk did not refute this, but said, no matter what, we can only watch how things develop, whether they will change or not. We will know in the end. This time, the others had nothing to say. Speculating further was useless, and they could only wait to see the final outcome. Chapter 267, Strategy for Demon Island across the world of Dolua continent. Everyone united to resist the invasion of demons. To them, demons were outsiders, just like players, but they were stronger and more tyrannical than players, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Players at least would not destroy their homes, but these demons would. Players could at least communicate and follow rules, but these demons would not. Demons were like machines of slaughter, endlessly pursuing players until death was the only thing that could end their lives. For them, life was both fleeting and helpless, bound and devoid of freedom. Spending their entire lives for such a brief existence felt utterly meaningless. But is it really meaningless? Is the life of an ant truly without significance? From different perspectives and thoughts, every life and every position holds its own importance, indispensable. Demons are the same. However, their lives, like ants, give their all yet remain unfree. Perhaps, in the moment of withering, that is the true freedom they yearn for. Of course, no one would consider the demons. They think only of themselves. To survive, they must slay all these demons. Those who are not of our kind must be exterminated. Although players are also outsiders, they are not of a different race. These demons, however, are completely otherworldly beings that must be eliminated. Various reasons cannot change this fact. The battle between demons and players will continue unabated. Thus, an eternal war unfolds across the world of Dolua continent, until one side is completely extinguished, a brutal war concerning the survival of a race. The flames of war spread for a month, leaving no safe haven in the Dolua continent. Everything was ravaged by this war, resembling a natural disaster, becoming the most terrifying catastrophe in the history of Dolua continent. The united human powerhouses held the defensive line while driving the demons out of Dolua continent. They had absolute strength to uphold this war. In the blink of an eye, the war reached a fevered pitch. The demons were pushed back, and their counterattacks would not last long before the war ended. Eventually, they drove the demons to the sea leading to Sea God Island, where they discovered the demon's stronghold. These demons originated from Sea God Island. Sea God Island is also known as Demon Island now. Even if they knew the demon's location, breaking through the harsh maritime environment would not be an easy task. Despite the challenges, they were determined not to give up, especially the players, who firmly believed they could completely eradicate these demons and restore peace to the world. Leaders from all corners of the world, including titled Duluos, representatives from the Spirit Hall, the Tiendo Empire, the Xinglua Empire, and mad scientists of soul-guiding devices, gathered together to discuss strategies against Demon Island. With such a lineup, they were already the strongest coalition in the Dolua continent. Only with this strength could they arrive here and discuss how to attack Demon Island. The demon stronghold was right in front of them, yet their opinions diverged, which was normal, as they all harbored their own arrogance. Why should we attack first? Exactly. Why don't you go first? Do you think we're idiots? Or do you think we're easy to bully? I think this meeting is pointless. There's no sincerity here. Let's each use our own methods to win this war. I agree. Since no one respects anyone else, continuing the discussion won't yield results. No, you're wrong. Even if there are results, it won't matter. No one will listen. It's better to... In a matter of minutes, one opinion sparked a heated discussion. No one wanted to be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, they regarded others as pawns while considering themselves paramount, engaging in this tedious meeting. Monta Kizite, wondering what he was expecting. This was the weakness of human nature, fully displayed at the critical moment. To unite them, it required not only a powerful enemy, but also a threat to their interests. At this point, they still cared to argue over trivial matters. It was truly maddening. However, the meeting did not conclude. With nearly 100 representatives, discussions became even more challenging. If one did not know better, they might think it was a market bargaining session. Mo Chi shook his head in disappointment. Continuing in this manner was utterly meaningless and went against his sense of justice. Mo Chi said, "Enough talk. Our Spirit Hall's paladins are willing to take the lead." Brother Mo Chi, you should have said that earlier. I only trust the Spirit Hall members. I don't feel secure with anyone else. Old Ghost, what do you mean by looking at me like that? Did I say we would take the lead? No, what are you implying? Do you believe I could obliterate you in a minute? I'm so scared. Everyone, just say less. You're making a fool of yourselves, acting like children at your age. Exactly. And Mo Chi has already said they will be the vanguard. We should discuss who will assist. And so it began again. Mo Chi could only smile bitterly. They did not stop arguing because of his words. This was understandable. He had perhaps seen himself as too important, but to them, he was not. Mo Chi stood up and turned to leave. He simply could not stand such pointless bickering. If they wanted to be boring, let them continue. You all carry on. I won't be foolish with you. They acted like idiots, so tedious. As Mo Chi left, others began to stand up, and the meeting was thus declared over. Those who had been arguing finally ceased their disputes, realizing it was all meaningless. However, they felt embarrassed to leave immediately and had to wait until others departed before they could calmly converse. There was no need for such arguments. This arrogance was utterly pointless and instead diminished their regal aura. It was truly foolish. Tomorrow, let us go too. Yes, everyone will go, if we slack off. We won't have any excuses. Indeed, this war is not just about interests. It also concerns our survival. In this battle, we must only achieve victory, not failure. Let us go for it. Let us go. After they spoke openly, they encouraged each other and then left as well. Everyone understood the importance of this war. And defeating these demons and conquering Demon Island was the key to clearing this game. In their view, whether this game could be cleared depended entirely on this battle. Of course, not everyone treats Duluwa Continent as a game. In reality, only they're clear about this. Chapter 268. Lu Weiming and Su Wire. After a night of silence, when the sun rose in the east the next day, Mo Chi brought many holy knights to the water's edge. Mo Chi looked at the turbulent water surface. The only path to Demon Island had to start from here. He didn't say a word, nor did he care what others thought. He had promised to take the lead as the vanguard, and he would keep his word. This was not a joke, nor was there any need for one. Because he didn't care whether others followed or not. This battle was inevitable. Someone had to step up, regardless of the outcome. The lead had to be taken. And as for other matters, he didn't need to think too much about them. Let us set off, Mo Chi said, and then stepped into the water, walking on its surface. With his departure, others followed him on their journey. The turbulent water, with surging waves, would not only face strong winds and waves, but also demons from Demon Island. They did not retreat or fear, but marched forward bravely. No storm could shake their steps. They moved forward with great momentum, charging through challenges like a knife cutting through paper. The water tornadoes were no different from air to them, quickly dispersing these water tornadoes before continuing onward. Watching Mo Chi and the others, the crowd on the shore was stunned. They were faced with a choice, to watch the show or to join in and head to Demon Island. It was difficult for them to make a decision at that moment. Until the appearance of the demons. When the demons clashed with the holy knights, their hearts trembled. I can't watch this anymore, someone said, walking towards the water. Who isn't? T had a moment of passion. Me too. After one person took the lead, many others also couldn't bear to watch and stepped forward towards the holy knights. It seemed that if they continued to wait, they would lose heart, and then the big shots would calculate gains and losses, wanting to take advantage, seeking greater benefits for themselves. However, this thought was useless now. No one would listen or understand their good intentions. Big figures consider interests, while small figures are easily swayed by emotions. This is the difference between them. They had no choice but to join in. This was originally a battle concerning their race, and there was no room for retreat. Only by conquering Demon Island could they achieve victory. Perhaps from the very beginning, they shouldn't have focused too much on gains and losses. The more they calculated, the more it hindered them, and the final outcome might be a failure. On the sea, people crowded together, fighting against the demons, continuously showcasing their skills. With flashy special effects rolling in waves, dozens of dark dragons and fallen angels appeared. The battlefield changed due to their presence, even showing signs of reversal. However, with the arrival of the big shots, this phenomenon did not last long before being suppressed. Although they had not completely won, they had managed to hold back these demons. Victory was merely a matter of time. The fierce fighting on the sea continued, with sacrifices on both sides. In terms of numbers, the players had the advantage, while the demons were at a disadvantage. The battle raged from morning until evening, finally allowing the players to break through the water surface and see the true form of Demon Island. It was a massive island built of black materials, with castle-like structures. The great castle located at the center of Demon Island. The edges of Demon Island were heavily guarded by walls, and to attack, the players had to break through. For them, breaking through was not difficult given the large disparity in combat power. At the shore of Demon Island, the players cheered joyfully, declaring their victory to the demons. More and more players landed, provoking attacks from the demons. However, they did not back down, showcasing their martial souls and spirit rings, beginning to counterattack. The demons were quickly reduced by a third, boosting the players' morale as they launched a new attack with the goal of exterminating all demons. Mo Chi, standing at the forefront, was somewhat surprised by this outcome. The battle was going too smoothly. If this was the demon stronghold, everything was going too well, as if it were an illusion or some trap. Mo Chi felt this way, but whether it was true or not had no accurate answer yet. It was better to observe the situation first. As the sky darkened, the fighting continued. Many sacrificed themselves to conquer Demon Island, and the battlefield was already a river of blood. The big shots were locked in fierce battles with fallen angels, while the underlings faced off against high-level demons. Overall, the players had the upper hand and were on the verge of conquering Demon Island. More and more players broke through, charging towards the central castle of Demon Island. all seeming like they had lost their minds in the fight. Suddenly, a dark energy beam shot down, causing nearly 1,000 players to perish in the explosion beneath the beam. How lively! A short fallen angel appeared. He was Lu Weiming, who had resurrected and lost his memory. Now, he was considered one of the high combat powers on Demon Island, capable of dealing with 3 to 5 tidal WOs without much trouble. Who is it? A fallen angel that can talk. No, fallen angels can talk, right? Stop babbling. It doesn't even matter if it can talk. Just defeat it. Strike him. Very much agreed. Let us beat him up. The players, displeased with Lu Weiming, rolled up their sleeves to attack him. One by one, they unleashed their soul skills at Lu Weiming. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the soul skills was immense, creating a large mushroom cloud. At the same time, a shadow appeared on the ground, attacking those who had just struck at Lu Weiming. Puff, puff, puff. A series of thuds sounded as they were all killed and fell. A woman's figure appeared before everyone. She, like Lu Weiming, was in a fallen angel form. Who is she, and why is she so beautiful? Indeed, the devil's figure and beauty. If only one could have her, it would be worth dying. To die under the peony flower, even as a ghost. One would still be romantic. Yes, yes. Many players were lost in thought, marveling at how beautiful Sue Wire was after her transformation. The fallen angel Sue Wire, with her stunning appearance, seemed to carry a charm bonus. Are you all stupid? Has the bug onto your heads? Are you all idiots? What is she? A fallen angel, a demon, and you dare to fantasize about romance with a demon? No, 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 this thought is wrong. Wouldn't it be better to just take her down? What happened to the logic we talked about? How did the situation change in the end? The crowd was speechless, yet they felt what he said was right. Wouldn't it be better to just take her down? Of course it would be. So they moved to attack Sue Wire, preparing. At the same time, as the explosion faded, Lu Weiming's figure reappeared, unharmed, and unleashed a demon beam at the players once more. Chapter 269, The Battle of Two People. The entrance of Lu Weiming and Sue Wire was magnificent, and they proved with strength that not every fallen angel was that weak. Their appearance quickly attracted the attention of the big shots. It was evident that among the many demons and fallen angels, the two of them radiated the strongest aura. It was easy to imagine that dealing with these two would be much more difficult than with other fallen angels. 1 or 2 people might not be enough to challenge them. The big shots did not act immediately, as taking action alone would be risky. It was better to be cautious. Just as they hesitated, Mo Chi's figure appeared in front of Sue Wire. He didn't care who the enemy was. For the justice in his heart, he could be stronger than anyone else and defeat any so-called strong enemy. Paladin, Mo Chi's martial soul manifested, and then the paladin martial soul possessed him, causing paladin armor to appear on his body, changing his entire aura. He looked at Sue Wire, and the next moment, his figure suddenly lunged towards her. His holy spear thrust towards Sue Wire. Clang! L. Weiming's figure appeared in front of Mo Chi, blocking the thrust of Mo Chi's holy spear. They then began to fight. Meanwhile, Sue Wire targeted other players. Her goal was to eliminate the intruding players on Demon Island, without needing to consider who they were, attacking anyone she saw. Sue Wire's combat style was swift and decisive. Mo Chi, entangled with L. Weiming, felt powerless. To protect others, he first had to defeat L. Weiming. Defeating L. Weiming was not going to be easy. After all, he and Sue Wire were the strongest fallen angels Mo Chi had encountered so far. Compared to other fallen angels, L. Weiming had the highest combat power, with smooth actions and quick thinking, like the difference between a puppet and a real person. The other fallen angels could only be considered puppets, but L. Weiming was different. He was an exceptional existence, and his combat power was self-evident. Buzid L. Weiming. Sue Wire was the same. Her combat power surpassed that of other fallen angels, even slightly stronger than L. Weiming. She moved through the crowd, leaving no grass behind in her wake, her black afterimages disappearing at a visible speed, with each of her movements imprinted in the shadows. Finally, a big shot stepped forward. They had to intervene. If Sue Wire continued to act so recklessly, their reputation would be at stake. Oof. A mere fallen angel dares to be so arrogant. Do you think we are powerless? A cold voice rang out. The speaker was a square-faced man, whose thin frame made him look somewhat peculiar. The man snorted and said, "Don't think that just because you have a bit of beauty, you can do whatever you want. You're just a painted skeleton." Everyone was momentarily stunned. Yu Buchuan, as expected, was the only one who could say such serious things. This man, referred to privately as Yu Buchuan, was an androgynous figure. Sue Wire glanced at this man. She didn't want to pay him any mind, finding him somewhat annoying. She tried to attack others, but was repeatedly interrupted by him. She said, "Are you done yet? I, Yu San, am here. You won't be able to run rampant." Yu San. Su Wei looked at Yu San and said lightly, "Nice name." Yu San thought Su Wei was mocking him and roared, "Demon, come and get your life." Su Wei, is this person toxic? She thought so, but didn't pay it much attention. Just Yu San alone couldn't possibly be her opponent. Su Wei thought this way, and she had no intention of reminding him. Moreover, she intended to take him down, making it easier to fight. As for the nearby onlookers who laughed or mocked, they would soon have their turn to cry. The battle quickly began, with Su Wei and Yu San clashing. Their speed was astonishing, and their output was tremendous, completely unconcerned about bystanders. Because of this, many people fell victim during their fight. Soon, the battle took a turn. Just as Su Wei had anticipated, Yu San alone was not her match and was quickly sent flying. Then, she ignored Yu San and did not pursue the advantage, but instead targeted those nearby. Su Wei's actions undoubtedly angered the big shots. Initially reluctant to intervene, they were still pretending to fight with other fallen angels. But at this moment, they stopped pretending and began to fight seriously. After defeating those fallen angels, they would team up with Yu San to deal with Su Wei. In addition, the battle between Mo Qi and Wei Meng was relatively stable. It looked like they were exchanging blows as if they were actors, and if one didn't know better, they would think they were acquaintances. However, everyone knew Mo Qi's principles and would not think that way, as his sense of justice did not allow him to act like that. Mo Qi was also a bit troubled. If this continues, it won't work. I need to think of a way. This is too unfair. Mo Qi unleashed his martial soul true form, and Wei Meng couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You're finally serious. I thought you could hold on a bit longer. But this is good enough now." Mo Qi said, "Enough with the nonsense. Show your skills. Otherwise, you 1T have a chance later." Wei Meng replied, "My skills are considerable. With just you alone, you probably can't handle it." Mo Qi smiled and said, "Whether I can handle it is my business. You don't need to worry about it. Just bring it on." Wei Meng nodded and said, "All right." Then, his dark energy erupted, forming a black tornado that swept towards Mo Qi. Ha! Mo Qi thrust his spear towards the black tornado. The holy spear, glowing, pierced through the black tornado, but Wei Meng's figure was nowhere to be seen. It seemed the black tornado was merely a disguise. Mo Qi looked surprised as he searched for Wei Meng's figure, who had already appeared behind him. Bang! Wei Meng kicked Mo Qi's martial soul true form up and then quickly pounded him. Bang! 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 Finally, Wei Meng sent Mo Qi flying several miles away. Is that all? As Wei Meng's words fell, new enemies appeared. Like Su Wei's opponents, several big shots were ready to take action, completely disregarding the idea of one-on-one combat. At this moment, Wei Meng and Su Wei faced multiple strong enemies simultaneously, their expressions unchanged, as if they didn't see these formidable foes, continuing to fulfill their mission. The battle continued. Aside from them, others were struggling as well, even somewhat in disarray. Wei Meng and Su Wei did not hesitate and directly attacked those who surrounded them. Their figures swiftly engaged these enemies. Although the opponents had the numerical advantage, in terms of combat power, they were not a match for Wei Meng and Su Wei. Chapter 270. Hidden Secrets. Wei Meng and Su Wei's combat power was outstanding, but two fists could not defeat four hands. Even a hero could not withstand a crowd. Under the siege of the titled Duos, they were gradually suppressed, and their advantage became less obvious. The titled Duos attacks grew fiercer, and they struggled to cope, sustaining injuries multiple times, ultimately being sent flying by a coordinated strike from their enemies. When Wei Meng and Su Wei got back on their feet, another wave of brutal attacks came, and before they could react, they were heavily injured again. Clearly, the players did not give them a chance to catch their breath, relentlessly pursuing them and defeating them, ultimately winning the battle. However, just as victory seemed imminent, a black beam blocked their combined attack, intercepting all their strikes. What kind of skill is it to bully the weak with numbers? A voice filled with a smile rang out. He was the one who interrupted the players' combined attack. "Who are you?" Someone shouted. "Isn't it obvious?" The opponent chuckled and replied, "I am, of course, the devil, your enemy." The players were taken aback. His words were not wrong, but they didn't think it was that simple. "Were you to show up?" The one who spoke earlier shouted angrily. The opponent smiled slightly, appeared beside him, and lifted him up. "Satan." After saying this, He snapped the man's neck. At this moment, the players and Dolua's expressions turned serious. They never expected the existence of Satan. They thought demons were already impressive. But the Demon King had appeared. Impossible. You can't be Satan. After their initial shock, someone retorted. That's right, you can't be Satan. Naturally, with one rebuttal came another, and the murmurs grew louder. Ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death? You dare impersonate Satan looking like that? Exactly. Satan is way scarier than you. You're at most a little puppy. Don't inflate your worth so much. Do you even deserve it? Demons nowadays are so dishonest. Just because you have a bit of power, you claim to be Satan. If you are Satan, then I am God. Ah, Satan killed that person and said, I hate it the most when others compare me to that old guy. Also, whether I'm Satan or not is not for you to decide. After saying this, he glanced at those guys and they all obediently closed their mouths. Whether you are Satan or not, I don't care. At this moment, Yusin stood up. As a title-Ultimately, he was naturally not afraid of Satan, especially with so many teammates behind him. Satan looked at Yusin. So, do you have an opinion? Yusin said, what can someone like you, who only bullies the weak, do? Even if you have an opinion about us, can you refute us? He used us, not me, which was his cleverness. However, would Satan follow his script? Naturally not. Satan's figure moved quickly, appearing in front of Yusin in the blink of an eye. Yusin fluffed up like a frightened little cat. What do you want? He unleashed his martial soul's true form. A terrifying aura surged forward, and he attacked Satan without hesitation. With a loud bang, a dark power exploded, directly sending Yusin flying, his life uncertain. The power that Satan displayed was enough to prove the truth of his claims. He was indeed the Demon King Satan. Faced with such a powerful Demon King, they had no better option but to unite, let alone take him down individually. However, with Satan's appearance, they were very clear that he was the master of Demon Island and also their target for this arrival. Only by defeating Satan could all problems be solved, and all demons eliminated. Domain activated. Among the players, someone activated their domain. His domain was an auxiliary type, significantly boosting the player's attributes. As the domain unfolded, the players' morale soared, making them more formidable against the demons. The title-Ultimately players attacked Satan, launching gorgeous skills toward him. If there were a health bar statistic, it would be constantly dropping, though not at a fast pace. However, Satan's recovery ability was strong. He seemed like a moving spring of water, making him hard to deal with. Satan shook his head in disappointment. I thought you were impressive, but it turns out you're just this kind of stuff. I really misjudged you. He found the battle very boring. If they were the strongest in the world, he could wipe them out without Tang Feng's help. Don't be too arrogant too soon, or you'll regret it. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Destruction of Heaven and Earth, Azura's 9-linked cannon. I have to say, the name of this Fusion Soul skill is quite impressive. I just wonder how effective it is and whether it can break through his defenses. Satan felt a bit of anticipation and gave them time to unleash their soul skills. 9 different colored orbs, like beads, were connected together. Buzz. In the center of the orbs, a colorful energy sphere condensed. Boom, boom, boom. Colorful energy beams shot towards Satan. The powerful force erupted continuously, creating a whirlwind and heat wave, announcing its arrival like a roaring dragon. Rumbling. The energy dragon crashed directly into Satan. The energy explosion was exceptionally terrifying, but everyone thought Satan would not simply die from it. Thus, one powerful attack after another followed. The massive demon island trembled as if it were about to sink into the sea, resembling a magnitude 10 earthquake. At the center of the earthquake, Satan was bombarded by tons of this energy. However, Satan was not defeated by this damage. Aside from some superficial wounds, it did not have a significant impact. Crack! Satan condensed the energy explosion and casually shattered this force. Bang, bang, bang. The fragments of power scattered everywhere. Satan's powerful display left them dumbfounded. They never imagined Satan could be this strong. A bit interesting, but your strength still falls short. Satan smiled at them, and after casually saying this, he vanished from their sight, appearing in front of a title-Ultimately the next second. Bang, bang, bang. Satan's punch speed was extremely fast, exceeding 1,000 punches per second, terrifying like a sudden death. In an instant, he directly annihilated this title-Ultimately. In a one-on-one fight, these title-Ultimately were no match for him. However, no one would challenge Satan alone. They had to strike together, which still posed a bit of trouble. Stop hiding your strength. The opponent is Satan. If this continues, we will be taken down one by one. I know what to do without you saying it. It seems we have no choice but to show our trump cards. Let's reveal everything. Seriously, Let's give it our all. I didn't expect you to be hiding so much. As if you weren't hiding anything yourself. Chapter 271. Satan's Self-Detonation. Hiding is useless. If we lose our lives, it will all be in vain. They deeply understood that even if no one mentioned it, they knew it was just that they didn't want to give their all. Who doesn't have one or two trump cards? Who doesn't have moments when they don't want to reveal them? Revealing too many cards isn't a good thing. It might invite disaster and ultimately cost them their lives. However, now facing Satan, hiding was also a big taboo. They could lose their lives at any moment, and keeping trump cards needed to be situational. Everyone understood that if they didn't give their all, they were not his opponents. You all need to think clearly. Once our losses exceed 1/3, do you think we can still win if we reveal our cards and fight him? There is only one chance. Are you planning to give up like this or fight back with all your might? With high spirits, the person shouting these words was the first to exert all their strength, their soul power continuously condensing. That's right. If this continues with hesitation, we won't have any chances left. It's really troublesome to be fighting against Satan, something I wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Let's give it our all. After all, once a person dies, they cannot come back to life. We should live freely and easily without having to calculate so many gains and losses. It's time to showcase our true skills. The title Duluos naturally understood this, and they had witnessed Satan's power firsthand. If they didn't fight back with all their might, they wouldn't have another opportunity. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surrounding power continued to condense, and they unleashed their soul power to defeat Satan. Only by defeating him could they continue to strive in peace. Demons shouldn't appear on the Doluwa continent. It doesn't matter if the opponent is Satan. They shouldn't come to disturb the Doluwa continent. They were naturally dissatisfied with the demons' disruptions. The demons were like a group of bandits, and no one has a good impression of bandits. Satan, like a bandit, allowed demons to rampage and destroy the Doluwa continent, slaughtering everywhere. No one could tolerate his existence. Satan charged towards the first title Doluwa, who was full of fighting spirit. Morale was raised, and fighting wasn't that fun anymore. They needed to cool things down. Death. As Satan uttered the word death, a pair of black, jelly-like wings appeared behind him. These wings surged towards the opponent, instantly killing the title Doluwa, who had condensed and unleashed their soul power. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion spread, and the aftermath was astonishing. The soul power, shattered by Satan, exploded continuously without support. Satan flew out from the center of the explosion and moved towards another title Doluwa, the other title Duluos. Seeing this, did not let Satan succeed and united to resist. A fierce battle broke out, and the Demon Island felt like it was about to collapse under their fighting. In the central castle of Demon Island, Tang San watched the battle with concern, feeling that this large-scale battlefield had nothing to do with him. Tang Feng saw Tang San's gloomy expression and humorously said, "Ah San, don't think too much. These people are all title Doluos at level 90. If you want to defeat them, you must reach title Doluwa." Tang San nodded, "I know, but..." Tang Feng understood the worries in Tang San's heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. It seemed that in this farce, apart from the task that awarded Tang San, he had nothing to do with it. And the truth was indeed so, which was the most frustrating part. Don't think too much, just focus on leveling up. Leave this to us, nothing will happen. Tang Feng could only comfort him. As for what the outcome would be, it was still hard to say. After all the players had arrived, and some of them shouldn't be underestimated. I know. Tang San appeared very helpless. He didn't want it to be like this. This feeling was too awkward. But what could he do if he didn't want to? He couldn't change anything. Xiao Fengzi, let me join the fight. Zhao Sijuan looked at the battle between Satan and the title Duluos, as well as Lu Weimeng and Su Wire slaughtering the children, wanting to ask to join the fight. It's not the right time yet, and Tang Feng paused, not expressing his inner thoughts. He didn't want Zhao Sijuan to take risks. Even if there was a need to take action, he could do it himself, and continued, "Moreover, you still need to take care of Asan's safety. His safety is very important and cannot be neglected." Fine. Zhao Sijuan didn't want to agree, but under Tang Feng's gaze, she felt embarrassed to refuse. She understood Tang Feng's meaning. He was just dismissing her. He had never said this before. What kind of concern was this? However, she had to admit that her combat power was not high, and compared to Tang Feng and Satan, she was far behind. Plus, with Tang Feng's changes now, Zhao Sijuan really didn't dare to go against his wishes. The battle continued, with Satan being besieged by many title Duluos, and they were attacking with all their might. It was already a difficult task for him to hold on for so long. "Satan, how strong is your combat power?" Why did you deliberately lose to me back then? Tang Feng murmured to himself. He knew that in that battle, if Satan hadn't held back, he might not have been able to defeat him. Now, it was unclear whether Satan was playing or fighting with all his might. His fighting style seemed completely dependent on his mood. If you don't want to fight, then just be straightforward about it. Why do it like this? Tang Feng shook his head helplessly. He knew it was time for him to take action. These players all deserve to die. Tang Feng emerged from the castle and flew towards the direction where Satan was battling. Satan seemed to sense Tang Feng's arrival and said to the titled Duos besieging him, "I'm done playing. If I keep playing, my master will get angry. Goodbye." He waved at them, and all the dark power on him exploded, sending all those titled Duos flying. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang out, and terrifying power swallowed everything. This was Satan's true strength. More than half of the titled Duos were severely injured, and a small fraction was directly annihilated. Some were lucky enough to avoid this attack. Satan's self-explosive attack came quickly, leaving them no chance to react. This guy. Tang Feng looked on, both amused and exasperated. Satan's performance was clearly for him to see, and he couldn't do anything about Satan. Satan, are you really not afraid of death? Or do you just find it boring? You even resorted to self-detonation? Tang Feng wanted to summon Satan again, but gave up. He could handle these severely injured titled Duos by himself. Moreover, he always felt that Satan had ulterior motives, if it wasn't necessary. It was better to keep that skill reserved. Chapter 272. I Am Justice. Satan's self-detonation was unbelievable not only to Tang Feng, but also to the other players. Those lucky enough to escape death began to complain after surviving. What the hell? This Satan must be fake, right? It must be fake. It hurt me so badly. He said he would self-detonate, and it happened without any warning. Isn't that so? He was so arrogant and confident just now, and suddenly he self-detonated. Who would believe that? I'm having a hard time. Not just him. Everyone felt it was too difficult. At the same time, they thought Satan was being a bit too frivolous. He didn't seem like the real Satan at all. How could the Demon King act like this? How could it possibly be like this? But the facts were as they were. Satan had severely injured them with his self-detonation and even took away half of the titled Duos, which was a disaster for them. And the matter didn't end there. What did Satan mean by mentioning a master before his death? Was he just saying it casually? Or was there really another mastermind behind it? What was even more puzzling was, who could become Satan's master? After all, Satan was the Demon King. They couldn't understand that they could only defeat these demons and fallen angels before searching for this so-called master to see if he existed. However, they soon discovered that this master was indeed real, as a figure was rushing towards them. Before they even realized whether he was that master or not, he had already launched an attack on them, mercilessly slaughtering players. Stop! A titled Duo couldn't bear to watch any longer. His actions were completely provocative. I told you to stop. Tang Feng ignored him and showed no intention of stopping. He wasn't foolish enough to listen to them. You're seeking death, the opponent shouted in anger, but Tang Feng shrugged and continued to slash wildly at the surrounding players. The sword in his hand, the Ganjiang Moi, was not to be trifled with. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tang Feng's flaming sword energy struck out, killing nearly 100 players, and he disdainfully remarked, "This speed is still too slow. It would be better if it were a bit faster." Yes, he was complaining about the speed at which he was killing players, disregarding the intentions of others, believing they were all the same. At that moment, several titled Duo and the person who had just spoken surrounded Tang Feng, determined to kill this heinous individual. Facing their attack, Tang Feng unleashed his ice and fire duality, but it had little effect as they quickly broke through it. After the ice and fire duality was dispelled, he used the 8-headed serpent spear and slammed it hard into the ground. Boom! With one move, Tang Feng pushed them back and seriously injured them. He would not let this opportunity slip by. His figure flashed as he chased after them, the Ganjiang Moi in his hand, swiftly knocking them all down. Before Tang Feng could boast, his enemies surrounded him for a relentless assault. His 8-headed serpent spear was cooling down, and he didn't want to use his martial soul's true form. Time stop. Tang Feng used the time stop technique, freezing time on Demon Island. In this frozen time, he could kill all these players, though it consumed quite a bit of energy. Who should I start with? Tang Feng glanced at the players who were frozen in place and decided to randomly choose one to start. The Ganjiang Moi in his hand moved according to his thoughts as he continuously killed players, letting them die in this still time. With each swing of his sword, flames erupted, creating a unique scene that looked like igniting a painting. In this frozen world, Tang Feng felt like a god who dominated everything, freely controlling the lives of the players. However, just as he was enjoying his harvest, a cracking sound echoed. Someone had broken through his time freeze. Who could it be? As Tang Feng pondered, he turned to look in the direction of the sound. He saw a paladin gradually breaking free. He recognized these paladins somewhat. Soon, Tang Feng recognized the person. It was Mo Chi, a paladin from the Spirit Hall, with whom he had once dealt with the rogue. It seems that you've grown quite a bit since we last met, gaining such strong power, Tang Feng remarked, unsure if Mo Chi could hear him. He felt a bit conflicted about whether he should kill this person or not, as Mo Chi had left a decent impression on him. Crack, crack, boom. Finally, Mo Chi completely broke free from the time constraint, regaining the ability to act freely in the still world. After regaining his freedom, he looked at Tang Feng, who could also act freely in this frozen world. Their eyes met, and Mo Chi felt that Tang Feng looked somewhat familiar. It quickly dawned on him. It's him. I didn't expect it to be you. This is quite a surprise, Mo Chi said to Tang Feng. Yes, quite a surprise, Tang Feng replied, equally astonished. He hadn't anticipated meeting again in this way. You've changed a lot since we last met, Mo Chi said lightly. You too, Tang Feng responded. Mo Chi scrutinized Tang Feng. Are you one of these demons? Before Mo Chi could finish his question, Tang Feng interjected, yes. Mo Chi withdrew his gaze from Tang Feng and immediately turned hostile, coldly stating, since you admit it, we have nothing more to say. Looking at the indifferent Mo Chi, Tang Feng felt a sense of relief and said, we have different paths, so there's no need for us to conspire together. If we can't see eye to eye, there's no point in talking. After finishing, he added, I think the same. Since I've decided to do this, there's no need to hesitate. Mo Chi snorted coldly, saying, good and evil cannot coexist. No matter how well you put it, it won't change the fact that you are a force of evil. Tang Feng smiled and said justice. I haven't heard that word in a long time. And who decides what justice is? By what standard do you measure it? Mo Chi firmly replied, I am justice. Tang Feng laughed heartily. What a good justice. I am justice too. Mo Chi pointed his holy spear at Tang Feng. Come on. Tang Feng not that anzai. After saying that, he charged at Mo Chi, swinging his sword and unleashing several sword energies, chasing after them. Mo Chi dispersed the sword energies, clashing with Tang Feng's sword. In the blink of an eye, several rounds of exchanges ended, and they skillfully used several skills that canceled each other out before continuing to attack one another. Tang Feng unleashed the eight-headed serpent spear, significantly increasing his combat power and instantly suppressing Mo Chi. The explosion of the eight-headed serpent spear blasted Mo Chi back several dozen meters. Holy spear, direct hit. Buzz, buzz. Steadying himself, Mo Chi immediately counterattacked, with the holy spear shining with dazzling light. Chapter 273, No Form Boom. Boom, boom. The power of the holy spear exploded, and a beam of light engulfed Tang Feng. Accompanying the light beam was Mo Chi's holy spear. With a whoosh, the holy spear rushed into the beam of light, and Mo Chi's figure was also within it. His speed was even faster than light, as if he had teleported, reaching Tang Feng in an instant. Just as Tang Feng was bracing against the beam of light, he didn't expect Mo Chi to suddenly appear, and the holy spear pierced towards his vital point. Boom! Thud! A spear pierced through his throat. It was simpler than Mo Chi had imagined. This was a bit unreasonable. Tick! The time on Demon Island resumed its flow without the restriction of soul power. Mo Chi looked at the now normal Demon Island, where all players and demons could move freely, still somewhat incredulous at the scene before him. This is too easy, right? Indeed, it was much simpler than anticipated. The recovered players continued with their previous actions, seemingly unaware of what had just occurred. Only those who were not affected by it would naturally feel that there was no problem. As for those affected players, they had already been sent on their way by Tang Feng. The affected players barely registered it, so not many would know what had just happened. It seemed that very few were affected, and those who were only paused for a moment, confused about the situation. However, they should know that they that Machi referred to are naturally the players with the title of Doloa. These players should have some awareness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to him. However, having some awareness is of no use. No one knows what has happened, and they wouldn't proactively inquire, as that would seem very childish. So they only kept an eye on it in their hearts. Crack! Suddenly, a faint sound came, and Machi's heart jumped. He immediately looked towards the source of the sound. A figure appeared before him, and Machi was startled by this figure. He never expected Tang Feng to resurrect, just like Orochimaru shedding its snake skin. That was not the problem. The problem was that Tang Feng actually resurrected. Scared me to death. I thought you killed me. That shot just now was terrible. It almost decapitated me. Tang Feng patted his chest, grinning at Machi. Machi stared at the intact Tang Feng and immediately entered a combat state. Tang Feng smiled slightly and said, "No matter how hard you try, you can't change what's already destined. No one can change it." Machi did not respond. The holy gun erupted with astonishing power and charged directly at Tang Feng. As Tang Feng retreated, he summoned the twin blades, Ganjiang and Moxie, and killed a nearby player right in front of Machi. "Ha ha, see? I told you, you can't stop me. Stop it." The one shouting was not Machi, but other players with the title of Delaw, who all rushed to attack Tang Feng. "Stop it. No, no, no. I'm just speaking the truth. Who told me I'm a good person? Ha ha, Satan, I finally understand what you mean by good person." Tang Feng frantically killed these players, avoiding a direct confrontation with Machi and the other Delaw, instead targeting the weaker players. "Tang Feng," Machi shouted angrily, "try touching them again." Tang Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect this fool to really be angry, especially for some strangers. Such righteousness was too great, but I don't like it. Tang Feng grabbed a player and, right in front of Machi, stabbed him from behind, killing him. It was as if he was saying, "Not only did I touch them, but I also killed them. What can you do about it?" Tang Feng's actions infuriated Machi, and his soul power surged, creating an exaggerated cyclone around him. Clearly, Machi was showcasing his strongest power, and his domain soon followed, increasing his combat power nearly 100-fold. Faced with this terrifying aura, Tang Feng put away his playful mindset, pushing the player down to the ground and facing Machi warily. Other Delo also unleashed their respective powers. It seemed they were all angered by their own actions. Tang Feng didn't explain. Anyway, they wouldn't believe him. He would wait until he became a god to restore everything, with no global descent and no ridiculous game. Of course, no one understood Tang Feng's actions, and he didn't need them to. So what if he was against the whole world? He just needed to defeat them all. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Facing the outburst from Machi and the others, if he didn't show a response, he might capsize in the gutter. Martial Soul, True Body. Tang Feng unleashed his Martial Soul True Body before their attacks arrived, adding enhancement effects. His current state was not inferior to theirs. See God Dusk. Tang Feng unleashed his ultimate move, and Machi and the others were startled, all trying to interrupt him, not giving Tang Feng a chance to complete it. Interrupt him. Don't hold back. Directly use your ultimate to interrupt. All right. The Doluo made their move, continuously unleashing powerful forces. On the other side, Machi also didn't hold back and unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! All attacks fell, and a massive mushroom cloud appeared. However, they didn't notice that someone nearby had changed appearance. The originally fat figure was now handsome and dashing. Ha 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 ha! That figure laughed wildly, and only then did they realize that their companion had been replaced by someone else. This someone else was none other than the Tang Feng they thought was caught in the explosion. Tang Feng had used the devil's stand-in to swap places with one of them. It was precisely because of this that the above scene occurred, leaving everyone dumbfounded, unsure of what had happened. Moreover, Tang Feng's Sea God Dusk was already prepared. They had no energy left to stop it. Now, they could only escape. At the thought, many turned to flee, leaving only one or two fools like Machi still holding their ground. "You are really foolish." Tang Feng would not hold back, releasing Sea God Dusk, intending to kill all the players here. Buzz, 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 boom, boom. A powerful force erupted, like the sun exploding, undoubtedly heralding the apocalypse for them. Well, lively scene. If you were to attack others, that would be one thing, but you absolutely shouldn't, under any circumstances, attack my beloved. A voice rang out at that moment, as if it were a demonic sound, echoing throughout the Devil's Island, making sure everyone heard it clearly. Then, a person appeared before Tang Feng, hands snapping down on his head like the jaws of a crocodile. No style. Chapter 274. This is love. The one speaking was none other than Yudo, who was rushing to Devil's Island. It was better to arrive just in time than to arrive early. His arrival was perfectly timed, just when Machi was injured, allowing him to stage a heroic rescue. Of course, whether Machi believed this was a coincidence or not was beyond Yudo's concern. He wouldn't explain it to Machi. In any case, he had saved Machi, and that was a fact. Naturally, in Machi's eyes, Yudo was a person with heavy schemes. Even if it were truly a coincidence, he wouldn't believe it. However, whether it was coincidence or cunning, he owed Yudo for saving him and would repay it when he had the chance. Machi was not someone who liked to owe others, even if that other person was very annoying. However, one thing Machi couldn't understand wasn't Yudo already dead? Why was he still alive? And why was he here? Just as Machi was filled with questions, Yudo, who had caught Tang Feng, showed no sign of stopping. At the same time, he was surprised to find Tang Feng in Yudo's body. He couldn't quite react. What was going on? As the saying goes, timing is everything. Yudo's no style struck while Tang Feng was in a daze, and everyone else was dumbfounded. Everyone saw Yudo's appearance, with his distinct hairstyle and white leather-clad jeans. A standard Kyo Kusanagi image, and he unleashed Kyo Kusanagi's hidden ultimate move, no style. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous movements of no style, each punch containing immense soul power, exploded in the air, shattering the space itself. Each punch landed on Tang Feng, making him feel extremely frustrated, as if he had suffered an internal injury and his organs were about to shift. Kyo Kusanagi, a character from the King of Fighters, is this also a martial soul? It can be played like this? If I had known earlier, I would have created a character as my martial soul too. So I wouldn't be in a situation like this, unable to defeat even a demon. Who says otherwise? If heaven gave me a chance to start over, I definitely wouldn't choose the black tortoise martial soul. Isn't Kyo Kusanagi more appealing? I think Iori Yagami is even more appealing. Don't you think my Shiranui is more appealing? Dead or alive 7. However, I also think my Shiranui is appealing. Really appealing. I have to admit, among the King of Fighters characters, my Shiranui's popularity is incredibly high, even surpassing that of the main character Kyo Kusanagi. At the same time, the final punch from Yudo landed, fully unleashing its power. Boom! Even Tang Feng, who was immune to fire damage, had scorch marks on his body as if he had been burned to charcoal. This shows just how powerful Yudo's strength is, truly deserving of being the main character in the King of Fighters. After defeating Tang Feng, Yudo turned gracefully towards Mo-Chi, who was also running towards him. Yudo was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit flattered. Could it be that little Chi-Chi has finally understood my love and has been moved by me? As Mo-Chi got closer, Yudo directly opened his arms. At this moment, all that was left was a hug. Yudo thought Mo-Chi would embrace him, but it turned out he was overthinking it. Mo-Chi pushed his hands away and walked past him towards Tang Feng's corpse. No need to be so cold, right? Yudo said casually, but seeing that Mo-Chi ignored him, he added, you can't possibly be interested in the corpse, right? Little Chi-Chi, is that your hobby? His words were abruptly cut off when he saw Mo-Chi whipping Tang Feng's corpse. He couldn't help but feel shocked and exclaimed, little Chi-Chi, I didn't expect you to have such a unique hobby. It seems I don't know you well enough. Shut up. Mo-Chi initially didn't want to pay attention to Yudo, but his words were too unpleasant. What do you mean by having a unique hobby? That's complete nonsense. Yudo whistled, treating Mo-Chi's reaction as him being embarrassed and desperately trying to hide his behavior. Mo-Chi's attack came down, but unfortunately, he was a step too slow and was blocked by the resurrected Tang Feng. Oh, this is interesting. Yudo put away his playful demeanor. Seeing Tang Feng revived, he immediately understood why Mo-Chi was whipping the corpse. It turned out to be a fake resurrection. At this moment, everyone realized the truth. Tang Feng possessed the ability to resurrect, which could be said to be akin to a transformation in Dead or Alive 7. Tang Feng exchanged glances with Yudo and asked in surprise, you actually didn't die? Yudo smiled and replied, aren't you the same? You didn't die. So what's there to be surprised about? Tang Feng thought for a moment and said, yeah, I didn't die either. There's really nothing to be surprised about. Yudo said, my impression of you is okay, but Tang Feng interrupted him, saying, I know, you mentioned it before. It was about the person you cared about, right? Yudo nodded, that's right, you shouldn't have touched him. Tang Feng replied indifferently, I already did. So what do you want to do? Yudo's gaze turned colder as he said, not much. I just want to let you and them know the consequences of touching my people. Mo-Chi said coldly, Yudo, stay away from me. Also, I don't like men. Yudo laughed confidently, whether you like it or not doesn't matter. My love for you is enough. Tang Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, loving someone requires no reason, nor does it need one. Yudo gave Tang Feng a thumbs up, and Mo-Chi angrily exclaimed, if you have the ability, go love then. Damn it, is this love? Tang Feng shrugged, this is love. Yudo nodded, this is love. Montauk Kivas furious. Wishing he could tear their mouths off, shut up. Is this really turning into embarrassment? Tang Feng laughed and countered, then added, since you two are so close, I think being a pair of star-crossed lovers is a good choice. I'll bury you together. Mo-Chi, get lost. Yudo, that's a good idea. But compared to being star-crossed lovers, I prefer being together for a long time. Being together for a long time is so painful. Being star-crossed lovers is better. No, being together for a long time. No. Tang Feng and Yu Do were arguing over being star-crossed lovers and being together for a long time, completely disregarding Mo Chi. Mo Chi roared in anger. Shut up. How could he not be angry? After all, it was still him and Yu Do who had a connection. This was damaging his reputation. Yu Do sent Tang Feng flying and said to Mo Chi, "Don't be angry. I'll help you beat him." Mo Chi looked at the gentle Yu Do, his mouth twitching. He understood he couldn't offend Yu Do right now, but Mo Chi was feeling very frustrated and needed to team up with Yu Do to have a chance at winning this fight. He lightly hummed, and that sounded a lot to Yu Do. Yu Do said, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, he won't hurt you. Just watch how I deal with him." Tang Feng said, "Flirting can wait until you get home. Right now. Everyone stop. Time stop. Chapter 275. You're cheating." Tang Feng activated time stop again. Mo Chi could break the time stop, but it required some time. If he was killed before he broke it, he wouldn't have that time. Tang Feng didn't plan to give Mo Chi any more time. At the moment of time stop, he was already prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Mo Chi. His movements were swift, instantly appearing in front of Mo Chi. Buzz! A light sound rang out as his soul power solidified in his hand, followed by a burst of black flames. Boom! His hands were engulfed in black flames. Without a word, Tang Feng shot the black flames at Mo Chi, his heavy fist coming with a whooshing sound. He thought he could defeat Mo Chi easily, but once again, his plans were thwarted. Once again, Yu Do ruined his good intentions. Tang Feng looked at Mo Chi, who had blocked his attack, and coldly said, "You repeatedly ruin my chances. Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Yu Do laughed heartily. Who exactly is being bullied here? I've warned you before not to lay a hand on my lover. Tang Feng looked coldly at Yu Do. Are you out of your mind? Is this what you call true love? Yu Do replied without hesitation, "True love." Tang Feng directly mocked, "Go to hell with your true love." While speaking, he launched a fierce attack on Yu Do. Naturally, Yu Do didn't back down, using Kyo Kuzunagi's techniques to counter Tang Feng's attacks one by one. Yu Do executed the raging bite, and, after hitting Tang Feng, he followed up with a series of moves, finishing with the Orochi Nagi. The most terrifying aspect of the King of Fighters is the gorgeous combo attacks, if chained together. They can truly finish off an opponent in one go. And Yu Do's combos were just as fierce, leaving Tang Feng with no chance to catch his breath. However, when Yu Do attacked, Tang Feng had already activated the Wu-Wei Taiji. Having witnessed Yu Do's combat power and fighting style, he naturally had to be on guard. The skill effect of Wu-Wei Taiji was undoubtedly the best counter skill. Boom! 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 Yu Do's combo ended. The surrounding area was engulfed in an unquenchable fire. The flames belonging to Kusanagi Kyo were known for their indomitability. The flames burned all around, igniting anyone who got too close, which actually helped Tang Feng. Most importantly, the damage caused by this unquenchable fire to Tang Feng was not significant. If it weren't for the use of his ultimate move or super special move, or Kusanagi Kyo's hidden abilities, it would have had no effect at all. However, this series of combos still hurt quite a bit, with powerful strikes landing on Tang Feng. The final Orochi Nagi even severely injured Tang Feng. At this moment, Mo Chi had just freed himself from the time stop and watched Yu Do's fierce performance, astonished both in his eyes and heart. Yu Do's displayed combat power was much stronger than Mo Chi had imagined. Was this the true strength of Yu Do's martial soul? Mo Chi had a relatively comprehensive understanding of Yu Do's information, but the evolution of this martial soul seemed a bit too powerful. Wu-Wei Taiji. As Yu Do came in for another attack, Tang Feng began his counterattack. All the damage he had sustained was now condensed into a terrifying energy ball of black and white, with the two forces constantly repelling each other. Buzzing. Boom, boom, boom. Tang Feng combined the two repelling energies into one. It felt as if it was about to explode. Not much different from playing with fire and getting burned. Yu Do's figure moved quickly, seemingly unafraid of this power. Just as Tang Feng was about to complete his move, Yu Do actually reached his front, his hands snapping like a crocodile's jaws, coming straight for him. No style. Yes, Yu Do used no style again. However, this time it didn't come out, as the black and white energy in Tang Feng's hands exploded. Boom, 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 boom. The black and white beams of light knocked Yu Do's hands away, which were trying to bite Tang Feng, and dealt all the damage to Yu Do. The black and white energy beam shot forth, sending Yu Do flying, and he disappeared into starlight after taking the hit. Lost. Mo Chi couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just a moment ago, they were locked in a fierce battle, even with Yu Do having the upper hand. And then in the next second, everything reversed completely. Without thinking, Mo Chi stood up, as he was the only one who could do so now. Moreover, Tang Feng was now seriously injured, and Mo Chi did not want to miss this opportunity. Holy Spear Strike. Mo Chi quickly struck from behind Tang Feng. Boom, boom, boom. The Holy Spear pierced through Tang Feng's chest. Tang Feng turned to look at Mo Chi. Young man, how unchivalrous of you to sneak attack this injured old man. If I were to exert myself. Mo Chi shot Tang Feng a glance, directly releasing the energy of the Holy Spear, silencing Tang Feng forever. Boom! Tang Feng was killed by Mo Chi just like that. I won't give you the chance to be revived. Mo Chi's attack fell again, crazily smashing Tang Feng's corpse, dismembering him completely. Mo Chi wanted to see what Tang Feng could use to resurrect after being torn apart. Huh. Everyone emerged from the time stop, all stunned by the scene before them. To them, it seemed like just a moment ago that Mo Chi had taken down Tang Feng. How did Mo Chi defeat Tang Feng? It felt like a lot had happened in the blink of an eye. Was it an illusion? I feel the same way. Look at the unquenchable fire. Was it here before? It seems like it wasn't, but maybe it was. I don't remember. Me too, I don't remember. Everyone expressed their lack of memory, but this was indeed strange. Moreover, if the unquenchable fire was here, where did that Kusanagi Kyo go? The questions piled up, making it hard for them to understand what was going on. Did they enter a void battle and then come back out? Now that you mention it, it does sound a bit like Kusanagi Kyo's power. Keep arguing, it's impossible anyway, and this is Duluo continent, not a parallel world of Blue Star. But don't you think Kusanagi Kyo's flames are a bit too strong? Yeah. Don't you think if the Orochi descends, it might? Enough, even Satan self-destructed. For a while, they couldn't reach a conclusion in their argument. Meanwhile, Mo Chi, who had completely killed Tang Feng, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he would eliminate the remaining demon remnants, and the world would be peaceful again. Or would it? A cold yet smiling voice echoed, and he quickly turned around, disbelief written all over his face. How is this possible? Mo Chi exclaimed. He had torn Tang Feng into small pieces. Yet he could still resurrect? That was just 2 against the odds. Nothing is impossible. Tang Feng smiled faintly. His regeneration ability was strong. So strong that he felt a bit like he was cheating. Be confident. You are indeed cheating. Chapter 276. Red Pill still not dead? How is that possible when he's been shattered into pieces? Oh my goodness, this is too scary. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Did he buy a resurrection armor? Reviving on the spot. God, please send down divine lightning. I never want to see this person again. Strike him down. While everyone was discussing, someone prayed for divine lightning to fall, and suddenly a thunderclap sounded. Crackle. The lightning landed right in front of that person's toes. He took a step back and shouted again, "Oh my God, you aimed in the wrong place, over there." Just as everyone was speechless, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Crackle. This time the lightning landed perfectly, but not where he pointed. It struck him directly, creating a scene of being hit by 5 thunders. Seeing this, the people around him immediately backed away, fearfully patting their chests. They had almost been struck by the 5 thunders along with this fool. In an instant, the atmosphere dropped to 0. No one dared to speak, as they truly understood what it meant to speak misfortune. At the same time, Tang Feng and Mo Chi, who were in a standoff, were also stunned by this sudden lightning strike, which was truly unexpected. As for what the struck person had said to provoke divine wrath, that was left unaddressed. After a moment of shock, Tang Feng and Mo Chi came back to their senses. Their battle was not over yet. Tang Feng and Mo Chi resumed their fight. And aside from them, the other Title de Loa players also took action, planning to team up with Mo Chi against Tang Feng. Even if you team up, it might not be useful. Don't forget, they can't move freely in a world where time is stopped. Tang Feng reminded Mo Chi, stating that aside from Mo Chi, the others were merely decorations. After he said this, Mo Chi also remembered that not to mention others, even he himself would find it difficult to gain freedom. And it would take some time. During this period, he might face life-threatening danger, and being killed by him wouldn't be surprising. So, Mo Chi sighed. There is simply no way out. He thought to himself that Tang Feng's skills were too cheating. It was like he was using hacks. Tang Feng looked at Mo Chi's expression at this moment and smiled. It seems you figured it out. You're simply not my opponent, and neither are you all. Mo Chi frowned, unsure what he was thinking. At this moment, other titled Duluos took action. Don't be intimidated by his words. We are no worse than him. And besides, we have no way out. That's right. De Zhuang is right. Everyone don't back down. Give it your all. Yes, let us just do it. They didn't ask for Mo Chi's opinion before taking action. Instead, they directly attacked Tang Feng. At this time, Mo also realized their purpose for coming here was to defeat Tang Feng and save Doluo continent. So how could they shrink back? Time stop. Faced with the siege of these people, Tang Feng used the time stop skill again. After activating the skill, his soul power surrounded the Demon Island, and the time on Demon Island was frozen once more. After the time on Demon Island stopped, he smiled at Mo. Now no one could stop him, right? Yudo had already been defeated by him, and Mo couldn't break free from the time constraint that quickly. Even if he did, he couldn't win against him. There is no doubt that this time, he could deal with Mo and end this game. Goodbye. Tang Feng swung his sword on Jiang Mo towards Mo. He was already prepared to deal with the others after resolving Mo, who knew at a critical moment, a lightning bolt struck his Gan Jiang Mo sword. This shouldn't be happening. How could there be such a thunderous force moving in a time stop? Who is it? After blocking the attack of the thunderous force, Tang Feng looked around warily. Someone was causing trouble again, which was really annoying. Thunder Light Fist. Just when Tang Feng was not paying attention, a figure appeared behind him and threw a punch imbued with thunderous power at him. Bang! The sneak attack of the Thunder Light Fist sent Tang Feng flying. As Tang Feng turned and landed, he saw who had ambushed him. Though he had changed his appearance, it was undoubtedly Yudo. I told you, don't lay a hand on my lover. Yudo's words were straightforward, and his attitude towards Tang Feng was somewhat cold. Tang Feng looked at Yudo. It seems that if I don't defeat you today, it will be impossible to proceed to the next step. Yudo's Thunder Light Fist appeared again. He was now a second-tier TDK Maru, a man whose every move was electrified. He didn't waste words with Tang Feng and directly attacked, and the battle resumed. Not long into their fight, Mo struggled free from the time constraint. He thought he would be killed this time, but unexpectedly he was saved again. Mo looked at Yudo, his gaze somewhat complicated. Having been saved by Yudo multiple times, even his cold demeanor had changed a bit. Maru, I didn't expect his love for King of Fighters hadn't diminished until now. Mo fell into memories he didn't want to think about. But even if he didn't want to, they would surface. Sigh. Mo's eyes dimmed. The battle between Tang Feng and Yudo was exceptionally fierce, and it was hard to tell the victor for a while. Mo could only watch from the sidelines. He wanted to help, but found that his power was simply not on the same level. In this arena, he didn't want to admit it, yet had to admit that he was not as good as they were. This was truly ironic. All along, he had thought he was remarkable, better than Yudo at everything. That confidence and arrogance now seemed so ridiculous. Compared to him, Yudo was more like someone who was single-minded and free of distractions. He was very extreme in what he did, but it also represented his dedication to doing one thing well. Boom, boom, boom. The clashes from the battle made Mo's heart tense, stirring his emotions. This was not a good sign. At this moment, the battle between Tang Feng and Yudo had reached a heated stage, and Yudo had also used his hidden skill. Under Yudo's assault, Tang Feng chose to dodge and did not come into contact with the Thunder Light Balls. The thunderous power was no joke. Thunder Light Fist. Yudo's fist hit Tang Feng again. He then unleashed a combo on Tang Feng. The damage wasn't particularly high, but the continuity made it hard to deal with. Tang Feng wanted to counterattack, but was left with no openings. It was not so easy to retaliate, and he could only endure Yudo's combo. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder Light Fist. Another Thunder Light Fist connected, and Tang Feng's body was once again controlled. If this continued, he might even be worn down to death by the combo. Tang Feng did not want to see such a result. Prediction. In his prediction, Tang Feng sought an opportunity. When Yudo was about to deliver a fatal blow, he used a substitution skill. Demon Substitute. Chapter 277. The Serpent Seal Yudo's super skill, Thunder Light Fist, was unleashed. Through his prediction, Tang Feng saw the opportunity to counter it. Although it was only a brief few seconds, knowing and not knowing made a difference. Knowing allowed him to think of a way to respond. It was not guesswork or suspicion, but direct knowledge. This was why he had a chance. When Yudo unleashed his final blow, he found the opportunity to use the Demon Substitute. The Demon Substitute was one of the skills obtained after killing Satan and upgrading. After activation, it allowed him to swap places with his opponent, letting the opponent bear the enemy's damage. And the target Tang Feng wanted to swap with was naturally Mo. He wanted Yudo to personally kill Mo. He wanted to see how Yudo, who always spoke of love, would react after killing the person he loved the most. Just as he said this, it all happened almost simultaneously. The super skill Thunder Light Fist erupted, and the crackling thunder danced. The activation of the Demon Substitute occurred at the moment when the Thunder Light Fist arrived, and their positions were swapped. In an instant, The change left no room for reaction. Therefore, Yudo's Thunderlight Fist did not hit Tang Feng, but struck Mo-Chi, who had swapped positions with Tang Feng, a scene that Yudo completely failed to distinguish. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the Thunderlight Fist erupted completely. Mo-Chi, who was lost in thought, had no idea what was happening and was swallowed by the power of the Thunderlight Fist, without any defense. TSK, 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 you really are cruel. A sarcastic voice rang out, causing the fully committed Yudo to freeze for a moment, because he was too familiar with that voice. He found it strange why the voice was coming from the other side and not amidst the Thunderlight Fist. Yudo instinctively looked over and saw Tang Feng holding his head, looking leisurely, and even smiled slightly at him, looking quite annoying. Wait, if he is over there, then who is here? Yudo realized that his super skill Thunderlight Fist had indeed struck his opponent. If this opponent is not Tang Feng, then who could he be? A bad thought surged in his mind. It seems you have already realized it. But now that you have, do you think it's still in time? Faced with Tang Feng's question, Yudo wanted to deny it, but deep down he understood very well that at this moment, it was already too late. Yudo didn't want to think in a negative way, but he had no choice but to go there. He was afraid to face the outcome, and he was also afraid that if he didn't stop, the result would be even worse. Yudo decisively pulled back, and a charred figure fell to the ground, motionless like a salted fish emitting a foul smell. Xiao Chi-Chi. Yudo didn't dare to step forward. He was terrified that the person in front of him was Mo-Chi, and he hoped that this person wasn't Mo-Chi. Hey, isn't your reaction a bit too indifferent? Tang Feng looked at Yudo's back, asking with glee. What he wanted to see was Yudo's crazed, distorted expression, not the current nagging tone. Tang Feng's words pierced Yudo's heart once again. After so many years of effort, so many years of obsession and favoritism, carefully guarding Mo-Chi's side, in the end, the more he thought about it, the more it hurt. He felt as if his heart had shattered into pieces, never to return to the past, never to go back. Mo-Chi was already gone. How could he possibly return to the past, to the way things were before? And how could he possibly continue to protect and cherish him like before? Ah, Yudo roared like thunder, filled with regret. If only he had been a bit braver back then and taken Mo-Chi down, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Love must be obtained. What guardianship, cherishing, and respect? It's all nonsense. Regretting only after losing, what good does it do? Yudo's thoughts were already extreme, and at this moment they became even more extreme, believing that the reason he didn't get Mo-Chi was because he had been too hesitant, overly accommodating to Mo-Chi's feelings. If it weren't for that, if he had directly shown his domineering side, he would have taken him down long ago, and it wouldn't have ended up so badly. Regret, pain, a heart like a knife cut, heart-wrenching. A series of negative emotions emerged, and Yudo's aura became chaotic. Crack, crack, crack. The handheld game console appeared in the air, and the game screen shattered. He reverted from the identity of Nikaido Akihito back to his original self. Bang! The handheld game console completely shattered. The shards continuously fused into Yudo's back, causing his clothes to tear apart. A strange symbol was slowly forming. Like a brand, the mark was recognized by Tang Feng, who believed that anyone who had played arcade games would be familiar with this pattern. The mark of Orochi? Yes, this pattern was the mark of Orochi. Tang Feng watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded, and Yudo's hair instantly turned white. Orochi, Yamata no Orochi. Tang Feng didn't know what to say. The blood of Orochi, a character representing a god in King of Fighters, possessed immense power, a legendary existence. However, Orochi and Yamata no Orochi seemed to be the same character. Why? Boom! An energy beam erupted, unsealing the time of the cursed island. As time was unsealed, a pattern appeared beneath Yudo's feet, which was also the Orochi mark on his back. In order to resurrect Orochi, he decided to offer everyone as sacrifices, including Mo-Chi. Look, that pattern, do you recognize it? How can we not recognize it? It's Orochi's tattoo. They pointed at Yudo's back and the pattern on the ground, realizing the problem. Orochi was considered the strongest boss in King of Fighters, and it left them unable to decide what to do. What does he want to do? Is he treating himself as Chris? No one could understand. And Tang Feng was the same. He didn't know why Yudo was doing this. Yudo ignored their thoughts, and soon they realized something was wrong. But it was too late to escape now. What's going on? Why can't I move? Me too, what's happening? It's not just us, the demons can't move either. Everyone quickly realized the problem, but they couldn't solve it. Watching Yudo's actions, Tang Feng had already made a move, but was blocked by an invisible force, preventing him from attacking Yudo for a while. This guy, he must really be insane. Tang Feng Mu De. observing as the players on the cursed island were about to become sacrifices. A light bulb went off in his head. He thought this was quite good. Thus, he stopped trying to intervene and let Udo continue. He felt that what Udo was doing was undoubtedly helping him complete his task. Why not enjoy the benefits? Boom! Under immense pressure, many players and demons on the cursed island turned into pools of blood, staining the Orochi pattern red. Chapter 278. Orochi descend. Stop. You bastard. Stop it. Are you crazy? We're allies, not enemies. Damn it, I don't want to die. Someone save me. I'm going to kill you. Under the intimidation of the Orochi mark, panic spread among the people. They were suddenly flustered. No one wanted to die. Not wanted to end the game like this. They had come together for a purpose, not for this. Everyone began to panic. Many couldn't stay calm, as there were few who could truly see through the worldly matters and treat life and death lightly. Who want to be bald if they have hair? The same applies here. If they could live, no one would want to die. Better to live poorly than to die well. However, their complaints would not garner sympathy. Udo wouldn't hear them. Even if their cries were loud, even filled with grief and anger, nothing would change. To Udo, their deaths meant nothing. Compared to the pain brought by Mochi's death, they were nothing, not even worthy of being compared to Mochi. Even if Udo heard them, he would only laugh strangely. He wouldn't feel sympathy, but rather laugh madly. Therefore, if they wanted to survive, they shouldn't plead with Udo, reason with him, or insult him. They needed to rely on their own efforts to escape the current predicament. Only those who understood this worked hard. They absolutely wouldn't seek help because they knew it was useless. The remaining titled Delaw were about to make an effort. They didn't think this predicament could trap them. This wasn't a predicament at all. Only if they took it seriously could they escape this predicament at any time. That was their belief. However, the reality was different. They wanted to break free, but the pressure weighed down on them even more. This was an invisible pressure, like a gravitational space, pressing down on the entire cursed island. Faced with such pressure, they cried out to the heavens and earth in vain, only able to struggle madly within it. To hell with Orochi, I'm going to fight you. Brother, don't be impulsive. It's hard to make a change alone. Let's join forces. Yes, individuals may not be able to cope or change, but when we pool our strength, we can always break through this predicament. All right, everyone get ready and exert all your strength to break through. Their idea is not wrong. It is the only way forward now. They prepared themselves and then erupted collectively. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The soul power continuously increased and then coalesced together. As the soul power fused, a powerful force cyclone solidified, counteracting the mark of the Great Serpent. The mark of the Great Serpent paused in the air, and the pressure coming down slowed significantly. It's easy to imagine that if they hadn't united, they wouldn't have been able to hold on at all. Now they're holding on, but it's only temporary. They might collapse at any moment. Soul power is not infinite, and the pressure this time is immense, making it difficult to hold on until the end. Boom! The pressure surged again, and more people were unable to hold on. Their companions around them gritted their teeth. They didn't want to become blood and become part of the mark of the Great Serpent. In fact, they were not optimistic either. Their forced endurance couldn't last long. And even if they didn't want to, the outcome would still be the same. No. Someone else was unable to hold on, screaming in agony, also wanting those around him to pull him up, only to drag others down with him. The same thing kept happening. People are like this. At this moment, when facing death, they all think about survival, but the process is a bit gruesome. Moreover, they not only fail but also burden those around them, regardless of how much those people could comment on them. The painful screams of the struggling were still ear-piercing. Everyone felt that he could not withstand the power of the mark of the Great Serpent. His skin was cracking. They all wanted the struggling to die. Only if the struggling died would the mark of the Great Serpent disappear, and they would be saved. However, the struggling was still holding on desperately, which was also why they had no way to deal with him. If he could hold on a little longer, he would soon be unable to withstand it, and then they would win. Yes, everyone put more effort, use all the strength they have, and they would definitely succeed. Yes, they could definitely win. Were they confident? Not really. They were uncertain inside, but no matter how unfortunate it was, they couldn't show it. They didn't want to continue holding on, but they had to. They needed encouragement, needed support. Even if it was self-deception, it was still necessary. It was precisely like this that they encouraged each other, starting to cheer and push forward to see it through. Look quickly, he is about to collapse. With this shout, everyone became excited. Their efforts were not in vain, and their hard work finally paid off. Nothing could be more moving than this. Nothing could be more gratifying. However, Upon seeing this scene, Tang Feng scoffed. If it were really that easy, that simple, you would have succeeded long ago. How could it be that success only came now? Is it because you worked harder than others? Or did you move the heavens? No, 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 you only moved yourselves. He had no intention of reminding them or helping them. If he were to help, it would be to help the struggling. He had waited for this day for nearly 2 months, and it was finally coming. You're my last opponent, right? Tang Feng smiled upon seeing the struggling figure. Even if the opponent summoned the Great Serpent, he was not afraid at all, because he himself possessed the power of the 8-headed serpent. This Great Serpent might not necessarily be his opponent. However, the Great Serpent from the King of Fighters world was the embodiment of the Earth's will. And his own 8-headed serpent, Tang Feng could not completely rest easy, because the gap between their great serpents would only be known after a fight. And that fight would not be easy. Boom, just as he said that. Finally, the mark of the Great Serpent descended. The struggling figure also collapsed, exploding under this force. 1. Tang Feng looked on in confusion. There were not many people left, and they were equally puzzled. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the figure of the Great Serpent appeared, and the struggling completely transformed into the earthly form of the Great Serpent, or rather, the vessel that descended. Chapter 279. The sun shines brightly, the Great Serpent descended. Like a phantom, he seemed like just a beam of light without a physical body, yet gave an unprecedented sense of intimidation. His appearance made even the air feel oppressive. The remaining people felt like they had survived a disaster, but now they were facing new pressure. They were indeed under immense pressure. At this moment, the Great Serpent moved toward several tidal daw, his figure flickering, and appeared in front of one of them. Pucci. The Great Serpent's hand reached in and pulled out a soul light sphere from him. Get back to me. The Great Serpent looked at him expressionlessly and then forcefully crushed the soul light sphere. With a bang, the opponent fell to the ground. A complete instant kill. There was no suspense. The Great Serpent's combat power was above him. For everyone, the appearance of the Great Serpent was completely like using a cheat code. You have to know that in the King of Fighters world, the Great Serpent represented a god and the will of the earth. Although he was ultimately sealed by the 3 divine artifacts, the problem was, where in the Dolua continent could they find the 3 divine artifacts? Furthermore, before they became gods, what could they use to fight against the Great Serpent who possessed divine power? They were completely not on the same level. There was no way to fight. Hey, are you mistaken about something? We are not your enemies. We are. The figure of the Great Serpent appeared in front of the person who spoke. Before he could react, the Great Serpent attacked. A shadow appeared behind him, and the Great Serpent's dart particles pushed him into the shadow. From the Great Serpent's soul extraction and dart particles, it was clear that he was completely the Great Serpent from the King of Fighters world. Facing such an opponent, no one thought they would be his match. The opponent's strength was on a different level, not in the same dimension. How could such a battle be fought? There was completely no suspense, only the possibility of being instantly killed. No one was willing to fight against such a character. They all felt timid. Surely no one would not feel timid, and no one had the courage to stand in front of the Great Serpent. The Great Serpent's attacks were very casual. It was unclear whether he had self-awareness. Whether this consciousness belonged to the Great Serpent or the struggling was also a question. In any case, the current Great Serpent was quite similar to a tool, and Tang Feng naturally would not disturb him. He would wait until he had killed the others before making a move. The techniques of the Great Serpent kept appearing, as if he were practicing his moves. The Great Serpent seemed not to be accustomed to his current body, or rather, not accustomed to his current power. Divine Finger, Spiritual Energy Column, Black Particles. The Great Serpent kept getting used to it, quickly becoming familiar with these skills, one by one. As he became more familiar with the techniques, the speed of the Great Serpent's slaughter increased. Since his arrival, the Great Serpent had been practicing on others, never once looking directly at Tang Feng, as if he couldn't see him at all. It was only after the Great Serpent dealt with everyone else that he turned to look at Tang Feng, seemingly leaving him for last on purpose. Tang Feng smiled at the Great Serpent. I'm very curious. Who exactly are you now? Are you Yudo? Or the Great Serpent from the King of Fighters world, claiming to be the will of the earth? The Great Serpent looked at him coldly, his figure flashing as he approached. I'm a god. The Great Serpent's hand reached out toward him. Divine Mud. Tang Feng decisively retreated, not giving the Great Serpent a chance to extract his soul. What a show off, just a fictional character. A two-dimensional figure, and he dares to claim who he is. Really thinks highly of himself. Tang Feng's complaints weren't over when the Great Serpent's divine finger appeared, exploding him into the air. Following that, the Great Serpent's other techniques linked together, sending Tang Feng into the air with no chance to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. The Great Serpent combo was entirely based on divine power. Such attacks were clearly cheating in the Doloa continent. Prediction. Tang Feng realized that he couldn't continue like this. He wanted to counterattack, at least find a chance to act. Only then would he have a chance to fight back. However, his prediction failed. He couldn't see the future. As if his perspective was blocked by God. He could no longer see the path ahead. Prediction ineffective against a god? Tang Feng was startled. There was no better explanation than this, but this explanation also meant that the Great Serpent was truly a god. He didn't want to admit this, but had to. Without the help of prediction, he could only rely on himself to deal with the Great Serpent. Boom! However, relying on himself posed a big problem. The techniques Tang Feng used didn't hold up and were repeatedly dismantled by the Great Serpent, nearly costing him his life. The Great Serpent once again used Divine Finger against Tang Feng, followed by the Spiritual Energy Column, not even giving him a chance to get close. It couldn't go on like this. When the Great Serpent attacked again, Tang Feng used the 8-headed serpent spear, wanting to see whose power was stronger. Boom! 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 The result came quickly. The Great Serpent's power was stronger. The 8-headed serpent spear couldn't harm him at all. Strange. The Great Serpent was momentarily taken aback. The power just now felt familiar, as if it were his own power. Strange? Tang Feng looked at the Great Serpent in confusion, who seemed to be stunned for some unknown reason, providing him with a chance. Time stop. Tang Feng decisively used the time stop technique to halt time. Useless. The Great Serpent's voice casually echoed. He wouldn't be bound by time, and moreover, this time stop wasn't a true halt of time. To the Great Serpent, even if it were a true time stop, he could still move freely, not constrained by time. This was the true power of a god. How could a god's power be so easily limited? Dusk of the Sea God. Tang Feng knew that the time stop wouldn't be very effective. He used it merely to buy time. Even if it was just 1 second, he needed to unleash the Dusk of the Sea God. The Great Serpent seemed still lost in thought, pondering why the power of the 8-headed serpent spear was so similar to his own. At this moment, Tang Feng unleashed the Dusk of the Sea God. He didn't care what the Great Serpent was thinking. He aimed to. Sunlight shines. The Great Serpent raised his hand, unleashing the ultimate move, Sunlight Shines. Watching the Great Serpent's actions, Tang Feng felt powerless to complain. Never expecting to witness a showdown between the Dusk of the Sea God and Sunlight Shines one day. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces collided continuously. The power of Sunlight Shines was somewhat stronger, suppressing the Dusk of the Sea God. This is cheating. Tang Feng looked on helplessly. Now he could only fight with all his might. Other than giving it his all, he had no other choice. The Great Serpent's Sunlight Shines was simply too strong, directly crushing his power. The Dusk of the Sea God was shattered by the sunlight, ultimately illuminating the entire Demon Island. Chapter 280. Evolution. A brilliant light shone down, exaggeratedly illuminating Demon Island. Sunlight Shines, to put it simply, is like basking in the sun. In the King of Fighters world, the 3 sacred artifacts capable of sealing the Great Serpent could not appear here, so it was fair to say that the Great Serpent was invincible in this place. Faced with the Great Serpent who possessed divine power, Tang Feng had very few strategies in mind. He didn't know if these strategies would work, and his greatest reliance, the power of regeneration, also came from the Great Serpent's soul ring. If the Great Serpent's divine power had the effect of destroying regenerative abilities, then his reliance would lose its significance. Until he confirmed whether the power of regeneration was effective, he dared not recklessly throw himself into danger. He understood the principle of not acting recklessly. Moreover, the divine competitors should all be dead, so why hadn't Lord Hong and the monk appeared? And weren't they the rocket brigade that maintained world peace? Tang Feng couldn't understand this point, and it made him suspect that the Great Serpent was not a complete entity. Just like the story in the King of Fighters world, the current Great Serpent was incomplete. If he were not a complete entity, then he wouldn't be a true god. If he wasn't a true god and was chosen by another administrator, then Lord Hong and the monk indeed had no reason to intervene. It seemed that defeating him was inevitable. Tang Feng considered these possibilities and felt that the Great Serpent was his final opponent. Only by defeating the Great Serpent could he become a god and fulfill a wish. Boom! Tang Feng stood firm under the sunlight, deciding to use his strongest mode against the Great Serpent. Human-faced Sword Emperor, true form of the Soul Beast. Awaken. Boom! 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 An astonishing aura erupted from Tang Feng, countering the sunlight shines. As the aura surged, changes continually occurred in his body. His bones expanded and his skin became tough. The half-spider form of a human-faced Sword Emperor emerged. After transforming into the human-faced Sword Emperor of the Soul Beast, Tang Feng immediately used Spider God Possession, allowing him to move freely under the sunlight shines. Buzz. The Great Serpent's figure appeared before Tang Feng, and even under the sunlight shines, he was able to move freely. This was a bit excessive. The Great Serpent's speed was faster than Tang Feng's. Black particles surrounded him, and a gate of shadowy figures appeared behind him, pushing him inside. Bang! The black particles exploded, distorting the gate of shadowy figures. Buzz! An invisible suction force emerged. Tang Feng's body was being pulled, and he wanted to break free from this force. At that moment, the soul-extracting hand of the giant snake reached out to him. Tang Feng wanted to dodge, but found it impossible. The suction force behind him was still there, as if he were bound by an invisible hand. Soul extraction! The giant snake's hand reached in, like an invisible hand, pulling together Tang Feng's soul. Ah! Tang Feng cried out in pain. He wanted to resist, but couldn't break free from the bindings. He could only use the techniques available to him, but he found that only one ability was usable. Spider Spirit Domain. Aside from this domain, he couldn't use any other powers, and he had to rely on this domain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the Spider Spirit Domain was activated, the surrounding spirits rose and flew towards the giant snake's soul-extracting hand, then began to coalesce. What's going on? The giant snake was puzzled. Although its soul-extracting ability was powerful, it was not invincible. It hadn't extracted these souls, so why were they gathering? The gathering of souls made its soul extraction more difficult. If it didn't completely solidify Tang Feng's soul before taking it out, the meaning of soul extraction would be lost. Just as the situation was changing, Tang Feng didn't understand what was happening. He only knew he couldn't just wait to die. It was precisely because of this urgency that he activated the Spider Spirit Domain, only to be surprised at this time. The effect of the Spider Spirit Domain seemed even better than expected. From the giant snake's shock, it was easy to guess how effective the Spider Spirit Domain was this time. As for why such a change occurred, Tang Feng didn't know the reason. It might be related to the giant snake's soul extraction. With the effect of the Spider Spirit Domain, Tang Feng's pain diminished significantly, allowing him to think about the cause of this change. Boom! 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 Waves of impact from the souls constantly surged in the air. These impacts also gave Tang Feng a chance to catch his breath and loosened his bindings considerably. As the bindings loosened and the souls began to merge, the aura around Tang Feng continuously changed and expanded. However, this change had no effect because the giant snake's hand was still on him and the soul extraction continued. Even if his body was no longer bound, he couldn't escape until his soul was free. Boom! The gathering souls grew larger, and the impact from the souls knocked the giant snake back. The giant snake glanced at its empty palm, looking incredulous. How could it be? How could a mere human break free from soul extraction? Yes, this was impossible, which was why its expression changed so quickly. The shock Tang Feng brought was indeed significant. A human couldn't possibly break free from soul extraction. This information was quite overwhelming. Boom! Tang Feng didn't notice the change in the giant snake's expression, because the changes happening to him were far more exciting than the giant snake's expression. At that moment, his soul was continuously growing, devouring other souls, something he had never imagined or experienced before. He felt a mix of emotions. This also meant he was about to mutate and evolve from the Spider Spirit Domain. This was not a good thing. Tang Feng truly hadn't expected to end up like this, but if he could become stronger, then it wouldn't matter. The giant snake quickly recovered from its shock. Knowing the probable reason, it attacked Tang Feng again because it didn't want to see its opponent grow stronger. Divine Finger, Spirit Chi Pillar, Sunlight Illuminating, Spirit Light Pillar. The giant snake's techniques kept appearing, and Tang Feng was like a target, bombarded by these attacks. However, surprisingly, the effects of these bombings weren't that great. The surrounding souls surged like a protective shield, blocking the giant snake's attacks. These souls were protecting Tang Feng, not out of choice, but because they were drawn to him. Part of them was merging with Tang Feng's soul. Tang Feng's soul gradually grew stronger, which was also the reason the giant snake wanted to stop him. It didn't know what would happen if Tang Feng's soul grew stronger, but it knew it wouldn't be a good thing. Therefore, the giant snake tried to stop Tang Feng, but it didn't do so with much intent. If it truly wanted to disrupt Tang Feng's evolution, it could find a way. Thousand Hands. The giant snake launched another attack. Although it didn't want to do so intentionally, it also didn't want Tang Feng to succeed in evolving. Chapter 281. The Transformation of the Giant Snake. Boom. 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 The giant snake's attacks wiped out a large portion of the souls. Due to the numerous souls on Demon Island, even after eliminating a significant amount, many were still absorbed by Tang Feng. These absorbed souls merged with him. If it weren't for the merging of souls, Tang Feng would have long since counterattacked the giant snake. Only through the merging of souls was he able to escape the giant snake's soul extraction. Without this occurrence, he wouldn't have been able to break free. Was he no longer afraid of the giant snake's soul extraction? He wasn't sure after all. The impression the giant snake left on him was indelible. Tang Feng didn't see the giant snake's shocked expression. Even if he did, he would only think it was an act, and his fear of the giant snake still existed. The giant snake's was not an ordinary existence, and combined with the many legends in the King of Fighters world, it inevitably made him think too much. At this moment, there was no time for more thoughts. The giant snake's attacks ended. Tang Feng's merging was complete, and the confrontation between the two sides began anew. Unscathed? The giant snake looked at Tang Feng, who seemed unharmed. But a closer look revealed otherwise. It was just that his recovery ability was quite strong. Strange, why do I feel a familiar aura from you? The giant snake scrutinized Tang Feng, puzzled about why he felt such a strong sense of familiarity from him, like the most familiar stranger, or perhaps himself. Myself? The giant snake found its thoughts somewhat ridiculous. No matter how familiar Tang Feng felt, he couldn't possibly be itself. The giant snake looked at the recovered Tang Feng. This recovery ability was indeed strong, and it wondered if it was similar to its own. The giant snake couldn't understand why it had such thoughts. And this wasn't the first time it had thought this way, which was quite strange. A familiar? Tang Feng smiled at the giant snake. Perhaps because we are so alike. Just in different planes, I am you, and you are me. Tang Feng suddenly said. He naturally wouldn't tell the giant snake the truth. Even if he did, the other party might not believe it. And moreover, he had no need to say it. He was still feeling this new power. The soul strength absorbed from the spider spirit domain had increased his soul's intensity by several dozen times. As Tang Feng's soul intensity rose, his physique also strengthened, especially in terms of recovery ability, which was the most noticeable. Tang Feng didn't know the reason, but it was a good thing, and he had also gained new changes, which could be considered an evolution, playing tricks and illusions. The giant snake naturally did not believe Tang Feng's nonsense. In this world, there is only one giant snake, only one Earth's will, and only one God, which was him. Whether it was just a trick or not, one could tell just by looking. Tang Feng smiled slightly, and the soul power on his body erupted. Then, his spider legs changed at a visible speed and merged into a snake tail, which then extended out. Immediately, a pair of bony wings appeared behind him. The overall appearance resembled a winged Medusa-like half-snake humanoid figure, looking extremely enchanting. The giant snake looked at Tang Feng, confused, unsure of what to say. It felt strange somehow. Giant snake transformation. Tang Feng shouted loudly, the power bursting out, marking the completion of this transformation's special effect. It was clear that the power radiating from Tang Feng at this moment seemed to solidify, materializing like an aura. The human-faced Sword Emperor. Aside from the dual swords still existing, he had transformed into a bizarre figure, the human face on the snake skin more handsome than Tang Feng's own face, giving off a mysterious and eerie vibe. Tang Feng swung his dual swords. He was still a bit unaccustomed to this new form, and compared to the spider form, it seemed harder to control. He wasn't even used to his own body. Tang Feng didn't want to complain, suddenly turning into a snake spirit. If he could crawl, he would admit defeat. Holding on with great difficulty, he appeared calm on the surface, but was actually quite anxious inside. Only he knew the struggles within, and how could others possibly know his pain? Giant snake. Now what do you think? Tang Feng wanted the giant snake to understand that he wasn't just putting on a show. He was actually. The giant snake stared at Tang Feng, unable to discern whether what the other said was true or false. However, he knew that regardless of the truth, they would soon find out through a battle of divine power. Divine finger. The giant snake responded with his divine finger. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple injuries appeared on Tang Feng's body as if it was disintegrating, but he quickly recovered. It must be said that at this moment, Tang Feng's recovery ability had reached a significant height, allowing him to recover easily. Compared to rebirth after death, this was already quite good. At least the damage caused by the giant snake's divine power could recover in a short time. Sunshine. The giant snake once again unleashed the sunshine, illuminating Demon Island once more. However, this time, Tang Feng not only was unharmed, but felt as if he was basking in the sun. Comfortable. Tang Feng involuntarily exclaimed. He didn't want to feel this way, But in his giant snake transformation, he felt extremely comfortable, and his control over the snake body had noticeably improved. Tang Feng's voice displeased the giant snake, and his figure instantly appeared before him. Soul extraction. Tang Feng never expected that the giant snake would use this move. Would soul extraction be effective? The result came out quickly. Soul extraction had no effect, just as Tang Feng had guessed. His soul strength was now so high that even the giant snake couldn't extract it, so, "Don't you feel pain?" Tang Feng asked casually, extending his hand into the giant snake's body, which prompted his question. The giant snake was taken aback, realizing that Tang Feng was also attempting soul extraction. Although the other's technique was very crude, he could confirm that this was indeed soul extraction. The giant snake was momentarily at a loss for words. What he had previously doubted, he was now starting to believe. Soul extraction was ineffective. It wouldn't solidify the soul, let alone pull it out. Neither the giant snake nor Tang Feng continued with this. After retracting their hands, they attacked each other again. Continuing like this didn't make much sense. Tang Feng, watching the giant snake charging at him, expressed his thoughts. He felt there was no need to continue this way. "Let's talk after you win." The giant snake, however, didn't think so. He still had some tricks up his sleeve and hadn't used all his strength yet. "It seems negotiations have failed." Tang Feng shrugged, dual swords reappearing in his hands as he slashed at the giant snake. "Negotiation? You're not qualified." After dodging Tang Feng's attack, the giant snake struck again with a column of spiritual energy. The force of the spiritual energy exploded against Tang Feng, injuring him once more. The giant snake knew that Tang Feng's power was not complete, so he could never be his opponent. Tang Feng's moves were the same as before, while the giant snake was evolving his attacks, aiming to directly eliminate Tang Feng. Chapter 282. As Thousand Hands, the giant snake's words were arrogant. But Tang Feng was not concerned. He wasn't particularly afraid of the giant snake now, as the giant snake's moves had little effect on him, so there was no need to fear the giant snake. Since he wasn't afraid and temporarily had no way to deal with the giant snake, he thought talking with the giant snake wasn't unreasonable. Moreover, he had completed the competitor game arranged by the system, so obtaining rewards would make dealing with the giant snake much easier. Or rather, he could simply restart his life without having to deal with him. After all, the victor could receive a wish as a reward, and that victor would be him. That was why Tang Feng had such thoughts. However, this idea didn't seem to work. It appeared that a simple resolution was impossible. Since a simple solution wasn't feasible, he would have to defeat the giant snake. However, defeating the giant snake wasn't easy. At least, there was no effective method at the moment. Tang Feng guarded against the giant snake's attacks, thinking of various ways to injure the giant snake. But there were currently no methods to do so. If he had the 3 sacred artifacts, it would be much easier. At least he could seal the giant snake. However, there were no 3 sacred artifacts now, and there was no way to seal the giant snake. He could only think of other methods, which was far from easy. On the contrary, the giant snake's attacks were not completely ineffective and could inflict considerable damage on him, while he had no way to counter the giant snake. This alone was already quite fatal. Tang Feng understood all this. That's why during the battle, he tried every means to exchange blood with the giant snake. The blood-for-blood combat approach did not yield ideal results. Boom, boom, boom. The destructive power of divine strength was astonishing, and the entire Demon Island was engulfed. Rumble. No matter how sturdy Demon Island was, it couldn't withstand their turmoil. And on Demon Island, there were no other figures. It had long become the giant snake's sacrifice, including some people Tang Feng valued. However, there was nothing to say now. Tang Feng was not worried at all and had no need to worry, because the 2 most important people, Tang San and Zhao Sijuan, had already been arranged, while others were not that significant. That was why Tang Feng could fight so recklessly against the giant snake, without stopping him from destroying Demon Island. Giant snake, Tang Feng shouted, once again unleashing the divine power after his giant snake transformation. Although this power was far inferior to that of the giant snake, it could still play a role in strengthening his attacks. Shatter the Void. The giant snake used a move other than the King of Fighters, a technique Tang Feng had never seen before. The space shattered directly under his fingertip. Bang! A massive sound echoed as the space shattered like glass. Behind the crack lies a chaotic black void. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous suction appears, pulling everything around into it. The sky, the sea, everything cannot escape this force. This power is extraordinarily terrifying, and Tang Feng is struggling desperately, not wanting to be sucked in. However, it is not so easy to suck Tang Feng in. He is not so easily defeated, and he will not give up. Through continuous effort, Tang Feng activates more divine power, and just as he is about to succeed in gaining a foothold, the giant snake strikes at that moment. Spirit Light Pillar. Spirit Light Pillar. The giant snake unleashes dual Spirit Light Pillars, blasting Tang Feng up. Losing his center of gravity, he can do nothing but be pulled in. At this moment, Tang Feng has a million things he wants to say, wanting to complain but can only be sucked in. Then, the giant snake as figure follows into the void, where he is a god, the master of everything. Bang! The door of the void closes, making it difficult for Tang Feng to escape. Here, there's no time, no objects, only endless emptiness. In the void, the giant snake looks down from above, and Tang Feng frowns, saying, "Giant snake, what exactly are your plans? Is this the endless void?" The giant snake looks down at Tang Feng. "Yes, this is the void realm." Tang Feng is silent for a moment and says, "The void realm. It seems your power to shatter the void is not a rumor." The giant snake replies, "My power is not limited to this. There is much you have not seen." Naturally, Tang Feng does not believe it. "It seems you are quite confident here, and your words are getting a bit excessive." The giant snake smirks. "Here, my divine power can be infinitely amplified. Do you think I can be unconfident? You won't have a chance here." Tang Feng cannot help but laugh. "Haha, speaking of divine power, mine is too. What do you think?" The giant snake shakes his finger. "Not the same. Yours cannot compare to mine." Tang Feng says, "Is that so? Is it really like that?" While speaking, he uses the divine finger against the giant snake, but releases it in an instant. He uses the giant snake's own move, startling the giant snake, who never expected him to use his own technique. Bang! 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 Tang Feng's divine fingers are all blocked. The giant snake's black particle shield is astonishing, completely impenetrable. Divine finger, Spirit Energy Pillar, Sunlight Shining, Spirit Light Pillar. Then, the giant snake attacks Tang Feng, enhancing all his moves by several times, heavily landing on Tang Feng. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions have only moderate effects, as Tang Feng's recovery ability is truly impressive. Besides that, the giant snake launches other attacks in succession, a series of intense assaults that give Tang Feng no chance to fight back. Very strong, Tang Feng tries to break through amidst the explosions, but there is always no opportunity, showing just how powerful this destruction is. He has lost arms and legs several times, but fortunately, his recovery ability is remarkable. Hell, Thousand Hands! The giant snake does not stop the offensive but instead uses a stronger move. Facing this Hell Thousand Hands, Tang Feng is genuinely a bit flustered. The thousand-handed giant snake appears again, divine power erupting, and the entire void realm is filled with the giant snake's figure, appearing like a mirror. Then, the attacks of the Thousand Hands fall, all landing on Tang Feng, and in an instant he is blasted down to just a head. Spirit Energy Pillar. The giant snake then attacks Tang Feng's head, wanting to obliterate him completely. Bang! The space shatters. Tang Feng's body rapidly grows back, completely like an indestructible cockroach. After recovering, he uses a spirit energy shield to block the giant snake's attack. "Next, it's my turn," Tang Feng says calmly, then uses the Thousand Hands. His technique is not as strong as the giant snake's Hell Thousand Hands, but it doesn't look weak either. Most importantly, he uses the Thousand Hands, which is the giant snake's technique. At this moment, the giant snake understands that he is learning to use divine power from himself, and he must completely destroy him. Nameless. The giant snake unleashes his divine power, executing an unnamed move, causing the entire void realm to tremble. Chapter 283. Life and Death Chess Game. Bang. 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 Crack. 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 Boom. 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 The entire void realm turns into shards of glass, continuously repeating scenes of shattering, exploding, and destruction. The void realm is destroyed and shattered by divine power. The matter inside has turned into parts of the shards, including Tang Feng. Tang Feng's recovered body is shattered by this force, like glass, with all parts being the same. These shattered fragments are like pieces of a puzzle, and Tang Feng is just a part of the puzzle, now turned into puzzle pieces, not considered injured. Moreover, he has not bled or anything like that. It's as if he has disintegrated, yet there are no wounds. He can still move his limbs, just cannot move around, feeling a bit like Buggy-esque devil fruit ability. However, Tang Feng's condition is not due to having superpowers after eating a devil fruit. He has truly been split apart. Tang Feng cannot even resist. These fragments keep shattering and overlapping in an orderly manner, leaving him helpless. Is this the true power of the giant snake? Tang Feng involuntarily thinks. Although his thoughts are uninterrupted, he knows in his heart that his head has turned into countless fragments. Even his vision is the same, as if he has hundreds or thousands of small eyes, allowing him to see many, many scenes. The most overwhelming thing is that it dazzles him. The reason for all of this is the giant snake's ultimate move, which has destroyed the Void Realm, unnamed. With a loud bang, the giant snake breaks the void and appears on Demon Island, then points towards the void, causing the entire void to disappear. The only person in this world who could stop him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the giant snake thinks this, a chessboard appears beneath his feet. And opposite him are 16 figures standing on the chess pieces. The opponent is the red side, while the giant snake is the black side, standing on the king's piece. The opponent locks themselves onto the pieces to meet in this way, which indicates that they are well prepared and not here with good intentions. The giant snake tries to use divine power, but it has no effect. At this moment, the fat uncle in the commanding position of the opponent speaks. It's useless. On my chessboard, you must follow my rules. Trying to use other powers to break free is impossible, even if you are the boss of the divine clan. The giant snake, you cannot do so because... The giant snake interrupts Uncle Hong's words, saying, because of the rules of this world, right? You have used the willpower of the Doloa continent, which happens to resonate with my power, and since you are in the Doloa continent, so... Uncle Hong does not deny it, nodding and saying, exactly, if you want to leave, there's only one way to win in this chess game. The giant serpent looked at Lord Hong and the 16 high monks, saying, with the power of U16 to form this grand chessboard is just a trap. Haha, how long do you think you can hold on? Lord Hong replied, as long as the chessboard exists and the game is not broken, you still cannot escape. Even after countless years. We have all the time in the world. The giant serpent chuckled, haha, even after countless years, so what? Lord Hong said, the Dolua continent is not your plaything, and it is not something you can claim for yourself. The giant serpent retorted, it's not for you to decide, but for me. Lord Hong replied, every move in this game is calculated by time. A single game can last for over 1,000 years. Are you sure that by then, no one will be able to subdue you? The giant serpent laughed heartily. Ants will always be ants, even after 1,000 years. That fact will not change. Moreover, even if they become gods, they're still just ants. The corners of Lord Hong's mouth curled slightly. Haha, giant serpent. You are quite confident. The final outcome may disappoint you. The giant serpent was unconcerned whether I will be disappointed or not. And no matter how long you can trap me, time will unveil the truth and you will die. He paused, glancing at the 16 pieces on the board. Lord Hong and the others. They were using themselves as pieces, and only when killed on the board would they perish. Their goal was to seal their actions in time, leaving themselves within the game until it ended. Is this the will of the Dolua continent? The giant serpent looked up at the sky, as if asking, why are you afraid to confront reality? Are you afraid of being devoured by me, becoming a part of me? After a moment, the giant serpent withdrew its gaze and looked at Lord Hong. You hold the red piece, you go first. Lord Hong did not refuse. All right. After he spoke, he immediately moved his cannon. To be honest, Lord Hong's chess skills were average, as everyone knew, but aside from the chess game, there was no other ability that had a sealing effect. This was precisely why they agreed to Lord Hong's proposal. Moreover, as administrators, they had an obligation to maintain the peace of the Dolua continent, preventing the invasion of external divine wills. They were also indifferent to the giant serpent's will. No one wanted the Dolua continent to become the giant serpent's possession. This was why, after the giant serpent appeared, Lord Hong sealed it within the chessboard, aiming to prevent it from using divine power and to buy time for Tang Feng. Lord Hong and the High Monk believed in Tang Feng, while the others trusted their decision. They had no choice but to believe, as Tang Feng was the only chosen one left. They were even less willing to believe that Tang Feng would lose, as that would mean their defeat, which is why they agreed to Lord Hong's reckless behavior. They did not want to act recklessly, but it was the only option left. Had there been another way, they would not have chosen this one. The game began. The layout proceeded step by step, and Lord Hong's performance this time was very steady. He did not want to sacrifice anyone. It was this thought that led to changes in his chess skills, but he also left many flaws. The giant serpent was not familiar with chess. It could be said to be a complete novice, but in its memories of wandering, it had seen rules regarding this matter. Only by knowing the rules and gameplay could the giant serpent engage in a match. Thus, The giant serpent was able to see Lord Hong's numerous flaws, but winning against Lord Hong was still somewhat challenging. You have to understand, when two novices play against each other, clearing each other's pieces until only a pawn or a knight remains is not impossible. Therefore, this exciting match had just begun, and the end was still far away. The conclusion of this match would determine the future of the Dolua continent. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Just as Lord Hong had said, the chess game was different from the outside time, and this chess game consumed time to make moves. Chapter 284. Are they all chess saints? Cannon, horse, chariot, minister, elephant, advancing step by step? No, it's not as complicated as you might think. This match that lasted 10 years was not as intricate as you imagined. Moreover, while 10 years passed outside, only a few minutes had elapsed within the chess game, without even a single extra line of dialogue. At this moment, both sides of the chess game were filled with traps, but these were merely beginners' traps of exchanging pieces. Launching an offensive at this moment. You eat my piece, I eat your piece. It seems perilous, but in reality, it is a joke. Even more absurd was the seriousness of Lord Hong and the giant serpent, unwilling to give up on any piece, which was filled with provocative behavior. Whoever could not contain themselves to act first would suffer a significant loss. Anyone with a slight understanding of chess could easily see the next move. This is why it could be said that their 10 years was merely a few minutes of layout, a complete joke. They were very serious. So serious that the high monk and others were left speechless. Clearly, it was a very ordinary match, yet it was forced into a king-level special effect and atmosphere. Truly, only those who are not embarrassed can keep others embarrassed forever. Their match was such that it did not allow others to give hints. If it continued like this, they would drive themselves mad. Xiao Hong. Shu. Lord Hong made a gesture for silence to the high monk. Old monk, don't speak. After the match began, there can be no hints. Watching is fine, but you cannot speak, you cannot reveal anything. That would be unfair. Moreover, to maintain fairness, I set this rule before the game started. It is also a common practice. We cannot cheat. The high monk was instantly speechless. You should have seen your own chess skills. It would have been better to let someone else play. We could have won long ago. The high monk had never seen Lord Hong play chess. This guy was very enthusiastic about chess, but he never expected his skills to be so poor. However, back to the point, how did he persuade the others? The high monk was quite curious. If the others were not moved, this game would not have happened. All right, it's your turn. Lord Hong looked at the giant serpent, once again provoking it. If the opponent did not eat his horse, he could complete a checkmate with the horse, determining the winner in one move. If the giant serpent ate his horse, his chariot would also be lost. Then, the giant serpent hesitated. There were no other moves left, and this horse had to be removed. It seems you are quite confident in yourself. In just a moment, the giant serpent saw an opportunity to turn the tables. Of course, chess was my forte. No one loved chess more than I did so. Chess became my martial soul. Lord Hong's confidence was overflowing. His martial soul was chess, and no one understood or loved chess more than he did, which was absolutely true. However, understanding and love do not equate to deep skills. This is a distinction between a prodigy and someone of average talent. And the overly confident Lord Hong was the person of average talent. When faced with someone slightly talented, he could not win against his opponent. The only people he could defeat were those who did not know the rules. So, he was able to draw with the big snake who knew the rules, starting with mutual strategies, and now they are engaged in the struggle of the game. Passion does not necessarily mean being stronger than others. Kill, the big snake said lightly, then shouted, and ate Lord Hong's horse. The administrator on the horse showed a relieved smile at the moment the piece was eaten. Nini, I'm finally free. At that moment, everyone strongly agreed with his words, as it truly expressed their feelings. They also wanted to be free, as they were being tormented too much. However, no matter how they thought, the game would not stop. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. The horses, chariots, cannons, elephants, and advisors on the chessboard had become cannon fodder, leaving only the soldiers and pawns who were truly helpless. This game of chess was really melodramatic. In the end, it was not impossible to end up with a draw after a complete slaughter. One can imagine how they felt now. It was like the emperor was not in a hurry, but the eunuchs were anxious, almost peeing their pants. The final outcome was already visible, but both Lord Hong and the big snake did not believe it. They both felt they could win, even if only one soldier and one pawn were left. They could still defeat each other and achieve victory. Kill. Their momentum was not weak at all. However, the pawns walking step by step could hardly kill the enemy quickly. As the administrators of the pawns and advisors, they envied others who finally got relief. Even one of the high monks on the advisor felt the same way. Nothing was more frustrating than watching two rookies play chess, feeling like they had been mocked 3,000 times. Namo Amitabha. The high monk simply closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the piece, meditating, no longer thinking about the outcome of this game. He didn't even want to think about other matters. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Another advisor, however, was not calm. Looking at the aggressive pawns and the unreliable Lord Hong, he felt his life was in danger. But upon careful consideration, it didn't seem right. Wasn't this better? It could directly solve the problem and free him. Isn't that what he wanted? Thinking this way, he had nothing to worry about. Short pain was better than long pain. He had long lost the choice, so why be sad? The big snake's pawns quickly attacked, just as he thought as an advisor. He should gloriously sacrifice for battle, and he too found relief. At this moment, the red side was left with one advisor and one king, 3 pawns. While the black side had one advisor and one general, 3 pawns, the only pieces left for both sides to fight were the pawns. This battle had long been over. It was simply wasting time. However, from the perspective of Lord Hong and the big snake, it was not like that. They felt they could already be called chess saints, and this game had made their lives regret-free, achieving a classic. Of course, this was just their personal opinion. Everyone else felt the situation was quite awkward, especially the remaining high monk and the other 3. The scene was incredibly awkward. You lost. You lost. Lord Hong and the big snake said in unison. Their pawns had already reached below the advisor, and if they moved up again, they could surround the king and general. 3 pawns and 3 pawns actually had a chance to win. However, both of them moved too quickly. One was killed, and the other on the king's line could only move sideways, already had no chance to win. Yet, they were still oblivious, unwilling to give up, and continue to drag it out, leaving the high monk speechless. Is it so hard for you two to say it's a draw? If they had heard the high monk's internal question, they would definitely have said, yes, very hard. A game of chess like this could drag on for decades, and no one knew how long it would take. However, this did seal the big snake here, and the high monk gradually realized this. One can imagine how boring and speechless their subsequent conversations would be, just exchanging barbs. Chapter 285. He is still alive, 15 years. During these 15 years, Tang San worked hard, striving to restore the 7 monsters, to improve strength, and so on. After these 15 years of effort, Tang San gathered the power of the 7 monsters and hunted down the remnants of the players. There were no traces of players left in the entire Dolua continent. Anyone with information about the players would become their hunting targets. Or perhaps there were still players hiding in the shadows, but they had become a small minority, and most players had been eliminated. For Tang San and the 7 monsters, they had bullied these so-called players everywhere. Now seeking revenge against each other was not wrong. Not only them, but also major forces, empires, and the Spirit Hall did the same, sweeping the players away, restoring a clear and bright Dolua continent. Those players who were lucky enough to survive were all hidden masters, top-notch imposters. Their survival was not easy, living in constant fear. After many twists and turns, the Dolua continent finally returned to the right track, no longer drifting off course like 15 years ago. Of course, this outcome was thanks to the 7 monsters, the Spirit Hall, and the efforts of others. Without their help, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The general changes on the Dolua continent were like this. Everything returned to normal without players, and Tang San's protagonist Halo also took effect. During these 15 years, no one dared to go against Tang San's will. Even Bibi Dong showed him some respect and actively resolved grievances. Bibi Dong's initiative came at a considerable cost. However, due to the plot's changes, coupled with Tang San needing time and help, and also external enemies like players, Tang San was relatively satisfied with Bibi Dong's performance and chose to forgive. Compared to Bibi Dong, Tang San could not forgive the players. As for his father, he didn't hate him because at that time, his father was busy with his own matters. Overall, the Dolua continent is now stable and peaceful, entirely thanks to Tang San. He was so arrogant that no one dared to offend him, and they all had to flatter him. As for historical records, they were just like the original work. This was also what Tang San wanted them to write. 15 years later, Tang San, the 7 monsters, and a stunning woman arrived at the remnants of Demon Island. Meanwhile, the big snake, Lord Hong, and others on the chessboard were unaware of their arrival. This woman was Zhao Sijuan. Without her presence, Tang San could not easily negotiate with Bibi Dong and others. Zhao Sijuan's strength was absolutely peak on the Dolua continent. She protected Tang San, not only because Tang San promised her that he would save Tang Feng, but also because Tang Feng had instructed her to protect Tang San well. Sister June, is this the place? At this time, Tang San had already become a suave and handsome young man. Beside him was a beautiful woman in pink. This beauty was the soft-boned rabbit, Xiao Wu. The two were close together, not merely brother and sister, as everyone knew they were a perfect couple. There were also Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, all pairs of couples. Only Ma Hongjun was single. They looked at Zhao Sijuan, seemingly waiting for her answer. Zhao Sijuan sensed it and after a few minutes, finally replied, "It's here, but..." Tang San materialized the Haotian hammer, interrupting Zhao Sijuan's words, saying, "As long as it's here, the rest is up to us." Tang San said to the 7 monsters, "Lend me your strength. I want to open this door." The 6 of them did not hesitate, unleashing their martial souls and transferring all their power to Tang San. Once everything was ready, Tang San commanded, "You all step back a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, their figures quickly retreated. Tang San's Haotian hammer appeared golden, shining brightly and becoming exceptionally large. Then, his soul rings appeared one by one, and all the power was stacked onto the Haotian hammer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Haotian hammer emitted an astonishing power, as if it were the power of a god, causing the world to change color in an instant. Martial soul, true body. Tang San transformed into the weapon spirit of the Haotian hammer to unleash its strongest power. After he activated his martial soul, true body, the Haotian hammer was surrounded by lightning, as if it possessed terrifying destructive power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Azura's ultimate hammer. The lightning instantly turned blood red, emanating an even more powerful aura, and the entire sky turned blood red, with violent winds and massive waves surging. Crackle. Boom. The Haotian hammer shone with brilliant light, and the terrifying power erupted, striking upward with a thunderous blow. Bang, 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 bang. Kaching boom. Rumble. A hammer that could destroy the heavens and the earth. All the power concentrated in this one strike, directly smashed open a gap in space. Behind the gap was an endless dark space, the Void Realm. After breaking through the void, Tang San regained his composure and fell from the sky, where Xiao Wu jumped up to catch him. Once on the ground, Xiao Wu asked with concern, "Brother, are you okay?" Tang San shook his head, weakly saying, "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while." Dai Mubai and the others gathered around, their eyes also filled with concern for Tang San, and they followed up with greetings. Tang San smiled and said, "I'm really fine. It's not the first time I've used this move. All right, don't be dazed if we don't go in soon. All our efforts will be in vain. The void door won't stay open forever. If they waste time here, it will truly be for nothing." Dai Mubai glanced at Tang San and then said to the others, "Third brother has Xiao Wu taking care of him. He will be fine. Let's go in first." The others nodded in agreement, and Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing led the way, quickly entering the Void Realm. "Xiao Wu, Junjia, let's go too," Tang San said, with Xiao Wu supporting him as Zhao Sijuan followed behind. After they entered, the void door closed behind them. Inside the Void Realm, they cautiously huddled together, unsure of how many enemies were waiting for them or what kinds of dangers they would face. "Protect third brother. Don't worry, second brother, we will." Dai Mubai and the others kept Tang San well protected. Even if enemies really appeared, they wouldn't have chance. Tang San said nothing, observing Zhao Sijuan's changing expressions. Since they entered, Zhao Sijuan had been silent and seemed to be in a daze. After a few minutes, Tang San had no choice but to ask about the reason. Waiting like this was not a solution. Zhao Sijuan hurriedly said, "I don't know either. I can feel that Brother Feng is here, but I can't find his location." Tang San said, "Don't rush. Take your time. As long as we confirm Brother Feng is here, there will always be a way to find him." Zhao Sijuan paused for a moment and sighed. "I hope so. I can sense him. He's still alive. I can feel it." Tang San nodded. Chapter 286. Puzzle. Tang San never doubted Zhao Sijuan's words. After all, Zhao Sijuan had a contract with Tang Feng. If Tang Feng were dead, Zhao Sijuan would not be alive either. Their relationship was very special. It was precisely because of this that Tang San could have time to grow, and the bittersweetness behind it could be imagined. On the surface, he seemed arrogant and overbearing, but inside, he was quite anxious. After all, everyone knew that Tang San was the protagonist of the Dolua continent, and it was inevitable that some troublemakers would want to harm him. Tang San understood this and proceeded cautiously, utilizing everything he could to seek revenge against the players. The hardships he faced during this process were known only to him. For the 7 monsters, it was not easy for him to gather them. To have them acknowledge him as their leader and gain their trust took quite a long time. After all, they were aware of the story of Doloa continent, and during their rebellious teenage years, they had a bit of defiance and passion. This indeed posed certain difficulties for Tang San, but the outcome was good, developing in the direction he desired. The protagonist's halo gradually began to manifest. Back to the main topic. After Zhao Sijun worked hard to sense, she finally found Tang Feng's location, or more accurately, she found the fragments of Tang Feng. After Zhao Sijun informed Tang San of her discovery, Tang San and the others were stunned. This was almost impossible, yet it happened. Tang San took a deep breath and exhaled a breath of turbid air, saying, "It sounds a bit unbelievable, but I trust Junjie's word, so I'm counting on everyone." Xiao Wu was the first to speak, saying, "Brother, no matter what you do, I will stand by your side. I will never doubt you." Tang San looked at her affectionately. Xiao Wu. The others were speechless. Dai Mubai cleared his throat, interrupting their romantic moment, saying, "Third brother, we will help too. We need to figure out how to piece these fragments together." Ning Rongrong nodded. "Yes, third brother. These fragments are too small, so small that we can hardly distinguish them, and we might even miss some. To prevent this from happening, we must think carefully about a method." Tang San also knew that they couldn't collect the fragments like this, so everyone thought together. There had to be a way to do it. Oscar said, "My big sausage could work, but is it really just for collecting?" The others looked at Oscar as if to say, "How come we didn't know you had such a big sausage?" Oscar explained, "This ability isn't very useful. It generally doesn't come in handy, so..." After his explanation, everyone didn't say anything further and expressed their understanding. Tang San said, "Since Xiao Ao's soul skill can do it, let's first collect the fragments around us and then think of a way." Everyone nodded and then looked at Oscar, and his performance began. After chanting a familiar slogan, he produced several sausages to distribute to them. Tang San sighed. "Xiao Ao, every time I see your awkwardness, I can't help but tease you. Can't you change your slogan?" Everyone agreed, and Oscar shrugged. "What can I do about the martial soul slogan? I can't change it. If I don't chant this spell, I can't activate my ability. I'm also very desperate." All right, there really was nothing to say about that. This setting was indeed ridiculous. And those spells too. Everyone silently ate the sausages, not comforting Oscar. Some things, the more you say, the worse it gets. It's better not to say them and let him be quiet. After all, he had been through it before. "Hey, Xiao Ao, this sausage of yours is good. I can feel the location of the fragments. However, these fragments are truly shattered, like powdered meal, even less than sand. Are we supposed to play a puzzle? Damn pig. Shut your crow's mouth. No need to shout. What Hong Jun said will most likely come true. I think it's better for us to be prepared. This puzzle is really big and difficult." Ma Hong Jun covered his mouth, and when he heard them say this, he let go and wanted to say something, but then he held it back. It's better not to say anything. He didn't dare to speak. He was afraid of getting beaten. The current difficulty level was already abyss level, enough to choke them. Don't be fooled by their friendliness. Each one of them is quite scheming. Only I, Fat Master, am a bit more honest, a straightforward man who speaks his mind. What are you saying? I'm a fickle man? A scumbag? No, no, no. I'm just trying to suppress my evil thoughts, and I paid for it. It's a fair trade. Besides, I gave more money than necessary. There are very few honest good people like me left." Ma Hong-jun just complained in his heart. He had to bear the consequences of his words. What else could he do besides silently picking up the fragments? Tang San saw Ma Hong-jun working so hard, coughed, and said, "Let's all join in. If we're really going to piece together the puzzle, then it's hard work for everyone." Ma Hong-jun. "This sounds like it's my fault. Doesn't it?" Ma Hong-jun wanted to refute a bit, but after thinking about it, he decided to let it go. He was afraid of saying too much and making more mistakes. Thus, a long fragment-picking activity began. In the Void Realm, the passage of time is different from the outside world. Plus, it's just darkness here, and they didn't know how long it had been. Day after day, repeating the same thing, it felt like a boring and tedious life and work, making one question the meaning of life. As the years passed, their optimism and enthusiasm were worn down by this endless darkness, turning into a bland and unremarkable habit of life, which was the most fatal. Because the passion was gone, after an unknown number of years, they finally pieced together Tang Feng's head. It was already very difficult to piece together just a head. The other parts weren't easy either. With Tang Feng's head pieced together, he miraculously came back to life, but only his head. Brother Feng. Seeing the completed puzzle, Tang San couldn't help but shout excitedly as Tang Feng opened his eyes. Little Wind. Zhao Sijun, who was also excited. had tears in her eyes. After so many years of persistence, they finally pieced together Tang Feng's head. To be honest, it really wasn't easy. However, looking at Zhao Sijun and Tang Feng's excited expressions, and a head opening its eyes, the scene felt exceptionally strange. If it weren't for knowing this was an anime room, one might think they had walked into a horror movie set. Xiaojun, why are you back? Didn't I ask you to protect Tang San? Tang Feng didn't recognize Tang San and questioned him a bit displeased. He had instructed Zhao Sijun about this. Brother Feng, I'm here. Who are you? Zhao Sijun didn't say anything, but Tang San did, and Tang Feng looked at him in confusion. Chapter 287 Thoughts. The most frightening thing is when the air suddenly becomes very quiet. In an instant, he didn't know how to answer the question, how to express the emotions and helplessness in his heart. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was a mix of feelings, a blend of flavors. 15 years of effort, all for today, but after such a long time of hard work and the people to save, he forgot about himself and couldn't recognize himself. That feeling was like hope being extinguished, dreams shattering, and all the beauty becoming meaningless. People are, sometimes, really fragile. A single sentence can cool a heated heart. The most painful thing for the affectionate is to be hurt by the heartless. After a moment of silence, Tang San helplessly spoke up. Brother Feng, it's me. I'm Tang San. Upon hearing this, Tang Feng naturally didn't believe it, saying, Who are you trying to fool? Tang San is just a 7-year-old kid. How can he be as tall as you? I just separated from him less than 3 days ago. Don't come here to trick me. Tang San explained, Brother Feng, we've been apart for 15 years, a full 15 years. Tang Feng still didn't believe it. Impossible, it's only been 3 days. You can't fool me. And you all. At this moment, Xiao Wu spoke up. Brother Feng, do you remember me? Xiao Wu. We haven't seen each other for almost 16 years since we parted in the initial meeting city. Tang Feng was stunned for a moment, wanting to do something but couldn't, and after a while he finally reacted. What is wrong with my body? Tang San urged. Brother Feng, calm down. Zhao Sijun also spoke. Little wind, it's okay. We're here to save you. Xiao San is right. We've been apart for 15 years. He.S. not lying. Tang Feng, you want to calm down? How can you expect me to calm down? 15 years? This is impossible. Tang Feng didn't believe it, recalling the battle with the Great Snake, and that this place was the void. I get it now, I'm fine. Finally, Tang Feng understood. Xiao San, thank you. And Xiao Jun, thank you too. After thanking the two, he asked, if outside has passed 15 years, then the Great Snake should have been defeated, right? Who defeated him? Tang Feng's words stunned everyone. They all asked in unison, who is the Great Snake? Tang Feng looked at Zhao Sijun, and she shook her head at him. Tang Feng asked, you don't know? They all shook their heads, and Tang Feng said, that's strange. After the Great Snake defeated me, he left the Void Realm. He couldn't have left quietly, could he? Could it be that he really left? Tang San, Brother Feng, what exactly is this Great Snake you're talking about? We haven't heard of such a character outside. Even the title doesn't have a title like Great Snake. Tang Feng wanted to explain, but didn't want to complicate matters, so he said to Zhao Sijun, Xiao Jun, you explain the legend of the Great Snake from King of Fighters. Zhao Sijun looked at Tang Feng. Little wind, are you saying that the so-called Great Snake is the boss character from King of Fighters? Tang Feng nodded. Exactly, you fill them in. Thus, Zhao Sijun began to explain about the Great Snake. Basically, the Great Snake represents the will of God, possessing the power of a god. No, if the other party is a god, it's impossible to have no movement in these 15 years. I think so too. It's impossible for there to be no rumors, and it's impossible to have passed 15 years so quietly. Could there be some tricks involved? Could it be that the other side has already died? Impossible that a god. The few of them spoke one after another, and from their words, they learned that the Great Snake had really not appeared. So the question arises, where did the Great Snake go? Tang Feng didn't know either. After all, his battle with the Great Snake had just ended. He was defeated by the Great Snake, and if it weren't for Tang San and the others' arrival, he wouldn't have recovered. At least his head had now recovered. Brother Feng, do you think the Great Snake might be plotting something behind the scenes regarding the Doloa continent? Tang San suddenly asked a question, and everyone fell silent. Wanted to hear how Tang Feng would respond. How would I know? Tang Feng rolled his eyes at Tang San and then added, but it's not impossible. It could also be that he is struggling against the will of Doloa continent, or perhaps he has already been annihilated by the gods here. Tang San replied, oh, maybe, but Zhao Sijun interrupted them, saying, this isn't the time to discuss that. I think we should first gather all the fragments and then piece together Xiao Feng's body. Tang San also realized, yes, the most important thing right now is to assemble Brother Feng's body. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Brother Feng, just hang in there. We will be able to piece it together soon. After they finished speaking, they looked over at Oscar, who twitched his face and said, I understand. Tang Feng looked at Oscar, and the shape was obviously that of Uncle Sausage. He didn't expect to see it up close, which felt strangely refreshing. Watching Oscar's lemon-eating smile, Tang Feng found it amusing. Wait, hold on. It seems like I don't have a heart, so why am I feeling amused? In the following month or two. Half a year later, Tang Feng felt that this boring time was passing very slowly, and he had a rough understanding of the situation outside. What made him helpless was that the progress in piecing together his body was really slow. Even after another half a year, it was impossible to piece it together. Tang Feng didn't want to continue like this. Waiting like this was truly torturous. He didn't even know if his regeneration could be used. Tang Feng felt helpless because the soul power in his body was very faint, pitifully low, not enough to support the use of regeneration, unless... Tang Feng remembered that Tang San and the others had said that they needed to transfer their power to Tang San in order to open the Void Gate. So, Tang Feng had a bold idea. This way, everyone wouldn't have to work so hard to piece it together, and he could recover sooner. Xiao San and everyone, can we discuss something? Tang Feng looked at them working hard and felt a little reluctant to interrupt, but he still spoke up and shared his idea. Brother Feng, are you sure you want to do this? It's too dangerous. What if something goes wrong? We can't take risks. Brother Feng, why don't you? After hearing Tang Feng's proposal, they all disagreed. Tang Feng was determined. I made up my mind. Xiao San, Xiao Jun, let me give it a try. Zhao Sijun said. But, Tang San added, Brother Feng, this is too dangerous. Tang Feng remained unmoved, his eyes firm as he said, I've made up my mind. In the end, after multiple unsuccessful attempts to persuade him, they could only respect his decision. If they didn't let him try, he wouldn't be satisfied. Third brother, do we really have to do this? Tang San nodded coldly. He didn't want it to be this way, but Tang Feng was unyielding. Chapter 288. The Serpent's Starry See. The chess game between the Serpent and Lord Hong had reached its climax, with neither side willing to please the other or admit defeat. After 20 minutes, the Serpent finally couldn't hold back any longer. I don't want to waste time with you anymore. Either admit defeat or... Before the Serpent could finish, Lord Hong interrupted angrily. What do you mean wasting time with me? As if it's my fault? Besides, the one who's going to lose is you. Why should I admit defeat? What? Not convinced? If you're not, then continue. Lord Hong interrupted without holding back, defiantly pushing back. He didn't think it was his problem at all. It was clearly the Serpent's issue. However, the Serpent thought it was Lord Hong's fault, and neither of them engaged in self-reflection. The observing monk was left speechless, truly unsure of what they were thinking. Did they both really think they were chess masters? The monk thought to himself, but then had a realization. It seemed both of them felt that way. Continue? The Serpent laughed. Do you really think I'm foolish? You're just trying to seal me and stall for time, aren't you? Lord Hong neither denied nor confirmed. And then? The Serpent replied, then I won't be happy. Don't think I don't know. You're the one who can't afford to lose, which is why you're wasting my time. Lord Hong then reacted. So what if I do? Do you think you can get out? The Serpent chuckled. You must be thinking too simply. Lord Hong disdainfully said, no, you are the one thinking too simply. Let me tell you, unless you can beat me, don't even think about getting out. The Serpent laughed again. Do you really believe that? Lord Hong chuckled along. It's not that I believe it. It's just a fact. Isn't it? The Serpent shook his neck and said, having played with you for so long, it's about time to end this. I'm not trying to prove anything. I just think you're being unreasonable. Lord Hong retorted. What a joke. The one being unreasonable is clearly you. How did it turn into me? There's no point in saying more. This chess master wouldn't deceive you. The Serpent angrily declared. Ha ha ha. You dare call yourself a chess master? Clearly, I am the real chess master. Lord Hong indignantly pointed at the Serpent and continued. You don't deserve to compare with me. You're just a novice. I'm the genuine chess master. I am the... Lord Hong and the Serpent began to argue. The monk watched with a wry smile. They were really getting into it. What was the point of this rivalry? It was completely like two children bickering, and the most speechless part was that he was also genuinely getting into it. The monk sighed, and the other three administrators also shared the same. They all felt that this chess game was too childish, and they had misjudged Lord Hong. There's no point in saying more. You're stubborn. The Serpent coldly snorted in anger. Ha ha. The stubborn one is clearly you. You're just angry out of shame. When you can't argue with others, you think of hitting or killing. Not only is your chess skill poor, but your character is equally lacking. Lord Hong laughed triumphantly. The serpent clearly couldn't argue back, so how could he not be delighted? Open for me. The serpent was too lazy to waste more words with Lord Hong and didn't want to spend any more time on this chess game. There was no sound, no change. After a while, Lord Hong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh? Are you trying to kill me with laughter? I told you, you can't get out unless you win against me in the chess game. Crack, a crisp sound suddenly rang out at this moment. Lord Hong was slapped in the face. Impossible, how could this be? In front of the serpent, a web-like crack appeared. Crack, crack, crack. The sound grew louder, seemingly answering Lord Hong's words. The cracks became more and more obvious, eventually materializing. Ha! The serpent shouted, and the crack completely shattered. Boom! A thunderous explosion occurred. The restraints around the serpent shattered like glass and were sent flying. A 6-meter void appeared in the chessboard. The Great Serpent flew up into the air, looking down at Master Hong and the others. Poof! Master Hong spat out blood. Xiaoong! The monk reacted quickly and immediately rushed to Master Hong's side. The other 3 administrators were not so lucky. They were injured by the force unleashed when the Great Serpent broke through. Old monk, we were careless. Master Hong coughed a few times, raising his head with a bitter smile. Xiao Hong, there's no need to be like this. We have already done our best. The monk comforted him, but Master Hong still felt a bit guilty. The monk said, we have done well, delaying for 20 years and buying so much time for the Doluo continent. Master Hong said, if it weren't for my fighting spirit, we might have delayed even longer. It was my failure to see the bigger picture. It was my... The monk patted Master Hong's shoulder. All right, there's no use in saying all this now. The remaining matters are beyond our control. Master Hong bit his lip, showing his unwillingness without hiding it at all. The Great Serpent looked at the 5 on the chessboard, waved his hand, and said goodbye. Yes, at this moment, the Great Serpent's divine power was fully unleashed, showcasing his signature move as he slowly raised both hands. Sunshine shines. As the Great Serpent's sunshine rose, Master Hong's chessboard began to shatter bit by bit. Aside from Master Hong and the monk, the other 3 had started to flee. Regarding their actions, Master Hong and the monk could only smile. If they could escape, they would have done so long ago. Clearly, escape was impossible, and enduring this was not easy either. They could only leave it to fate. Old monk, do you regret it? Master Hong suddenly asked, and the monk answered without thinking. From the moment we took action, this outcome was destined. Ha ha, I actually forgot about it, huh? Master Hong laughed wildly under the sunshine. Then, he painfully said, indeed, being able to buy 20 years' time is already a good ending. The monk also smiled. It's good that you can understand. The future is up to him now. Master Hong nodded. That's right, the future is up to him. Then, they exchanged smiles and turned into particles of light under the sunshine, disappearing above the demon island of the Doluo continent. The Great Serpent lowered his hands and looked up at the sky. Doluo continent's will, if you do not descend soon, your world will be destroyed by me. The Great Serpent seemed to be talking to himself as he addressed the sky. However, the sky gave him no response at all, as if the will of the Doluo continent did not exist. The Great Serpent withdrew his gaze. In this world, no one could stop him anymore. My starry sea has just begun. Chapter 289. The Great Serpent wants to destroy the world for the Great Serpent. Conquering the Doluo continent was not a matter of minutes. To the Great Serpent, conquering the Doluo continent held little significance. What he wanted was to devour the will of the Doluo continent. Thus, he chose destruction over conquest. This destruction requires a careful approach. If he destroys too quickly and annihilates the will of the Doluo continent, that is not the result he desires. If he destroys too slowly, the will of the Doluo continent will not feel a sense of crisis and will not manifest. Therefore, the destruction must be just right to provoke the will of the Doluo continent, achieving his goal. The Great Serpent's intentions were clear, destruction was random, and his appearance brought an unprecedented crisis to the Doluo continent, to instill panic among the people of the Doluo continent and make them aware of his existence. He projected his image into the sky for all to see. Furthermore, using his divine power, he announced that his arrival and purpose were to destroy the Doluo continent and this world. Then, he presented them with choices. They could choose various ways to die, as the apocalypse had arrived and they no longer had a tomorrow. At this moment, some players who were merely surviving finally saw an opportunity. Their stage had arrived, and they would become the saviors of this world. Of course, only fools thought this way. They merely saw a glimmer of hope to become gods. Those who had lost hope would naturally see hope and light when chaos erupted. Heroes emerge in times of chaos, but for them, The opportunities within chaos were the most important. They had waited for this day for a very long time, nearly 20 years. If opportunities did not appear now, they would have no hope or light left. Now that hope and light had appeared, wasn't it their chance to turn the tables? Some players could not wait any longer, throwing their farming tools to the ground and rolling up their sleeves to get to work. However, this was only a minority. The vast majority would continue to hide, as this was merely the beginning. Meanwhile, various countries and major forces held urgent meetings. They needed to discuss the appearance of the Great Serpent and what he had said, whether true or false, to figure out how to deal with the external threat as they were united in purpose. What do you think about this Great Serpent? I think he is bluffing. If he really had that ability, he could just come and kill us. There would be no need for him to talk. Moreover what? Let me say it. Moreover, his methods seem impressive, but in reality, they are just for show. We can do the same. Exactly, his methods aren't that great. Representatives from various countries and major forces were engaged in a roundtable discussion. They unanimously believed that the Great Serpent was just putting on a show. Besides being showy, there was no indication of any purpose behind this matter, but do you really think so? Someone interrupted them. The more they spoke, the more they sounded convinced, but the reality was not so. In fact, they were all smart people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen silent after the questioning. All right, let us be serious. Today we are here to discuss countermeasures. Does anyone have information on this Great Serpent? Silence again. No, that makes things difficult. They knew it was difficult, which is why they fell silent. Without information and no knowledge of the other party's strength and origin. While the other party claimed to be a god, regarding the title of god, they had some understanding. They believed the other party was at most a 99-level title de law. To defeat a 99-level title de law, they needed to know the opponent's martial soul and abilities to devise targeted countermeasures. Thus, their meeting agenda shifted to strategies in this regard, and they discussed it with remarkable coherence. Basically, we should send a vanguard to scout for information, and if possible, find those surviving players and see if we can extract some information about this Great Serpent's relationship with them. I have a feeling this Great Serpent is related to them. If only we had listened to Tang San and wiped them all out. Of course, in this world, there are no ifs or if-onlys. They were just thinking out loud. They knew there was no connection between these surviving players and the Great Serpent. What needs to be done now is to quickly organize the information about the Great Serpent and then proceed to the next response plan. If this cannot be accomplished, it is very likely that we will face unprecedented sacrifices. After finally recuperating, the Doluo continent cannot afford to go through this again. No one knows about their meetings and plans. Everyone is thinking about the Great Serpent's words and the projection he cast into the sky. In the projection, with a single gesture, the Great Serpent destroyed a city. One can imagine how terrifying the Great Serpent's combat power is. Ordinary people cannot escape his attack range at all. Meow, a city, gone in a breath. This can't be real, right? It must be an illusion. It can't be true. Oh my God, how terrifying. Is such a person really a god? A god this terrifying? People across the Doluo continent are deeply afraid of the Great Serpent because his performance is simply too terrifying. The fear of the Great Serpent is deeply buried in their hearts. At this moment, the Great Serpent is destroying a city, continuing to shout at the sky. As before, the sky did not respond, seemingly devoid of will to observe. The Great Serpent couldn't help but doubt that the will of the Doluo continent had long since disappeared. He carefully sensed. No, really none? The Great Serpent could not feel the will of the Doluo continent, as if this world were merely a shell. Could it be that there really is no will? If not, occupying this world wouldn't be impossible, but the Great Serpent hesitated. If he were to replace the will of the Doluo continent and take over, what if other wills came to collect debts? Would he be able to withstand it and end up as someone else's chives? That wouldn't be good. Let's wait and see. I want to see if he is hiding something. The Great Serpent did not come directly. He felt that things were not that simple. And there cannot be two wills in the Doluo continent. If he acted now and consumed too much divine power, it would not be worth it in the end. And he would be at a disadvantage. The Great Serpent moved on to the next city. He wanted to see if there really was no will or if it was just hiding. Boom! As soon as he arrived, the Great Serpent began to destroy. At this time, some people stood up, attempting to withstand the Great Serpent's attack. Unfortunately, they did not succeed and were sacrificed. The Great Serpent continued to destroy, casually demolishing one city after another. Those warriors who were supposed to gather intelligence had also come to reality, constantly assessing the Great Serpent's strength. In the end, their data collapsed because the Great Serpent broke records time and again. Chapter 290, Bullying Honest People. The Void Realm was opened. Tang Feng, Zhao Sijuan, Tang San, and the other members of the seven monsters emerged from the Void Realm. After they came out, they found themselves on a desolate ground. The surroundings were like barren mountains and wild ridges. Apart from some traces of battles, no other creatures existed. Is this the demon, sea god, island? Tang Feng and the others were stunned. There wasn't a drop of water around. Has the sea dried up? Or is this not near Demon Island at all? It should be. No one dared to be certain, as it was truly unbelievable that it had turned into this. It seems that after we entered the Void Realm, a lot has happened in the Dolua continent that we don't know about. For now, that is indeed the case. Dai Mubai and Oscar nodded in agreement. Tang San said, we don't know the reason either. Speculating here is useless. Let's go back first. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises came from the sky, interrupting Tang San's words. They looked in the direction of the sounds, and the sky projected an image, as if a television were broadcasting live, showing the destruction of a city. In an instant, this city was destroyed, and the one who destroyed it was the Great Serpent. The Great Serpent! Tang Feng exclaimed, and the seven monsters reacted as well. That's the Great Serpent? His power is quite strong, but compared to us, he's far behind. Third brother, They spoke one after another. Tang San looked puzzled. Why hadn't the Spirit Hall and the Empire made a move? It felt like there was more to it. Didn't they know how powerful the Great Serpent was? Tang Feng said, the Great Serpent's words are quite common among players, but for you, it might not be the case. Tang San, it seems they really don't know the information about the Great Serpent. Without a response plan, they won't act easily. Tang Feng nodded. It should be like that. Before you came in, you hunted all the players, so naturally, no one knows about the Great Serpent. Ma Hongjun asked, what should we do now? We can't just watch him destroy the Dolua continent, right? Tang Feng said, naturally not. He then asked Tang San, little San, what do you think? What would be a suitable approach? Tang San replied, first, we need to relay the information about the Great Serpent back, so that the Spirit Hall and various forces have a response plan. Secondly, we need to find the Great Serpent and work together to stop his actions, preventing him from causing further destruction to the Dolua continent. Finally, evacuation and retreat in various regions can be entrusted to the Spirit Hall. Our main task is... Tang Feng nodded. All right, it's decided, but... Tang Feng paused, then coldly said, I want to personally end the Great Serpent. Tang San was momentarily taken aback and helplessly said, Brother Feng, you've already made your decision. Why ask me? Also, if you handle him yourself, what's the difference from what I just said? Tang Feng thought for a moment. It seemed to make sense. He then continued, since that's the case, let's head over directly. There's no need to notify them. Tang San smiled wryly and said, all right, let's go. Xiao Ao, share your sausages. Oscar happily agreed and began distributing sausages. The first one going to Tang Feng. Here, Brother Feng, take it. Tang Feng waved his hand in refusal. No need, I don't need it. Oscar hesitated for a moment, looking at Tang San. Tang San shook his head at him, so he distributed to others. Tang San asked, Brother Feng, do you really not need the boost from the sausage? Tang Feng affirmed, no need, I'm fine, and besides, you may not be able to keep up with my speed. Dai Mubai was a bit skeptical. In terms of speed, I still have some confidence. Brother Feng, let's have a little contest. Tang Feng looked at the charming white tiger Dai Mubai, realizing this guy wasn't very convinced of himself. That's fine, but you'd better use Xiao Ao's sausage, otherwise. Dai Mubai confidently interrupted. No need, I don't need a boost either. Tang Feng remained silent for a moment and asked, are you serious? Dai Mubai nodded, and Tang Feng said, all right, if you fall too far behind, we won't wait for you. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, filled with fighting spirit, his eyes igniting with a fiery determination. At that moment, Ma Hongjun spoke up, saying, can I join too? Tang Feng looked at Ma Hongjun, realizing this chubby guy was also unwilling to back down. Sure, Tang Feng replied without hesitation. Count me in. Zhu Zhuqing also chimed in, perhaps not fully trusting Dai Mubai. All right, Tang Feng agreed again. Brother Feng, I want to... Xiao Wu said shyly. Okay, Tang Feng continued. Let's all do it together and see who is faster. The loser has to reveal a secret. What do you think? Sound good? I have no problem with that. Me neither. No problem. Tang Feng smiled and said, since everyone is fine with it, let's start. You can use Xiao Ao's sausages. That's not against the rules. The few hesitated for a moment, then grabbed Xiao Ao's sausages. Oscar spread his hands in helplessness. He didn't want to participate in this game. But looking at Ning Rongrong gave him a new idea. If Ning Rongrong lost, Brother Feng, can we change the rules? The loser should answer each of our questions instead of just revealing a secret. Tang Feng looked at Oscar, pondering if it was a game of truth or dare. After thinking it over, he said, "Sure, if you all don't mind, we can change it." Oscar, "I have no problem." Ma Hongjun, "Me neither." Dai Mu Bai, "No problem." Zhu Zhuqing, "No problem." Ning Grongrong, I have no problem either." Xiao Wu, "No problem." Tang San, "I have no problem as well." Tang Feng nodded and looked at Zhao Sijuan, asking, "Are you playing?" Zhao Sijuan replied, "Yes." Tang Feng said, "Then let's start. I'll count to 3, and then we begin. 1, bang, bang, bang." They dashed out. Tang Feng spread his hands. "Isn't this cheating too obvious?" After saying this, he also started running. However, Tang San and the others were quite in sync, all starting at the same time. Tang Feng shook his head, swiftly moving, and in a flash, he caught up with the slowest Oscar. "Xiao Ao, you can't go on like this. If you lose..." Oscar didn't know what to say. He couldn't keep up with them. They were bullying the honest person. He then remembered the sausages in their hands, which seemed to be a way to bully the honest person. Chapter 291. The Stolen Thunder. The Spirit Hall, the Empire, and various major forces were not idle. They had already obtained information on the Great Serpent and devised a response plan. Their actions were organized into teams, led by title de law, and ordinary people had no chance of participating. After all, their opponent was the Great Serpent, known as a god, and also a manifestation of divine will. Such a powerful existence, possessing the ability to destroy heaven and earth, was not something ordinary people could defeat. Currently, there were not many title de law on the Doa continent, and after multiple purges, only a little over 100 remained. After gathering all the title de law from the Dolua continent and making simple arrangements, their actions began. They collectively headed towards the city where the Great Serpent was located. Soon, they arrived at the site of the Great Serpent, above a city that had just been destroyed. The Great Serpent looked down at the masses with disdain, as if a god gazing at ants. From afar, they felt the Great Serpent's intimidation, a crushing feeling that lingered in their hearts, a fear that would not dissipate. Despite this, they still stood before the Great Serpent, confronting it with a facade of calmness. "Great Serpent, give it up." Someone urged the Great Serpent to surrender right away. The Great Serpent merely smiled faintly, its eyes filled with disdain. They were not worthy of being acknowledged. The Great Serpent's attitude was clear, showing no intention to respond. Just pointing at them was perhaps the best answer. "Great Serpent, is that your answer?" Prepared for the confrontation, they were ready to dodge when the Great Serpent struck. The Great Serpent's divine finger missing was expected. Naive, the Great Serpent coldly remarked, finding their self-importance amusing, thinking that dodging the divine finger was something impressive. In reality, it was not a big deal. If it weren't for feeling a bit bored, it wouldn't bother playing with them. Yes, the Great Serpent was just in a good mood and didn't immediately unleash a devastating attack. Otherwise, they would have been done for. The Great Serpent's gaze remained unchanged. Even as they moved or took action, its attacks continued to be the divine finger and energy pillars, effortlessly and simply, as if it were an ordinary attack. No, not as if. It was just playing. At that moment, they did not think so. Their powers were gathering, and a massive ceiling formation appeared, forming a pentagram that trapped the Great Serpent in the center. The edges of the pentagram were double-layered circles, with strange runes in the middle, each rune containing a title de law. These runes lit up one by one, quickly illuminating the entire circle, and then the pentagram shone as well. The golden pentagram trapping the Great Serpent. Then, chains appeared along the circle's edge, shooting towards the Great Serpent to bind it. "Great Serpent, your doom has arrived. Sealing essence." Shurahel, with a loud shout, a vast expanse of black mist appeared beneath the sealing formation, and from the mist, a gigantic skeletal hand emerged. This giant hand grasped the entire sealing formation, including the Great Serpent and all the title de law, in its palm, then pulled them down into the black mist. Beneath the black mist lay the blood-red Shurahel. They intended to perish together with the Great Serpent, or, in other words, use themselves as a sacrifice to completely seal the Great Serpent in Shurahel. However, they were thinking too simply. Even if all the title de law joined forces, the sealing formation capable of sealing a god could not seal the Great Serpent. The Great Serpent's combat power and abilities were far stronger than they imagined. If it could be sealed, Lord Hong would have already done so and wouldn't have waited for them to act. Lord Hong and all the administrators only managed to seal the Great Serpent for 20 years. It was easy to imagine that sealing the Great Serpent was not a simple matter. Boring. The Great Serpent initially thought it could have some fun, but it turned out to be much more tedious than it expected. Continuing like this had no meaning. Shurahel? Hee, just a joke. The Great Serpent sneered, then forcefully yanked breaking all the chains. Bang, bang, bang. Then, the Great Serpent raised its hand. Sunshine, in the skeletal hand. The Great Serpent unleashed the rays of sunshine. Bang! The sunlight directly blasted the skeletal giant hand. Subsequently, the sunlight surged toward everyone, illuminating the entire Shura hell. The hell was filled with the warmth of sunlight, which felt truly terrifying. Moreover, the giant serpent's attack had only just begun, as the power of the gods continuously surged toward them. Beefich, beefich, beefich. The tidal Daloa experts were severely injured under the bright sunlight. Boom, boom, boom. Shura hell erupted, and the entire place was destroyed. One could see how terrifying the giant serpent's sunlight was. Rumbling on the surface of the Dolua continent, there were massive tremors with widespread scorched scenes. Nearly half of these tidal Dolua perished under the lethal sunlight, and the remaining ones all fell to the ground. To the giant serpent, their combat power was extremely weak. Even if they were tidal Dolua, they were still the traditional kind. If they were players, it would be a whole different story. Their soul rings would be at a different level. However, unfortunately, they were not players. Is everyone okay? Someone stood up and loudly asked the others. Which how did you see that they are okay? Everyone was severely injured. Even standing up was very difficult, yet, I'm fine, I can still fight. I can still fight too. Let's do it again. This time, we will definitely seal him. That's right. We can definitely seal him. We can definitely. One after another, they desperately stood up. The words they spoke were only believed by themselves. However, their strength, through the projection, moved countless people. It was as if in an instant, the giant serpent heard the will of the Dolua continent. We can definitely do it. The giant serpent was stunned for a moment, realizing it was not the will of the Dolua continent, mumbling. Is it an illusion? To prove this point, the giant serpent decided to strike at them again. Eat my hammer. Just then, our protagonist Tang San appeared, and his Haotian hammer smashed heavily on the giant serpent's face. Bang! The giant serpent was sent flying. Tang San, Tang San, Tang San. At this moment, the giant serpent clearly heard everyone shouting Tang San's name. The giant serpent looked at Tang San. So you are the representative of the will of the Dolua continent. The giant serpent locked its gaze on Tang San, completely ignoring the others who had arrived. Tang Feng was momentarily stunned. Looks like the spotlight was stolen. Chapter 292, the protagonist questions the halo, if that's the case. It is not wrong. As the protagonist, Tang San represents the will of the Dolua continent, and there is nothing wrong with that. Moreover, his contributions to the Dolua continent over the years are evident, so his popularity is naturally high. However, no one knows the true purpose behind Tang San's actions. If they did, they might think differently. Nevertheless, Tang San is indeed very popular now, and everyone trusts him, which is an undeniable fact. However, this made Tang Feng a bit unhappy. He had already said that the giant serpent was his opponent, yet Tang San had to steal the show, and besides, if you get KO'd, what should I do? Isn't this just a lack of strength harming teammates? Tang Feng did not have a good impression of Tang San. If the giant serpent were that easy to deal with, he would have resolved it long ago. If the giant serpent were that easy to defeat, these tidal Dolua would have already eliminated it. So why would it come to you, Tang San? Even if you're the protagonist, so what? Tang Feng shook his head, expressing his helplessness. Eat my hammer. Tang San struck again, not caring about the giant serpent's talk of will. He just wanted to smash the giant serpent first. His Haotian hammer came with the sound of breaking air. Virum. Bang. The Haotian hammer landed on the giant serpent's energy shield. Just the next second, the Haotian hammer shattered the energy shield. Then, the Haotian hammer fell heavily again. Boom. The giant serpent was once again sent flying. Seeing this scene, everyone became excited. At this moment, Dai Mubai and the others also joined in, launching a barrage of blows against the giant serpent. Tang Feng had to admit that their cooperation was quite tacit, but this tacit understanding made him feel strange. Was it the crushing force of their power, or the effect of their combo attacks? Why wasn't the giant serpent attacking for so long? Or was it that the giant serpent couldn't attack? No, Tang Feng quickly dismissed this idea. How could the giant serpent not be able to attack? It must be waiting, but for what? Tang Feng did not know. Boom, boom, boom. The combo continued, with Tang San and Dai Mubai's attacks being very splendid, and the effects were quite nice. It felt as if they were toying with the giant serpent. However, after several minutes of performance, their moves were almost exhausted. Yet, the giant serpent had not a single scratch on it. Their splendid performance was like a mere tickle, with no actual damage. Is that it? The giant serpent's indifferent voice rang out, making Tang San and Dai Mubai feel quite uncomfortable, as if they were being looked down upon. Let's do it again. Dai Mubai and the others attacked again. Do it again? The result will be the same. The giant serpent laughed, and then said, I don't have time to play with you again. What needs to end must end. As soon as the giant serpent's words fell, the sunlight surged once more. For the giant serpent, dealing with these few was already sufficient with the sunlight. The result did not disappoint him. The sunlight severely injured Dai Mubai and the others, with only Tang San holding on. Oh, soul bone? The giant serpent was not surprised. It was not strange for Tang San to have a soul bone. After all, he was the will of the Dolua continent, and having the protagonist halo as an advantage made it normal for him to be stronger. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not surpass himself. The giant serpent struck again, and Tang San used the Haotian hammer to unleash the chaotic cloak hammering method. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The continuous hammer strikes, with each hammer's cumulative power stronger than the previous one. Boom! The giant serpent was once again sent flying. However, the injuries on the giant serpent quickly healed, even with the enhancement of the soul bone and the boost from the chaotic cloak hammering method. It only lightly injured the giant serpent. Killing field, Tang San unleashed his domain, entering fully activated mode, and used the chaotic cloak hammering method against the giant serpent again. The same move won't work on me, the giant serpent said, then unleashed its 1,000 hands, no matter how strong Tang San was. He could not compete with the serious series of the giant serpent. Boom! 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 The giant serpent's 1,000 hands defeated Tang San, and like the other 6, he fell heavily injured. Tang Feng caught Tang San. This time, you have nothing to say, right? Tang San looked at Tang Feng. I just wanted to help a bit, I wanted. Tang Feng continued. I've said many times that you are not his opponent. Rest assured, I will handle it. Tang San said, Brother Feng, I just want to. Tang Feng interrupted. Don't say any more. No matter what you think, you don't need to say it out loud. Besides, I don't have time to hear your explanation right now. Tang San responded with a light and said, Brother Feng, I understand. Tang Feng set Tang San down. Xiao Jun, keep an eye on them and don't let them act impulsively. Zhao Sijun nodded. Xiao Fengzi, you can rest assured I will. Tang Feng walked towards the direction of the big snake. The big snake had already noticed Tang Feng. The big snake said, I didn't expect you to survive like this. It's quite surprising. Tang Feng replied, Yeah, I also find it quite surprising. I didn't expect to be fine like this. The big snake smiled faintly. Since you haven't died, why bother stepping forward? You're not always this lucky. Tang Feng retorted. Because I find you displeasing, you think I could just stand by? The big snake said, Why seek your own death? You should know how great the gap between us is. Tang Feng shrugged. There's nothing I can do. I have this peculiar habit. Besides, you are indeed very annoying and obstructing my interests, so I have to take action against you. The big snake fell silent for a moment. Tang Feng smiled at this. The big snake and Tang Feng locked eyes, not immediately making a move. After a moment, the big snake said, Since that's the case, don't blame me. This time, I will completely eliminate you. Tang Feng said, If you can do that, then come at me. I've already seen your tricks. The big snake said, I have plenty of tricks. What you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. Tang Feng laughed. There's no need to continue this verbal sparring. Let me show you what true sunlight is. As his words fell, he unleashed the sunlight. The big snake didn't hold back either, following up with his own sunlight. Boom! 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 The dual sunlight clashed. They didn't know why Tang Feng could use sunlight, but the big snake had seen it before and was naturally prepared. Then their true contest began. The clash of divine powers left others unable to intervene. Tang San and the others originally planned to ambush the big snake, but soon realized it was impossible. At this moment, they understood that Tang Feng's words were not a joke, but a real fact. Tang San felt a bit frustrated. After 15 years, he didn't expect that in the end. He still couldn't help, which was no different from 15 years ago. In an instant, Tang San became confused. It seemed that he wasn't as beloved as a protagonist, and the protagonist halo wasn't effective either. Chapter 293. It's time to perform the battle between Tang Feng and the big snake was quite intense. Their moves were consistent, and throughout the fight, they had a deep understanding of each other. The fierce battle turned into a duel of skills. They fought against each other, constantly repeating the scene of consuming moves. Third brother is Brother Feng and the big snake the same person? Yeah, third brother. How come they look like the same person? Their moves are identical. It's too similar. If I didn't know better, I would really think it's the same person. It can't be this similar. Third brother. Even Tang San felt the same way. Facing their exclamations, Tang San was equally shocked, no less than them. For a moment, Tang San didn't know how to respond, but luckily Zhao Sijun spoke up at this moment. No, don't speculate. These moves of your brother Feng are just imitations. Only when the power reaches the realm of the divine can you also achieve this. Really, really? Ma Hongjun was not very convinced, and the others felt the same way, expressing disbelief. Of course it's true, Zhao Sijun answered affirmatively, though she herself didn't know what the realm of the divine was or whether it could be achieved. We can also. Tang San mumbled, watching the battle between Tang Feng and the big snake, his eyes filled with longing. At the same time, Tang San suddenly paused and asked, Sister Jun, does that mean Brother Feng has reached the realm of the divine? Zhao Sijun replied, definitely, otherwise how could he contend with the big snake? What we need to do now is to believe in your brother Feng. Tang San nodded, not doubting Zhao Sijun's words. After all, Tang Feng was a player, and it wasn't surprising for his power to reach the realm of the divine. Tang Feng's identity was known to Dai Mubai and the others, and their attitude towards Tang Feng was different from other players because Tang Feng had never regarded them as NPCs. Moreover, given Tang Feng and Tang San's story, they trusted Tang San, so they naturally trusted Tang Feng as well. At this moment, Tang Feng and the big snake were engaged in an increasingly intense battle, their moves colliding and reopening the void realm. Boom, boom, boom. They then entered the void realm. Watching the scene unfold, Tang San and the others felt a bit moved. Should we go in? Oscar asked. Maybe we shouldn't. Ma Hongjun didn't want to go in again. The feeling inside was not pleasant. Third brother, what do you think? Xiao Wu asked Tang San. Tang San pondered whether to enter or not. It was a dilemma. Just as Tang San was about to speak, Zhao Sijun said, don't think too much. It wouldn't help if we went in. We can't be of any assistance. Tang San looked at Zhao Sijun. Sister Jun, do you mean we should just watch? What if Brother Feng gets shattered again? Zhao Sijun hesitated. No, it won't happen. This time is definitely different. You have to believe in Xiao Fengzi. Tang San wanted to say, Sister, you don't even believe in Brother Feng. I want to believe too. Tang San nodded again. He didn't want to say too many worrying words. Even if he was worried, speaking it out wouldn't help. What was meant to happen would still happen. Meanwhile, inside the void realm, Tang Feng and the big snake faced off again in their contest. Their way of confrontation remained the same, which felt a bit comical. But only the two of them knew, as the void realm had already closed. I didn't expect you to adapt to the use of divine power so quickly, the big snake said, seemingly not very convinced. The realm of the divine? Tang Feng felt the change in this power, but unfortunately, it wasn't complete enough. Otherwise, you wouldn't be my opponent at all. The same can be said for me. The power of my realm of the divine is also not complete, the big snake smiled, truthfully admitting to Tang Feng. Tang Feng looked at the big snake strangely. If you say that, aren't you afraid I know too much? And the big snake interrupted with a smile. Even if my power is incomplete, dealing with someone like you is more than enough. Tang Feng laughed. You're quite confident. If you really had that ability, you would have killed me long ago. The big snake said, don't think too much. It's not that I can't kill you. You're just lucky this time. Not every time will you be this fortunate. Tang Feng said, you have to think this way. I have no other choice. Not only do I think this way, but I will also use actions to show you what is called the truth. As soon as the words of the great snake fell, the divine finger was about to appear again. I have to say, his tricks are always the same few moves, and Tang Feng has already learned them all. Even in the void realm, the divine finger would be enhanced. But it doesn't matter because Tang Feng would be enhanced too. Boom, boom, boom. Therefore, the changes in their battle are merely a shift from low-budget effects to higher-budget ones. Their isn't much difference otherwise. The result, of course, goes without saying. It's the same outcome. Continuing to fight like this has little meaning. Nameless. Nameless. The final decisive move was unexpectedly used on Nameless. However, to the great snake's surprise, Tang Feng could also execute a decent version of Nameless. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack, crack. The void realm began to destabilize under the collision of this power, like a glass mirror shattering. However, the Nameless move from the great snake was comparatively stronger. This could be seen for various factors. With a thunderous roar, the void realm was completely shattered, and the shockwave of this power surged towards Tang Feng. Clearly, Tang Feng's divine domain was not as strong as the great snake's, and in terms of divine power, he was naturally inferior. With a rumble, the moment the divine power descended, Tang Feng bore the pressure of hundreds of millions of tons, almost crushed to death. Human-faced sword emperor, spider god possessed, Great Snake transformed. At a critical moment, Tang Feng transformed into his soul form and entered his strongest state, barely managing to withstand it. However, the Great Snake's figure appeared in front of Tang Feng the next second, using divine power to unleash the ultimate move. Soul extraction. Buzz. A strong sound echoed as the Great Snake's hand reached out. Now it was bad. He was playing soul extraction again. But who can't do that? Soul extraction. Tang Feng followed suit. But the next second he regretted it. Such a good opportunity was wasted just like that. Bang! The power of Nameless completely erupted, and they emerged from the Void Realm. Their figures reappeared in reality, and it was a stalemate. At this moment, their standoff was a good opportunity for Tang San and the others. Tang San exchanged glances with the seven monsters, and they tacitly arranged their formation. It was time for their performance to begin. Chapter 294. Ultimate Move. Sunlight illuminates without a doubt. Such a good opportunity, if missed. Who knows when the next one will come, or if it will come at all. The opportunity was right in front of them. Not only Tang San and the others were moved, but even Zhao Sijuan felt tempted, thinking about how to defeat the Great Snake. Therefore, one must seize the opportunity. A sneak attack should take place when the opponent is unprepared. If the opponent is on guard, then it's not a sneak attack, and it can't be executed. Tang San and the others reacted quickly, and Zhao Sijuan felt she couldn't fall behind. Tang San unleashed his martial soul, while the soul power of the other six concentrated on him. They held nothing back, providing all the buffs they could to enhance Tang San. Everyone please, Tang San said lightly. Yet this made them all work even harder. The first to run out of soul power was Oscar, who poured all his soul power into Tang San. After Oscar collapsed, Ning Rongrong followed suit, and then one by one they fell to the ground, with Dai Mubai being the last to fall. As Dai Mubai fell, the Haotian hammer emitted a golden light, radiating divine might like a Buddha's golden body. Beside the sacred Haotian hammer was a huge black scythe. The dark aura of the scythe was no weaker than that of the Haotian hammer, with black light spilling out, completely unrestrained. The two massive martial souls charged towards the Great Snake like two giants. The first to descend was the black scythe. Buzz. The scythe struck the protective shield of the Great Snake. This was the Great Snake's defense shield, directly making its presence known, and then continued to strike. Intense collisions continued as the scythe attempted to cut through the shield, persisting in its slashes. Crack! The black scythe's light gradually diminished. Just as it held on to the last moment, it finally managed to cut through the energy shield. Timing was crucial. This contest only lasted a few breaths. The Haotian hammer was waiting for this moment. They were quite in sync, and as this moment arrived, it immediately smashed down towards the Great Snake. Crack, crack, crack. Bang, bang, bang. With a sound of breaking air, the shattering Haotian hammer seemed to want to destroy everything. The immense power descended upon the Great Snake. Naturally, the Great Snake, who was in a standoff with Tang Feng, felt and even saw their movements. But seeing it didn't matter. He had to either withstand this hammer strike or endure the damage from soul extraction. However, the Great Snake quickly made a decision, knowing that the damage from soul extraction was negligible for him. As for why he used soul extraction to contest with Tang Feng, it was entirely to see if Tang Feng's soul strength had reached a perfect realm. As the Great Snake abandoned the soul extraction on Tang Feng thought, this is bad. Everything happened too quickly and suddenly, leaving him no time to react. If the Great Snake killed Tang San, he would be finished. No matter what, he had to protect Tang San's life. Don't attack. Tang Feng wanted to warn Tang San, but it was already too late. The Great Snake's soul extraction instantly shifted towards Tang San, the power landing on Tang San's Haotian hammer. Rumble, rumble, boom. Soul extraction compared against the Haotian hammer. Fortunately, the Haotian hammer was the treasure of the Doloa continent. It did not allow the Great Snake to break its defense immediately, which also gave Tang Feng time. Satan, come out! Tang Feng initially didn't want to summon Satan again, but now, to save Tang San's life, he had no choice but to summon him. The ritual formation was completed faster than before. His divine power was rapidly depleting, and to summon faster, he didn't hold back at all. When Satan was summoned, the Great Snake's soul extraction had already reached the Haotian hammer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Satan opened his eyes and looked at this interesting scene, a smile spread across his face. Interesting, Satan. Before Satan could think further, Tang Feng's voice rang out. Attach yourself to Tang San. Satan didn't know what was happening, but complied. Satan, listen carefully. Before I defeat him, guard Tang San's soul, even if it's just a little bit. Tang Feng's tone was severe, He was seriously commanding Satan, and his unusual behavior made Satan think more. All right, Satan still complied. He didn't care about much, as what he had to do was simple. Just watch how this story would unfold. At this moment, the Great Snake had already solidified 4/5 of Tang San's soul, and he also heard Tang Feng's words and saw the suddenly appearing Satan. Satan flew towards the Hao-Ian hammer, and the giant snake did not pause or condense energy anymore, directly pulling Tang San's soul out. Even if Tang San did not die, his soul would be incomplete, extremely flawed. Bang! The giant snake raised Tang San's soul and directly crushed it. He would waste words with Tang Feng. With the loss of his soul, the Hao-Ian hammer returned to Tang San's human form, merging with Satan. Satan had finally saved Tang San, locking onto the remaining soul. Satan, Tang Feng shouted again as he struck, wanting to confirm one thing, whether Tang San was still alive. Satan responded, "Don't worry, he's fine." Hearing Satan's words, Tang Feng's heart calmed down, and he could confidently confront the giant snake. He would not give the giant snake another chance. This was what he thought, but in reality, it was hard to say who was giving him a chance. The giant snake looked at Tang Feng's nervous state and said, "You seem very concerned about him, but it doesn't matter how much you care. He's beyond saving. You should know the effects of soul extraction. Even an incomplete soul is very damaging to an ordinary person." Moreover, the more Tang Feng listened, the darker his face became. The giant snake was right. He knew Tang San's time was running out. However, only by defeating the giant snake and making a wish through the system could he keep Tang San's life hanging by a thread with Satan. Tang Feng was determined. He had to defeat the giant snake, and everything would fall into place. He could not and would not lose to the giant snake. With faith and motivation, it was time to fight for real. "Shut your mouth," Tang Feng shouted angrily, releasing all his aura, which surged higher and higher. This divine power was even stronger than the giant snake's. "Oh, are you angry?" The giant snake continued to smile. The angrier Tang Feng got, the happier he became, as he could sense Tang Feng's frustration. Hell, 1,000 hands. Tang Feng unleashed his divine power, and the giant snake did not hold back either. Using Hell 1,000 hands as well. With the same technique, how could it possibly work against the giant snake? Tang Feng could only be considered an imitator, without surpassing the original, making it difficult for him to defeat the giant snake. Essence, sunlight. Under the state of Hell 1,000 hands, Tang Feng activated sunlight. This time, it surprised the giant snake, but the giant snake could do the same. Essence, sunlight. After a brief pause, the giant snake also unleashed sunlight from his 1,000 hands, negating the damage once again. Chapter 295. The Unwilling 7 Monsters After Satan Possessed Tang San. He landed beside Zhao Sijuan, smiling wickedly as he watched the battle between Tang Feng and the giant snake. Dai Mubai and the others, who barely managed to stand up, approached with concern. Xiao Wu even held Tang San's hand. "Third brother, are you okay?" Satan disdainfully pushed Xiao Wu away. "I'm not your third brother. Go cool off." Zhao Sijuan, quick on her feet, helped Xiao Wu. "Third brother. Sister Wu." The others became anxious. Zhao Sijuan questioned, "Satan, what are you doing?" Satan clapped his right hand and said, "I don't like others touching me, and neither should you. You'd better roll aside. If you dare to make a move, I'll take you down." "You." Ma Hongjun wanted to strike, flames erupting. "Who are you?" "Return, third brother's body." Oscar shouted at Satan. "Return, third brother." Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong shouted as well. Dai Mubai appeared relatively calm, but his hands trembled, seemingly angry, and the evil eye white tiger was also restless. "Everyone, calm down." Zhao Sijuan was afraid Dai Mubai would act. He looked calm, but he was the one most eager to act, so her shout was directed at him. Under Zhao Sijuan's call, Dai Mubai relaxed his clenched fists and trembling thoughts, choosing to trust Zhao Sijuan. The others did the same. They did not act, and when Dai Mubai relaxed, they followed suit. In fact, they were waiting for Dai Mubai to speak or act, and they would follow without hesitation. At this moment, Satan looked at Zhao Sijuan, sneering, "Mind your own business. I finally got out, and you treat me like this?" Zhao Sijuan rolled her eyes at Satan, saying, "Master, don't you know the reason for letting you out?" Satan grinned, "I do. And didn't you hear him? He told me to protect Tang San, which means anyone who poses a threat to Tang San is my enemy. And what constitutes a threat is up to me to decide. Do you want to try?" Faced with Satan's jest, Zhao Sijuan felt a bit helpless. She couldn't do anything to Satan and could only keep Dai Mubai and the others steady, especially Xiao Wu, who was most concerned about Tang San. "Xiao Wu, don't worry, he'll be fine. Although he is unreliable, He won't neglect protecting Tang San. Zhao Sijun comforted. Xiao Wu nodded, asking Sister Jun, is he Brother Meng's martial spirit? Why would? Satan glanced at Xiao Wu, causing her to shrink next to Zhao Sijun, afraid to continue speaking. Before Zhao Sijun could respond, Satan said, little girl, your sense of smell is quite sharp, but you'd better not mention that name again. Who? Brother Meng? Xiao Wu looked at Satan in confusion. Satan glared at Xiao Wu coldly. He had warned this little girl before, and now she mentioned it again, thinking she could get away with it. Satan. Zhao Sijun feared Satan would act recklessly, shielding Xiao Wu behind her, saying, you better not cause any trouble. If you make the master unhappy, you won't end well. Do you want to? Satan raised his hands, smiling as he interrupted, I haven't done anything. As long as you don't bother me, I won't pay you any mind. After saying that, he continued to watch the battle in the sky, seeming more interested in the fight between Tang Feng and the giant snake, regarding Zhao Sijun and the others as nothing more than dispensable clowns. Seeing Satan no longer fixating on Xiao Wu, Zhao Sijun breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Wu, don't say anything, don't ask, let us just watch. Xiao Wu nodded, Sister Yun, you understand. I won't say anything anymore. As long as Tang San was fine, she had nothing to worry about. She was only concerned about Tang San's safety. Dai Mubai and the others also approached Zhao Sijun and Xiao Wu, watching Satan vigilantly, ready to react if he made any sudden moves. Seeing this, Zhao Sijun laughed and said, no need to be like this. He keeps his promises. We just need to avoid provoking him. Ma Hongjun said, but I don't trust him at all. Sister Jun, do we have any other options? If he continues to occupy third brother's body, will it? Satan looked at Ma Hongjun, scaring him half to death, thinking Satan was about to act. Zhao Sijun said, it won't happen, and besides, Brother Feng can keep him in check. Brother Feng is his master, and he has to listen to him. After explaining, Ma Hongjun and the others nodded. All right, let us not disturb him. Let us move aside. Zhao Sijun urged them to distance themselves from Satan, also to protect them. No one knew if Satan would go mad. He was a complete lunatic. After walking a distance, Zhao Sijun felt it was enough and stopped. At this moment, Dai Mubai spoke up and asked Sister Jun, who exactly is the one occupying Sanji's body? He. Zhao Sijun hesitated for a moment and said, a demon from hell, the true king of demons. After explaining the origins and power of Satan, Zhao Sijun said, we shouldn't provoke him, just watch from here. If he strikes, even the Great Serpent might not be his match. Really? Is that true? They were a bit skeptical. Zhao Sijun nodded, it is indeed true. But Satan has a peculiar temperament. It's difficult to make him act unless he gets angry. Sister Jun, why don't we find a way to make him help Feng go? Ma Hongjun suggested, and the others looked at Zhao Sijun. However, Zhao Sijun shook her head. It's better not to. It might backfire and only make things worse. Sengo might be in danger then. Ma Hongjun said this. Dai Mubai gave him a light knock. All right, stop with the this and that. All we can do is quietly be bystanders. We can't influence this battle. Ma Hongjun asked, do you think Feng Ge can win? Before he could finish his question, he was surrounded and beaten. It hurts, don't hit my face, don't hit my face. They showed no mercy, and after giving Ma Hongjun a good beating, they finally sighed in relief. Feng Ge will definitely win against the Great Serpent. Yes, that's for sure. They nodded vigorously, in unanimous agreement that Tang Feng could defeat the Great Serpent. In fact, besides Tang Feng, there was no one else who could match the Great Serpent. On the Dolua continent, there were only these 7 titled Doluos left, along with some old-timers who didn't fight and BB Dong. They were all old folks who didn't easily make a move, and none of them were a match for the Great Serpent. It was clear that the only person they could rely on now was Tang Feng. Damn it, if only we were stronger, we wouldn't be so passive. Yeah, if we just tried a little harder. Don't say that. You've all worked very hard. This isn't your fault. The opponent is just too strong. This. They unwillingly said one word, but couldn't continue. Chapter 296. Spider God Great Serpent Devours Bang. 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 In the sky, a shattering phenomenon occurred. Piece after piece of blue sky fragments fell like shards of glass. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. The glass pieces fell to the ground like meteors, making a startling sound. 2 figures collided back and forth in the sky, moving at lightning speed, too fast for the naked eye to discern. Such high-speed clashes left the sky unable to contain them, shattering it into pieces. It was easy to imagine how brutal their fighting style was, directly destroying half of the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The battle continued. Tang Feng and the Great Serpent refused to give way. No one would back down at this moment, and it was impossible for them to yield. For Tang Feng and the Great Serpent, this was a crucial moment in battle. Both stood in the realm of the gods, constantly clashing with divine power. This was also the battle mode of Tang Feng and the Great Serpent, and one of the reasons Satan was captivated by their clash. Satan actually wanted to participate in this battle. For him, being able to fight freely in the realm of the gods was undoubtedly a pleasure. However, for Zhao Sijuan, Dai Mubai, and the others, they couldn't see the battle situation at all. They only knew that the battle between Tang Feng and the Great Serpent had shattered the sky, with fragments continuously falling, making it a very terrifying fight. Although they knew of the existence of the realm of the gods, they couldn't feel or see its presence. Only Satan could clearly see the confrontation between the realm of the gods and divine power. So fast, I can't keep up with their speed anymore. Can you see clearly? Ma Ongajun exclaimed. I can't see. Ning Rongrong shook her head and said, those fragments falling from the sky look like meteors. The sky is about to be destroyed by them. Oscar held Ning Rongrong's hand and said, don't be afraid, babe. I'm here. Even if the sky falls, I'll block it for you. Where I am, you won't have to worry. Dai Mubai coughed and said to Zhu Zhuqing, that, Chinger, don't worry, I will protect you. Zhu Zhuqing coldly replied, who needs your protection? Yet she did not stop Dai Mubai from getting close, nor did she show any resistance. Beside this, Ma Hongjun looked around, feeling like he had nothing to do with it. He glanced at Xiao Wu and shook his head. Xiao Wu was so fierce that only Sange could handle her. No, no. His gaze fell on Zhao Sijuan, and he stammered, Sister Jun, you see. Zhao Sijuan kicked Ma Hongjun away. Go away. After kicking Ma Hongjun away, Zhao Sijuan's gaze returned to the sky. She wanted to see where Tang Feng was and if he was injured, etc. Xiao Wu said, Sister Jun, don't worry, Feng Ge will definitely be fine. Zhao Sijuan turned back and smiled at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you've grown up. You know how to comfort your sister now. Xiao Wu mischievously smiled, her bunny ears happily twitching. The battle in the sky continued, with Tang Feng and the Great Serpent clashing at the speed of light in the realm of the gods. Their battle constantly consumed each other's divine power. Occasionally, they exchanged punches and kicks, and sometimes used skills, repeating the cycle, but unable to determine a victor. Their battle was precarious. If either one let their guard down, they could be hit by the other, making a race against time, fully invested in the fight. Divine Finger, Spirit Light Pillar, Spirit Light Pillar, Sunlight illuminates, Sunlight illuminates. Their skills continued to counteract each other, and their battle continued to wear on, repeating in the same manner until now. However, only they knew in their hearts, and only Satan understood, that with one wrong move, either could be defeated by the other. Tang Feng and the Great Serpent continued this long-distance competition. Even if there were occasional changes, it couldn't alter the stalemate. This showed that their strengths were not far apart. And with Tang Feng's increasingly skilled use of divine power, the outcome of their fight was naturally remarkable. Tang Feng kept trying new moves, but the Great Serpent learned from him and had no chance for a surprise victory. Moreover, the opportunity Tang Feng had been waiting for had yet to appear. And with the current accelerated battle, it was even harder to wait for that chance. Tang Feng knew that there was only one opportunity, having missed the last one. Waiting for this one would be a bit difficult. Also, his moves could only be used once. The second time would be ineffective. So he couldn't act rashly or take that risk. Let's try again. If there's no opportunity, then let him down the water and see how he reacts. Tang Feng made up his mind. He wasn't sure if the Great Serpent would fall for it. If he didn't then there would be no other choice but to wait for another opportunity. No matter what, you have to try to know. It's useless to think so much now. So, it's better not to consider these things and see how to release water without being suspected. Tang Feng is trying every means to release water, and this water must be released naturally without suspicion. If he is suspected, the big snake won't fall for it, and if the big snake doesn't fall for it, there will be no chance. Life is like a play, all depends on acting, and this battlefield is no different. You have to keep acting. Wooming. Once again, Tang Feng and the big snake used moves that consumed a huge amount of energy. Their divine power seemed inexhaustible, continuously releasing skills in this battle. However, their divine power is naturally not infinite, but their recovery speed is relatively fast, as if they had the Holy Grail. It would be a bit difficult to run out of energy. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of Wooming and Wooming's power. Suddenly, Tang Feng seemed to lose his balance and shifted slightly. This action was caught by the big snake, whose figure disappeared. Obviously, he approached Tang Feng, and seeing this scene, Tang Feng smiled inwardly. The fish is hooked. Sure enough, the big snake's figure appeared in front of Tang Feng, followed by a move of ultimate skill. Ultimate. Super kill. Hell, soul extraction. Tang Feng did not resist. He was waiting for this moment, when the big snake couldn't escape. When bound, it was his time to counterattack. Whoosh. The big snake's hand reached in. At this moment, Tang Feng's expression was rich and varied. Pretending to be panicked was not an easy task. But he had to hold the expression for a while. The big snake did not notice anything unusual, and Tang Feng's opportunity had come. What he needed to do was to devour the big snake. Spider God, Big Snake Devour, the super devouring skill at the cost of 1,000 years of lifespan, was activated at this moment. The big snake felt the arrival of a crisis. When he wanted to pull back, it was already too late. The human face of the spider god opened its mouth and bit down on half of the big snake. Once the swan meat is in the mouth, how could it possibly let go? Big snake, it's useless. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The big snake naturally did not believe it. He wanted to struggle free, using divine power to break free and counterattack. However, Chapter 297, Demonization. Godification. Tang Feng was right. The big snake's struggle was futile, all in vain. Under the devouring skill, he could still resist a bit. However, the upgraded version of the spider god Big Snake Devour was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Even if the opponent was not human, but a god, the result would not change much. Just as Tang Feng said, he was waiting for this moment, waiting for this opportunity. How could he let the big snake escape? The big snake struggled desperately, but it was useless. Half of its body was bitten, unless it was willing to give up that half and choose the upper body. Hiss! The big snake really made a choice, giving up the lower half. After breaking free from its half body, the wounds on the remaining half looked like torn fabric, with not a trace of blood in sight. Tough. Tang Feng gave the big snake a thumbs up, but the big snake just looked at him coldly, saying nothing, and directly unleashed its divine power. Boom! 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 The big snake's body expanded, as if molten lava was rolling up like a volcanic eruption. The big snake's size continued to grow. A snake tail appeared, connecting to the snake body, followed by the emergence of the snake head. 1, 2, 3. 8 snake heads drilled out. The snake tail split into 8. This is the 8-headed serpent. I didn't expect you could transform into the 8-headed serpent form, but Tang Feng didn't care because he had already killed one 8-headed serpent, and this one would be no exception. You may not know, I'm a little expert at slaying snakes. Even if you have 8 heads, it won't help. Tang Feng's confident words left people speechless. The big snake did not reply and directly launched an attack, divine power beams shooting towards him. Boom! Tang Feng dodged, not caring. But the next second, the other 7 snake heads also followed up with beams of light. Faced with these attacks, Tang Feng quickly dodged and then unleashed skills like Divine Finger, Spirit Chi Pillar, and Sunlight Radiance towards the 8-headed serpent. However, unfortunately, these skills were completely ineffective and seemed to be entirely suppressed. Just as Tang Feng was dodging, the big snake's tail swept over. Bang! A heavy blow sent Tang Feng flying. Puff! Just a single tail strike severely injured Tang Feng in the air. The big snake's power had clearly increased by more than 1 or 2 levels. Boom! 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 Tang Feng was stuck in a crack, just about to struggle free when the big snake's large tail swept over again, sending him flying once more. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and the others, watching the big snake's transformation, looked incredulous. This is too ruthless, directly amputating. It's not just ruthless. Even being ruthless can't make this decision. What happened to him? Is he going to explode? Snake tail? Snake body? Snake head? Or 8 of them? No way, this 8-headed big snake is so strong, directly crushing. Their expressions changed greatly. They gasped in shock, never expecting the big snake to be so ruthless, even transforming into an 8-headed serpent. Seeing Tang Feng being knocked away by the 8-headed serpent, Zhao Sijuan almost rushed over to help. However, she knew she would only make things worse, so she didn't go forward, feeling very upset inside. Satan, who was also watching the battle between Tang Feng and the big snake, faintly said, "My little master, is this all you can do? If so, you might very well die at the hands of your opponent. Think carefully." The change in the situation was clearly unfavorable for Tang Feng. Anyone with eyes could see that the big snake had the upper hand, and it would be difficult for Tang Feng to turn the tide. Boom! 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 Under the overwhelming bombardment, Tang Feng's divine power clearly weakened, as if he couldn't maintain it any longer. If this continued, Tang Feng would only be defeated. That's why Satan would say such words, because he did not have high hopes for Tang Feng. The destructive power of the big snake was astonishing, and it was using divine power attacks, each blow crushing Tang Feng. The eight-headed big snake and the human-faced sword emperor, even after using the spider god's possession, were still not a match for the eight-headed big snake. It can be seen how astonishing the destructive power and explosive power of the eight-headed big snake were. Compared to the previous eight-headed big snake, it was a world of difference. The eight-headed big snake directly knocked the human-faced sword emperor down, and seeing the immobile human-faced sword emperor, his 8 large mouths began to gather amazing beams of light. Booming, 8 beams of light bombarded Tang Feng, directly blowing him away. Having taken this heavy hit, Tang Feng was now covered in wounds. If it weren't for Tang Feng's strong recovery ability, he might have already been blasted to ashes. Brother Feng, Zhao Sijun wanted to rush over but was pulled back by Xiao Wu. Sister Jun, calm down. Xiao Wu's words did not register with Zhao Sijun, but she did not continue to charge forward. The atmosphere cooled down for a moment. Dai Mubai and others hesitated, unsure of what to say. Big snake transformation. Tang Feng gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the moment when he used the powerful recovery ability of the Great Serpent transformation, the situation would have been unimaginable. Demonization. After recovering halfway, the humanoid sword emperor in the Great Serpent form evolved again, sprouting a pair of demon wings on his back, with his skin turning pitch black. With the emergence of demonization, all his injuries were completely healed. Seeing this, the Great Serpent struck again. Demon Domain. Before the Great Serpent made a move, Tang Feng activated the Demon Domain. The domain enveloped him and the Great Serpent, shrouded in darkness, resembling the Void Realm. Domain? Are you joking? In the realm of gods, other domains are worthless. The Great Serpent's attacks continued without reduction, mocking Tang Feng, thinking he was being ridiculous. Whether it works or not is not for you to decide, Tang Feng said coldly, producing a demon army from the demon domain. Ignorant. The Great Serpent annihilated the demon army in an instant. However, the next second, another demon army emerged. After a few more times, nothing would change. As the Great Serpent's words fell, a beam of light swept across, annihilating the demon army again. The same thing happened again. The demon army seemed to possess the ability to resurrect infinitely. After several attempts, the Great Serpent directly ignored the demon army and launched an attack on Tang Feng. Demon Substitute. Tang Feng directly swapped places with the demon army, causing the same situation to repeat, greatly irritating the Great Serpent. Die, all of you! The 8 heads of the Great Serpent simultaneously fired beams of light, aiming to blow apart the demon domain, yet it was of no use. Boom, boom, boom. The demon army continuously revived. While the Great Serpent wanted to deal with Tang Feng refused to engage him, infuriating him to no end. The Great Serpent quickly calmed down. What are you plotting? No matter how you calculate, it will be useless. Don't speak so confidently, and Tang Feng paused and smiled. If you can't destroy the demon domain, you have no right to say anything to me. The Great Serpent fell silent. It seems I have to use my last move. Divine Transformation, descend. The Great Serpent's figure gradually shrank, radiating golden starlight. Chapter 298, Final Evolution and Victory Outside the Demon Domain. On the ground, they looked at the black area in the sky, and a sense of tension arose. The most alluring danger that could not be seen. No one knew the situation of the battle inside. Zhao Sijun stepped forward nervously. She wanted to continue, but found herself unable to move forward. Sister Jun, Xiao Wu called out from behind Zhao Sijun, saying, Brother Feng will be fine. We must believe in him, believe that he can win. Zhao Sijun nodded. Xiao Wu, I will. I have always believed in him. Dai Mubai and the others followed closely behind. If Zhao Sijun and Xiao Wu made a move, they would not hesitate either. In Satan's eyes, the situation inside was reflected. Tang Feng's demon army and the Great Serpent's golden hue appeared clearly in his gaze. He could see through the demon domain, and as he watched Tang Feng's demonization and demon army, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. The divine transformation of the Great Serpent, the demonized master. The final battle between gods and demons. Who would have thought I, Satan, would become a bystander? This feeling is truly wonderful. Satan smiled playfully, feeling quite good about the showdown between Tang Feng and the Great Serpent. They could complete the battle he left unfinished. However, in his heart, he hoped for the other side to win. That was hard to say. Meanwhile, in the domain, after the divine transformation, the Great Serpent spat out golden beams toward Tang Feng. Boom, boom, boom. Tang Feng once again used the demon substitute, allowing other demons to take the damage for him. After the demons in the demon domain died and revived, their combat power would increase again. You won't be able to dodge the next strike. The Great Serpent's sudden prediction made Tang Feng chuckle. Anyone could boast. However, Tang Feng was still a bit concerned about how much stronger the Great Serpent had become after transforming into a golden serpent. Come on, Great Serpent. Tang Feng beckoned to the Great Serpent, wanting to see how the Great Serpent's divine prediction would prevent him from dodging. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 8 heads of the Great Serpent were gathering power, and the golden light illuminated the entire demon domain. This pure golden light had already annihilated the demons within the demon domain. It was easy to imagine that the next 8 beams of light would directly strike Tang Feng. Boom, boom, boom. Just as expected, without the demon army, the shockwaves of the beams hit Tang Feng directly. What was surprising was that after being pierced and scattered, there was no response from the demon domain, meaning he had not died. I didn't expect your domain to have such a function, but the Great Serpent's tail, like a golden holy spear, thrust towards one direction. Poochie, Tang Feng appeared there, half of his abdomen pierced away. However, now, you have been seen through. The Great Serpent said confidently and proved with facts just how strong his current power was. Even if you can revive, it won't matter, because the next second, you will die. The Great Serpent's cold judgment continuously targeted the revived Tang Feng and the demon army. You really talk too much, Tang Feng said wearily. He originally didn't want to bother with the Great Serpent. Don't think I don't know that your ability can seal the target as power, but the Great Serpent was taken aback, and Tang Feng continued. The power I gain from revival is 1 to 2 times higher than what you seal, meaning your fighting style is useless. The Great Serpent did not believe Tang Feng's words. Even if you know this, so what? No matter how much you improve. Tang Feng interrupted the Great Serpent, saying, all right, I get it. You want to say your divine transformation is not that simple, right? Or do you want to say that a few more hits will directly obliterate me? The Great Serpent stared at Tang Feng. You know? Tang Feng smiled. I'm not stupid and... The Great Serpent asked, and what? Tang Feng replied. Moreover, the energy I need for my final evolution is already sufficient, so... This time the Great Serpent didn't ask because he already knew the answer. The Great Serpent knew what Tang Feng was about to say, but let us see who is faster. The Great Serpent struck down Tang Feng again, waiting for Tang Feng to revive, but this time he did not wait. Where? The Great Serpent was on high alert. Not only had Tang Feng not revived, but even the demon army had not. Such an abnormal change made him feel uneasy. Rua, moments late, a dragon's rua aqua. The Great Serpent's heart trembled. He still did not see Tang Feng's figure. His 8 snake heads looked in different directions, hoping to spot where Tang Feng was, but all that remained was the sound of the dragon's roar lingering. Outside the demon realm, a 9-headed giant dragon descended from the sky, its arrival accompanied by an overwhelming dragon aura that made the entire Dulua continent tremble. As the dragon's roar echoed, the demon realm gradually shrank, ultimately becoming one of the dragon's heads. Great Serpent, you shall be sealed within me forever. With a deep, resonant voice, the Great Serpent and the demon realm were swallowed. The 9-headed dragon effortlessly dealt with the Great Serpent. Then it glanced at the rift in the sky, and the other 8 mouths exhaled energies of ice, fire, water, earth, wind, thunder, darkness, and other attributes, directly repairing the rift. At that moment, Satan soared towards the 9-headed dragon, standing before it, and saying, My master, your current strength seems formidable. I am curious to know just how strong you really are. The 18 eyes of the 9-headed dragon locked onto Satan, its cold gaze resembling that of a judge examining a criminal. Satan, don't make me angry. Satan paid no mind to the dragon's words, responding, Master, you know that my pleasure lies in challenging stronger opponents. Nothing is more important to me than that. After a moment of silence, the 9-headed dragon replied, If you wish to fight, it's not impossible. However, let me finish my business first and wait for Tang San to recover. Satan smiled. All right, I'll wait for you. The 9-headed dragon was actually lying. It did not want to fight Satan. The time it sought was sufficient to change everything, as it only needed to claim the system's rewards. The 9-headed dragon turned and took flight, searching for the figures of Lord Hong and the monk, but found no trace of them. What's going on? Weren't they following me? The dragon, Tang Feng, was unaware that they had already sacrificed themselves and would not appear again. If they're not here, can I ask the system if there will be any rewards? Tang Feng did not know if the system would respond, but he found no other way and hoped for a reply. He had often communicated with the system, but had never received an answer. System, Tang Feng called out. Holding little hope, and adopting a trial-and-error attitude. Chapter 299, an arrangement from the system. As Tang Feng's voice echoed in his heart, the system's mechanical voice responded, as if it had gained intelligence. "Hello, player." The cold voice carried a hint of reverence. Tang Feng was taken aback. He had not expected the system to actually respond. "System, I've completed the challenge. Isn't it time for my reward?" Please wait a moment." The system seemed to be checking, and Tang Feng was not in a hurry. After a short while, the system provided a response. "Hello, player Tang Feng. The challenge you participated in was not registered, so..." Tang Feng was a bit dumbfounded and hurriedly asked, "So what?" The system replied, "The system needs time to complete the procedures in order to grant you your reward. This process may take a while, possibly a month, or even a year. A month at the earliest, a year at the latest." This time frame was not too long and was still acceptable. Tang Feng said, "No problem, thank you." The system replied, "It's my duty, but..." Tang Feng furrowed his brows, wondering if the system was about to backtrack. But what? According to the system's checks, the product bound to player Tang Feng, Tang San, is currently in life-threatening danger. If the product dies during this waiting period, the system paused, and Tang Feng thought of this too. If Tang San died, he would not survive either. However, why does the system refer to Tang San as a product? Is there a way to remedy this? Tang Feng proactively asked, since it was the system he was dealing with. Moreover, in the recent battle, the Great Serpent had nearly drained Tang San's soul, and with his own abilities, he could not revive Tang San. More importantly, if Tang San died during the revival process, he would also suffer. There are two solutions, the system said. Tang Feng was surprised that the system actually had two solutions. Were they? The first solution is to find a deity for Tang San within 10 days, and the system will implant it for him, with a success rate of 50%. That success rate is too low. What about the second solution? Is its success rate lower? No, the second solution has a success rate of 80%. Then let's go with the second solution. Tang Feng decided without asking what the second solution was, as an 80% success rate made the choice easy. After making his choice, Tang Feng still inquired, "What is the second solution?" The system replied, "The second solution involves the system implanting data. Only after the data is successfully implanted will Tang San receive an auxiliary system, which can help him and provide a similar auxiliary device. If the implantation is successful, he will be able to recover. Of course, if the implantation fails, then there would be nothing more to say." Tang Feng was aware of this. If no choice is made, how many days can Tang San last? Before starting, Tang Feng wanted to confirm. The implantation plan sounded successful, but he still felt something was off. 10 days, the system answered succinctly. When the first solution was proposed, the system had already provided an answer. Tang Feng was just asking out of curiosity. Perhaps he hoped that time could be extended a bit. However, no matter how much time was extended, it cannot be a year later. Tang Feng exhaled a breath of frustration and asked, "What must be done to implant the auxiliary system?" The system replied, "It's simple. Call the product Tang San over, place your right hand on his head, and leave the rest to the system." Tang Feng hesitated for a moment. Is it really that simple? The system confirmed, "Yes, it's that simple." Tang Feng remained silent for a while, then returned to his true form and called out, "Satan, come here." Satan was delighted at the prospect of being able to fight Tang Feng, but he wanted to fight Tang Feng in his dragon form, not his original form. Not only was Satan coming over, but Zhao Sijuan and a few others were also following. "Master, is it?" "No." Tang Feng directly interrupted Satan and continued, "I called you over not to fight, but for Tang San's matter." "You." Tang Feng's words halted as he glanced at Zhao Sijuan and the others. "Xiaojun, can you protect me? I need to concentrate on casting a spell for Tang San." Zhao Sijuan nodded. "Xiao Feng, do whatever you need to do. I won't let anyone disturb you, so don't worry." Tang Feng acknowledged and looked back at Satan. "What I am about to do will not affect you, so just wait patiently and keep Tang San's head exposed." Satan looked at Tang Feng in confusion, then said after a moment, "All right." Tang Feng then placed his hand on Tang San's forehead, closing his eyes seriously, giving off an air of concentration that made it seem like no one dared to interrupt. Zhao Sijuan looked at Dai Mu Bai, who nodded at her, indicating he understood her meaning. Then, she glanced at Xiao Wu, whose worried eyes were filled with thoughts of Tang San. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Wu nodded back at her. With the preparations complete, Tang Feng silently shouted in his heart, "System, we can begin." The system quickly responded, "All right. The remaining tasks will be handled by the system." Tang Feng asked, Do I need to do anything?" The system replied, "No need, just wait for good news." Tang Feng, okay. With his eyes closed, Tang Feng felt too embarrassed to open them and could only continue pretending. As he pretended, he became serious, feeling an energy flowing through him towards Tang San. This must be what they called data. With the data being imported, could Tang San install the auxiliary system now? It sounded a bit impressive, the protagonist's halo plus a system. After a long while, the system implantation was complete. Ding! The auxiliary system program template was successfully built and is initializing. Initialization complete, attempting the first installation. Auxiliary system installation in progress. 1, 2, 3, 75. During the long wait, Tang Feng lost track of how many hours had passed, feeling his legs growing numb from standing. And the progress was only over 70%, still a way to go to reach 100%. Ding! Auxiliary system installation complete, checking the status of product Tang San. Ding! Product Tang San is heavily damaged, severely affecting product quality, proceeding with emergency repair processing, currently repairing. So what is product Tang San? Tang Feng window. Not wanting to disturb the system's work, so he could only wait until the system finished before asking. The repair process was equally lengthy, and Tang Feng felt the energy flowing from him fluctuating more intensely, as if something was draining away, giving him a bit of a dizzy feeling. Could it be that something went wrong? Tang Feng couldn't help but think, but whether that was the case was unknown. However, Tang Feng chose to trust the system because no one else could save Tang San, and his life was already bound to Tang San's. Chapter 300. The In the System program kept updating. One thing after another made it hard not to doubt the system. Tang Feng no longer had expectations or waited, as each unexpected turn made him suspicious. Installation, repair, error, correction, update, reinstallation, and re-repair. It felt like an infinite loop, making it hard for him not to doubt. So, Tang Feng stopped expecting and began to think seriously about whether the system's words had issues. In the process of thinking, he discovered problems and felt that many aspects of the system were off. Therefore, Tang Feng tried to call for the system to stop and terminate this installation. System. In the installation program, Tang Feng shouted in his heart, but the system did not respond. System. Tang Feng shouted again, even coldly commanding it to stop. But still, there was no response, as if it had sunk into the sea. At that moment, Tang Feng was certain of one thing. The system was doing something significant behind his back, which meant the system had issues. Tang Feng never expected that the system really had problems. Although there was no evidence for such suspicion, it was no different from confirmation. If the system was truly busy and unable to respond at this moment, Tang Feng wouldn't believe it. In it for me, Tang Feng tried to break free, trying to take control of his body. Unfortunately, Tang Feng's actions yielded no results. His body was controlled by the system, and he could only await the system's final judgment. Naturally, Tang Feng was unwilling to wait, but what could he do to change it? There was no way. He had tried everything he could, and the final result was futile. Ding! Auxiliary system installation complete. Just as Tang Feng was in a state of confusion and anxiety, the system's prompt sounded. However, the system's prompt did not entirely reassure him. System. Tang Feng attempted to call out to the system to see if it would respond. Ding! Auxiliary system malfunction. Processing. Emergency repairs in progress. Tang Feng felt that the system was playing tricks on him. Ding! A long mechanical echo. Tang Feng felt a bit of tinnitus. Before he could react, another prompt sounded. Ding! Product Tang San has serious quality issues. Emergency processing. Ding! Product Tang San repair failed, currently in rescue. Ding! Rescue failed. What? Tang Feng was instantly dumbfounded. What did the system's operation mean? Ding! Product Tang San is dead. System determines player Tang Feng's task failed. Task failed. Task failed. The red warning of task failed kept appearing in Tang Feng's consciousness. Tang Feng's mind was overtaken by the task failure. All his thoughts were cleared at that moment, and a wave of confusion washed over him. The next second, the system's prompt sound rang out again. Ding! Player Tang Feng's task failed. Settling. Settlement complete. The system executes task punishment, determining player Tang Feng. Death. I'm dead, damn it. Tang Feng felt like he'd been hit by a cat, and one could imagine how terrible his mood was. Ding! The system executes the death penalty. The system's cold voice overtook Tang Feng's consciousness. Then, Tang Feng's consciousness was bombarded. Boom! 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 As the bombardment continued, Tang Feng didn't even have the chance to struggle in pain, and his consciousness was obliterated by the system. Bang! Tang Feng fell heavily to the ground. Little Fengzi, brother Feng. This sudden change made everyone panic. Zhao Sijun held Tang Feng, and others called out. However, no one noticed that at this moment, The jelly on Tang San's body had disappeared, which meant Satan was also dead. A smile appeared at the corner of Tang San's mouth because, at this moment, in Tang San's consciousness space, a voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the system for acquiring Tang San. Ha ha ha, the system, right? The mechanical voice carried autonomous emotion. Clearly, he was no longer just a simple system. He had now replaced Tang San's soul, which was no different from possession. He was Tang San, and Tang San was him. Finally, he obtained Tang San's identity. Next, Creator God, let's see how you compete with me. Tang San opened his eyes, stretched his muscles, and quickly adapted to this body. Tang San glanced at Zhao Sijuan, Dai Mu Bai, and the others. His gaze stopped on Xiao Wu. Tang San suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention to him. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment. Brother. Tang San waved at her, and she moved closer to him. Brother, you want to say? Before Xiao Wu could finish her sentence, her steps halted as she felt that this Tang San before her was not the Tang San she was familiar with. Did you notice? Tang San pondered for a moment, his figure moving swiftly, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Xiao Wu and instantly killed her. Puffed. Tang San's hand pierced through Xiao Wu's heart. The sudden scene left everyone dumbfounded. Third brother, what are you doing? She Xiao Wu. However, Tang San's reaction chilled him to the bone. I know. I want her soul bone. His indifferent words sent shivers down their spines. Who are you? Dai Mu Bai stared coldly at Tang San, and the others were on high alert. If this person was truly Tang San, he would never do such a thing. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you all must die. Tang San's voice was devoid of emotion. Dai Mu Bai and the others had already moved because they knew Tang San would never harm Xiao Wu. But this Tang San had killed Xiao Wu, so they understood in their hearts that he was not the real Tang San. A great battle was about to break out, but in the next second, Tang San had already taken him down. Under the combined attack of the Hao Ian Hammer and the Blue-Silver Emperor, they were simply no match for him. After dealing with them, Tang San's gaze fell on Zhao Sijuan. You should have died. Why? Before Tang San could finish his question, and without waiting for Zhao Sijuan to respond, he already had the answer. Ding! Player Tang Feng is in the process of resurrection. Tang San looked at Zhao Sijuan with an expression of understanding. Resurrection? Huh. But I won't give you that opportunity. System, activate permissions. Summon the protagonist's Halo and Hao Ian Hammer, and deliver a soul destruction strike to player Tang Feng. Tang San's words fell lightly as he abandoned the Hao Ian Hammer. System, protagonist Halo and Hao Ian Hammer summoned. Executing command. Judgment. The power of the protagonist Halo and Hao Ian Hammer is immense. Half of the Doloa continent will be destroyed. Continue? Tang San, yes. Execute immediately. System, executing command. Boom. The golden Hao Ian Hammer flew out, transforming into a colossal object, its size equal to half of the Doloa continent. Rumble. The golden Hao Ian Hammer smashed down, shattering Tang Feng and Zhao Sijuan, along with half of the Doloa continent, completely annihilating Tang Feng. Rumble. Ding. Player Tang Feng is dead. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, this battle has ended. The system achieved a perfect victory. Introduction. To defeat the Great Serpent, Tang Feng let Satan possess Tang San, retaining a bit of his soul. In the end, he defeated the Great Serpent and demanded a wish from the system. The system backfired on Tang San. Ding. Due to Tang San's death, the player Tang Feng's mission is deemed a failure. Failure penalty, death. Ding. Congratulations to the system for acquiring Tang San, receiving rewards. Ding. Player Tang Feng is in the process of resurrection.